I am Jiang Yuan, and for 18 years, I have been the biggest disappointment in my family. Despite being the son of a great emperor and a near empress, I was born with a mortal body, unable to cultivate even the simplest techniques. My family, the powerful Jiang clan, tried everything to help me, but I remained completely ordinary. Everything changed on my 18th birthday. A voice echoed in my mind, announcing the activation of the Many Children Great Fortune system. I learned that I possess a unique physique called the innate sacred body of fertility. It doesn't help me fight, but it makes it incredibly easy for me to have highly talented children. Even better, the system promises me amazing rewards, like divine weapons and rare pills, every time I have a child with a talented woman. At first, I felt like a mere tool for making babies. However, when I opened my beginner's gift pack, I found a spirit-enhancing pill that can upgrade someone's physical potential to an incredible level. I realized that while this power seems useless for combat, it is a priceless strategic treasure for my family. Instead of hiding it or trying to find wives on my own, I decided to be smart. Why should I struggle when I have an imperial clan behind me? I hurried to the council hall to meet my uncle, the family head, and the elders. They were mourning my lack of talent, but I shocked them by announcing my awakening. I decided to show them the pill to prove my words. My plan is simple. Let the family find the most talented women from all the worlds, handle the politics, and protect me. I will provide the descendants and the rewards, making our clan the strongest in history while I enjoy a life of luxury and power. My father is a great emperor at his peak. Let anyone who objects try to face him. When I told the elders I had awakened a special body, they didn't believe me at first. They checked my energy and found nothing, thinking I was just trying to make them feel better. To prove I wasn't joking, I explained my heavenly life body and the mysterious system guiding me. I even showed them the spirit ascension pill I received as a reward. My uncle, a master alchemist, was shocked. He realized the pill was of an incredibly high grade, far beyond anything seen in ages. To test it, he summoned a branch member named Jiang Chun and gave him the pill. The results were amazing. Jiang Chun went through a painful but powerful transformation, and his body evolved into a legendary divine body. His cultivation level jumped instantly, and he became a top-tier genius. Seeing this, the elders finally understood that my useless physique was actually a treasure for our entire clan. They realized that by having children with talented women, I could provide these pills to the family, potentially creating an army of elite warriors. Suddenly, I went from being a disappointment to the most important person in the family. My uncle gave me level 17 status, which is higher than anyone else's, giving me first pick of all the family's resources. They even formed a special group to find me the best wives from across the world. The elders were so excited that they stopped worrying about just finding one partner. They decided that with our family's power, I should have as many talented wives as possible. They are now busy making lists of every famous princess and goddess for me to meet. I feel proud to finally help my family, and I'm ready to do my part to make the Jiang clan the strongest in existence. The elders are absolutely thrilled. They are already planning the most expensive betrothal gifts because they want the entire world to know that marrying me is the highest possible honor. I feel proud and deeply touched. These stern men have always cared for me, even when I was powerless. My uncle, the clan leader, has officially raised my status to level 17. This is a legendary rank that didn't even exist before. It means I get the absolute best resources of the entire clan, even before the great emperor himself. He also made my secret a top priority, warning that anyone who leaks news of my system or the pills will be severely punished. To them, I am now the single most important person for the family's future. My only job is to stay healthy while they clear all obstacles to find me the best partners. They moved with incredible speed. In just 3 days, they gathered a massive list of the most talented and beautiful women from every corner of the world. They showed me 3D magical projections of saintesses and princesses, each with amazing powers. It was overwhelming. Any one of them would have been a legend in my past life. While the elders argued over which powerful alliance was best, I looked through the ratings. I saw Qin Mingyao with a score of 96 and Ji Yu with a 92. But then, I found her, Bai Qingxue. She had a score of 98, the highest I've seen. She is the divine maiden of the White Tiger clan from the ancient sacred mountain. The elders were worried because she comes from an ancient race that usually keeps to itself, and she is known for being cold and uninterested in romance. They thought she might be too difficult to win over or that her branch family wasn't high enough in status. But I like a challenge. The fact that she is proud and distant makes me want to win her over even more. My uncle agreed, pointing out that with a living great emperor on our side, no one can really refuse us. We are going to start with her and show the world the power of the Jiang family. My family decided to move forward with the plan to find me a wife, and they aren't holding back. My uncle, Jiang Zhan, opened the family treasury to prepare gifts so valuable that no one could possibly say no. He and the third elder set off on a massive golden ship to the ancient Divine Mountain, a place where humans usually aren't allowed to go. They carried a decree from my father, the great emperor, making it clear that this wasn't just a simple visit. It was a show of absolute power. When they arrived at the mountain, the ancient clans were shocked and angry. They couldn't believe the human Jiang family would dare to propose a marriage for me, especially since everyone knows I am useless and cannot cultivate. One person from an ancient clan made the mistake of insulting me out loud. Without even breaking his calm, my uncle turned him into dust instantly. He made it clear that insulting me is a death sentence. After that, no one else dared to say a word, and the leaders of the mountain had no choice but to let the ship in. Inside the mountain, the Phoenix clan is in a panic. Their ancestor is furious because he thinks a mortal like me is not worthy of their divine maiden. However, he is also terrified of my father's power. He knows that if he refuses too rudely, the great emperor might attack, and his clan wouldn't survive. Meanwhile, other groups like the Golden Lion clan are just laughing at the Phoenix clan's bad luck. They remember how the Phoenix ancestor acted high and mighty before, and now he's trapped between his pride and his fear of the Jiang family. Even the divine son of the divine clan, Shen Lin, thinks I'm just a lucky ordinary man and believes the Phoenix clan will refuse. But they all underestimate the power of our betrothal gifts and the fact that my family will do anything to ensure I succeed. I'm just sitting back, letting my family handle the hard work while I prepare for my new life. Under the Phoenix tree on Phoenix Divine Mountain, white flames danced in the air, radiating a sacred and powerful aura. At the center of the flames sat a stunning young woman in meditation. She wore a robe of 7 colored feathers, her beauty breathtaking, her expression cold and distant. She was the divine daughter of the Phoenix royal clan, Fenglinger. Divine lady, something terrible has happened. A maid rushed in, interrupting Fenglinger's cultivation. Fenglinger slowly opened her eyes, frowning slightly. What has you so alarmed? The Jiang family. They've come to propose marriage. Propose marriage? Fenglinger's tone was calm. That's a matter for the elders. What does it have to do with me? But they came to propose for you. The maid said anxiously. The Jiang family's head and third elder are both here. They're in the main hall right now. Fenglinger's expression turned cold. The Jiang family? Which Jiang family? Which else could it be? The first imperial clan of the human race, the family of Emperor Hengyu. They must be out of their minds. Fenglinger rose sharply, the flames around her flaring higher. A group of humans dares to propose marriage to the Phoenix royal clan? The maid trembled. I heard they came on behalf of their young master, Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan? Fenglinger sneered. That man who can't even cultivate? Of course, she had heard of Jiang Yuan, the son of the Jiang family's emperor, yet born an ordinary human, unable to cultivate at all. This was no secret in the entire great world of emperors and immortals. A useless man like him thinks he deserves to marry me? A flash of anger appeared in Fenglinger's eyes. Since childhood, she had shown extraordinary talent and possessed the Phoenix Nirvana divine body, known as a once-in-10,000 years genius of the Phoenix royal family. Countless prodigies from ancient clans had tried to win her favor, but she had always turned them away coldly. In her eyes, cultivation was the only true path. Love and emotions were nothing but distractions on the road to strength. Even those with sacred bodies were nothing special to her. She believed that with her own talent, she could become an emperor, perhaps even surpass one. Divine lady, where are you going? Her maid asked quickly when she saw Fenglinger walking out. To the council hall. Fenglinger's voice was cold. A mere ordinary man who relies on his family. How could he ever be worthy of me? She strode out of the secret chamber, and a burst of seven-colored light rose behind her. She would reject the proposal face to face, letting the Jiang family know that Feng Linger would never depend on anyone. Ancient Divine Mountain, Council Hall. The grand hall stretched for thousands of feet, built from ancient divine stone. The walls were covered with old runes that carried the weight of time. At this moment, the hall was filled with people. At the highest seats sat the ancestors of the Phoenix royal family, the leader of the Golden Lion clan, and the leader of the Divine clan. Below them, the heads and elders of the 10 great royal families were all present. For the 3 royal clans and 10 great families to gather together showed how significant this meeting was for the Jiang family. Patriarch Jiang, did you just say you came to propose marriage on behalf of your noble young master? The Phoenix ancestor's expression was not pleasant. Jiang Zhan smiled slightly. That's right. Heh. The Golden Lion clan leader couldn't help but chuckle, then quickly coughed to cover it up. The Divine clan leader, father of Shen Lin, also had a faint, knowing smile on his lips. They were all waiting to see the Phoenix ancestor embarrassed. The Phoenix ancestor took a deep breath and tried to keep his tone calm. Patriarch Jiang, it's not that I don't respect you, but I fear this match may be too much for us to accept. His words were polite, but the meaning was clear. Your so-called young master is not worthy of my divine lady. Jiang Shouju frowned and was about to speak, but Jiang Zhan raised his hand to stop him. Elder Feng, you misunderstand. Jiang Zhan smiled and said, although Yuan'er has a special condition, A special condition? The patriarch of the Shi royal clan interrupted. Patriarch Jiang, stop deceiving yourself. He was born an ordinary mortal, unable to cultivate. Everyone in the great immortal empire knows this. No matter how powerful your Jiang family is, you can't expect a mortal to marry the divine daughter of our ancient sacred mountain. That's right. What benefit would such a marriage bring to our ancient clans? The Jiang family may be strong, but that doesn't mean you can bully others. The leaders and vice leaders of the 10 royal clans, especially those siding with the Phoenix clan, all spoke up with clear dissatisfaction. Jiang Zhan's expression remained calm as he was about to continue speaking. Bang! The grand hall doors suddenly burst open. A beam of 7-colored light rushed in, forming into a stunning figure. It was the Phoenix goddess, Feng Linger. Lingu? Why are you here? The Phoenix ancestor's face darkened. Feng Linger ignored the ancestor and fixed her cold gaze on Jiang Zhan. You are the head of the Jiang family? Jiang Zhan studied the divine woman before him and nodded. I am. Good. Feng Linger sneered. I heard you came to arrange a marriage for that useless son of yours? The entire hall fell silent. No one expected the Phoenix goddess to insult Jiang Yuan so directly in front of Jiang Zhan. Jiang Shouju's face darkened, ready to speak out. Jiang Zhan's smile grew heavier. Goddess, you are mistaken. Although Yuan'er's condition is unusual, Patriarch Jiang. Feng Linger interrupted proudly. I, Feng Linger, have only one goal in life, to reach the highest realm of cultivation. Romantic attachments are nothing but distractions. Even if your Jiang family holds great power, even if Jiang Yuan were not ordinary, I would never marry him. Besides, a trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. A person who cannot even cultivate. What right does he have to marry me? I, Feng Linger, would rather die than marry someone unworthy. Her voice echoed through the hall, firm and unyielding. The Phoenix ancestor's face turned grim. He was about to scold her, but stopped. Though her words were harsh, they reflected his true thoughts. The members of the Golden Lion clan and the Divine clan looked on with thinly veiled amusement. Well said. The Golden Lion clan chief clapped his hands and laughed. The Phoenix goddess truly has spirit. The God clan chief also nodded. She truly deserves to be called the jewel of our ancient races. The two exchanged a glance, clearly trying to stir up trouble. They were eager for the Jiang family to lose their temper and start a fight, hoping the Phoenix clan would suffer losses. They didn't believe that the Phoenix clan alone could stand against the imperial Jiang family. However, after hearing their words, Jiang Zhan finally realized what the problem was. Someone with a score of only 85, who had been rejected by Yuan'er right away, actually had such confidence? It seems I didn't make myself clear, Jiang Zhan said calmly. I did not come here for the Phoenix Goddess. Yuaner's proposal is meant for someone else. As for you, you are far from worthy of being matched with the heir of my clan. His voice was calm, but his gaze toward the Phoenix Goddess was filled with disdain and coldness. The grand hall fell silent. No one had expected Jiang Zhan to say such a thing. He wasn't here to propose to the Phoenix Goddess? Then who in the entire Divine Mountain could possibly be worthy of Jiang Yuan? Even if Jiang Yuan could not cultivate, he was still the son of the great emperor. In terms of status, only the three royal goddesses could barely be considered his equals. Feng Linger's face froze, her proud expression suddenly looking awkward. The Phoenix ancestor was also stunned, his expression turning strange. The Golden Lion clan chief and the God clan chief exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Patriarch Jiang, what do you mean by this? Someone asked. Jiang Zhan stood with his hands behind his back, sweeping his gaze across the hall. I came to the Divine Mountain today to propose on behalf of Yuaner to the White Tiger Princess, by Qingxue, of the White Tiger clan. Boom! The hall erupted in an uproar. The White Tiger clan? That fallen royal family. By Qingxue? I remember her. She carries the ancient White Tiger bloodline and has good talent. But doesn't the White Tiger clan lack even a single saint-level expert now? The Jiang family actually chose the White Tiger clan? The leaders of the 10 great clans whispered among themselves, their faces full of disbelief. The White Tiger clan had once been a royal family too. But after rebelling against the Divine Mountain, most of their powerful members were wiped out, and they fell from their royal status. After millions of years of recovery, the clan gradually produced several quasi-emperors. However, in a great war tens of thousands of years ago, most of them fell, leaving only a few hundred members now. They no longer have anyone at the 13th level. The strongest among them is the White Tiger clan's leader, a 12th level quasi-saint. Their status in the ancient Divine Mountain has long since declined. If not for the purity of their bloodline and the Golden Lion clan's old friendship, they would have been expelled from the royal ranks long ago. By Qingxue, though she awakened the ancient White Tiger bloodline and earned the title of Divine Maiden through her clan, is only considered above average within the ancient Divine Mountain. Compared to Feng Linger, the Phoenix Divine Maiden, a rare genius seen once in 10,000 years, she is far behind. Feng Linger was stunned. She had just spoken with confidence, only to realize that they were not even here for her. Then what did her earlier words mean? Was she being overly self-assured? Her face turned pale, her chest rising and falling rapidly in anger. The Phoenix ancestor's expression grew even darker. He had thought the Jiang family came to propose marriage to Feng Linger, which was why he had gathered the 3 royal clans and 10 noble families. Whether the proposal succeeded or not, it would still show the Phoenix clan's strength. But now, the Jiang family wasn't here for them at all. Wasn't this a public embarrassment? Patriarch Jiang, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The Phoenix ancestor asked hoarsely. That declining White Tiger clan, are they even worthy of your Jiang family? Whether they are worthy or not isn't for you to decide, Jiang Zhan replied calmly. It's for my Jiang family to decide. Besides, didn't you just say that your clan would be honored to be connected to us? The Phoenix ancestor was speechless. He had indeed said that, but it was just polite talk. Who would have thought the Jiang family would take it seriously? Moreover, Jiang Zhan continued evenly, my Jiang family's heir is of noble status. Not just anyone can be matched with him. The Divine Maiden's own words were right. She truly isn't suitable for my son. Feng Linger's face turned completely pale, her body trembling slightly. Never in her life had she been so humiliated. You, how dare you insult me? She cried. Insult you? The third elder, Jiang Shouzhua, who had been silent until now, finally stepped forward. With one step, a terrifying quasi-emperor's pressure swept toward Feng Linger. Jiang Shouzhua had always had a fiery temper, and ever since entering the ancient Divine Mountain, he had been holding back his anger. First, that foolish guard at the mountain gate dared to insult Yuaner and was instantly crushed by the clan master. Then, after entering the Phoenix Temple, these arrogant bird-like people kept acting superior, their words full of disdain, calling Yuaner useless. If not for the clan master's warning glance, Jiang Shouzhua would have already flipped the table. Did they really think that just because his name meant humble, he would actually stay calm? A mere Phoenix goddess dares to disrespect the imperial clan? Let me tell you, Yuan is the child of the great emperor, his bloodline unmatched through the ages. Even if you were a divine being, you'd still need our Jiang family's approval to marry him. If you dare insult our Jiang family or the emperor's son again, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Jiang Shouzhua ignored the many powerful figures present and prepared to teach the Phoenix elders a lesson. Jiang Shouzhua, how dare you? The Phoenix ancestor reacted instantly, releasing a mighty pressure that shook the heavens. Boom! Two overwhelming forces clashed in the grand hall, the shock waves roaring like a storm. The tables and chairs made of divine metal shattered instantly, turning to dust under the immense power. Outrageous! I'll show you what true outrage is. Jiang Shouzhua's hair and beard flared as he struck without hesitation. He formed his fingers into a sword, and a gray beam filled with destructive energy pierced through the air, ignoring all distance, aiming straight for Feng Linger's core. Too fast, far too fast. Even the Phoenix ancestor, a being of equal strength, could only shout in fury. How dare you? For the first time, fear appeared on Feng Linger's proud face. He actually attacked. Here, in the ancient divine mountain. How could he dare? Boom. Even though the Phoenix ancestor did everything to protect her, he could only barely keep her alive. A single furious strike from a peak-level master. Not even 100 rebirths could undo the damage. Feeling Feng Linger's nearly shattered power, the Phoenix ancestor's eyes filled with rage. Feng Linger's cultivation was half ruined. No one knew how many rare treasures it would take to make up for the loss afterward. Jiang Shouzhua, this is the ancient divine mountain, not your Jiang family's land. How dare you act so wildly here? So what if I do? Jiang Zhan slowly stepped forward to stand beside Jiang Shouzhua. The two powerful auras of quasi-emperors intertwined, instantly suppressing the Phoenix ancestor's presence. Our Jiang family doesn't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. Your Phoenix clan's goddess barged into our meeting place and spoke rudely to me. I let it go because she's young, but that doesn't mean my third brother will do the same. Or does the Phoenix ancestor wish to start a war with the Jiang family and face our clan's supreme weapon, the Myriad Desire Emperor banner? As he spoke, a black banner appeared behind Jiang Zhan, floating high in the air. The power of the ancient divine mountain trembled beneath it. Sun, moon, and stars seemed to bow before its might. This was one of the Jiang family's greatest treasures, a supreme imperial weapon once used by Emperor Hengyu himself, the Myriad Desire Emperor banner. At that moment, countless powerful beings across the great world of immortal emperors sensed the disturbance. That's the Jiang family's Myriad Desire Emperor banner. Who provoked them? That direction. It's the ancient divine mountain, one of the 9 forbidden zones of life. Are they going to attack a forbidden zone? The Phoenix clan? The Divine clan? Or the Golden Lions? Heaven and earth are about to change, sighed a saint. Some even rushed toward the mountain, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. However, Jiang Zhan only revealed the weapon's power for a moment before withdrawing it, his face returning to a calm, gentle smile. Everyone, I'll say it again. Today, the Jiang family came here with sincere intentions to propose marriage for our young lord. Whom we choose to marry, or not to marry, is our family's decision. As for this Phoenix goddess, his gaze fell on Feng Linger, who was sitting weakly on the ground. This time, he used no pressure, his tone calm and factual. You do have talent, but your temperament is poor and your vision too narrow. What you see as the end of the path is only the beginning for my nephew. Everything you take pride in means little to the Jiang family. You. The Phoenix ancestor quickly held her back, taking a deep breath, feeling deeply humiliated. Did the Phoenix clan not have a supreme weapon of their own? They did. But could he use it? If he did, it would mean declaring war on the Jiang family. Are the Phoenix royals the Jiang family's rivals? Unless they summon their hidden ancestor and use their ultimate imperial weapon, I'm afraid that even if they all join forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Jiang Zhan, who is at the 8th level of the quasi-emperor realm, or Jiang Shouzhua, who has reached the 9th level. So, he had to endure this humiliation. I will remember what the Jiang family had said. Since that's the case, I won't say more. Someone, go invite the patriarch of the White Tiger clan. He only wanted to send these 2 troublesome figures from the Jiang family away as soon as possible. What a disgrace. Utterly humiliating. The patriarchs of the Golden Lion clan and the Divine clan tried hard to hold back their laughter as they looked at the Phoenix ancestor's face, dark as soot. They couldn't be happier. That's what you get for always acting so high and mighty. Now look at you. Brought this upon yourself. After finishing his words, the Phoenix ancestor glanced at the weakened Feng Linger, his eyes filled with pity. Fortunately, they were of the Phoenix race, born with the power of rebirth. Even if her cultivation was destroyed, it wasn't hopeless. He sent a voice message to a quasi-emperor elder. Take the Phoenix goddess to see our ancient ancestor. Only she can help our goddess recover and be reborn. At the White Tiger clan's residence. It was a valley on the edge of the primordial divine mountain, where the spiritual energy was thin, completely incomparable to the blessed lands of the great clans. Inside a simple stone hall, the White Tiger clan's patriarch, Bai Tianqing, was meditating. He looked about 40, but his true age was over 10,000 years. His cultivation had been stuck at the peak of the 12th quasi-saint level for many years, unable to break through to the 13th great saint level. This was one of the reasons for the White Tiger clan's decline. Without a great saint to lead them, they had no voice in the primordial divine mountain. Patriarch! Patriarch! A clansman rushed in, panicked. What's the matter? Bai Tianqing opened his eyes, frowning. The Phoenix Royals have sent someone, saying an honored guest wishes to see you. An honored guest? Bai Tianqing was surprised. Who is it? It seems to be someone from the Jiang family of the human race. The Jiang family? Bai Tianqing's expression changed instantly. He stood up quickly. Hurry, prepare gifts. Though his cultivation wasn't high, his insight was sharp. What kind of family was the Jiang family? The greatest imperial clan of the age. For someone from the Jiang family to visit in person was an event of enormous importance. In the council hall, when Bai Tianqing hurried in, he was completely stunned by the grand scene before him. The heads of the 3 royal clans were all present. Representatives of the 10 noble families had all arrived as well. Such a gathering. This was something that could rival even the grand ceremonies of the ancient sacred mountains. Patriarch Bai has arrived, the Phoenix ancestor said with a faint, unreadable smile. The Jiang family head wishes to speak with you. Bai Tianqing quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Bai Tianqing greets the Jiang family head and the 3 elders. Jiang Zhan nodded. Patriarch Bai, there's no need for formality. I have come today on behalf of my family's imperial son to propose marriage to your clan's divine maiden, Bai Qingxue. Bai Tianqing was completely shocked. A marriage proposal? The Jiang family's imperial son wanted to marry Qingxue? His first reaction wasn't joy, it was disbelief. How could such good fortune fall upon the White Tiger clan? Family head Jiang. You're not joking, are you? Bai Tianqing's voice trembled. I never joke, Jiang Zhan replied calmly. So, Patriarch Bai, what do you think? Of course we agree. It's the greatest honor of our White Tiger clan. It's a blessing for my daughter beyond measure. Bai Tianqing agreed without hesitation. What a chance. This was the Jiang family, the foremost imperial clan of humankind, the family of the reigning emperor himself. Their White Tiger clan had been struggling to survive, and now such a powerful ally had come knocking. Only a fool would refuse. Even if he had to serve the Jiang family himself, he would gladly do it. Patriarch Bai, don't be too quick to agree, Jiang Zhan said with a smile. A marriage should be based on mutual consent. Our Jiang family values harmony and would never force anyone. We must still ask for the divine maiden by Qingxue's own opinion. Bai Tianqing hesitated. He knew his daughter's temperament all too well. She was devoted to her cultivation, calm, proud, and distant. Matters of love had never interested her. Her heart was set only on restoring the glory of the White Tiger clan. Of course, talent plays a part too. Reaching the 8th Enlightenment realm at such a young age means that breaking through to the 13th Saint realm in the future is not impossible. She could be considered the hope of the White Tiger royal clan. But if she were to marry into the Jiang family, Jiang Zhan seemed to notice his hesitation. Smiling slightly, he said, it's fine. This is a small gift from the Jiang family, just a token of respect. Please, clan leader Bai, pass it on to the goddess Qingxue and let her take a look. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and 10 spatial rings slowly floated toward Bai Tianqing. With trembling hands, Bai Tianqing accepted the rings. Clan leader Bai, why not open them and take a look? Jiang Zhan said with a gentle smile, his tone carrying a hint of persuasion. This might not be appropriate. Bai Tianqing hesitated. Opening a betrothal gift in front of so many people, wasn't that a bit too showy? It's fine, Jiang Zhan said calmly. The Jiang family has always acted openly and honorably. This betrothal gift is meant to show the world our sincerity in this marriage. At those words, Bai Tianqing immediately understood. The Jiang family was making a statement. They wanted to use this astonishing gift to display their power and wealth. The next moment, when he saw what was inside, Bai Tianqing froze. His eyes widened, and his expression shifted from shock to joy, then to disbelief. Clan leader Bai? What's wrong? Yes, what's inside that could surprise you so much? The surrounding clan leaders grew restless, unable to contain their curiosity. Bai Tianqing didn't answer. His hands still trembling, he took something out of the ring. It was a long spear made entirely of gold. The moment it appeared, a fierce and overwhelming aura filled the entire hall, as if it could pierce through the heavens themselves. A low hum echoed through the air, and the entire Phoenix Hall began to tremble violently. The runes on the walls flickered wildly, as though they might collapse at any moment. Everyone present felt a deadly pressure, as if an invisible spear tip was aimed right between their brows, making their very souls tremble. This is a quasi-emperor weapon. The Golden Lion clan's leader cried out in shock, leaping to his feet, his eyes full of disbelief. That's right. It's definitely a quasi-emperor weapon, and one with incredibly strong offensive power. The chief of the Divine Clan also stood up, staring fixedly at the golden spear, his eyes filled with greed and shock. A quasi-emperor weapon. That was a life-bound treasure forged by a quasi-emperor through a lifetime of effort, each one possessing the power to destroy worlds. Across the entire great world of immortal empires, the number of forces that owned such weapons could be counted on one hand. Even among the 3 great royal clans, which had existed for countless ages, there were only a few dozen quasi-emperor weapons, and some of them were damaged and rarely used. But now, the Jiang family had casually taken out a complete, brand-new quasi-emperor weapon as a betrothal gift. What an incredible gesture! The Phoenix ancestor's body trembled slightly, his heart aching in disbelief. A quasi-emperor weapon. But as a quasi-emperor himself, he quickly regained his composure. So what if it was a quasi-emperor weapon? In the future, Feng Linger would at least become a quasi-emperor too. Exchanging a future quasi-emperor for a weapon? That would be a terrible deal. He comforted himself with this thought, convincing himself that refusing the Jiang family had been the right choice. However, he had forgotten. This was only one of the 10 spatial rings Jiang Zhan had prepared as betrothal gifts for Bai Tianqing. Bai Tianqing seemed completely stunned. His hands trembled for a long time before he finally took out the second betrothal gift from another spatial ring. It was a crystal-clear jade bottle. Inside the bottle was a single drop of golden blood. Though no larger than a fingernail, it seemed to contain an entire world, radiating a supreme, awe-inspiring power that could suppress all ages. The Emperor's blood. This time, even the Phoenix ancestor could not remain calm. He cried out in shock, his voice trembling. The life essence of a great emperor. Could it be from Emperor Hengyu? Heavens! Am I seeing this right? The Jiang family's generosity is unbelievable. A single drop of Emperor's blood, if used properly, could nurture a cultivator to the 14th realm, quasi-emperor level. The Jiang family. They're even willing to offer something like this as a betrothal gift? The entire grand hall erupted in chaos. All the ancient royal clan leaders began breathing heavily, their eyes turning red as they stared at the drop of Emperor's blood, wishing they could seize it for themselves. If the quasi-emperor weapon only shocked them, then this single drop of the great emperor's blood completely drove them mad. For these ancient clans that pursued the power of bloodlines, the temptation of a drop of great emperor's blood was even greater than that of a quasi-emperor weapon. After all, to fully unleash the power of a quasi-emperor weapon, one must first have the strength of a quasi-emperor. Holding that drop of imperial blood, Bai Tianqing felt as if he was holding not just blood, but the very hope of the White Tiger clan. It was true that he planned to marry his most talented daughter into the Jiang family, but the White Tiger clan had more than one gifted descendant. Even if he didn't give the blood to the younger generation, If he refined it himself, it would be enough for him to break through to the 13th Saint Realm in a short time, changing the fate of the White Tiger clan completely. In the third spatial ring lay a pill that radiated a chaotic aura, as if it contained the essence of the great Tao itself. Bai Tianxing didn't know what kind of pill it was, but he could sense that its grade was no lower than that of a quasi-emperor weapon. He didn't dare to take it out again. He feared that if he did, the other clan leaders, their eyes already filled with greed, might attack him on the spot. He quickly withdrew his spiritual sense and gripped the storage ring tightly in his hand. Then, with a thud, he knelt down. He wasn't kneeling to Jiang Zhan, but toward the direction of the Jiang family, bowing deeply. The White Tiger clan will never forget the Jiang family's great kindness. Tears streamed down Bai Tianxing's face as he spoke, his voice trembling with emotion. He knew that from this day on, the fate of the White Tiger clan would be forever changed. Jiang Zhan nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. His gaze swept over the other clan leaders, whose faces were filled with greed and envy, and he said slowly, "This is only part of the Jiang family's betrothal gift. As long as goddess Qingxua marries into the Jiang family, she will receive the same treatment as our 14 core quasi-emperor disciples. The White Tiger clan will become our in-laws and be protected by the Jiang family. From this day forward, anyone who dares to harm them will be our enemy." The meaning behind his words was clear. Anyone who coveted these treasures would have to be ready to face the wrath of the Jiang family. The Phoenix ancestor's body felt slightly weak, and for a moment, she regretted her decision. If only Feng Linger hadn't been so stubborn, things might have turned out better. Compared to the White Tiger clan, whose heritage was incomplete, giving them this drop of the great emperor's blood could almost guarantee the rise of a quasi-emperor. But Feng Linger only had the potential to become one. The leaders of the Golden Lion clan and the Divine clan exchanged glances, both showing regret in their eyes. Why didn't their clans have a Divine Maiden? The White Tiger clan had gained such a huge advantage for free. No, they couldn't just sit back and watch. As royal clans, even without a Divine Maiden, they had to get a share of the benefits. Patriarch Bai, since the Jiang family has shown such sincerity, "I think this marriage proposal is quite good," said the Golden Lion clan leader. Bai Tianxing looked up at him. This man, whose true form was a seven-headed golden lion, was a powerful quasi-emperor. The Golden Lion leader smiled and said, "The Jiang family is the greatest imperial clan of our time. Forming a marriage alliance with them is a blessing for your White Tiger clan. Don't miss this opportunity." The Divine clan leader nodded. Brother Jin is right. Opportunities like this are rare. Bai Tianxing's heart stirred. He understood now. These two royal clans wanted a share of the Jiang family's generous betrothal gifts. Sure enough, the Golden Lion leader sent him a secret message. "Patriarch Bai, you know your White Tiger clan is weak right now. If someone gets jealous and targets you, that would be troublesome. I think it's best to agree quickly." The Divine clan leader added with a smile, "Don't worry. Our Divine Mountain lineage is closely connected. If you need help, we can lend a hand, though we might need to borrow your quasi-emperor weapon for a while. And us too." The leaders of the 10 great clans all spoke up, their eyes filled with greed. Jiang Zhan and his companion, of course, heard all the secret messages, but they didn't care. Wealth always stirs desire. The White Tiger clan was now in a difficult position. If they refused the marriage, the other royal and noble clans would think they had wasted a great fortune. After all, how could a clan without even a great saint deserve such resources? But if they agreed, those same clans would slowly drain them of everything, like boiling a frog in warm water, without ever angering the Jiang family. Bai Tianxing's face turned pale as he finally understood. A deep sadness filled his heart. But weak clans have no freedom. This is especially clear in places like the ancient Divine Mountain, where the strong prey on the weak. They want something from my White Tiger clan, do they? Everyone, get ready. During the day, Bai Xing clenched his teeth and made a firm decision. "I will agree." "Good." Jiang Zhan nodded happily. "It's settled then. I will personally come to pick up the bride." After saying this, he looked at Elder Feng Huang with a smile and said, "Old Feng, sorry for the trouble today. I will take my leave." Elder Feng Huang's face looked very unhappy. He forced out a faint smile and said, "Master Jiang, safe travels." Jiang Zhan and Jiang Shoujue turned and left. Inside the main hall, everyone fell silent. Meanwhile, Feng Linger, who was being sent to the ancestral land to wait for the ancient ancestors' summons, also heard rumors of Jiang's generous gift. She couldn't help but bite her lip tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. She was unwilling. Why could a fallen royal family's goddess receive such treatment from Jiang? And she, the proud phoenix goddess, was publicly humiliated? Grandpa, Feng Linger's voice trembled. Shut up, the elder who sent Feng Linger scolded angrily. It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so clever, our phoenix royal family wouldn't have lost face like this. If she hadn't barged in, the clan leader could have found some excuse, and it wouldn't have been so embarrassing. Feng Linger's body trembled. She forced herself to hold back her anger and secretly made a decision. She would cultivate and become stronger. She wanted everyone to know that Feng Linger was the greatest genius. Even without support, she could become a quasi-emperor, a great emperor. As for Jiang Yuan, that useless person, when she becomes a great emperor, she will be the first to destroy the Jiang family. After finishing all this, Bai Tianqing finally relaxed a little. His hands trembled as he took out the 10 void rings again. He probed inside with his mind, looking at each treasure that could drive the entire Emperor Immortal world crazy. His heart was pounding uncontrollably. These were top-tier treasures. Imperial soldier, the blood of a great emperor, and a pill he couldn't see through, but was definitely extraordinary. Plus, mountains of sacred herbs, divine materials, and Tao scriptures. He was excited. The White Tiger royal family was truly about to explode with power this time. With these items, not only could he break through to the Great Sage realm, but he could also train several quasi-sages easily. The revival of the White Tiger royal family was just around the corner. But after the joy came deeper worries. Could he really protect these treasures? The answer was no. He could see clearly the eyes of the Golden Lion clan and the Divine clan. If he didn't deal with these treasures in time, the entire White Tiger royal family might be devoured alive by them. The only way was to completely tie himself to the Jiang family. As long as Bai Qingxue married into their family, the White Tiger clan would become relatives of the Jiang family. Anyone who dared to attack them would have to consider Jiang family's anger. Thinking of this, Bai Tianqing no longer hesitated. Send someone to invite the Divine Maiden. Soon, a woman dressed in a simple white dress, with a stunning face and a cold, pure aura, entered the stone hall. She was Bai Qingxue. Her eyes were like two pure black obsidians, as if nothing in the world could cause a ripple in them. Father, you called me? Her voice was as cold as her appearance, like snow. Qingxue. Bai Tianqing looked at his most talented daughter, unsure how to start. His daughter was good at everything, but she was completely devoted to cultivation and looked down on romantic matters. If he asked her to marry a man she had never met, rumored to be a useless cultivator, would she agree? Just say what you need, Bai Qingxue said calmly, sensing his hesitation. Sigh. Bai Tianqing sighed deeply, then made up his mind and revealed his worries. Qingxue, I know you are dedicated to the way, but our White Tiger royal family is now at a life-and-death point. He recounted everything that happened today at the Phoenix Temple, from Jiang's family proposing marriage, to Feng Linger humiliating herself, then Jiang family presenting a shocking dowry, and finally the Golden Lion clan and the Divine clan showing their obvious greed. Bai Qingxue listened quietly, her face showing no change in expression until Bai Tianqing handed her 10 void rings. This is the dowry from Jiang's family. Take a look. Bai Qingxue took the rings and probed inside with her spiritual sense. Even with her calm nature, when she saw the treasures inside, items that could overturn her understanding and even change the fate of the White Tiger royal family, her breathing became a little quicker. The golden imperial blood exuding a powerful pressure made her White Tiger bloodline tremble with excitement. The long golden spear seemed born to suit the White Tiger's fighting style. Father, she withdrew her spiritual sense and looked up. Her usually calm eyes finally showed a hint of light. Are you saying that if I marry that Jiang family's prince, these things will belong to our White Tiger royal family? Exactly, Bai Tianqing nodded heavily. Moreover, the head of Jiang's family promised that as long as you marry him, our White Tiger royal family will be protected by Jiang's family. From now on, anyone who dares to threaten us will be enemies of Jiang's family. Jiang Yuan, The Prince of Zhang's family is an ordinary person who cannot cultivate, Bai Qingxue asked again. That's the rumor. Bai Tianqing looked a bit uncertain. But don't worry, Qingxue. Zhang's family is an imperial clan. Even if he can't cultivate, his status and position are far above ordinary geniuses. If you marry him, you won't suffer any injustice. Bai Qingxue remained silent. The atmosphere in the main hall grew tense and oppressive. Bai Tianqing looked at her nervously, sweat forming on his palms. He knew her decision would affect the future of the entire White Tiger royal family. Although he currently held these treasures, if Bai Qingxue refused firmly or even threatened to die, Zhang's family would have to give up many of their possessions. After a long pause, Bai Qingxue slowly spoke, her voice still cold. I will marry. What? Bai Tianqing doubted he heard correctly. I said, I will marry, Bai Qingxue repeated, staring directly at her father. For me, who I marry doesn't matter. Whether he's useless or not doesn't matter. What matters is that he can bring resources to revive the White Tiger royal family and give me the strength to protect our people. That's enough. She picked up the jade bottle containing the emperor's blood and handed it to Bai Tianqing. Father, this drop of imperial blood, you must refine it immediately. Our White Tiger clan cannot be without a 13th realm expert to oversee us. Then she looked at the other rings. Distribute these resources right away, prioritizing the young talents in the clan. We have no time to waste. Understood. Bai Tianqing suddenly stood up, took the imperial blood, tears streaming down his face. Qingxue, rest assured. I will risk my life to ensure those wolves don't succeed. From today, our White Tiger clan will have a new beginning. In the grand hall of the Golden Lion clan, shining with gold and brilliance. Below, an elder with a red beard sparkled with sharp eyes. Clan leader, the Zhang family is powerful. We can't openly fight them, but the White Tiger clan. Haha, they are like children holding a mountain of gold. Who wouldn't be jealous? Exactly. Another elder chimed in. The dowry from the Zhang family is officially for Bai Qingxue, but it's still in Bai Tianqing's hands. As long as the items are on Taiga Divine Mountain, we still have a chance. How do we have a chance? Someone asked. The head of the Zhang family has warned that anyone who harms the White Tiger clan is enemies with their Zhang family. Do they want to test how sharp Emperor Heng Yu's 10,000 Paths Desire banner is? The hall instantly fell silent. The power of the imperial family was not to be challenged lightly. Clan leader, force won't work, the first elder said again, a sinister smile on his face. But we can borrow. Borrow? Yes, borrow. The elder smiled. Even if Bai Tianqing gets resources, refining them takes time. Without 10 or even 20 years, he can't break into the Great Saint realm. We can negotiate with him, saying our Golden Lion clan can form an alliance to resist other royal families' ambitions. The condition is to borrow that quasi-emperor weapon for a while. Once their White Tiger clan produces a peak 13th realm Saint King, we return it. No problem. Ha ha, brilliant. What about the Zhang family? We haven't attacked or killed anyone. Even if they are an imperial family, they can't be so overbearing. The clan leader, Jin Chang'e, listened to the elder's plans and smiled with satisfaction. Good. However, it shouldn't be just us involved. The gods' elders should also participate. As for the Phoenix side, there's no need to inform them. They've been high above for too long, and now it's time for them to face some setbacks. The Divine Palace of the Gods. The atmosphere is lively as well. The leader of the gods, Shen Wudao, sits cross-legged on a mat, surrounded by a glow of divine light, making him look mysterious and lofty. His son, Shen Lin, stands nearby. Father, the Golden Lion clan has sent word. They want to team up with us to pressure the White Tiger royal family, Shen Lin says with a hint of disdain. Expected, Shen Wudao slowly opens his eyes. That old lion is very greedy, but he has a point. Such a big piece of meat. Our gods shouldn't pass up the chance. But the Zhang family, Shen Lin hesitates. The Zhang family, Shen Wudao sneers and shakes his head. They only care about that little tiger now. Once some time passes, whether he's alive or not, who will care? Besides, we're not trying to wipe out their entire family. We're just borrowing a few things. Even if the Zhang family finds out, do you think they'll really go to war with us over such a small matter? More than these things, I'm curious about something else. What is it? That Prince Zhang Yuan is just an ordinary body. Even if his father is the current great emperor, and uses many resources to marry. Is it really worth it? Shen Lin frowns. I heard that humans value passing on their bloodline the most. Shen Wudao's attitude is non-committal. Maybe. Go and reply to the Golden Lion clan. Say we agree. Tomorrow, we will go to Baihu Valley together to congratulate the White Day tribe leader. He jumped down from the spacecraft, his face glowing with excitement. His happiness was so great, it was almost as if he had just married someone. Everything is settled. Perfectly done. Jiang Shouzhua patted his thigh. Did you see? When the head of the family brought out the betrothal gifts, the old folks at the ancient Divine Mountain nearly popped their eyes out. Especially that old bird from the Phoenix clan. His face turned green. And that goddess, Feng Linger, who used to look down on us Yuaner, saying he was too worthless to marry her. Well, I just dismissed her on the spot. Jiang Shouzhua animatedly told the story of what happened at the ancient Divine Mountain. The elders listening on smiled happily and clapped their hands in joy. Good. Well done. Exactly. Let them know that our Jiang family's prince is not someone they can insult casually. Those bird people, relying on their special bloodline, have always looked down on others. Now, they finally got a taste of their own medicine. Serves them right. Who asked her to be so blind and miss out on our Yuaner, such a good Qilin's son? The elders discussed excitedly, their words full of pride for the Jiang family and disdain for the Phoenix clan. Jiang Zhan slowly stepped down from the spacecraft, a faint smile on his face. He waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. The matter is settled. The White Tiger royal family has agreed to the marriage. In 1 month, Yuaner will go to meet his bride. Great. Our Jiang family's Qilin's son is finally getting married. Hurry up. We're the wedding planning team. Get everything ready. It must be the highest standard. The whole divine world should know how much we value this marriage. The entire Jiang family was filled with joy. Meanwhile, the main character, Jiang Yuan, was relaxing comfortably in his palace, listening to the maid Xiao Chui report. The third elder said that the Phoenix goddess's face turned pale with anger and she was dismissed on the spot. The head of the family also said she was not worthy of the young master. Xiao Chui was massaging Jiang Yuan's leg while chattering happily, full of admiration and pride. Oh, my great-uncle really said that? Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow, feeling very pleased. This is the treatment a true prince should have. Lying at home, problems come from the sky. No, from the pressure from above. Things happen automatically without any effort. How should I describe this feeling? It's so satisfying. Really satisfying. Just as I expected from my uncle, he's so good at pretending. He has the same style as my father used to. Jiang Yuan thought happily. He called up the system panel and looked at Bai Qingshua's information. Name, Bai Qingxue, score, 98, identity. Ancient Divine Mountain White Tiger Goddess, fiancée of the Emperor's son of the Jiang family. Physique. Ancient White Tiger bloodline, divine body. Stats. 175 centimeters, 110/83/105. F. Interface. 0. Weakness. Her clan is declining, and she desperately seeks resources and protection to revive her group. She cannot resist anything that can make her stronger or help her clan. Hey, her weakness is out now. Jiang Yuan looked at those words and smiled even more happily. This shows that the family's strategy is completely correct. When dealing with a career-oriented strong woman, talking about feelings is like playing the lute to a cow. It's better to use resources and strength directly. As long as you help her achieve her dreams, she wouldn't mind marrying a useless person or even a pig if it meant fulfilling her goals. While he was lazily enjoying Xiao Chui's massage and occasionally pinching the girl's plump thigh with his free hand, the news that the ancient Divine Mountain agreed to marry into the human Jiang family, with Bai Qingxue, the White Tiger Queen, marrying Jiang Yuan, the Emperor's son of the Jiang family, spread like wildfire in just a few days across the entire great world of Emperor Immortals. A huge wave caused by a small stone. What? The goddess from the ancient Divine Mountain is going to marry that Jiang family's prince? Is that true? Jiang family's head personally came to propose, and the bride price supposedly stunned even the ancestors of the Phoenix clan. I heard there are even quasi-emperor weapons in the bride price. I heard it's the extreme Dao emperor weapon. Aren't they divine artifacts? Anyway, no matter which, the Jiang family is so rich. Spending so much on a mortal? What are they after? Who knows? Maybe the prince is just too favored. But that ancient divine mountain goddess really has it rough. She's like a flower stuck in cow dung. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you dare say the Jiang family's prince is cow dung? Aren't you afraid of being chased by Jiang family experts? Fun fact, she's not a royal goddess, but a royal goddess of the White Tiger clan. All the sacred lands, divine dynasties, and immortal families are discussing this matter eagerly. Some are jealous, some are envious, but most are confused or mocking. They see the Jiang family as a typical example of foolish people with lots of money, and the so-called White Tiger royal family's goddess has become the biggest victim of this ridiculous marriage alliance. Yaoqi's sacred land. The holy maiden Qin Mengyao listens to her maid's report, her brows slightly furrowed. What is the Jiang family really thinking? She is also one of the candidates on the Jiang family's elder list. At her level, she naturally understands how much the Jiang family values that mortal emperor. Great Yin divine dynasty. Princess Jiyu plays with a jade pendant in her hand, a teasing smile on her lips. Interesting. Is this extreme favoritism, or has something happened to Jiang Yuan? The Jiang family, these old foxes, never do anything that costs them. Wei Yuan royal family. The emperor's daughter, Wang Tingxue, who is praised for having the aura of a great emperor, simply listens to the report with a calm expression, then waves her hand to dismiss her servants. This has nothing to do with me. In her eyes, only the supreme path exists. She has no interest in such gossip. The outside world's debates, Jiang Yuan also ignores. He only cares about when he can marry his big wife and what rewards the system will give him. A month passes in the blink of an eye. During this month, the entire immortal empire's Jiang family is immersed in a joyful atmosphere. Lanterns are lit, divine light fills the sky. Countless rare flowers and exotic plants are transplanted throughout the family estate. In the beautiful halls, celestial music floats, and auspicious beasts run freely. News of the emperor's son's wedding has already spread across the heavens. On the wedding day, all saints come to pay their respects. Influential forces in the great world of immortals send representatives to witness and congratulate. Ships of divine craft and ancient chariots cross the void and dock outside the Jiang family, creating a grand scene rarely seen in eternity. The Taiga Divine Mountain also sent a grand wedding procession, personally escorted by the three royal clans and the White Tiger royal family leader, with rays of light guiding the way, bringing Bai Qingxue to the Jiang family. Jiang Yuan, as the groom today, wears a bright red wedding suit, a big red flower on his chest, a standard smile on his face, standing at the gate to greet guests. Honestly, he feels a bit nervous. These distinguished guests offering congratulations all have powerful auras, at least at the peak of the 13 great saints realm. However, Jiang Yuan doesn't care at all. They are just saints, and the Jiang family has many of them. He only needs to act as a lucky charm, stand there smiling, and collect gifts. Everything else is handled by the family head and elders. Congratulations to the Jiang family head. Happy for His Royal Highness the Emperor. May the Emperor and the White Tiger Lady be forever united and have many children. Ha! Jiang family head. Your family's wedding is truly enviable. The guests offering congratulations are polite, but each has their own plans. They can't understand what kind of story is behind the marriage alliance between the Jiang family and the ancient Divine Mountain. But when they see the luxurious wedding setup and the genuine happiness of the Jiang family leaders, they start to wonder, could Jiang Yuan really be so favored that even ordinary people are willing to spend so many resources? The wedding process is complicated and grand. After paying respects to heaven and earth, the second bow to the elders is skipped because Jiang Yuan's parents, Emperor Hengyu and the Empress, are not present. Instead, they bow to Jiang Zhan, the head of the Jiang family. After the bowing, Jiang Yuan finally holds his bride's hand and returns to the wedding chamber prepared for them. The room is decorated very luxuriously, filled with festive red. Bai Qingxue wears a beautiful phoenix crown and a bright wedding dress, sitting quietly on the bed. Her red veil covers her stunning face. Jiang Yuan can feel she's a bit nervous, her hands on her lap clenched slightly. He dismisses the maids outside, leaving only the two of them in the room. The atmosphere becomes a little awkward. Jiang Yuan rubs his hands, picks up the Jade Rui scepter on the table, and walks to the bed. Gently, he lifts Bai Qingshue's red veil. A flawless face appears before him. Her skin is as white as snow, her eyebrows like distant mountains, her nose and lips are perfect, breathtakingly beautiful. Especially under the candlelight, her cold aura has a hint of shyness, adding to her captivating charm. Even Jiang Yuan, used to seeing many beauties, is stunned. Gulp. He can't help but swallow. This is a great deal. Jiang Yuan's heart shouts. The red wedding dress fits her tightly, almost like a second skin. Bai Qingxue felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him. She lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering like tiny brushes. Are you Jiang Yuan? She spoke first, her voice cool like a spring, but with a hint of nervousness that was hard to notice. Exactly, Jiang Yuan replied with a smile, sitting beside her. You're more beautiful than in 3D, almost like 36D. What is 36D? It means you're white, good-looking. His simple and straightforward compliment made Bai Qingshue's cheeks turn slightly red. She paused for a moment, but still asked her biggest doubt. Why did the Jiang family choose me? Because you're pretty, Jiang Yuan answered without hesitation. Bai Qingxue was surprised, not expecting that answer. She frowned and asked, Do you think I deserve you? Jiang Yuan shook his head. A flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Qingshue's eyes. However, Jiang Yuan said, When I shake my head, I don't mean you don't deserve me. I mean, as long as I like you, no one can say whether you're right or wrong. Bai Qingxue looked at him, her eyes showing a strange light. You're very confident. Jiang Yuan smiled openly. My father is the emperor. These 5 simple words were enough. There was no need for anything else. The value of these words was enough. I have one more question. Ask away. Although Jiang Yuan was eager, he knew he shouldn't rush. There would be more time later. The system had mentioned that the affection level with a partner would also affect some rewards. So he tried to act kindly. Although I know it's a bit late to ask now. After I become your partner, can I still practice cultivation? She looked at him, a little worried. She was afraid Jiang Yuan wouldn't allow her to practice. She knew some people with low talent used this way to regain confidence. In the end, even Jiang Yuan's father, the emperor, couldn't change the fact that some ordinary bodies couldn't cultivate. Why not? Jiang Yuan asked back. You're not going to stop me. Jiang Yuan suddenly hugged Bai Qingxue and asked strangely, If my wife can become the emperor, doesn't that mean I have an empress wife? Why wouldn't I be happy? Even, I could get the Jiang family to support your cultivation. I can't believe the Jiang family can't accommodate a future emperor. Bai Qingxue looked at him with a slightly dreamy gaze. However, I do have a small condition, she added. Please, go ahead, Jiang Yuan said calmly, looking at this stunning young woman. We need to have children. Many children. Bai Qingshue's beautiful eyes dimmed a little, and her cheeks turned slightly red. But I am at level 8, and you're just a mortal. Our chances of having children might be low. Her words implied she was not opposed to it. Not opposed is enough. That's all Jiang Yuan wanted to hear. It's okay. I will handle it, he said. Handle it? How? Bai Qingxue knew that for mortals and cultivators to have children, especially many, was as difficult as 2 low-level spiritual beings producing a Tao body. All right, a moment of love is priceless. Let's get to it, she said. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red. She looked at the wine cup handed to her, blushing even more, but she still took it. The two drank the wedding wine. The red candles flickered, and the moment was precious. In bed, Bai Qingxue held Jiang Yuan, biting her lip and her eyes dreamy. Emperor. Husband, I forgot to ask earlier. How many should I have? Jiang Yuan released one hand, which was intertwined with hers, and raised a finger. Bai Qingxue half closed her eyes. 10? To her, having 10 children was already good for mortals and cultivators, especially since Jiang Yuan was an emperor's son and likely had more than one partner. However, Jiang Yuan simply shook his head calmly and said softly, 1 each year. Ding. Detected host successfully connected with Tao partner Bai Qingxue, score 98, and established a bond. Newbie task. Completed. Evaluation. Perfect. Reward calculation in progress. Critical bonus triggered. Reward increased by 2,000%. Congratulations to the host for receiving the final rewards. 1. Cultivation. Peak of Divine Soul Realm at level 3. 2. Hongming Creation Technique. 3. 2 Spirit Elevation Pills. 1 Holy Spirit pill. 4. 20 body constitution enhancement pills. 5. Increased probability of offspring bloodline strength upgrade by 20%. Boom. A huge amount of reward information flooded into Jiang Yuan's mind like a tide, leaving him completely stunned. Hongming creation technique. Immortal method. Is this actually an immortal method? Wow. And it's a complete one. The Jiang family does have an immortal method, but it's a broken version collected bit by bit over 1,000,000 years. Now, the system directly gives a complete immortal method. Holy Spirit pill. Instantly boosts physique to the highest sacred body, instantly raises to the highest sacred body. In the future, could this sacred body rival that of a great emperor? The system is amazing. Unfortunately, since he already has a sacred body, taking this won't help him. Otherwise, he would be the first to try. Soon, Jiang Yuan noticed another problem. This cultivation technique seems unable to be passed down to his ancestors. Not exactly impossible, but because of the analysis level, it's not enough. Hongming creation technique. Immortal method current analysis level 0.01%. Unlock divine abilities when reaching 10%, 30%, 50%, and 100%. At 100%, it can be taught. Analysis level increases automatically each day. Mastering special knowledge can speed up the process. Basically, we just have to wait. It's a bit of a pity. Otherwise, he could let his ancestors comprehend it. Maybe they could break through to the 16th realm, the Heavenly Emperor. Of course, besides the cultivation method, the most important thing for Jiang Yuan himself is to have his cultivation directly boosted to the Divine Soul realm. This means that even though he has awakened the innate sacred body, which cannot normally be cultivated or increased, as long as he can accept the reward, he can keep getting stronger and extend his life. Do you accept the cultivation boost? Accept. In the next moment, a force spread from Jiang Yuan's body. The foundation of an ordinary person, which the heavenly Tao does not favor, was wiped out in this moment. First realm, second realm, third realm. In just a few breaths, he reached the peak of the third realm Divine Soul. Done. Indeed, in the Jiang family, even a 6 or 7-year-old child is better off. But for an ordinary person who has only been alive for 18 years, this is a huge progress. At this moment, Bai Qingxue was also awakened by Jiang Yuan's movement. Her eyes still carried a hint of innocence and laziness from her first experience with the world, and she looked at the scene before her in disbelief. What did she see? Rumors say that Fan Ti's Jiang Yuan can cultivate in just a few moments, even breaking through to the Divine Soul realm. Husband, what are you doing? She asked softly, her voice a bit hoarse from the morning, full of charm. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing. Jiang Yuan realized he had lost control and quickly hid his excitement, clearing his throat. I didn't mean to wake you. You should continue resting, my lady. He kissed her on the forehead, said he was going to see his elder uncle, quickly changed clothes, and hurried out. Bai Qingxue was still stunned. She had many questions for her husband, and instinctively touched the spot he had kissed. For some reason, a strange feeling arose in her heart. It seemed that marrying this prince and practicing dual cultivation with him might not be so bad after all. Jiang Yuan had just left the small courtyard when he found Jiang Zhan. Before he could speak, Jiang Zhan excitedly grabbed his hand and checked his spiritual awareness. In an instant, tears streamed down Jiang Zhan's face, a rare sight even in front of the emperor. Your cultivation. You finally have cultivation. Huh? The heavens favor the Jiang family. This alone made Jiang Yuan's marriage worth it. Jiang Yuan stopped Jiang Zhan from celebrating too wildly and said seriously, Elder uncle, I don't want to talk about my cultivation right now. Yes, I need to tell your parents immediately so they can come back. That's not what Jiang Yuan meant. He wanted to enter the ancestral land of the Jiang family. Jiang Zhan's eyes flickered with sharpness. His mind quickly calmed down, realizing he had been too excited and almost overlooked something more important. Jiang Yuan suddenly being able to cultivate and solving the Jiang family's long-standing problem was definitely because of that so-called system. Yuaner mentioned that the system usually rewards more than one thing. This must be something good. So, Jiang Zhan didn't ask further. He took Jiang Yuan and performed a secret technique, quickly arriving at the Jiang family ancestral land. The ancestral land of the Jiang family is the most sacred area in the entire clan. Unlike the outside, filled with fairy aura, here it was a chaotic place, covered in gray mist. The laws of the Great Tao appeared blurry and unclear. Ordinary clan members, even elders, could not step into this place without the order of the head or a closed-door ancestor. Jiang Zhan, along with Jiang Yuan, stepped inside together. He looked at Jiang Yuan's excited face that couldn't be hidden, and his heart also warmed. He lowered his voice and asked, "Yuaner, you hurriedly brought me here and specifically wanted to enter the ancestral land. Is it because the system gave you something good again?" Jiang Yuan chuckled and didn't hide anything, saying mysteriously, "Big uncle, you better get ready. This time's reward is a bit shocking." "Oh?" Jiang Zhan became interested. "How shocking? Is it more powerful than the last spirit-enhancing pill?" In his opinion, a spirit-enhancing pill that can unconditionally improve a body's rank is already a divine treasure. Much more powerful. Jiang Yuan nodded seriously. He thought for a moment and took out 2 spirit-enhancing pills given by the system. "Big uncle, look. These are 2 spirit-enhancing pills." 2. Jiang Zhan's breathing quickened. He quickly took the 2 pills and examined them carefully. His face immediately lit up with joy. "Great, great. They're really spirit-enhancing pills. Yuaner, you and Qingxue girl, you received 2 spirit-enhancing pills as rewards in one day?" Jiang Zhan's voice trembled with excitement. 1 spirit-enhancing pill meant a holy body and a future quasi-emperor. 2 pills meant 2 holy bodies. This efficiency is incredible. He could already imagine that if Jiang Yuan married a few more wives and worked hard every night, the Jiang family could produce several holy body geniuses every day. In just a few hundred years, the Jiang family could form a quasi-emperor army. Then, they could sweep across the entire emperor immortal world. "Big uncle, don't get too excited. This is just a small appetizer." Jiang Yuan looked at Jiang Zhan's inexperienced expression and felt a bit proud. "Appetizer?" Jiang Zhan was stunned. He looked at the 2 spirit-enhancing pills in his hand, feeling his mind was a little overwhelmed. If this is an appetizer, then what is the main course? Immortal artifacts? Or complete immortal techniques? Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and solemnly took out the Holy Spirit pill from the system space. The moment this pill appeared, the entire Jiang ancestral land and this chaotic space suddenly froze for a moment. What kind of pill was this? The entire object displayed a chaotic color that words cannot describe, as if it contained the secrets of the universe's beginning. The surface of the pill had no shine at all, but seemed to absorb all light, making anyone who looked at it feel as if their soul would be drawn in. Even more terrifying was a supreme aura emanating from the pill, surpassing imperial might and towering above all paths. In front of this aura, Jiang Zhan, a nearly emperor-level expert, felt a sense of smallness and awe deep within his soul. He felt as if he was not facing a simple pill, but a living, peak-level emperor. This is. Jiang Zhan's eyes widened in shock as he stared fixedly at the pill in Jiang Yuan's hand. His mouth was open wide enough to hold an egg, but he couldn't say a word. As a nearly emperor and a top-level alchemist, he believed he had seen countless rare treasures and divine materials. He had even been fortunate enough to see emperor-grade pills crafted by emperors themselves. But nothing he had ever seen could compare to this pill. It was on a completely different level. If emperor-grade pills were like kings among mortals, then this pill was like a divine emperor from the heavens. "Big uncle, this thing is called the Holy Spirit pill." Holy Spirit pill? Jiang Zhan swallowed hard, his voice dry as he asked, "What does it do?" Jiang Yuan looked at his uncle's distracted expression, grinned, and said clearly, "Its purpose is simple, to give the user the highest sacred body." Boom. Jiang Yuan's words exploded like countless chaotic divine thunder in Jiang Zhan's mind. He froze in place, his mind went blank, and he completely lost the ability to think. 2. Directly possess the highest sacred body? What kind of joke is this? That is the highest sacred body. What is the highest sacred body? It is a true existence that, upon reaching great perfection, can fight against ordinary emperors. Compared to alternative paths of enlightenment, it is not inferior. Every sacred body is an unmatched genius capable of dominating an era. But now, Zhang Yuan told him that just by eating this pill, he could instantly create a highest sacred body. This was no longer defying the heavens. It was creating a legend. Zhang Zhan felt his worldview being completely overturned at this moment, then crushed and repeatedly beaten down. He looked at Zhang Yuan and the sacred spirit pill emitting supreme energy. His lips trembled for a long time before he managed to say, "Yuan, pinch me. Am I dreaming?" Deep inside the ancestral land of the Zhang family. This place is a true chaos zone where time flows very slowly. Ancient stone coffins made from eternal divine stones float quietly within the chaotic airflow. Each coffin is wrapped with massive divine chains of order, radiating a terrifying imperial power. Here, sleep ancient beings from the Zhang family's past generations, those who achieved great things but chose to seal themselves for various reasons, instead of passing away. Any of them once ruled an era and looked down on all eternity as supreme emperors. They are the deepest foundation of the Zhang family, and the real reason the family can stand at the top of the divine and immortal world, untouchable by others. At this moment, these ancient beings, who have slept for countless thousands of years, are almost simultaneously awakened by a faint chaotic aura. From the oldest coffin, which seems to merge with chaos, a soft sound is heard. The voice sounds as if from ancient times, carrying the weight of ages and endless authority. Soon after, a vague consciousness awakens from the coffin. This aura, what is it? It can my seal and awaken my sleeping consciousness? Another coffin, wrapped with 9 dragon bones, trembles violently. Such pure life essence. No, this has surpassed the realm of life essence. Is this the breath of creation? Emperor of Heaven. It's the breath of the Emperor of Heaven. No mistake. Has the Emperor of Heaven been born in this world? Where is it? Quickly investigate. Terrifying ancient wills, powerful enough to cause stars to collapse and the universe to reverse, awaken one after another at this moment. They haven't awakened in so long. The last time was over 100,000 years ago, when Emperor Hengyu achieved enlightenment. But even the resonance of the great Tao during Emperor Hengyu's enlightenment couldn't compare to the shock brought by this faint aura, because they sensed from this breath a higher power beyond the great emperor. It was a realm they had pursued all their lives but could never reach. The 16th realm heavenly emperor. Swish, swish, swish. A series of terrifying divine thoughts, invisible to the eye but capable of piercing through the 3,000 worlds, suddenly emerged from each stone coffin, sweeping across the entire ancestral land of the Zhang family. Under the gaze of these 6 Tao Emperor-level divine thoughts, this chaotic space began to boil violently. Zhang Zhan and Zhang Yuan, who were shocked by the Holy Spirit pill, had no time to react. In the next moment, the terrifying will of the 6 Tao instantly locked onto them. Zhang Yuan felt as if his soul was about to be torn apart. An indescribable, terrifying pressure swept in from all directions, pressing him down so hard he couldn't move. In his eyes, the surrounding chaotic mist seemed to disappear, replaced by 6 towering, terrifying demon gods. Some were wrapped in starry rivers, some stepped on the 9 abysses, and others held the sun and moon in their hands. Each radiated a despairing aura. He felt like a tiny ant caught in a storm, ready to be crushed into dust at any moment. Little Zhan, Yuan, humph. Just as Zhang Yuan felt he was about to be crushed by that terrifying pressure, a cold snort sounded beside him. Zhang Zhan took a step forward, blocking Zhang Yuan. A similarly powerful quasi-emperor pressure erupted from him. Though not as terrifying as those divine wills, it was like an unbreakable dam, holding back the overwhelming pressure outside. Ancestors, please calm down. Yuan is just an ordinary body and cannot withstand your divine might. Zhang Zhan's voice, tinged with urgency and respect, echoed through the chaos. The terrifying divine pressures slightly receded but still locked onto them tightly. Zhang Zhan, an old, stern voice suddenly echoed in Zhang Zhan and Zhang Yuan's minds. What is the object in your hand? This voice came from the oldest stone coffin. He knew that these sleeping ancestors were the backbone of the Zhang family, and there was no need to hide it. Spirit pill, Another doubtful voice sounded. Such confidence. What is it used for? It can emit such a powerful aura. Jiang Zhan took a deep breath. He understood that what he was about to say would cause a huge shock. He glanced at Jiang Yuan beside him, saw him nod, then gritted his teeth and said in a serious voice, respectfully, "Elders, this pill, according to Yuan, can allow the user to directly possess the highest sacred body." As soon as he said this, the entire ancestral land of the Jiang family fell into complete silence. The ancient wills that had just been overwhelming with pressure seemed to freeze at that moment. After a long while, a strongly doubtful voice broke the silence. Nonsense. That voice boomed like thunder, shaking the chaotic space. Jiang Zhan, as the current head of the Jiang family and a top emperor-level expert, how can you believe such absurd talk? The sacred body is cherished by heaven and earth, loved by the Great Way. How can it be created by a pill? It's a complete joke. Another elder also spoke coldly. Yes, the aura of this pill is unusual, but to say it can directly create a sacred body? Impossible. Are you being deceived by this young one? Fourth, shut your mouth. How could our descendants speak nonsense? Do you think I'm like you? Back then, I was tricked into believing there was a fairy bathing, only to find out it was my aunt who caused me to be suppressed by my wife for 300 years. Didn't you finally take your aunt as well? Stop talking. My aunt is a water spirit who turned into a mermaid. That sounds quite interesting. Thunderous imperial voices rang out, and Jiang Yuan felt as if a bomb was exploding near his ears. He sensed many spiritual minds scanning him gently, harmless and without any killing intent. Jiang Zhan transmitted a message to the confused Jiang Yuan. This is the sixth ancestor, our family's elder. There are also the first ancestor and the third ancestor. Of course, now we must also include your father. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. He knew the Jiang family's background was terrifying, but he hadn't expected it to be so frightening. Including his father, there are 7 emperors in the family. Although the sixth ancestor isn't at the peak and far weaker than his father, together they are truly formidable. The Jiang Yuan lineage actually has 3 great ancestor emperors. No wonder Jiang Zhan can be the head of the family. While Jiang Zhan was explaining to Jiang Yuan, the other ancestors had already finished arguing. Suddenly, a young figure stepped out from the chaotic mist. Jiang Zhan immediately stiffened and bowed, saying, "Greetings, sixth ancestor." The sixth ancestor waved his hand and looked at Jiang Yuan with curiosity. "You must be a Yuan. I remember your aura. When your father brought you here, you were just a little kid." He gestured as he spoke. Jiang Yuan also remembered now. He had seen this sixth ancestor before. Not long after he was born, he was tested and found to have a common body type. In the world of divine cultivation, having a good body is essential for training, even if it's the weakest, like a fake spiritual body. Jiang Yuan's body was a common body, meaning he couldn't cultivate in this life. It's like having no spiritual roots in a cultivation story from the past. So, shortly after birth, Jiang Yuan's powerful father took him around to find a way to fix his common body. Among those he visited was this very person, but he didn't realize he was the ancestor of his lineage. Huh? Yuan, you actually have cultivation now? How did that happen? The sixth ancestor quickly noticed Jiang Yuan's weak cultivation aura, but it was there. What? Could it be that Hung Yu solved the problem of a common body that can't cultivate? Did his plan succeed? The other ancestors also spoke up. They knew Zhang's rising star, Emperor Hung Yu. They were willing to give him face, so everyone present had once been examined and diagnosed by Jiang Yuan's father, trying to find a solution. But the result was naturally unsuccessful. Having a common body that can't cultivate is the will of the heavenly Tao. Even immortals can't claim they can break the heavens. Esteemed ancestors, this is a long story. Let's first talk about the Holy Spirit pill. Jiang Yuan's cultivation problem has been solved, so there's no rush. Jiang Zhan bowed to everyone. Honestly, I saw with my own eyes a disciple named Jiang Chun from our clan take another spirit elevation pill and immediately upgrade from a Tao body to an eternal star soul divine body. That's just words. The original ancestor's voice sounded again, firm and authoritative. Jiang Zhan, choose 3 people to bring him here. I want to see for myself the effects of the Holy Spirit pill and the spirit elevation pill you mentioned. After all, compared to Jiang Yuan's ability to cultivate, The ancestors are more concerned with this so-called power that allows a person to suddenly possess the highest holy body, which greatly enhances the family's strength. Once the order was given, the top leaders of the Jiang family were once again shocked. Soon after, 3 handsome young men were brought to a sealed hall outside the ancestral land. The elders with deep backgrounds would quickly lose their life force if they left the ancestral land, so they rarely do so unless absolutely necessary. Leading them was Jiang Yi, a tall, strong man with sharp eyes like blades, born with a sword bone. The other 2 were a red-haired man, Jiang Yin, who was burning with a faint immortal fire and possessed the god body of burning heaven, and a woman named Jiang Yu, with a purple crescent moon mark on her forehead, who had the Tying divine body. Greetings, family head. Greetings, Emperor's son. The 3 bowed together. Jiang Zhan didn't waste words and directly said, "Today I called you here for an important matter." He took out 2 spirit-enhancing pills from his storage ring and handed them to Jiang Yin and Jiang Yu. "This is a gift from the Emperor's son for you too. Take it." Jiang Yin and Jiang Yu looked at each other, unsure of what was happening, but still obeyed and took the pills. "As for you," Jiang Zhan looked at Jiang Yi with a hint of complexity in his eyes. "Jiang Yi, you will take yours last." "Yes." Jiang Yi stepped aside. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin and Jiang Yu exchanged glances, and each took their own spirit-enhancing pills. In the next second, boom. The entire Jiang ancestral land suddenly erupted with 2 divine rays soaring into the sky. Jiang Yan's immortal fire instantly increased 100-fold, changing from red to nearly pure white, with a temperature so high that even the void began to melt. His body started to transform, with fiery patterns appearing on his skin like divine seals, each containing destructive power capable of destroying heaven and earth. "Ah!" Jiang Yin let out a painful scream, glowing like a burning small sun. "Hold your mind steady, guide the medicinal power, and merge it with the origin of your burning heaven divine body. Your divine body is ascending to a higher level. This is your tribulation and also your fate amidst the flames." Jiang Yin heard Jiang Zhan's guidance, and his screams gradually ceased. Boom! A brilliant golden divine light shot straight up from his forehead, piercing through the chaotic space as if to tear a hole in the ancestral land of the Jiang family. Next, a huge shadow of a golden sun slowly appeared behind him. Within that sun, it seemed as if a golden crow was crying out, and a divine palace was floating, emitting a terrifying aura of burning the sky and boiling the sea, dominating the universe. "This is the 9 suns burning heaven's sacred body," a venerable ancestor with deep knowledge of body types exclaimed in shock, his mind filled with disbelief. "Yes, it's one of the evolved forms of the burning heaven divine body. Legend says that when this sacred body is fully developed, it can transform into a real sun and star. With a single thought, it can burn through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even the great emperors who seek enlightenment would have to retreat." Oh my! It really succeeded. One pill truly created a sacred body. Incredible. This is an unprecedented miracle in all ages. The ancient ancestors, who had been sleeping for millions of years, completely lost their composure at this moment. Their wills fluctuated wildly in the chaos, stirring up enormous waves. A sacred body. A living sacred body was being born right before their eyes. This was an enormous shock to them. Even in the Jiang family, not every generation would produce a sacred body. It required perfect timing, favorable circumstances, and harmony among people. But now, in just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a single pill had forcibly created a sacred body. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu unleashed the extreme power of coldness on her body. Her forehead's crescent moon mark flickered wildly, eventually transforming into a complete purple moon, floating above her head. Endless Yin energy gathered from the void, forming a huge vortex around her. A large, bright moon shadow slowly appeared behind her. Within that bright moon, a vast palace could faintly be seen, and in front of the palace, beneath a giant osmanthus tree, a white-clad immortal figure seemed to dance gracefully. A cold, aloof aura, as if not belonging to the human world, emanated from that moon. Yin energy is transforming into the source of the Guanghan origin, a serious voice from an ancient ancestor echoed. Her divine body is evolving into the legendary Guanghan Lapis sacred body. Guanghan Lapis sacred body. Isn't that the exclusive sacred body of the Moon Fairy? According to legend, this sacred body can control the Great Path, freeze everything, and with a single thought, turn a starry region into an eternal silent ice plain. But none of this is as shocking as Jiang Yi's transformation. After following Jiang Zhan's command to take the Holy Spirit pill, the innate sword bones all over his body began to change. Suddenly, behind Jiang Yi, a huge, illusory divine sword slowly took shape. The sword looks very simple and old-fashioned, with no hilt or guard, just a piece of pure chaos stone carved into a sword shape. The ancestor's voice was filled with surprise and fear for the first time. This is the legendary Chaos Sword Body. Chaos Sword Body. How is that possible? That kind of body, which only exists in myths, has really appeared. It is said that the Chaos Sword Body was formed from the first sword light when the universe was created. It naturally controls the Chaos Sword Tao. When it grows up, it can cut through emperors with one sword. It is the ultimate form of all sword cultivator physiques. My goodness, our Jiang family is about to produce a Chaos Sword Body cultivator. All the ancestors went crazy. If the previous holy bodies like the Sun Flame Body and the Cold Moon Lapis Body only shocked them, then the appearance of the Chaos Sword Body has completely driven them into frenzy. There is also a difference between sacred bodies. It's like ordinary sacred bodies versus supreme sacred bodies. And the Chaos Sword Body undoubtedly stands at the very top among all sacred bodies. In terms of attack power, it might even surpass legendary auxiliary celestial physiques. People with this physique, as long as they don't fall midway, are almost certain to become a different kind of emperor in the future. There is even a small chance they could become a great emperor of their generation. Jiang Yi opened his eyes, and the sword intent on his body gradually subsided. He turned to Jiang Yuan, knelt on one knee, and his voice was firm and powerful, full of endless gratitude and passion. Jiang Yi thanks the Emperor's son for his rebirth and grace. From now on, whatever the Emperor's son points to will be my sword's target. I will go to the ends of the earth and the depths of the underworld. Jiang Yi, willing to be the sword in the Emperor's hand, cutting down all enemies. Jiang Yin and Jiang Yu also reacted quickly, rushing forward and kneeling on one knee as well. Jiang Yin, Jiang Yu, thank the Emperor's son for granting us supreme fortune. We are willing to go through fire and water and face death without hesitation for the Emperor's son. 3 sacred bodies. 3 future geniuses destined to dominate an era are now kneeling before Jiang Yuan with great sincerity, pledging their loyalty. The old ancestors exchanged spiritual thoughts, all knowing about Jiang Zhan's system and the origins of the Spirit Enhancement Pill and the Holy Spirit Pill. As long as they marry a talented girl with a score above 90, they will receive a reward. At this moment, they all share the same thought. Find a partner. They must find a partner for young Master Yuan. No matter what his requirements are, they will fulfill them. This young man will be the biggest secret weapon for the Jiang family to dominate the great immortal world. Silence. The entire ancestral land of the Jiang family falls into a strange silence. 6 ancient ancestors, who have slept for countless thousands of years, seem to have all lost their voices at this moment. Their will and spiritual thoughts are tightly focused on Jiang Yuan. It feels like 6 starving ancient beasts, long hungry, seeing a delicious, juicy immortal meat. Shocked. No, shock is not enough to describe their feelings now. This is a revolution. It's like their understanding of being an emperor and their worldview have been shattered, leaving them in complete madness. One pill created 3 sacred bodies. One of them is even a Chaos Sword Body, a supreme sacred body from mythic times. What is this? It's not just defying the heavens. It's creating the world. After a while, a difficult gulping sound echoes in the chaos. It's the 6th ancestor. This ancestor, fiery-tempered, bold, once daring to block the gates of the life-forbidden zone with imperial weapons, now shows a hint of flattery. Yuaner. The 6th ancestor cautiously approaches Jiang Yuan, speaking in a gentle tone that seems to drip with water. Do you still have that thing called the Holy Spirit Pill? Could you give an old ancestor a piece? My old bones have been stuck in the great emperor realm for tens of thousands of years. Maybe if I take this pill, I can break through that barrier and see the scenery of the heavenly emperor? Jiang Yuan is stunned by this sudden change in attitude. Wow, is this still the same mighty emperor ancestor who just now was full of pressure and questioning others? This art style doesn't look right. Cough, cough. Grandmaster Sixth Ancestor, the Holy Spirit pill. It's gone. Jiang Yuan coughed twice and spoke honestly. The system only rewarded him with one pill. He used it to test the waters. Now, he can't create another one. He'll have to wait and see in the future. It's gone. The face of the Sixth Ancestor instantly fell, and his figure dimmed a little. His tone was full of deep disappointment. Really gone? Not a single one left? Old Six, get out of my way. You're too old to be fighting over things with a younger person. Do you have no shame? Another authoritative voice scolded, which was the third ancestor. Immediately after, the third ancestor's consciousness also turned into a figure. He looked wise and noble, and kindly said to Jiang Yuan, Yuaner, don't listen to what Grandmaster Sixth Ancestor is saying. He's just reckless and doesn't understand. We old folks, how could we want your things? Jiang Yuan just relaxed a little, thinking that the third ancestor was more reliable. But then, the third ancestor's tone changed. He rubbed his hands and smiled like a clever old fox. However, Yuaner, tell me honestly, did you really get the Holy Spirit pill and the Spirit Elevation pill from that thing? Jiang Yuan nodded and exchanged a look with Jiang Zhan. The latter immediately understood, stepped forward respectfully, and said to the elders, Esteemed elders, this is a long story. Jiang Yi, Jiang Yan, and Jiang Yu, please step back first. Yes. In the next moment, an invisible force swept through. The three of them, along with their divine forms, were instantly moved out of the ancestral land. The entire sealed hall was left with only Jiang Yuan, Jiang Zhan, and the consciousness avatars of the six elders. Tell us more about it. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and slowly explained the carefully prepared words. But when the elders heard him, their expressions changed. Born with a divine body. 90 points. Reproducing offspring. System. Heavenly Tao's feedback. I understand now. I understand everything. The sixth ancestor suddenly patted his thigh and shouted excitedly. I knew it. Hung Yu's kid and his wife. Their bloodlines are so noble. How could they possibly give birth to an ordinary body? The root is here. Yuaner's physique isn't that he can't cultivate, but that his cultivation method is different. This is probably Heavenly Tao's way of rewarding Yuaner's body. This isn't a useless ordinary body at all. This is a top-tier sacred body, not just an immortal body. It's hard to overstate. The third ancestor was so excited his beard trembled. Just one descendant can exchange for a divine elixir. What if there are 10, 100, or 1,000? He couldn't imagine further. He was afraid his heart couldn't handle it. Reproducing the heavens. Such boldness. The first ancestor's eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. I see now, I see. This is the true path to heaven. My Jiang family will produce a real immortal. They instantly understood the terrifying power of this naturally born sacred body. For Jiang Yuan personally, it might just be a lucky advantage to become stronger. But for the entire Jiang family, it meant endless top talents and divine treasures. It meant the Jiang family would grow rapidly, reaching a terrifying level even the emperors couldn't imagine. Suddenly, the six old ancestors looked at Jiang Yuan with completely changed expressions. Their eyes were full of love, satisfaction, and a bit of fanaticism. It was like they were looking at a rare treasure, more precious than any treasure in the world. Cough, cough. Elders, stay calm, stay calm. Jiang Yuan felt a little nervous under their gaze. Stay calm? Don't make me laugh. The sixth ancestor suddenly swore. Yuan, listen carefully. From today on, you don't need to worry about anything. Cultivation? Forget it. Your only task is one thing. That is, give me children. Keep having children. Have as many as you can. Not enough wives? The family will find them for you. In the entire great world of immortals, tell Grandpa which one you like. Whether it's a saintess from the Holy Land, an imperial daughter from the Divine Dynasty, or even the daughter of the ancient emperor in the Forbidden Zone, Grandpa will personally step in, propose marriage. I mean, get you engaged. And if anyone dares to refuse, I'll destroy their stronghold. The words of the sixth ancestor sounded like a thunderclap in the chaos hall. Jiang Zhan next to him was trembling with wide eyes. Kidnapping? Kidnapping? Grandpa, you're being a bit too direct. But the idea was indeed quite tempting. Old Six, watch your words. The founding ancestor glared at the sixth ancestor, then turned to Jiang Yuan with a very kind smile. Yuaner, don't listen to what your sixth ancestor is saying. Our Jiang family is a noble imperial clan. We would never do something like forcibly taking women. Jiang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that the founding ancestor was more reliable. But then again, they aren't just common women, he added. Jiang Yuan was confused. Ha ha, just joking. Our imperial clan would naturally go directly to ask for their hand in marriage. The founding ancestor slowly added, bring our sincerity from the Jiang family, along with a few imperial weapons, and calmly discuss with them. If they refuse to listen, we will reason with them. If they still won't listen, then we will explain some physical principles. Jiang Yuan was speechless. Wow, each one more ruthless than the last. He finally understood that in the eyes of these old ancestors, as long as it meant he would have more children, they wouldn't hesitate to propose marriage or even start a legendary imperial war. They wouldn't blink an eye. Yuaner, the sacred body you awakened is extremely important to our Jiang family, the founding ancestor said seriously. He stood up, and his seemingly blurry figure at that moment seemed to support the entire chaos. It's not just a way for you to become stronger personally. It is the foundation for the future prosperity of our Jiang family for countless generations. We old folks have been stuck in the great emperor realm for too long. Our path is cut off, and we can only cling to this ancestral land, waiting for the day our lifespan runs out. We once thought that the glory of the Jiang family might fade after our generation, gradually falling silent. But your appearance has given us new hope. The founding ancestors' gaze swept over the other elders, whose spiritual avatars also looked very serious. Spirit St. Pill can create sacred bodies, which means our Jiang family will continuously produce peak fighters. And you, his gaze finally settled on Jiang Yuan, filled with endless hope. You are the core of all this. As long as you keep having descendants and receive the blessings of the heavenly way, our Jiang family might break free from eternal restrictions and produce true immortals. By then, our Jiang family will no longer be just an imperial clan, but the first true immortal clan in this world. Eternal and everlasting, enduring forever. So, Yuan, the ancestor of the Jiang family, spoke to Jiang Yuan, the oldest and most powerful ancient being in the family. Surprisingly, he slightly bowed and paid his respects. From now on, your matters are the most important for our Jiang family. Your safety is our top priority. Your needs are what our Jiang family must fulfill. You are the only hope for our Jiang family for all eternity. Boom. The ancestor's words made Jiang Yuan's head buzz. He was shocked. Being bowed to by a great emperor ancestor was an overwhelming pressure. Grandpa ancestor, what are you doing? Please get up. You're embarrassing me. Jiang Yuan hurried forward to help him. No, you can accept this bow. The ancestor shook his head solemnly. This is our old folks' trust in the future of the Jiang family. The other elders also slightly bowed to Jiang Yuan. Yuan, if you have any problems in the future, just tell us directly. Anyone who dares to harm a single hair on your head, I, the ancestor, will be the first to oppose. Exactly. The hope of our Jiang family. No one is allowed to touch. Seeing these 6 former legendary emperors, who once ruled the world and suppressed eternity, now acting like kind elders placing all their hopes on him, Jiang Yuan felt a warm, indescribable sense of duty and hope swell in his heart. He knew that from this moment on, he was no longer just a prince enjoying comfort. He had to stand up and carry the future of the Jiang family, alongside the other Jiang princes. All elders, eldest uncle. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze becoming more determined than ever. I understand my responsibility now. For the family, I will do my duty, even if it means suffering a little myself. His heroic expression, as if saying, if I don't go to, who will? Moved the elders present deeply. Good boy. Truly a good boy. With such courage, I have no worries about the decline of our Jiang family. You've endured so much, Yuan, for the sake of the family. Jiang Zhan watched from the side, feeling emotional. He knew that from today, Jiang Yuan's status in the family would truly surpass everything, including himself as the head, and even the distant Emperor Hengyu in the border wilderness. Because Jiang Yuan represents the future. Hope. All right, let's not get too emotional. Grandmaster Sixth casually waved his hand, breaking the touching atmosphere. Let's get to the point. Yuaner, is your heavenly feedback only for women with exceptional talent? Jiang Yuan nodded. That's what the system says. It also gave a score. The higher the score, the better the offspring's talent, and the greater the reward. For example, Qing Xue, my wife this time, is from the White Tiger royal family, and her score is 98 points. 98 points? What's the maximum score? 100 points. Then what are we waiting for? Grandmaster Sixth excitedly rubbed his hands together. Hurry up and list all the women in the Emperor Immortal world with scores above 90. We'll go talk to each one. Patriarch, you're most familiar with this. You do it, said the third ancestor, looking at Jiang Zhan. Jiang Zhan smiled wryly. With a thought, a detailed, illustrated list appeared before everyone, created with his magic power. It was the same list he had shown Jiang Yuan before. Yaoqi Saintess, Qin Mingyao, score 96. Princess of the Dian Divine Dynasty, Jiyu, score 92. Imperial daughter of the Beiyuan royal family, Wang Tingxue, score 95. The elders' eyes quickly scanned the list, their faces lighting up with joy. All of them are excellent. All of them are wonderful. These girls are all easy to raise. Yuaner. Look, which one do you like? Tell Grandpa. Jiang Yuan looked at the elders, eager to fight over him, even willing to hit each other to win his favor. His heart warmed, but he shook his head and said, Grandpa elders, I have an idea. Maybe we can get the major sacred lands and divine kingdoms to voluntarily send their imperial daughters and saintesses to our Jiang family. This kind of temptation, which force in the great world of Emperor Immortals can resist it? Of course, if we really have this Holy Spirit pill, launching a battle of immortal emperors would be worth it. So, my idea is simple, just 2 words, open strategy. We don't need to hide anything. Let's just release this news directly. What? Jiang Zhan was the first to change his expression. Yuan, no? This is the biggest secret of my Jiang family. If it leaks, our family might become the target of everyone, and all forces in the world will rush in like sharks smelling blood. No, Jiang Zhan, Yuan is right, said the 5th ancestor. Today, our Jiang family has gained 3 holy bodies. Even if we hide our secrets in the ancestral land, how long can we keep it hidden? Grandpa 5th ancestor is right. Don't forget the heavenly list that appears every 100 years. The 1st ancestor nodded. Yuan is right. The heavenly list reflects the will of the heavenly way in the great world of Emperor Immortals. Every 100 years, it shows all the top talents, physiques, potential, and details. Only a few methods can hide from its inspection. In simple terms, it's a universe-level ranking list. At that time, Jiang Yi and others' chaotic sword body, 9 suns burning heaven's sacred body, and their future children's extraordinary physiques will all be exposed to everyone. A few might be lucky, but if a bunch of them suddenly appear, isn't that just telling others, our family has problems, come and seize it quickly? This is also why Jiang Yuan, after recalling past records, devised this open strategy plan. I calculated that only 53 years remain until the next list. Instead of passively becoming the target of everyone's envy and being pushed into the spotlight, why not take the lead now and control this storm ourselves? I think Yuan's idea is the same. Yes, I believe we should actively release the news, saying we have methods to produce holy bodies. And we are willing to share this opportunity. Make Jiang Yi and the other 3's holy bodies public as the best proof. And as long as a talented daughter of heaven marries me as a partner, our Jiang family will offer a spirit-enhancing pill as a gift. This, Jiang Zhan and the elders were stunned, their minds buzzing. This plan is too bold. That's so crazy. Yuan, do you mean using 1 spirit elevation pill to exchange for a gifted young woman of the heavens? Grandpa Sanzu, that's not how we should count it. Jiang Yuan shook his head and smiled. We send out 1 spirit elevation pill, and yes, we lose a divine or holy body, but what do we gain? A talented young woman rated over 90 points. Then, I might get new rewards from the system, more spirit elevation pills, or even better Holy Spirit pills. As long as this cycle keeps going, we send out 1 pill and get back 2, 3, or even more. This doesn't even include my descendants. That's the Real foundation for eternal success. Moreover, when the time is right, we can say that only those who give us enough gifts are worthy to marry into the Jiang family. If they don't marry in, others marry in and get spirit elevation pills or Holy Spirit pills. You refuse? Then fall behind. Most importantly, through this method, all the forces that marry into us will be tightly bound to our Jiang family's chariot. They enjoy benefits, but they must also take on responsibilities. In the future, even if other forces envy us and want to attack, these allies will stand with us. The great world of Emperor Immortals is too vast. Relying only on our Jiang family to monopolize all resources isn't realistic and will make others jealous. But if we gather the top forces into an unbreakable alliance, set rules together, and share the benefits, then the entire Emperor Immortal world will be under our control. After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, the entire Chaos Hall fell silent. The 6 great Emperor ancestors looked at each other. No one had ever seen such a clever plan. Usually, they fought with fists. After a long while, the first ancestor let out a long breath and sincerely praised. What a clever plan. Instead of being the target of everyone's anger, it's better to take the initiative and become the one who controls the game. This plan is now settled. Next, we wait for Yuan's first child to be born. An ordinary body emperor's son giving birth to a holy body heir. This news alone is the loudest and most convincing declaration. It will mark the beginning of our Jiang family's dominance over the Emperor Immortal world. Yes, when my great-grandson is born, excitedly, the 6th ancestor rubbed his hands together. When the time comes, we will give the White Tiger Royal Girl a spirit-enhancing pill, allowing their clan to produce a divine body. Then we can also send out those 3 young men. It would be best if you find a wife during this period. Cover all bases. 3 or 4 holy bodies, divine bodies appearing. No need to worry about those old foxes falling for it. The several old ancestors discussed quickly, finalizing the details of their plan. Jiang Yuan stood nearby, his mind buzzing as he watched these powerful elders, who could shake the world with a stomp, excitedly strategize for his marriage plans. After leaving the ancestral land, 3 figures immediately approached. It was Jiang Yi, Jiang Yin, and Jiang Yu, who had just transformed and ascended to divine bodies. Seeing Jiang Yuan and Jiang Zhan, the 3 knelt on one knee in perfect unison, their eyes full of enthusiasm and admiration. We pay our respects to the family head. To the imperial son, their voices were loud and carried a new, strong energy, causing the surrounding space to ripple slightly. Get up. Jiang Zhan raised his hand and looked at these newly formed divine bodies. Even he felt a wave of emotion and excitement. 3 divine bodies. In the past, each one was a treasure the family would spare no effort to nurture, hoping they would become future pillars. But now, just a trial by Jiang Yuan, and he had created 3. If this news got out, the entire great world of Emperor Immortals would go crazy. Jiang Yuan's gaze also fell on the 3. Jiang Yi's chaos sword body was calm and restrained, but Jiang Yuan could feel that he was like a hidden sword in its sheath. Once drawn, it would shock the heavens. Jiang Yan's 9 suns burning heaven's sacred body was like a walking sun, its intense energy distorting the air around it, full of a domineering aura of destruction. Jiang Yu's Guanghan lapis sacred body was cold and elegant, surrounded by a faint moonlight, stunningly beautiful beyond ordinary people. The extreme cold power made Jiang Yuan feel a chill in his soul. TSK, all promising talents. Jiang Yuan admired silently and instinctively used his system to scan Jiang Yu. Name: Jiang Yu. Score: 88. Identity: core disciple of the Jiang family. Physique: Guanghan luminous body data: 173 centimeters, 85/58/91. Blood type: B. Interface: 0 weakness. Has a deep admiration and gratitude for the imperial son Jiang Yuan. His words strongly influence her. 88 points. What a pity, Jiang Yuan muttered to himself. Just 2 points shy of 90. Maybe he lost some points because of lazy. But Is the system's scoring criteria a bit biased? It seems Lei Zi's small achievements aren't even counted. Could the system be under Lei Zi's control? Very likely. Unfortunately, the conditions are too strict, plus some mechanism. Otherwise, within the family, he could easily earn many rewards. But then again, isn't it better to focus on his own gains? And Jiang Yu, although her score isn't yet 90, is also a holy body. She will definitely become a pillar of the family in the future and a loyal supporter of his. It's definitely not because he's worried about future children going hungry. When Jiang Yuan returned to the palace prepared for him as the imperial son, it was already dawn. But cultivators don't really observe day and night. Only days and nights pass. The palace is huge, surrounded by clouds and mist, with cranes flying around. It's built to the highest standards of the Jiang family. He pushed open the door to the sleeping quarters, and a faint fragrance wafted out. Her scent, by Qingxue. The newlywed wife was sitting cross-legged on the bed, seemingly practicing cultivation, but her aura was a bit chaotic, clearly restless. Hearing the door open, Bai Qingxue opened her eyes. Her cold, clear gaze was filled with complex emotions. She looked at Jiang Yuan approaching, her lips moving as if to ask something, but she didn't know how to start. What happened last night was a huge shock to her. First, this supposedly useless imperial son showed strength completely unlike that of an ordinary person. Then, what shocked her even more was that this man, in front of her, went from a powerless mortal to breaking through to the third realm of divine soul in an instant. Could a mortal body cultivate? This completely overturned the strict rules of the entire imperial immortal world. The most important point is, I actually have it. Even though I am an 8th realm cultivator, I shouldn't be unaware of the changes in my body. One night, a mortal and a cultivator? This is too shocking. For the first time, she felt that her husband was full of secrets. Husband, you. Bai Qingxue couldn't help but speak. Come here, give me a kiss. Jiang Yuan sat naturally on the bed, reached out to hold her in his arms, and kissed her on her smooth face. Bai Qingxue's body stiffened slightly. Although they had been husband and wife last night, she was still not good at dealing with such a proactive man. But strangely, she didn't feel much rejection. Instead, she felt a strange sensation. She gathered her courage and asked her doubts. You're not immortal, are you? Why? Can you cultivate now? She really wanted to know the answer. This not only related to her understanding of her husband, but also might affect her in the future of the White Tiger royal family. Because only if this prince lives longer can the White Tiger royal family thrive under his protection. Oh, you mean that? Jiang Yuan looked indifferent and casually said, maybe it's because my parents' bloodline is too strong and can't be suppressed. I accidentally awakened it. He can't just tell her he gained it by sleeping with her. That would be too beastly. Although, that's exactly how he did it. Jiang Yuan muttered in his mind. Bai Qingxue clearly didn't believe this explanation. Awakened accidentally? Jumped from a mortal straight to the divine soul realm? Are you kidding? If it were so easy to awaken, why would the Jiang family let you be immortal for 18 years? She looked at Jiang Yuan's mischievous smile and felt that this man was hiding a big secret. But she also wisely didn't ask further. Everyone has their secrets. Since he didn't want to tell, asking more wouldn't help. Husband, I think I have it. We agreed to do it once a year. Bai Qingxue's face turned even redder, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Although she didn't rule out that this might be an accident, her intuition told her that Jiang Yuan's seemingly absurd, once a year, plan was unlikely to be an accident. This man seems to really have some terrifying abilities. Of course it's true. Jiang Yuan chuckled and started to act a bit mischievously. This is only the beginning. Our journey of revolution is still long. Come, my wife. I heard there's a chance we'll have twins. It's still daytime. So what if it's daytime? Daytime feels better. My courtyard is quite big, and I want to hold you and get to know you better. After familiarizing himself with a small part of the sleeping palace, Jiang Yuan happily left the emperor's palace. Meanwhile, Bai Qingxue was lying weakly on the bed, not wanting to move even a finger. Her face was so red it looked like it might bleed. She realized that her body seemed to be gradually accepting her cheap husband more. In fact, she even felt a little like her. The thought surprised her greatly. I, Bai Qingxue, am dedicated to practicing the way. How could I indulge in romantic feelings? She quickly shook her head, trying to dismiss this dangerous idea, but her mind kept flashing with Jiang Yuan's mischievous smile. No, no, by Qingxue, you can't fall so low. You must focus on cultivation. As Jiang Yuan stepped out of the emperor's palace, he saw a large group of people kneeling at the door. Leading them was his protector, Uncle Fu, along with maid Xiao Chui and a group of newly assigned maids and servants. Congratulations to His Highness the Crown Prince on your wedding. Congratulations to the Crown Princess. Everyone cheered loudly. That's enough, everyone. Get up. Jiang Yuan waved his hand. Your Highness. Uncle Fu stood up, smiling respectfully, and handed over a jade bottle. This is a special gift from the head of the family, 9-turn Dragon Tiger Pill. It is said to help strengthen your foundation and boost your vitality. Jiang Yuan's mouth twitched. 9-turn Dragon Tiger Pill? Wow, isn't this a powerful medicine meant for old men with weak energy? I'm only 18, vigorous and full of energy. Do I need this? What does my uncle mean? Is he worried I'll ruin the land by farming, or that the oxen might die? Also, the maid, Xiao Chui, also brought over a food box. This is the special soup personally cooked by the third elder, made with the eggs of the divine phoenix and 10,000-year-old blood ginseng, boiled for 7 days and 7 nights. He said you should drink more. Jiang Yuan's eyelids twitched more intensely. 7 days and 7 nights? Divine phoenix heaven-repairing soup? Got it. Just put it down there, he said with a half-smile, feeling both amused and helpless. Yes, after Fu Bo and Xiao Chui left, Jiang Yuan sighed. Being treated like a stud horse feels strange, but I have to admit, it's pretty enjoyable. My wife has family helping to find her. The child will be raised by family, and I just get to relax and enjoy the rewards I receive. This kind of life, not even a fairy would trade for. Young master, Xiao Chui came over quietly and whispered, the head of the family wants you to rest well, and then go to the main hall for a meeting. He said, he's found a few good candidates for you. Again? Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up. They just finished one task, and they're so efficient. I like this. He patted Xiao Chui's firm buttocks and smiled. Got it. Tell uncle I'll be there soon. Xiao Chui's face turned red as she was startled, and she ran away quickly. Watching her go, Jiang Yuan thought to himself, this girl is getting more charming. But the system's score doesn't seem high enough, only around 70 points. What a pity. Oh well, being a life secretary isn't bad. When there's work, I do secretary stuff. When there's no work, I can even play mahjong with the secretary. He tidied his robes, clasped his hands behind his back, and strode confidently toward the main hall. The Jiang family's main hall was already full when Jiang Yuan arrived. Uncle Jiang Zhan sat at the main seat, with several core elders of the family below. Yuaner is here. Come, sit quickly. Jiang Shouzhua immediately stood up when he saw Jiang Yuan and personally pulled him to sit beside Jiang Zhan. That seat was usually reserved for the family's young master, the future head of the family. Although Jiang Yuan is the prince, he is not the young master. Even though the Jiang family cares for him, they wouldn't place an ordinary person who cannot cultivate in this position. But now, he has no right, so who does? Cough cough. Third uncle, you're too polite. Although he said that, Jiang Yuan didn't show any politeness and sat directly in the main seat. That's nothing. Yuaner, you've worked hard to help our Jiang family pass on the next generation. Indeed, another elder agreed. Yuaner, how did you rest last night? That girl Qingxue, is she used to serving you? If not, tell sixth uncle, and he can find some others for you. Jiang Yuan. Wow. It sounds like Bai Qingxue is just a product that can be easily replaced. She's a beautiful woman with a score of 98, after all. Very good, very good. Jiang Yuan coughed lightly and changed the subject. Big uncle, little Chui said you found a new target for me. Hearing this, all the elders' eyes lit up. Look, what a sense of responsibility. What a sense of duty. On the second day of their marriage, he was already thinking about expanding the family for the clan. No wonder he's a prodigy of the Jiang family. Ha ha ha, Yuaner, don't be in a hurry. Jiang Zhan also smiled happily. With a wave of his hand, a huge star map appeared instantly in the center of the hall. On the star map, countless points of light flickered. Each point represented a world. The largest and brightest one was their current world, the Emperor Immortal Great World. Around this world, thousands of other points of light floated. These were the many medium and small worlds attached to the Emperor Immortal Great World. Yuaner, with the approval of the Ancestor, our family's intelligence network is now fully operational. The search area has expanded from the Emperor Immortal Great World to the 30,000 small worlds and 800 medium worlds under our control. Of course, because of time constraints, we haven't covered everything yet. We are starting with the worlds closest to our Jiang family's ascension platform. Jiang Zhan pointed at the star map, proud. Look at these. They are based on the scores you provided earlier, and we estimate there are about 500 women with a score of 90. As he spoke, detailed information appeared in the void before Jiang Yuan, like snowflakes floating in the air. Name, Zhao Yar. Score, 90. Identity, Little World of Tianfeng, 7th Princess of the Great Zhao Dynasty. Constitution, Heavenly Water Treasure Body. Name, Mu Qingqing. Score, 90. Identity, Little World of Qingmu, Saintess of Qingyun Sect. Constitution, Emu Spirit Body. Jiang Yuan was dazzled. He must admit, his family's efficiency is really high. In just a short time, they have examined so many small worlds. Not every woman scored 90. Less than 1/10 exceeded 90, and most had average or low-quality physiques, mostly treasure or spiritual bodies. Compared to Bai Qingshue's divine body, they are far behind. Yuaner, these are our initial candidates. We think the first step of our plan should start with these small worlds, an elder said. First, the forces in these small worlds are easier for us to control, with less resistance. Second, in a poor small world, the sudden appearance of a divine or saintly body would be a huge shock, much more impactful than in the Great Emperor Immortal World, showing how powerful our Jiang family's methods are. Exactly. When the news spreads, it will cause a frenzy among all forces. The publicity will be maximum. Jiang Yuan nodded, agreeing that the elder's reasoning made sense. Rural folks suddenly becoming rich is more eye-catching than city folks doubling their assets. As he flipped through the documents, his gaze quickly fixed on one. Name, Qin Yuebai. Score, 94. Identity, owner of Yinyu Tower in the Forest Realm. Constitution, Twin Lotus Blossom Body, Dao Body. Data, 178 centimeters, 116/61/98 G. Attempts, 0 weakness. Not yet conquered, cannot view. 94 points? Can such a genius come from a small world? Jiang Yuan felt a surge of excitement. This score is already very high. And her physical data, impressive, definitely a top contender. He quickly pulled up more detailed information. Qin Yuebai, owner of Yinyu Tower in the Forest Realm, peak of the 5th Realm Law Domain, one of the 9 gods of the Forest Realm. Not only that, the information also mentioned that the other person has a daughter related by blood. Does she have a partner? Jiang Yuan frowned slightly. If that were the case, the system shouldn't have given such a high score. Soon he understood why. Name, Qin Wanwan. Score, 92. Identity, young master of Kanglan Realm. Yinyu Tower. Physique, Twin Lotus Body, Dao Body, Split Body. Data, 145 centimeters, 66/55/86. A. Number of times, 0. Weakness, not yet conquered, cannot view. Qin Wanwan. Qin Yuebai exhausted the power of the Twin Lotus Body, trying to break through the 6th realm, but was blocked and split into a Dao body. In a sense, Qin Wanwan is indeed Qin Yuebai's daughter. To put it simply, mother and daughter, a beautiful pair? Wow. This was the first time he learned that the Twin Lotus Body could be played like this. No wonder the system gave such a high score. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't let this opportunity go. That's them. Jiang Yuan clapped his thigh and made a quick decision. Kids only make choices. As an imperial son, he wanted them all. Ha ha ha. I knew you would like them, Yuaner. Honestly, we didn't expect the Twin Lotus Body to change like this. Jiang Shouzhua laughed loudly. Seeing Jiang Yuan staring at the mother and daughter's information for so long, he knew he was excited. But Jiang Zhan's brow furrowed slightly. The information shows that their situation doesn't seem very good. Their situation isn't good. Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Jiang Zhan waved his hand, and detailed information about the Yinyu Tower in the Forest Realm appeared as a stream of data flowing into Jiang Yuan's mind. The Forest Realm is just one of the 3,000 small worlds, an insignificant existence. The cultivation level there is very low. The strongest is only at the 6th realm of divine power, and they don't even have the qualification to ascend to the middle thousand world. Yinyu Tower, in the forest realm, is just a first-class sect. The Tower Master, Qin Yuebai, is at the peak of the 5th realm of law domain, already the strongest in the sect. Originally, with Yinyu Tower's strength, they could stay safe and peaceful, living their own quiet life. The problem lies with Qin Yuebai's twin lotus body. This kind of physique may not be a big deal in the great world of Emperor Immortals, but in the forest realm, where wood spiritual energy is abundant, a body with such strong wood attributes as the twin lotus body has a great advantage in battle. Adding to this, the founder of the forest realm was a supreme being from 100,000 years ago, who possessed an 11th realm Imu Dao body. Due to multiple factors, the twin lotus body with its strong wood attributes is almost as valuable as a top-tier furnace body in this small place. Especially for those practicing demonic techniques, it is a very nourishing body. As a result, the Smoke Rain Tower became the target of the #1 demonic sect in the forest realm, the Bloodshura sect. The sect leader of the Bloodshura sect, Shuewaya, is a powerful 6th realm cultivator. His cultivation method requires gathering Yin to supplement Yang. He has long coveted Qin Yuebai, but because of the background of the Smoke Rain Tower, the added wood attribute from the twin lotus body, and the combined strength of Qin Yuebai and her daughter Qin Wanyin, he could temporarily be considered close to a 6th realm expert. Even Shuewaya would need to carefully consider whether attacking would be worth the risk, lest he end up empty-handed. However, not long ago, Shuewaya's demonic cultivation went wrong, and he urgently needed a high-quality furnace body to heal his injuries and break through his bottleneck. So he set his sights entirely on Qin Yuebai and her daughter Qin Wanyin. He issued a final ultimatum to the Smoke Rain Tower. Within 7 days, Qin Yuebai must personally come to the Bloodshura sect to apologize, or else the tower would be destroyed, leaving no survivors. 7 days? Let me see. Today is the 3rd day, right? Jiang Yuan frowned. That's right, Jiang Zhan nodded. We just used our Jiang family's Tianxian Palace in the Zhongxian world to send the message through the boundary-breaking teleportation array. The forest realm is too far away, so the timing might be tight. So, if we don't go now, that mother and daughter will be ruined by Shuewaya. Jiang Yuan's face darkened. The woman I like, and you dare to move on her? You're tired of living. Yuan, don't be anxious, Jiang Shozhua comforted. It's just a lower realm demon, and the sect master has already prepared to send people. Using our Jiang family's Emperor Immortal boat, we still have time. Who to send? A saint? Or a great saint? Jiang Yuan asked. Fuxing will do. He is a great saint at level 13, even a saint king. Even in the middle thousand worlds, he can sweep through easily. Jiang Zhan said. No, Jiang Yuan directly refused. Fubo going alone makes me uneasy. It's not that he doubts Fubo's strength. A level 13, great saint going to a small world that only reaches level 6 is like A to the lower dimension. It's like bringing a battleship to a primitive tribe. But what worries him is time. If something unexpected happens on the way and delays, then his mother and daughter might be lost. He doesn't want to take such a risky and costly chance. So, Yuan, what do you mean? Jiang Zhan asked. I will go myself. Jiang Yuan stood up firmly and said. What? No way. This is crazy. The entire grand hall instantly erupted. All the elders stood up, showing strong opposition. Yuan, what is your current status? You are a treasure of the Jiang family. How can you risk going to such a poor, remote small world? Exactly. The spiritual energy in the forest realm is thin. The laws are incomplete. What if it affects your health? No, absolutely not. Your safety is the top priority for our Jiang family. We can't afford any mistakes. The elders were all anxious and upset. Are they joking? Let the family's key breeding core go to the front lines personally? What if he gets hurt? Who can bear this responsibility? Elders, uncle, listen to me. Jiang Yuan raised his hand to quiet everyone. Seeing their tense expressions, he felt a bit amused but mostly warm inside. Grandpa Lu will go with me. One sentence, and the room fell silent. Bang! Suddenly, the hall burst into activity. Grandpa Lu? He's revived? The Emperor's personal guard? That's quite a treatment. But if I were the Emperor, I wouldn't mind. If Grandpa Lu agrees, We have no objections. If bringing along an emperor-level protector caused problems, then the Jiang family might as well just give up altogether. Certainly, the sixth ancestor would have no objections. This was simply a message he had just sent himself. He had stayed in the ancestral land for too long, so long that he lost track of time and wanted to go out for a walk. However, according to the sixth ancestor, the emperor is not very comfortable with descending personally, especially into a small world. The rules of the emperor would cause the small world to collapse. Jiang Zhan pondered for a long time and finally relaxed. Since you insist, and the sixth ancestor agrees, I can agree too. But we must send more people to protect you. All right, no problem, Jiang Yuan replied happily. More people mean a bigger show, and it looks more impressive. Then, Lord, who would be suitable to send? A clan elder asked. Before Jiang Zhan could speak, a strong voice came from outside the main hall. I'll go. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a tall, muscular young man with sharp eyes walking in confidently. It was Jiang Yi, who had just been promoted to the Chaos Sword Body. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, wants to go to the lower world. Jiang Yi, willing to serve as his sword and clear all obstacles. Jiang Yi knelt before Jiang Yuan, his voice firm and powerful. His eyes were full of passionate admiration. To him, Jiang Yuan was like a reborn god. Serving Jiang Yuan was his greatest honor. Jiang Yi came from a branch of the Jiang family in a small world, one of the many minor branches. His branch was the lowest in that world, with a very weak bloodline, almost negligible. Though born with a sword bone, he was oppressed and bullied by the main family members because of his humble origins, even attracting the envy of others who almost tore his bones apart. Just when he was about to die, a gaze from the Crown Prince pulled him out of the mud and led him into the great world of the Emperor Immortals. He was given pills to heal his wounds, and later, divine treasures were used to refine his sword bone, changing his fate and helping him achieve the legendary Chaos Sword Body. Lord, the Crown Prince has shown me great kindness. If he needs me now, I, Jiang Yi, am willing to die without hesitation. Jiang Yi's attitude was very firm. Good. Before Jiang Zhan could speak, the loud voice of the sixth ancestor echoed directly in everyone's mind. As expected of a good son of the Jiang family, grateful and responsible, Xiao Yitzi is pretty good. Let him go with you honor. It's a good chance to teach you honor how to fight in the same realm. Yes, Jiang Yi, who has a natural sword bone comparable to the Dao body, was only at the second realm when he was brought here. But because of his chaotic sword body, which is incredibly powerful, he quickly reached the peak of the third realm in just a few days. Of course, this also has to do with the Jiang family's generous resources. But, ancestor, Jiang Yi just awakened his holy body, and his realm isn't stable yet. What's there to worry about? No rain, no rainbow. Let him go with you honor to the small world for some training. It's also a good chance to practice with that Bloodshura sect and strengthen his chaotic sword way. The sixth ancestor spoke casually. And besides, one Jiang Yi isn't enough. The sixth ancestor's voice sounded again. Little war child, listen carefully. This time you honor goes to the lower realm. Safety is the top priority. Make sure the show is grand enough, and don't tarnish the Jiang family's reputation. Send my orders. Have Jiang Fuxing, that old guy, be you honor's butler. Also, select 10 people from the family guard team at the 13th realm to be close protectors, and 100 at the half-step 11th realm. Do you have time? No, the semi-imperial small world will destroy the universe if you're not careful. Why are you practicing so hard, Jiang Zhan? Sixth ancestor, I am also from your lineage. Forget it, forget it. Find some semi-imperial experts to hide along the way. Don't let them go inside. Also, open my broken boundary divine ship for you honor. It's fast. Within a day, it can go from the Emperor Immortal Great World to that forest realm. By the way, bring my imitation of the Emperor Slayer's sword too. Since the top-tier Imperial weapons can't enter the small world, a half-step semi-Imperial sacred weapon should be enough to protect you honor. The sixth ancestor issued a series of commands in one breath. The people in the hall were stunned, yet felt it was all reasonable. If only the small world could withstand the Holy Realm. And it was a holy realm with restrictions on carrying secret treasures. Even a semi-imperial might have to open the way for Jiang Yuan. This is the strength of the imperial family. But Jiang Yuan himself felt it was a bit exaggerated. Using enough power to destroy 10 or even 100 medium-sized worlds just to visit a small world where the highest combat level is only 6 realms, to entertain a mother and daughter? Grandpa Liu, isn't this a bit too much? Jiang Yuan himself felt a little embarrassed. Exaggeration, my foot, the 6th ancestor snorted. Right now, you are the most important person in our Jiang family. Your safety is more important than anything else. Don't think it's just a trip to a small world. If you wanted to explore the forbidden zone of life, I would even gather a set of imperial weapons for you to take along, Jiang Yuan. Fine, as long as you're happy, old sir. Just do as the 6th ancestor says. Zhang Zhan made the final decision. With the old ancestor's order, he naturally had no objections. Soon, the most luxurious team of guards for a young master was assembled. Butler, Wang Chong, a peak Saint Realm expert at the 13th level. Bodyguards, 10 unknown great saints. Bodyguards, 100 warriors at the 10th level, who understand the rules. Sword guard, Jiang Yi, with a chaos sword body. Vehicle, an extremely powerful Imperial-grade flying ship, the Breakthrough Divine Ship. Weapons, sacred artifacts, the Sword of Slaying the Emperor, replica. Jiang Yuan looked at the lineup and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, this setup suits the identity of the Jiang family's heir. Yuaner, be very careful when you go to the lower realm. Zhang Zhan stepped in front of Jiang Yuan, patted his shoulder, and solemnly warned, remember, your task is to bring back that mother and daughter safely. Anything else, leave it to Fuxing and the others. You must not act personally, understand? He was still worried about Jiang Yuan's safety. Got it, uncle. Jiang Yuan was unfazed. After all, he still had the 6th ancestor's personal protection. An unseen emperor. This level of protection was enough. The emperor's palace. Before leaving, Jiang Yuan specifically went to see Bai Qingxue and greeted her. She was now dressed neatly, returning to her cold and noble appearance. However, the charm in her eyes and the lingering spring in her gaze still showed what she experienced last night. Seeing Jiang Yuan return, her expression was complicated. Husband, she called softly. This time, her tone was much more natural than before. Husband, I need to go out, Jiang Yuan said as he approached her, naturally wrapping her in his arms. Bai Qingxue's body stiffened for a moment but quickly relaxed, allowing him to hold her. Go to a small world called Forest Realm to handle some matters, Jiang Yuan whispered in her ear, and find a sister for you to bring back. He didn't hide anything. Such things couldn't be kept secret, nor was there any need to hide. Bai Qingxue nodded calmly, showing no surprise. She had long known that a prince like Jiang Yuan couldn't have only one woman. Especially after learning how extraordinary Jiang Yuan's physique was, she understood even more. This man's future was destined to have many women by his side, and she didn't mind. The White Tiger clan values strength above all. Strong men often have many women. Conversely, powerful women can also have many partners. What's the difference? She nodded softly and said, Husband, be careful in everything. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Seeing her obedient look, Jiang Yuan gently kissed her lips. Outside Zhang's territory, a black divine ship, shaped like a giant sword and made from unknown divine metal, floated quietly in the void. On the ship, divine runes flowed, giving off a terrifying aura that seemed to tear through eternity. This was the transport vessel of the 6 ancestors, the Breakthrough Divine Ship. Jiang Yuan, along with his luxurious bodyguards, boarded the ship. Your Highness, please sit tight, Butler Fuxing respectfully said, then poured a huge amount of divine energy into the ship's core. Buzz! The Breakthrough Divine Ship emitted a soft hum, and the entire ship lit up. In the next moment, the space in front of the ship, like paper, was easily torn apart, revealing a deep, endless space tunnel. The ship turned into a streak of black light and shot into the tunnel, disappearing instantly. At the moment the ship vanished, deep within Zhang's ancestral land, several old ancestors communicated again. Is everything arranged? Don't worry, big brother. 6th Brother's Breakthrough Divine Ship, along with a dozen Saint Realm experts and several Supreme Realm Masters, plus secret guards at the Quasi-Emperor level ready to rescue at any moment. If Yuaner wants to cause trouble in the lower world, it's enough. Good. Then let's start warming up the heavenly world too, bring the glory of our clan's imperial children to the entire world, and then have them willingly offer the divine maiden of each race, perhaps the imperial maiden. In the forest realm, Smoke Rain Tower. This palace, standing atop misty green mountains, is now shrouded in a silent, tense atmosphere. Inside the main hall, over a dozen elders of Smoke Rain Tower gather, each face filled with worry and despair. Master, the deadline for the Blood Fiend sect is only 2 days away. An elderly elder with white hair speaks tremblingly, gripping his cane tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Are we really going to watch Smoke Rain Tower be wiped out? Another elder grits his teeth, full of unwillingness. At the main seat, Qin Yuebai sits quietly. She wears a long white dress, her beauty stunning, her aura ethereal, like a celestial being descended to the mortal world. But her beautiful eyes reveal deep exhaustion and helplessness. All elders, I also want to protect Smoke Rain Tower, she speaks softly, with a hint of bitterness in her voice. But Wu Yin is at the 6th realm of divine power. Even if I try my best, I am no match for him. Master. A middle-aged elder suddenly stands up, a wild glint in his eyes. We all know that your twin lotus body has a special ability. He doesn't finish, but everyone understands his meaning. The atmosphere in the hall instantly freezes. Qin Yuebai's body trembles slightly. She slowly raises her head, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. You want me to swallow Wan? Her voice is soft, but everyone hears her clearly. Master, forgive me. The middle-aged elder kneels down, but his tone remains firm. But this is the only way. Your twin lotus body is a twin-born, united as one. If we can merge the two bodies, we will surely break through the 6th realm. Then what is Wu Yin? We not only can save Smoke Rain Tower, but also dominate the forest realm. Yes. Master, for the lives of thousands of disciples, you must make a choice. Master, justice comes first. We cannot show mercy now. One elder after another kneels, their voices growing louder and more urgent. Qin Yuebai closed her eyes. She knew that what the elders said was right. The special thing about the lotus body is that it is a twin, which can split into another individual or merge back together. When they merge, the two powers combine, and she can break through her current limit. But she opened her eyes and looked at the quiet girl standing in the corner of the hall. Qin Huahuan, her daughter. Although, in a way, Huahuan is just her split part. After more than 10 years of living together, Huahuan is no longer just a part of her, but a person with flesh and blood, independent thoughts and feelings. How could she personally swallow her own daughter? Mother, at this moment, Qin Huahuan suddenly spoke. Her voice was soft, but it made the entire hall quiet. The girl slowly walked to Qin Yuebai and wore a gentle smile. Mother, the elders are right. This is the only way, Huahuan. Qin Yuebai's voice trembled. Mother, you don't need to blame yourself. Qin Huahuan reached out and gently held Qin Yuebai's hand. Their faces, almost identical except for size, pressed close together. I am part of you, she thought. Returning now is like coming home. And if you become stronger, you can protect Yinyu Tower and everyone. Isn't that good? No, I don't want to. Qin Yuebai suddenly stood up, her eyes already red. Huahuan, you are my daughter. How could I? But you are also the master of Yinyu Tower, Huahuan interrupted her, still smiling. Mother, you taught me that sometimes we have to make choices. Now is one of those times. Master, make your decision. Master, time is running out. The elders' voices rang out again, each more urgent than the last. Qin Yuebai's body trembled. She looked at Huahuan in front of her, at that face that resembled her so much, at those clear eyes. Her heart was bleeding. Mother, Qin Huahuan suddenly hugged her and whispered softly in her ear. Over the past 10 years, I have been happy just to be by your side as your daughter. Now, let me do one last thing for you, and for Yinyu Tower. After speaking, she releases her hand, steps back, and closes her eyes. Mother, come now. Tears finally overflowed from Qin Yuebai's eyes. Just as she was about to make a firm decision, boom. A terrifying surge of demonic energy suddenly descends from the sky. The entire Yinyu Tower begins to shake violently. Qin Yuebai, are you saying goodbye to your daughter? How touching. A wild laugh echoes throughout the tower. Then, A figure shrouded in blood-red demonic energy tears through the void and appears above Yanyu Tower. It is the sect master of the Blood Evil sect, Blood YA. Behind him, dozens of elders and disciples of the Blood Evil sect follow, each radiating strong demonic energy and murderous intent. Blood YA. Qin Yuebai suddenly looks up, her eyes full of shock and anger. Why did you come so early? Isn't it supposed to be in 2 days? 2 days? Blood YA sneers coldly. I suddenly changed my mind. For days felt too long, so I came early. Do you have a problem with that? Qin Yuebai trembles with anger. She knows Blood YA is doing this on purpose. He wants to attack her before she's ready, catching her off guard. All disciples of Yanyu Tower, listen up. Qin Yuebai takes a deep breath and shouts sternly. Form the formation. Defend against the enemy. Yes. The disciples of Yanyu Tower quickly respond, summoning their magic weapons to form a huge defensive array. But, boom, Blood YA casually waves his hand, and the formation collapses like paper, shattering instantly. Dozens of Yanyu Tower disciples are knocked back, spitting blood, their lives hanging in the balance. Yanyu Tower's formation, I've already seen its weakness. Blood YA sneers coldly, his figure flickering and appearing in front of Qin Yuebai. Qin Yuebai, I give you one last chance. Obey me and become my furnace. I might spare Yanyu Tower. Otherwise, his gaze sweeps over the disciples below, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. I will make the Smoke Rain Tower flow with blood. Above the forest, in the endless void, the broken boundary divine ship floats quietly there. Not even a 6th realm cultivator can see through this top-tier imperial weapon. On the deck of the divine ship, Zhang Yuan leans back in a chair made of spiritual jade, holding a cup of spiritual tea, watching everything happening below at Smoke Rain Tower. Fuxing stands respectfully beside him, eyes fixed on the nearly broken defensive formation below, his brow slightly furrowed. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the Blood Shaman sect has started. Yes, I see. Zhang Yuan blows on the hot tea, taking a gentle sip. That Blood YA, his cultivation is quite good, mid-6th realm, among the best in this small world. Fuxing nods, but his tone shows some disdain. That's all. Not to mention the old servant. I think even Lord Jiang Yi could defeat him. After mastering the Chaos Sword body, Jiang Yi also earned the title, His Highness. I know, Zhang Yuan smiles. Go ahead and attack quickly. There's no point staying here long, except for Qin Yuebai and Qin Anan. Once it's over, we leave. Fuxing is stunned. His Royal Highness, shouldn't we wait a bit longer? Why wait? Wait until the disciples of Smoke Rain Tower suffer heavy losses. Then we can step in and save the day. Wouldn't that make the future imperial consort more grateful to you? Zhang Yuan shakes his head. It will happen, but there's no need. Uncle Fu, do you think someone of my status needs to go around such roundabout ways? If she's willing, she can join my Zhang family. If not, I won't force her. But Uncle Fu, do you think? They have a choice, he smiles. Calculations are useful when your strength is similar, to add a little extra. When the gap is so big that a single finger can crush the other, then just kill them directly. Fuxing suddenly understands. Your Highness is truly wise. Zhang Yuan waves his hand. Begin. That sect leader has hurt my wife and daughter. Old servant obeys. Below, the battle at Smoke Rain Tower is going very badly. Wire's strength, in this small world, is considered divine. Compared to Qin Yuebai, who isn't skilled in fighting, his combat power is much stronger, born for battle. Every time he strikes, he brings destructive power that can destroy the heavens and the earth. The disciples of Yanyu Tower, even when forming battle arrays, are like mantis trying to stop a chariot, easily crushed. Tower Master, we can't hold on anymore. Help. I don't want to die. The elders are all dead. We're doomed. The remaining disciples cry out, losing all fighting spirit, scattering in fear. But where can they run to? The disciples of Blood Demon sect, like hungry wolves, chase and attack with fierce smiles, enjoying this one-sided slaughter. Qin Yuebai's heart feels like it's being torn apart. She watches her usually respectful and lively disciples fall into pools of blood. Her heart bleeds with pain. Shui Waya, I will fight you. Qin Yuebai roars loudly, unleashing all her magic power without holding back. A huge twin lotus illusion blooms behind her, shining with pure light that temporarily pushes back the surrounding demonic energy. She and Qin Wanwan work together, mother and daughter united, pushing the lotus power to its limit. For a moment, they managed to hold their own against Shui Waya. Oh, interesting. Shui Waya's eyes show a hint of surprise, then greedier. As expected of a Dao body. If I let you mother and daughter unite, maybe I could truly enjoy the moment. But unfortunately, you won't have that chance. If these two women practice dual cultivation, he could definitely use this to break through. Become the strongest in the forest realm for tens of thousands of years. Reach the seventh realm and unify. Ascend to the spirit realm. At this moment, Qin Wanwan's strength suddenly surges. She is burning her origin. No, Qin Yuebai screams in agony. She can feel Qin Wanwan transferring her own origin into her body. Truly deep mother-daughter love. I almost get emotional. Shui Waya stops and watches with interest. But this is good. It saves me trouble. Once you break through, I can take from you again, and the effect will be even better. Qin Yuebai falls into complete despair. She holds her daughter, whose breath is weakening, feeling the strange power inside her that doesn't belong to her. Her heart is filled with endless regret and pain. Why? Why does heaven treat us mother and daughter this way? In this most desperate, darkest moment, above the forest world, on a clear sky with no clouds, suddenly a huge appeared without warning. It was dark and deep, as if connecting to another unknown world. An indescribable, terrifying pressure beyond this world's understanding seeped out slowly from the boom. The laws of the entire forest world cried out in pain at this moment. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and the ground trembled violently, as if the end of the world was coming. What? What is this? Blood Waya suddenly looked up, and for the first time, his usually wild face showed shock. He could feel a terrifying aura coming from that made his soul tremble. What kind of power was that? He, a strong expert at the 6th level of divine power, felt tiny and insignificant before this aura, like dust. Inside and outside the Yinyu Tower, everyone still alive, whether from the Blood Evil sect or the disciples of the tower, knelt on the ground in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Even Qin Wanwan, who was sacrificing herself, and Qin Yuebai, who was heartbroken, were stunned by this sudden change. They looked up at the sky instinctively. Next moment, the broken spaceship docked and the endless void suddenly shook. It slowly moved out from the huge space. What kind of ship was that? It was completely black, shaped like a giant sword ready to cut through the sky and earth. The ship was covered with mysterious, intricate golden symbols, each radiating a powerful, unsettling energy. It floated quietly, but seemed to be the only center of this world. The sun, moon, and stars dimmed in front of it, and the laws of space twisted and wailed around it. An overwhelming divine power, as if ruling over all eternity and looking down on the heavens, burst down from the ship and instantly covered the entire Yinyu Tower. Thud! Thud! Blood Waya and the people behind him from the Blood Evil sect couldn't bear this terrifying pressure anymore. Their legs went weak, and they all knelt on the ground. Their bodies shook like leaves, and their faces were full of fear and shock. What? What exactly is this thing? Blood Waya's teeth chattered, and a huge wave of panic rose in his heart. As the strongest in the forest world, he believed he had already reached the top of this realm. But in front of this black divine ship, he felt like a tiny ant that could be crushed at any moment. This can't be. Experts from the middle 1,000 worlds can't step into the small 1,000 worlds. This is also a rule protecting small worlds. However, Blood Waya ignored one point. The rules of small worlds can block those from the middle 1,000 worlds, but they can't stop the powerful from the great 1,000 worlds. Zhang Yubai and Qin Aoyao also stared blankly at the sky, their minds empty. For a moment, they even forgot to self-destruct. On the deck of the divine ship, dozens of figures slowly stepped out. Leading them was a young man dressed in white, handsome and elegant. He looked about 20 years old, with a faint smile on his face, calm eyes, and an indescribable sense of nobility. It was as if he was born to stand there, receiving the worship of all beings. Behind him was a stern-looking young man in black, with sharp eyes like a blade, like a peerless sword, restrained in brilliance, making it hard to look directly at him. Further back was an old man dressed as a steward, slightly bowing, respectful in manner, but his occasional glances at the crowd below carried a cold, condescending air, as if looking down on ants. "Who are you all?" Bloodwire forced himself to resist the trembling of his soul, gathering courage to shout fiercely. He couldn't see through the cultivation of these three, but his instincts told him that each of them was many times stronger than him. Jiang Yuan ignored him. His gaze directly fell on the mother and daughter tightly embracing below, a slight smile curling at his lips. Finally caught up, he said softly. Then he turned to Jiang Yi beside him and calmly ordered, "Jiang Yi, deal with these annoying flies." "Yes, Your Highness." Jiang Yi bowed respectfully, then raised his head. His sharp eyes instantly locked onto the blood demon sect members below. He slowly raised his hand, pointing like a sword. There was no overwhelming aura, no destructive power. He simply gently made a slash downward. Swish! A nearly invisible gray sword energy shot out from his fingertips. The sword energy looked so ordinary, so plain and unremarkable, as if a gentle breeze cut it away. Bloodwire even couldn't help but want to laugh, because he could sense the opponent's cultivation level, but it was only at the third realm. However, in the next second, the smile on his face froze completely. He saw that gray sword energy suddenly surge wildly as it shot out. It seemed to ignore space and time, instantly covering the entire Yinyu Tower. Then, all the disciples of the Blood Evil sect, whether ordinary members or high-level elders, were affected. Their bodies suddenly froze in place at the same time, in a strange and silent way. And then, pop, 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 pop. After a series of soft sounds, dozens of proud Blood Evil sect experts turned into blood mist silently, without even a scream. One sword. Just one sword. The Blood Evil sect, except for the sect leader Bloodwire, was completely destroyed. At this moment, it was as if the whole world had gone silent. Deathly silence. A silence like death. All the remaining disciples of Yinyu Tower stood frozen, mouths wide open, eyes nearly popping out, filled with shock and excitement that words couldn't describe. Qin Yuebai and her daughter Qin Ai were also completely stunned. They stared blankly at the sky full of blood mist, then looked at the young man in black, casually waving his hand in the sky. It felt like their worldview had been completely overturned at this moment. That was the Blood Evil sect, the first demon sect that had ruled the forest world for hundreds of years. And now, it was gone. Bloodwire was even more terrified, trembling with fear. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. A foul smell came from his pants. He had been so scared he peed himself. Spare my life. Senior, please spare me." He no longer had his previous arrogance and pride. He cowered on the ground like a dog, desperately kowtowing and begging for mercy to Jiang Yuan and others in the sky. "I was wrong. I didn't recognize the greatness of the heavens. Please, just treat me like A and let me go." However, Jiang Yuan slightly lifted his eyes and looked down at the previously arrogant, now like a dead dog, demon sect leader. He shook his head calmly. "I refuse." Shui Wuya felt the weak aura on Jiang Yuan, and a flash of surprise and doubt appeared in his eyes. A level 3 spirit realm cultivator? What a joke. How could a young cultivator at level 3 be the master of these terrifying beings? If he were to act first and catch the key person. This thought grew wildly in his mind like weeds. The desire to survive made him instantly lose his reason. "Die? Kid!" Shui Wuya's eyes flashed with ferocity. He suddenly leapt from the ground, using all his demonic power to transform into a huge blood claw, fiercely grabbing at Jiang Yuan nearby. Next moment, a long sword, black and simple in shape, appeared out of nowhere. It was the sword of the Emperor Slayer, given to him by the sixth ancestor, Replica. Then, the sword slashed down at the huge blood claw. Swish! A streak of black sword light flashed past. No loud explosion, no energy clash. In an instant, the sword energy pierced through the blood claw. How is this possible? Shui Wuya's eyes widened in disbelief, his face full of shock he couldn't understand. Before he could react, the black sword light, after breaking the blood claw, continued to cut through his body from the middle. Shui Wuya's body froze midair. He looked down at his chest. A tiny black line stretched from his forehead down to his groin. Then, his body and soul silently turned into the most basic particles, completely vanishing into the world. The leader of the demon sect, the strongest in the forest realm, was gone, both body and spirit. The entire Yinyu Tower fell silent again, as if dead. Everyone stared blankly at the figure in white holding a sword in the sky, feeling like they were dreaming. One sword, then another sword. A young cultivator at level 3 Spirit Realm had killed a mighty demon at level 6 Spirit Realm with just one sword. This was no longer a challenge across levels. It was creating a legend. Qin Yuebai and Qin Wanwan, mother and daughter, were both wide-eyed and slightly open-mouthed, completely stunned by the scene before them. They thought Jiang Yuan was just a noble young master, and that the real strong person was his bodyguard behind him. But who would have thought that this young master himself was also incredibly powerful? Jiang Yuan sheathed the Emperor Slayer sword and nodded with satisfaction. No wonder it was a sacred artifact. Even a replica of a replica was powerful enough. He turned around and looked at the mother and daughter below, who were now completely stunned, with a gentle smile on his face. He stepped down from the air and slowly landed in front of them. "Are you two all right?" His voice was as gentle as spring breeze, calming Qin Yuebai and Qin Wanwan's rapidly beating hearts a little. I'm fine," Qin Yuebai answered instinctively, her voice trembling slightly. "Thank you, young master, for saving us." She was about to kneel and bow in gratitude. "No need for such courtesy." Jiang Yuan reached out gently, and a soft force supported them. He looked at Qin Yuebai's tear-streaked, beautiful face, full of pity, and then at the small, adorable, and pitiful Qin Wanwan beside her, feeling a warm surge in his heart. This mother and daughter are truly exceptional, especially Qin Yuebai, with her mature, voluptuous figure and her cold yet delicate aura. She was simply perfect. "My name is Jiang Yuan," he introduced himself. "From the upper world, Jiang family." The upper world. Jiang family. Qin Yuebai was shocked inside. Although she was in a small world, she had seen some scattered records about the upper world in ancient books. It was said that in that distant upper world, there were ancient noble families and immortal traditions that had lasted for billions of years. Their strength was so great that they could easily destroy a small world. And the Jiang family surname. She seemed to have seen it in a tattered ancient book. It said that the Jiang family was one of the top imperial clans in the upper world, and more than one emperor had emerged from their lineage to suppress eternity. Could it be? She dared not think further. "May I ask, young master, what brings you to our small Yinyu Tower?" Qin Yuebai forced herself to stay calm and politely asked. She couldn't believe that someone as divine as him would appear here without reason. "I am here for you," Jiang Yuan said directly. "For us?" Qin Yuebai and Qin Wanwan both looked surprised. "Yes." Jiang Yuan looked at Qin Yuebai with intense eyes. "I want to marry you." Boom. Jiang Yuan's words sounded like thunder in their minds. Marry? Marry her? Qin Yuebai was completely stunned. She wondered if she had heard him wrong. This noble and powerful young master from the upper world, who was so strong it was hard to imagine, actually wanted to marry her? What is going on? Young master, are you joking? Qin Yuebai's voice trembled. Do I look like I'm joking? Jiang Yuan asked back. Seeing her disbelief, he knew he had to give her a strong explanation. He briefly explained the plan he had discussed with his family. Of course, he left out the part about the system, only saying that his special body needed to unite with talented women to become stronger. In return, the Jiang family would give the other party and their allies incredible benefits. So, if you agree to marry me, Yinyu Tower will become part of the Jiang family's relatives, under our protection. And I will give you a big gift, enough to transform you and Yinyu Tower completely. Jiang Yuan finished and looked at her quietly, waiting for her answer. Qin Yuebai was completely stunned. The amount of information was too much. Her mind almost couldn't handle it. Marrying this Jiang family prince could make him stronger? And the Jiang family would give a reward? It sounded like a deal. But the stakes of this deal were so tempting. Jiang family's protection. A gift big enough to change the entire sect. For Yinyu Tower, which was already at a dead end, this was like a chance to rise suddenly. She glanced at her daughter beside her, who was also in a dazed state, then looked around at the survivors who were full of hope, watching their elders and disciples. She knew she had no reason to refuse. Or rather, she simply couldn't refuse. She took a deep breath, about to agree. However, Jiang Yuan added, "Oh, by the way, it's not just you. There's her too." He pointed at Qin Wanwan. "I also want to marry her, Qin Yuebai." Qin Wanwan. Huh. The girl's face suddenly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. Even her neck was flushed. She wants to marry her? Seeing the surprised expressions of the mother and daughter, Jiang Yuan chuckled to himself. Kids only make choices, I want both. This, young master Wanwan. She's still a child. Qin Yuebai said hesitantly. It's okay. I can wait until she grows up, Jiang Yuan said casually. Anyway, I want both of you. Think about it. Qin Yuebai fell silent. What else could she consider? He had defeated the demon sect leader with a single sword, and the fate of the entire Yinyu Tower was in his hands. Moreover, the conditions he offered were incredibly generous. This was no longer just a helping hand in times of trouble. It was like being lifted from the depths of straight to the heavens. She forced a smile and slowly knelt before Jiang Yuan. Qin Yuebai, willing to serve young master and her daughter Wanwan. Mother. Qin Wanwan also knelt down, her face blushing so much it almost touched the ground. Very good, Jiang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He stepped forward, personally helping this stunning mother and daughter to their feet, then gently embraced them one on each side. Soft and warm, very nice to the touch. Especially Qin Yuebai, with her mature, full figure. She was simply irresistible. Fubo, your servant is here. Send a message back to the family. Tell them everything is settled, and prepare to welcome the new imperial consort. Yes, your highness, Fuxing bowed and responded. Jiang Yuan held the trembling mother and daughter in his arms and softly said in their ears, Let's go, my dear consorts. We're going home. Oh, I almost forgot. Uncle Fu, your highness, please give the order to revive all the disciples of Yinyu Tower who died because of the Blood Fiend sect. Yes. Qin Yuebai and Qin Ai mother and daughter. What kind of words are these? Can the dead really come back to life? Jiang Yuan remained silent. In the grand world of Emperor Immortals, it is indeed impossible, but in a small world, after death, souls return to the small world for reincarnation. As long as one has the strength of a saint, they can break through the small world's barrier and find the souls of the dead. As Uncle Fu finished speaking, the seal of the holy path on his body shattered. The terrifying aura made the two women tremble, but luckily, there was protection on the divine vessel, and the other party was collecting here. Otherwise, just the residual power would be enough to harm them 100 times. Is this the power of a saint? While they were shocked, Uncle Fu had already entered the core of the world barrier and retrieved the souls of the dead disciples of Yinyu Tower. He casually scattered them, and the previously dead disciples gradually opened their eyes. Even though the entire forest world was heavily damaged because Uncle Fu forcibly took the souls, facing a peak saint, it dared not resist. It could only hope that the other party would leave quickly, but Jiang Yuan was not the kind of person to be ruthless. He gave Uncle Fu a meaningful look. Uncle Fu understood and took out a saint-grade pill, crushing it and scattering it into the sky. Suddenly, the forest world seemed to come alive, frantically devouring the pills. It didn't have a strong sense of self, but it knew these pills were a great supplement for it, and perhaps even a chance to advance further. Jiang Yuan explained to the confused women beside him, This is a world-still pill. The material is the core of the Middle Thousand World, which has a strong attraction to the origin of all worlds. Once the core of the forest world devours enough, it should be able to leap to become a top existence among small worlds. Thinking for a moment, he added, Within 100 years, I will help the forest world grow to the level of the Middle Thousand World. This is the promise of this emperor's son. Qin Yuebai and Qin Ai's minds were completely muddled, still dizzy and unsure of what was happening. Can the dead really be revived? Can they just wave their hands and do it? This exceeded their understanding. A saint? Is this the power of a saint? Just a faint aura made them feel like small boats in a storm, ready to be overturned at any moment. Yet, such a terrifying presence was respectful, like a servant in front of the young lord named Jiang Yuan. The imperial clan. Are they really so frightening? Just as they were overwhelmed with shock, an even more astonishing scene happened. Suddenly, The sky over the entire forest realm rained down endless golden light, each drop containing purest life energy and the source power of the world. On the ground, dead trees sprouted new leaves, and spiritual herbs grew wildly. The thin spiritual energy in the air quickly thickened visibly. Dried spiritual veins revived, and even higher quality spiritual stones appeared. The whole world seemed to cheer and rejoice. Then, a vague but immense will descended from the sky, enveloping the broken boundary divine ship. This will had no malice, but was full of pure gratitude, closeness, and flattery. Yes, flattery. Like a starving beggar suddenly receiving a full feast, the excitement and eagerness from the depths of the soul could not be hidden. This is, Qin Yuebai was speechless. As a native cultivator of the forest realm, she could clearly feel that this will was the very source of the world in the forest realm. It was the heavenly way of this land. But now, the heavenly way of this world was acting like a subordinate, desperately flattering that black divine ship. A wave of will, only Jiang Yuan and others could understand, entered their minds. Thank you, upper world, Lord, for your grace. The will was fragmented, clearly not fully capable of independent thought, but the gratitude was sincere beyond doubt. Fubo, the old servant, was used to such things and only glanced briefly before withdrawing his gaze. A mere will of the heavenly way of a small world, nothing more than a newborn child to him, a great saint. The sacred realm has the ability to create a small world of its own, but doing so requires consuming their original essence. It is possible, but usually unnecessary. Only those on the path of the hopeless emperor or those building a lasting family might spend effort to create a small world. Jiang Yuan was curious and felt the will of this world. Interesting, it seems to understand gratitude. He could sense that the way of heaven in this world was actively opening all its permissions to him, even respectfully offering a heaven heart seal. The so-called heaven heart seal can be understood as a kind of authority. Holding it allows one to refine the world and create a world clone. Jiang Yuan had seen this in family texts. If a divine power at the 6th level can refine a small world, it means this person is nearly invincible in the middle 1,000 world. Of course, this doesn't mean everyone can defeat him. It means he will have a world clone with the strength of his main body, and he can continuously invest in the middle 1,000 world, like having countless lives for adventures. He can never run out of enemies to fight. But this only applies to the sacred realm below the 11th level. Once reaching the sacred realm, one can follow the source of life to kill others instantly, even if their main body hides in a small world. After all, sacred realm experts can destroy small worlds and create them, so they wouldn't care about a so-called world protection. Naturally, Jiang Yuan wasn't interested in a small 1,000 worlds heaven heart seal. He would only consider a heaven heart seal from a great 1,000 world. He waved his hand dismissively. The will of the forest world immediately showed sadness, but dared not speak, and left in frustration. Yet, the golden rain of light still fell, nourishing the land that had just suffered heavy damage. This was just a display. The world's will was very clever and planned to grow stronger after Jiang Yuan and others left. Qin Yubai and her daughter Qin and then had become completely numb. Their worldview was shattered repeatedly today and then rebuilt. They realized that in front of true power, even the way of heaven in a small world had to bow and beg for mercy. Even the heaven heart seal they pursued all their lives was despised by him. Let's go, two beloved consorts. Don't stand there. It's time to go home. Jiang Yuan's voice pulled them out of their shock. He held one of them in each arm, feeling the soft, warm bodies in his embrace, and was in a very good mood. Qin Yuebai's body trembled slightly. When he called her beloved consort, her face flushed with embarrassment, and her body felt a bit weak. She could only let him hold her as they headed toward the black divine chariot, which looked like a seat of the gods. Qin Awan was even more shy, her small head almost buried in her modest chest. Nervously, she clutched her clothes and followed closely behind. The remaining elders and disciples of the Yinyu Tower watched their figures with intense admiration and excitement. They knew that from today, the fate of Yinyu Tower would change forever. They had gained an unprecedented, mighty support, an enormous, powerful figure. When Qin Yuebai and Qin Awan stepped onto the deck of the Breakthrough Divine Ship, they were once again stunned by what they saw. The inside of this divine ship was like a moving palace. The deck beneath their feet was made of a rare divine jade they had never seen before. Walking on it, pure spiritual energy flowed into their bodies, making them feel completely comfortable. The railing in the distance was crafted from a shining star-like divine metal, carved with lifelike dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants. The air was filled with a refreshing scent of medicinal herbs and tea, and just breathing it in seemed to loosen their spiritual bottlenecks. Is this the immortal realm? Qin Awan whispered softly. Qin Yuebai didn't speak, but her eyes showed just as much shock. She could feel that the spiritual energy here was 100 times more concentrated than in the most lush spiritual land of their forest world. Practicing here for a day might be as effective as a year of cultivation in their world. Do you like it? Jiang Yuan asked with a smile, watching their amazed expressions. From now on, this will be the standard. Standard? Both Qin Yuebai and Qin Awan's hearts trembled fiercely. They looked at this godlike man and felt a complex mix of emotions: gratitude, awe, fear, and uncertainty about the future. The crown prince is ready. We can depart at any moment. Master Fu stepped forward respectfully and said, "Yes, let's go." Jiang Yuan nodded. The Breakthrough Divine Ship let out a soft cry again, turned its direction, and slowly entered the large space. Before the ship completely disappeared, Jiang Yuan looked back at this small world and at the people kneeling and praying below at the Yinyu Tower, a faint smile appearing on his face. The first step of the plan was now perfectly taken. Next, the entire great world of Emperor Immortals would go crazy with excitement. Inside the space passage, the scene was strange and colorful, with countless fragments of laws flashing like shooting stars. Ordinary cultivators, even saints, would need to be very careful when traveling through such chaotic space turbulence, or they might be pulled into unknown time and space and completely lost. But the Breakthrough Divine Ship moved smoothly, surrounded by a strong black light shield that kept all the space chaos outside. Inside the ship, everything was so steady that not a single bump could be felt. The two sat nervously at a table made from ancient warm jade, not daring to breathe loudly. In front of them were various celestial fruits and spiritual teas they had never seen before, but just smelling them made their mouths water. Yet, they didn't dare to touch anything. It was too luxurious. Everything here was so extravagant that it made them feel scared and overwhelmed. Even a single cup was made from spiritual energy far more powerful than the top-grade spiritual jade in their forest world. A fruit they had never seen before contained spiritual energy more pure and rich than the legendary herbs of their Yinyu Tower. They felt like two country girls who had suddenly entered the palace. Everything was new and exciting, but mostly they felt a deep sense of inferiority and nervousness. "Why aren't you eating?" Jiang Yuan's voice came from beside them. He was dressed in comfortable casual clothes, leaning lazily on a soft couch, holding a scroll, with an elegant yet noble aura. "Young master, we're not hungry," Qin Yuebai answered nervously. "Call me husband," Jiang Yuan said, putting down the scroll and correcting her. "Husband." Qin Yuebai's face turned red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Qin Aoyao lowered her head even more, not daring to look at Jiang Yuan. "That's right." Jiang Yuan smiled, sat up from the soft couch, walked over to their side, and naturally picked up a purple grape, peeled it, and offered it to Qin Yuebai. "Try this. It's called amethyst dragonbeard fruit. It tastes good and is also good for your body." Qin Yuebai's body stiffened, instinctively wanting to avoid. But when she saw Jiang Yuan's eyes, which carried a hint of certainty, she dared not move. She could only stiffly open her small mouth and eat the grape. She noticed the man's hand was still near her mouth, but she didn't dare say anything. Her attention was drawn to the fruit's flesh. The flesh melted in her mouth, releasing a burst of sweet juice that exploded on her taste buds. Then, a pure, spiritual energy surged into her limbs and bones, making her feel her meridians relax completely. Wow! Her eyes widened, full of surprise. Just one fruit made her feel her injuries healed, and her cultivation improved a little. Although not much, it was only one. There were at least hundreds of these in the plate. If she ate them all, She could easily step into the sixth realm. Is it delicious? Zhang Yuan picked up another one and offered it to Qin Wanwan. Do you want to try, Wanwan? Qin Wanwan looked at Qin Yuebai, instinctively nodded, but quickly shook her head. I don't. It's okay, just eat. Zhang Yuan smiled, and then asked curiously, why is your body split into two individuals? From what he knew, the twin lotus body didn't have this ability. Only the holy body's three-life mysterious mother body did. It was said that the three-life mysterious mother body could summon past and future selves simultaneously, fighting at the same time. Even if two of them died, the other could still survive well and recondense later in cultivation. It's like having three lives. Hearing this, Qin Yuebai's eyes dimmed a little. She softly explained, return to my husband. The twin lotus body is originally one with twin births, having two forms. Usually, it's a single entity, but in life and death crises, or when forcibly breaking through realms, the other half's origin can split out to form an independent part. This split part has almost the same talent and potential as the main body. It can cultivate independently, and when needed, the main body can absorb it back, combining their strength to unleash power far beyond its own level. However, this split can only happen once. Back then, I almost died trying to break through to the sixth realm of divine power. I don't know what went wrong, and that's how I split off Wanwan. This matches the information my uncle gave me. It seems that during cultivation, a mutation occurred, causing the split-off clone. If you merge together, does Wanwan disappear? Zhang Yuan asked again. That's what he cares about most. Qin Yuebai nodded, a trace of pain flashing in her eyes. Yes, Wanwan's consciousness will completely vanish. All her strength and memories will return to me. That's not acceptable. Zhang Yuan shook his head and looked at them, continuing. From now on, no more talking about merging. You two are just two separate people. He spoke confidently and forcefully. But to Qin Yuebai and Qin Wanwan, his words made their hearts tremble deeply. Husband, but Wanwan's spiritual injury. She was referring to the injury Qin Wanwan suffered when Blood Ya forced her to merge. Zhang Yuan waved his hand. It's just a minor spiritual injury. What's that? It's better for you to eat more. By the way, he seemed to remember something and said to Uncle Fu nearby. Uncle Fu, show them the betrothal gift we prepared for Yinyu Tower. Yes, Your Highness. Uncle Fu bowed and took out a storage ring, handing it to Qin Yuebai. Qin Lord, this is the betrothal gift Your Highness prepared for you and Yinyu Tower. Please take a look. Qin Yuebai tremblingly took the ring, probing with her spiritual sense. In the next second, her breath froze instantly. Next to the Spirit Stone Mountain is a large medicinal field. In the field, various rare and ancient sacred and divine herbs are planted. Plants she only read about in old books, long extinct for millions of years. Here, 1,000-year-old blood dragon ginseng grows casually like ordinary vegetables. A 10,000-year-old nine-leaf spirit mushroom emits a refreshing medicinal aroma, and just one can greatly enhance the strength of their rain and mist pavilion. There are also mysterious flowers and grasses she cannot even name, but just sensing their aura of Tao makes her realize their rank far exceeds her understanding. Her divine sense trembles as she continues to explore deeper. Then she sees rows of jade bookshelves. On the shelves, densely packed jade slips are stored. She randomly picks one and probes with her divine sense. 9 Revolutions Mysterious Technique, a quasi-emperor level body cultivation method. Boom. Qin Yuebai's head buzzes, almost losing her consciousness. Quasi-emperor level technique. In their forest realm, a single technique that can cultivate to the spirit realm, which is equivalent to the Middle Thousand world, is enough to be a treasured inheritance passed down for thousands of years. But here, casually picking up a book reveals a supreme quasi-emperor treasure. That's the legendary existence beyond the sacred realm. She picks up another jade slip. Great Luo Sword Cannon, a quasi-emperor level swordsmanship secret technique. Then another. Void Shift, a quasi-emperor level body movement divine skill. After examining more than 10 jade slips, all are quasi-emperor level techniques and secret arts without exception. Qin Yuebai feels she is going crazy. What exactly is this place? Is this really a storage ring, or some ancient imperial family's library? Her divine sense has become numb, mechanically continuing to look inside. Behind the library is a weapons vault. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. All kinds of magic weapons, emitting cold, killing intent, quietly floating in the air. Even the worst are saint-level magic weapons. Some of them she dare not even look at anymore. Qin Yuebai can no longer bear this overwhelming shock. Her divine sense suddenly withdraws, and her body weakens, nearly collapsing to the ground. Mother, Qin Wanwan quickly supports her, worry written all over her face. I'm fine. Qin Yuebai waved her hand, her face very pale. She looked at Zhang Yuan as if she were seeing a monster. Husband, this inside stuff. She trembled and couldn't say a complete sentence. Oh, you mean this? Zhang Yuan looked as if it was obvious. This is your wedding gift from Yinyu Tower. Not satisfied? Not satisfied? Qin Yuebai almost cried. This is more than satisfaction. Any one of these items could cause their forest world to be destroyed. Yes, not just a fight. It's destruction. Husband, this is too valuable. We can't afford it. Qin Yuebai's voice trembled. There's nothing we can't afford, Zhang Yuan said casually. These things are just common items in our Jiang family. The warehouse is full of them. You will be part of our Jiang family now. What's the big deal about these common items? Stored everywhere in the warehouse. Qin Yuebai and her daughter Qin Awan felt their worldview being crushed again. They couldn't imagine what kind of family would treat top-tier imperial weapons and techniques as ordinary items. This is no longer luxury. It's like a myth. All right, keep these things for now. When you get to the Jiang family, you can study them slowly. Seeing their shocked expressions, Zhang Yuan felt amused. He embraced both women, feeling their soft, trembling bodies. From now on, you will be my Zhang Yuan's women. With me here, no one can bully you or your mother. Feeling the warmth of his embrace and his commanding words, Qin Yuebai's heart suddenly trembled fiercely. A strange warm feeling surged inside her. Qin Awan looked at her mother and then at her father, feeling something she couldn't quite explain. Zhang Yuan didn't rush to take the two women yet. There was plenty of time once they returned to the Jiang family. One day later, the shattered void of the divine ship returned to Jiang's territory, carrying the vast imperial power. Your Highness the Emperor's son, we are almost at Jiang's home. Zhang Yuan nodded, one arm around his dazed mother and daughter as they walked out of the cabin. When Qin Yuebai and Qin Awan saw the scene outside, they were once again deeply shocked. They saw beyond the spaceship a vast and beautiful scene of immortals. There were huge floating islands in the sky, suspended above the sea of clouds. Each island was larger than their entire forest world. Golden divine bridges connected the islands, glowing with divine light and auspicious energy flowing across them. Countless cranes and phoenixes flew among the clouds, chirping happily. Sometimes, they could see enormous true dragons and cheilants, as big as mountains, peeking out from the clouds, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The spiritual energy here was so thick that it turned into tangible mist, and just breathing it made their magic power grow. Is this the upper world? Is this the territory of the royal family? Qin Yuebai and Qin Awan felt like two frogs from a small pond suddenly thrown into an endless ocean. Everything before them exceeded their wildest imagination. Just as they were overwhelmed with amazement, the divine spaceship slowly docked at the most magnificent immortal island. The port of the island was already crowded with people. Leading the group was Jiang Zhan, the head of the Jiang family, along with Elder Jiang Shouzhua and other core elders. Behind them stood thousands of guards wearing divine armor, each with power far beyond what they had imagined. When the spaceship stopped steadily, Jiang Zhan and Jiang Shouzhua immediately greeted them with big smiles. Yuana, you're back. It must have been a long journey. Ha ha ha. Yuana, my good big nephew. You're finally back. Even before he arrived, Jiang Shouzhua's loud voice echoed throughout the port. He quickly rushed to Jiang Yuan, his face full of a cheerful smile, inspecting him carefully, worried he might have been hurt. How was it? Did you get tired on this trip? The spiritual energy in the lower world is thin, and the laws are incomplete. Did you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Third uncle. I'm fine, Jiang Yuan replied with a slight smile. Now that I am a cultivator at the third level of the divine soul stage, I still look like a fragile porcelain doll in the eyes of these elders. Touch me, and I might break. I'm glad you're okay. That's what matters. Jiang Shouzhua patted his chest, looking worried. Your Honor, welcome home. Clan leader Jiang Zhan also came forward. Though not as exaggerated as Jiang Shouzhua, his caring and happy eyes showed genuine emotion. Uncle, elders, I am back. Jiang Yuan greeted everyone with a smile. The elders gathered around, asking about his health and well-being. Their warm enthusiasm made Jiang Yuan a little overwhelmed. Your Honor has lost weight. It must be because he can't get used to the lower world. Exactly. I'll have the kitchen make you a nourishing soup to help you recover. Your Honor, how was your trip? Did you see any other girls you liked? If you did, tell Uncle Qi. I'll send someone to bring her here. Jiang Yuan's forehead twitched. Wow, Uncle Qi, you're so direct. I just brought back one pair, and you're already thinking about the next? Behind him, Qin Yuebai and Qin Wanwan, the mother and daughter, looked stunned by the scene. They stood there nervously, watching the overwhelming presence of these elders, who were so enthusiastic that it made their heads spin. Their minds felt overwhelmed by the realization that the emperor's status was even higher than they had imagined. Cough, cough. Jiang Yuan noticed their discomfort and cleared his throat to interrupt the elders' enthusiasm. Everyone, elders, uncle, let me introduce you. He pulled Qin Yuebai and Qin Wanwan to the front and smiled. This is Qin Yuebai, your future sister-in-law. And this is Qin Wanwan, Yuebai's daughter. Oh, so she's the new wife Jiang Yuan brought back. All the elders' eyes immediately focused on Qin Yuebai and Qin Wanwan. Their intense gazes made the mother and daughter feel uncomfortable and nervous, their palms sweating. Very good. Unique talent, strong foundation, and unspent spiritual energy. She's a good girl to raise. One elder stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly. Wow, she has a big, curvy figure. She looks very lucky. Although she's still young, she's also a beautiful girl. With good training, she will definitely become a stunning beauty in the future. The most important thing is, they both have the twin lotus body, and it's a rare mutation. Your Honor really found a treasure this time. Ha! Our Jiang family is about to have another child. The elders of the clan took turns praising Qin Yuebai and Qin Wanwan, excitedly talking about them as if they had already seen many children with the twin lotus body running around in front of them. Qin Yuebai and Qin Wanwan's faces turned red, almost as if they were about to bleed. All right, don't scare the girls, Jiang Zhan said more reasonably. He glared at the disrespectful elders and then walked over to Qin Yuebai, offering a gentle smile. Miss Qin, welcome to the Jiang family. From now on, this will be your home. Don't be shy. If you need anything, just tell the servants. Thank you, Lord Jiang. Qin Yuebai quickly bowed. Jiang Zhan nodded and then ordered the maids behind him. Bring the two imperial princesses to the emperor's palace to rest. Take good care of them. No mistakes allowed. Yes. A few beautiful, skilled maids stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Qin Yuebai and Qin Wanwan. Please follow us, imperial princesses. Qin Yuebai and Qin Wanwan looked back at Jiang Yuan, who nodded at them. With nervous hearts, they followed the maids and left. After they left, Jiang Shouzhu immediately pulled Jiang Yuan aside, lowered his voice, and asked with a sly smile, Your Honor, tell me, how do you feel? Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes. Uncle, can you be serious? Hee. This concerns the future of our Jiang family. How can I not be serious? Jiang Shouzhu said with a mischievous grin. Come on, tell me, when do you plan to do it? Do you want Uncle to get some special pills to help? Go away. Jiang Yuan was too lazy to bother with him and headed straight to the main hall. Hey, don't go, Your Honor. Uncle has a treasure called One Night, 27 times divine pill, that he's been hiding for 10,000 years. Jiang Zhan helplessly shook his head, feeling completely at a loss with his lively younger brother. He waved his hand and said to everyone, Everyone, stop standing around here. Let's go to the main hall to discuss. Your Honor has returned this time with important matters to talk about. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions immediately became serious. They all followed Jiang Yuan toward the main hall. Jiang family main hall. The atmosphere was serious yet lively. Jiang Yuan was surrounded by elders and sat on the throne symbolizing the young master, next to the family head Jiang Zhan. He briefly explained his experience in the forest realm. Of course, he emphasized how he appeared just in time when his mother and sister were at their most desperate, how he defeated a powerful demon with a single sword, and how his commanding presence made the mother and daughter bow and submit. The elders present listened with excitement, clapping and laughing loudly. Wow, what a hero saving a beauty. Yuan'er did a great job. Haha. I told you, when dealing with women, you should strike when they are most vulnerable. That's called winning their hearts. Yuan'er not only inherited the emperor's supreme bloodline, but also the wisdom of the emperor's past. No, I mean his heroic talent. Huh? The emperor did that too. Of course. I tell you, Hung Yu once secretly imprisoned a saintess from the Holy Land, even took off her outer garment. Only the emperor and empress kept strict control. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear such gossip about his father. He thought he could use this to blackmail him when he returned. Cough, cough. Zhang Zhan listened to the increasingly outrageous stories from the elders and couldn't help but cough, bringing the conversation back on track. Yuan'er, tell us about your plan. After the last discussion about the ancestral land, Zhang Yuan's strategic position had surpassed everyone else's. Every decision he made would influence the future of the Jiang family. Zhang Zhan was both establishing his authority and giving him a chance to show his abilities. My plan is simple, divided into 3 steps. Zhang Yuan held up 3 fingers. First, immediately announce to the outside world that I, Zhang Yuan, the emperor's son of the Jiang family, will take a consort. The partner is Qin Yuebai, the owner of Yinyu Tower from the Forest Small World, and her daughter Qin Wanwan. This news must be spread throughout the entire great world of Emperor Immortals and the 8 major worlds under our control, as well as all the medium and small worlds. Everyone must know. Zhang Zhan nodded. No problem. I will arrange it immediately. The second step, Zhang Yuan continued, is to release another big announcement at the same time. We will say that, to celebrate the marriage of the emperor's son, our Jiang family is giving a small gift to Yinyu Tower to help its owner Qin Yuebai and his daughter with their physical evolution, allowing them to advance rapidly and step into the divine body realm. This was also part of the previous plan. Since the Heavenly Path Golden List will appear in 50 years, many divine bodies and holy bodies in the Jiang family cannot be hidden. It's better to reveal them early. 50 years is not enough to break the supreme curse, which prevents breakthroughs to the 11th realm within 200 years. Even holy bodies must patiently wait and extend their lifespan for the heavenly heart seal of the great world of Emperor Immortals. There is also another way, achieving the supreme realm in a small world, but that limits the future, and one would stay in the holy realm for life. As for the third step, it is to show our sincerity. As long as they marry into the Jiang family, we will support them in all matters, big or small, helping each other grow stronger. This is not limited to the forest realm, but also includes, for example, the White Tiger royal clan. Hearing this, Zhang Zhan, the head of the Jiang family, immediately understood. Yuan'er is trying to interfere in internal affairs. Using the marriage alliance as a reason, they are gradually planning to control the other family or forces' internal affairs, aiming to eventually swallow the heavens. Yuan'er has great ambitions. Zhang Zhan was also filled with excitement. He suddenly slammed the table, stood up, and issued a loud command. Send a message from the family head. Immediately, in the name of our Jiang family, issue an announcement to all worlds and realms. The content of the announcement will follow Yuan'er's plan. Additionally, designate Yinyu Tower as the highest level allied force of our Jiang family. Send 3 quasi-sages and 20 world-level experts to assist Yinyu Tower and the Forest Realm. Anyone who dares to harm Yinyu Tower will be considered an enemy of our Jiang family and will be killed without mercy. Yes, as Zhang Zhan gave the order, the entire Jiang family, this massive war machine that had been dormant for countless years, began to operate at an unprecedented speed, working wildly. Golden edicts containing the will of the Jiang family turned into streaks of light, tearing through the void and flying to every corner of the great world of Emperor Immortals. In the central courtyard of Zhongzhou, the Dian divine dynasty, deep inside the imperial palace, in a sacred hall floating in the 9 heavens, the Lord of Dian, a middle-aged man dressed in a 9-dragon emperor robe, sat quietly reviewing official documents. His every seemed to resonate with the great Tao, and the laws appeared to be evolving. Suddenly, A guard commander in golden armor rushed in, looking anxious, kneeling on one knee. Reporting to the Lord, the Jiang family has just issued an announcement to the world. The Jiang family? The Lord of Dian raised his head, slightly raising his eyebrows. What are they up to now? Is Emperor Hengyu returning? No, it's about the imperial son of the Jiang family, who is seeking a Dao companion again. Bring the jade slip here. Yes. The Lord of Dian probed into the jade slip with his divine sense, his starry eyes flickering. To celebrate the imperial son's wedding, the Jiang family has granted the owner of Yinyu Tower, Qin Yuebai, supreme fortune, helping her advance her physique and reach the divine body realm in one step. Boom. The Lord of Dian suddenly stood up from his throne, releasing a terrifying imperial aura that uncontrollably erupted, causing the entire hall to shake violently. Helping her attain the divine body? What is the forest realm? And what is Yinyu Tower? Why would the Jiang family boost the potential of such an ordinary person? There are natural ways to improve physique, but reaching the divine body level comes at a great cost. Even the Dian divine dynasty would find it painful. But now, what madness is the Jiang family up to? Send someone to investigate Yinyu Tower and Qin Yube's background thoroughly. Also, find out what the Jiang family truly intends with this move. Understood. In the holy land of Yaoqi, amidst swirling clouds and mist, Saintess Qin Mengyao sat cross-legged on a huge golden lotus platform, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Her aura flowed with Dao charm, and her innate Dao fetus made her blend seamlessly with the entire world, stunningly beautiful beyond mortal standards. A maid hurriedly arrived and respectfully presented the announcement from the Jiang family. Qin Mengyao slowly opened her eyes and took the jade slip. After reading its contents, her usually calm eyes showed a sudden surge of strong emotion for the first time. Yinyu Tower, Qin Yuebai, divine body. She softly repeated these names, her brows furrowing tightly. She still remembered that not long ago, the Jiang family had just married off their useless imperial son to the white tiger goddess from the ancient sacred mountain. At that time, she thought the Jiang family was foolish, risking so much for a mere mortal. But now, it seemed things were not so simple. The white tiger goddess, with the ancient white tiger bloodline, is naturally gifted with the ultimate Dao physique. Even Zhang Yuan is barely suitable, but this Qin Yuebai is just a young master of a lower sect. Why? Why can the Jiang family make her ascend quickly and become a divine body? Qin Mingyao's mind was racing rapidly. She faintly sensed that she might have missed a huge secret. A secret about the legendary useless imperial son, Jiang Yuan. Could it be that Jiang Yuan is not useless at all? The thought startled her. But if not, how else could she explain the series of strange actions by the Jiang family? Come here, she softly called. Your Highness the Saintess. Keep a close watch on everything the Jiang family does. Any movement, no matter how small, must be reported to me immediately. Yes. Northland, Wang family. An ancient, immortal noble family, whose ancestors once produced several emperors who ruled for eternity. But for nearly 1,000,000 years, no emperor has appeared again. Now, the imperial daughter, Wang Tengxue, a peerless genius with the aura of an emperor, was sitting alone atop a towering snow mountain, contemplating the Tao of heaven and earth. She wore a white dress, blending with the surrounding snow and ice, exuding a noble, aloof aura, as if untouched by mortal affairs. A flying sword message arrived, breaking through the air and floating before her. She didn't even open her eyes, just a mental scan revealed its contents. Jiang family, Jiang Yuan. A faint, almost invisible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Interesting. She was not surprised or suspicious like others, because she knew better than anyone that someone willing to invest so much to train the top imperial family could not be useless. Looks like this game is getting more and more interesting. She slowly stood up, looking toward the distant central plains, her eyes shining with a mysterious light. Jiang Yuan, I hope you won't let me down. This opportunity for the great emperor was hers to seize. For a moment, the entire imperial immortal world was in chaos. All the top sacred lands, divine dynasties, and immortal families were buzzing because of Zhang's announcement. The unfamiliar names, Yinyu Tower and Qin Yuebai, spread quickly to every major figure within a day. Many spies and secret agents were sent everywhere, desperately gathering information about these two names. When they learned that Yinyu Tower was just a small lower-world sect capable of only reaching the 6th realm, and Qin Yuebai was merely a 5th realm cultivator, everyone went crazy. Is this a mistake? Has the Jiang family gone mad? For a mere lower-world ant, they're making such a big fuss. One step to the sky, achieving a divine body? Is this a fairy tale? Does the Jiang family think we are fools? There's definitely something fishy. There's a huge conspiracy behind this. Countless forces were interpreting Jiang's actions in their own ways. Some doubted, some mocked, some looked down on it, but most felt an inner unease. Because they all understood one truth. The meaning behind Jiang's bizarre actions, made by such a giant family, was definitely extraordinary. An invisible undercurrent was surging wildly through the imperial, immortal world. And at the center of the storm, Jiang's family paid no attention. They wanted exactly this effect. They wanted everyone to be confused and unable to guess their true intentions, to create the best marketing impact. The Imperial Palace. Qin Yuebai and Qin Anin were placed in a side hall here. Although it is called a side hall, its size and luxury far surpass the entire Rain and Mist Tower in the Forest Realm. Right now, mother and daughter sit uncomfortably inside, watching the dreamy scene around them, breathing carefully. Mother, are we really going to live here? Qin Wanwan softly asks, her big eyes full of worry and curiosity. Probably, I think. Qin Yuebai also feels unsure. She touches the soft cushion made from unknown fabric beneath her, feeling a mix of emotions. Just this cushion alone is probably one of the top 3 most rare things in the Forest Realm, including the core area. She went from being the head of a small world about to be destroyed to suddenly becoming the princess consort of the top imperial family. The change in her status is so fast it feels unreal. Although the cost is for mother and daughter to be together, the young girl is full of hope, wishing for a strong partner. While she was lost in her thoughts, feeling nervous, the palace door was pushed open. Jiang Yuan walked in at a relaxed pace. He was alone, without guards or maids, wearing a mischievous smile. Hubby. Seeing him, they quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. Relax, relax. I said there's no need for many rules here. Jiang Yuan waved his hand, sat down at the main seat, and patted his thighs. Come here, sit here. Huh. Both mother and daughter froze, their faces turning red instantly. Sit. On his lap? In front of their mother or daughter? This is too much. What's wrong? Not willing. Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Or do you want me to use force? Qin Yuebai trembled, biting her lip, and had no choice but to do as told. Soft and warm, she was held in his arms, and Jiang Yuan smiled contentedly. He reached out and directly embraced Qin Yuebai's full, mature figure, without hiding anything, then leaned in and blew softly in her ear. That's right. Qin Yuebai lowered her head, blushing. Wanwan, it's your turn. Jiang Yuan then looked at the still-standing Qin Wanwan. Aye. Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Qin Yinyan shivered in fear and quickly followed his instructions. The girl's body was not as full and curvy as her mother's, but it was small and soft, easily pushed over. Jiang Yuan looked at the 2 beautiful faces in front of him, both somewhat similar. Now that's more like it. Hubby. Qin Yuebai felt her face flush red. Don't speak. Jiang Yuan's voice was firm and commanding. He knew that for women who still felt uneasy inside, words of comfort weren't enough. Physical action was more effective. Only when she was calm could she truly appreciate the beauty and changes. That was the way to help them let go of their worries and join this new family. Of course, this was for those who listened. If they didn't listen, Jiang Yuan didn't mind showing them what it meant when things don't go smoothly, but still satisfy him. His gaze fell on the mature, charming woman, this goddess of the woods. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. Jiang Yuan stretched lazily, looking at Qin Yinyan, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion. There was nothing he could do about it. His innate sacred body greatly enhanced his physical strength. He hadn't tested his combat power yet, but he felt confident it was comparable to the 17 times a night pill, which Jiang Shozhui used. Taking this chance, he finally had time to check the system messages. Ding. Detected host and Dao partner Qin Yuebai. Score 94, successfully connected. Task complete. Evaluation, excellent. Calculating rewards. Congratulations. The final rewards are 1. Cultivation level, peak of the Xian Gang stage at level 4. 2. Heavenly Dao deduction, immortal technique fragments. 3. 3 spirit elevation pills. 4. 1 seedling of the world tree. 5. 30 body constitution enhancement pills. 6. 15% increase in the strength of offspring's bloodline. Boom. In an instant, his cultivation jumped from the Divine Soul stage at level 3 to the Xian Gang stage at level 4. Although it was only a 1-level increase for Jiang Yuan, who still couldn't cultivate, this was a huge improvement. Tian Dao deduction, remaining immortal techniques, can predict all matters within the great world of Emperor and Immortals, tracing origins. Once a year only. This sounds very impressive. Although it's only once a year, for cultivators, what's the difference from once a day? And the Spirit Elevation Pill also gave 3. That's like hatching 3 ordinary holy bodies. Although they are just ordinary holy bodies, they still have the potential of quasi-emperor talent. I've hit the jackpot. This time, I really hit the jackpot. Jiang Yuan was so excited, he almost jumped out of bed. He held back the urge to go report his joy to the clan elders and turned his gaze to the other side. He knew the system had a 10x critical bonus reward. Ding! Detected host and soulmate Qin Yin. Score 92. Successfully connected. Task complete. Evaluation. Perfect. Reward being calculated. Triggered critical bonus. Reward increased by 2,000%. Congratulations to the host for receiving the final rewards. 1. Cultivation. Early stage of the Divine Power Realm. 2. Reincarnation plate of the Supreme Emperor Weapon. 3. 1 Spirit Elevation Pill. 2 Holy Spirit Pills. 4. 9 Orifice Exquisite Heart, Talent. 5. 20 Body Constitution Enhancement Pills. 6. 10% increase in the strength of offspring's bloodline. Another wave of incredibly rich rewards. His cultivation broke through again, reaching the early stage of the Divine Power Realm. And he was also rewarded with a Supreme Emperor Weapon. Even if the Jiang family had many of these, it wouldn't be enough. What surprised Jiang Yuan the most was the talent called 9 Orifice Exquisite Heart. 9 Orifice Exquisite Heart, a special talent, with a clear mind, extraordinary comprehension, able to see through the essence of things at a glance, and quickly understand any technique or divine power, with the ability to infer and apply. Wow! Isn't this the standard comprehension talent for protagonists? With this, whatever technique I practice in the future, it will be easy. So satisfying. Extremely satisfying. Jiang Yuan felt the power inside his body surge again, and the mysterious insights in his mind multiply, making him feel like he had reached the peak of life. He glanced at the bed where the 2 people had fallen into a deep sleep, feeling proud. This return on investment is simply amazing. Although his current cultivation level is still very low compared to the powerful elders of the Jiang family, who are often at the Sacred Realm or near the Emperor Realm, it feels like a huge change for him. Most importantly, he sees hope, a path to become stronger without limit. Haha, the plan for a clever strategy can now officially begin. Jiang Yuan glanced at the 4 spirit enhancement pills and 2 sacred spirit pills in his hand, smiling like a clever fox. It was time to meet the clan elders. Jiang Yuan didn't stay long in the emperor's palace. His mind was full of plans to cause trouble, so he couldn't sit still. After covering the exhausted mother and daughter with a blanket, he left the sleeping quarters feeling refreshed and headed straight to the Great Council Hall. He didn't hide his aura, so he was noticed immediately. 6th level? Spirit Master level, Zhang Shouju's eyes nearly popped out. He quickly moved in front of Jiang Yuan, scanning him with his spiritual sense repeatedly. His old face was filled with shock beyond words. What? Is this real? Other elders also gathered around, staring at Jiang Yuan as if he were a strange creature. Yuan, you are. Zhang Zhan was so excited he stood up, his voice trembling. He already knew how impressive the so-called system was, but jumping from level 3 to level 6 in one night was still a bit frightening. Cough, cough. Uncle, elders, stay calm, Jiang Yuan said, seeing everyone's surprised faces. He felt secretly pleased. This is just a small matter, routine operation, he said casually. Routine operation? Small matter? All the elders' mouths twitched. You call this a small matter? Then what is a big one? All right, all right, stop overreacting. Zhang Yuan waved his hand, bringing everyone's attention back. Let's get to the main point. He thought for a moment, and 6 mysterious, aura-emitting spirit enhancement pills floated in front of everyone. 4 spirit enhancement pills, and 2 sacred spirit pills. As soon as they saw these 6 pills, the entire council hall seemed to freeze in place. All the elders' breathing became rapid, and their eyes turned bloodshot as they stared intensely at the 6 pills. Their expressions showed they desperately wanted to swallow them immediately. Yuan, this is all because of you last night. Zhang Zhan's voice was hoarse and dry. The system's reward said it triggered a critical hit. Boom. The main hall erupted with excitement. Oh my, 6 pills in one night. This efficiency is just too terrifying. So, as long as Yuan works hard, our Zhang family could have 6 holy bodies in a day. The key now is whether our Zhang family has enough divine bodies. Even if not, we can at least develop 4 more divine bodies. The elders went completely crazy, their faces flushed with excitement, waving their arms and stomping their feet, as if they already saw the glorious future of the Zhang family ruling the heavens and dominating the multiverse. Quiet. Zhang Zhan remained calmer. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed his joy, and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone calmed down a little, but their eyes on Zhang Yuan became even more passionate. That look made Zhang Yuan feel a bit uncomfortable. Yuan, this time you came here too. Zhang Zhan looked at Zhang Yuan, knowing that since Zhang Yuan had brought out these 6 spirit-enhancing pills and Holy Spirit pills, he must have a plan for the next step. Zhang Yuan nodded, a playful smile on his face. Big uncle, our previous plan for a surprise attack can now begin. I plan to let Qin Yuebai and Qin Yinran, in front of everyone in the world, ascend instantly and become holy bodies. Now, Zhang Zhan was stunned. Yes, right now? Zhang Yuan said firmly. The news has already been spread. Now, the entire divine immortal world is watching us, either waiting to see us fail or to see our tricks. We want to give them a huge surprise at this moment, using a living holy body to show them that our Zhang family keeps its promises. Zhang Zhan and the elders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unmatched excitement and passion. I also have ideas about the remaining 4 spirit elevation pills. I plan to keep one as a backup and give the other 3 to the White Tiger royal family, hoping to produce a divine body from among them. The remaining 2 spirit elevation pills and 1 Holy Spirit pill. Uncle, you must find suitable candidates. I want the Zhang family to produce 3 holy bodies at once. Finally, Uncle, let my father return. Also, please prepare the elders to come out of seclusion. After a moment of silence, Zhang Zhan suddenly understood. So that's it. Their plan to create a holy body on the spot to open up the entire Emperor immortal world. While they hesitated, they then planned to produce 3 more holy bodies in succession, shocking the entire Emperor immortal world. This is a clever scheme, but also a risky move. However, as long as the Zhang family's strength is revealed and the current emperor sits in power, this will be a huge, world-shaking news. It could easily attract all forces' attention. All petty enemies wouldn't dare to act openly, only secretly attack. With this, the Zhang family's young talents would have no fear of challenges. Good. Zhang Zhan suddenly pounded the table. Let's do as Yuan said. Send my orders. Open the sky mirror and broadcast the scene of the Zhang family's imperial palace to every corner of the Emperor immortal world. Also, send invitations to the major sacred lands, divine dynasties, and immortal clans, saying that my Zhang family's imperial son will publicly perform a ritual to refine his body and change his fate with his new partner. I want everyone in the world to see how my Zhang family creates legends. Yes, with Zhang Zhan's command, the entire Zhang family started working quickly again. The imperial palace. Qin Yubai and her daughter Qin Anan had just woken up from their sleep when they found the entire palace transformed into a huge altar. In the center of the altar were 2 lotus thrones carved from 10,000-year-old cold jade. Surrounding the altar were large water mirrors floating in the air, showing blurry figures with terrifying aura, likely projections of powerful figures from various forces. Mother and daughter were both stunned, completely unaware of what was happening. At that moment, Jiang Yuan, along with Jiang Zhan and a group of elders, entered. "Hubby, this is..." Qin Yuebai looked at the scene with some worry and asked. "Don't be afraid." Jiang Yuan stepped in front of her, smiling. "Remember I promised to give you a big gift? Today is the day I keep that promise." He took out a Holy Spirit pill from his storage ring and handed it to Qin Yuebai. "She has a twin lotus body, and as long as she advances to a holy body, Qin Yinyan will also improve. This is a spirit-enhancing pill. Take it, and your twin lotus body will evolve into a holy body." "A holy body?" Qin Yuebai and Qin Yinyan both widened their eyes, staring at the pill in disbelief. They didn't know exactly how strong a holy body was, but from Jiang Yuan's serious tone, they could feel this was a rare blessing that could change their lives forever. "But, husband, this is too precious." Qin Yuebai still hesitated to accept it. "It's not about how precious it is," Jiang Yuan said casually. "You are my women. Making you stronger is what I should do. Hold it in your mouth, then wait for my command before swallowing." Qin Yuebai looked at him, opened her mouth, and held the spirit-enhancing pill inside. "Go ahead, sit on that. Everyone in the world is waiting to see you." Qin Yuebai and Qin Yinyan exchanged a glance. Then, with excitement and nervousness, they stepped onto the lotus thrones. "Everyone!" Jiang Zhan took a step forward and loudly announced. His voice spread throughout the entire divine immortal world through the sky-connecting mirror. "Today, to celebrate the wedding of the emperor's sons of the Jiang family, I bestow upon the two princesses the greatest blessing. Please, everyone, witness the birth of a miracle." After speaking, he nodded to Qin Yuebai and Qin Yinyan. Qin Yuebai took a deep breath and swallowed the spirit-enhancing pill in one go. Boom! The moment the pill entered her stomach, an indescribably terrifying energy exploded inside her. "Ah!" The intense pain made Qin Yuebai cry out in agony. Qin Yinyan looked on with concern, but soon, as Qin Yuebai changed, her own aura also became unpredictable. A powerful surge of vitality burst from Qin Yuebai's body, quickly repairing her shattered form. Between destruction and renewal, their levels of life are undergoing a huge and dramatic change. Boom! Two brilliant blue divine lights shoot up from their foreheads, piercing through the dome of the emperor's palace and reaching the sky. This time, there is no cover-up from the ancestral land of the Jiang family. The extraordinary signs of the holy body are fully revealed. Behind them, two enormous twin lotus illusions slowly appear. On the lotus, the aura flows, and the laws roar. A terrifying energy far beyond the Tao body sweeps across the entire Jiang family. It also spreads throughout all worlds and realms. Is this the creation blue lotus holy body? Oh my! It really is a holy body. They have truly evolved into holy bodies. In front of the heaven-connecting mirror, all the powerful beings watching this scene go crazy. In front of the heaven-connecting mirror, the entire Emperor Immortal world falls into a strange silence. Countless eyes, whether from the high and mighty holy lords, divine lords, or hidden old monsters nearing the Emperor level, even the royal-level creatures in forbidden zones, are all staring tightly at the two blue divine lights rising into the sky and the two slowly blooming illusions, which emit the highest aura. At this moment, their minds seem to crash collectively. Holy body. Or two. Just. Born like that. A leader from a lower realm sect with thin spiritual energy and incomplete laws, and a young girl with low cultivation, just because she married the legendary Waste Emperor's son of the Jiang family, suddenly became a holy body? Is this some kind of myth? After a brief silence, it erupts like a volcano. No way. This is impossible. The divine lord of the great Dian divine dynasty suddenly stands up from the throne, trembling slightly under his dragon robe. Even the legendary immortal pills can't have such miraculous effects. Creating a holy body out of thin air? That defies the fundamental principles of the Tao, divine lord, but the heaven-connecting mirror can't be fake. The signs of the holy body, the aura, they can't be faked. The old beside him speaks sharply, his face full of shock. I know it can't be fake. The divine lord of the great Dian paces back and forth anxiously, his eyes flickering wildly. Because it can't be fake. That's what makes it even more terrifying. The Jiang family. What kind of incredible skills do they really have? He suddenly stopped and stared intently at the water mirror, where the figure in white stood calmly beneath the altar, Jiang Yuan. That person, Qin Yuebai, and her daughter are all just Dao bodies. The only thing they share is that they all married Jiang Yuan. Then he thought of Bai Qingxue from the White Tiger royal family. A shocking thought suddenly arose from his heart, impossible to suppress. Could it be that the key isn't the pill, but Jiang Yuan himself? As soon as this idea appeared, the divine lord of Great Yin shivered all over, feeling a cold chill rush from his feet straight to his head. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Immediately call Yu'er to me. No, I will go myself. He wanted to personally ask his precious daughter what she thought about this matter. Yaoqi's sacred land. On the sacred peak shrouded in mist, a group of senior elders from Yaoqi, usually elegant and aloof, like celestial beings, were now gathered around a water mirror, chattering loudly like market women. Oh my! The Genesis Green Lotus sacred body. I've only seen scattered records of this sacred body in the oldest texts. Legend says this sacred body is descended from the Chaos Green Lotus, born to harmonize with all paths, and cultivates at an incredible speed, thousands of miles a day. The one next to her, called Qin Yuebai, I just checked. She was taken from the lower realm forest by Zhang's people. Her cultivation is only at the 5th level, but she has a Dao body with a lotus flower twin body. The other person is a split clone of her, Jiang family. What are they really trying to do? Have they truly found a way to mass-produce sacred bodies? The leader of Yaoqi's sacred land, a stunningly beautiful woman in imperial robes, looked pale now. She stared at the two increasingly brilliant sacred body phenomena reflected in the water mirror, her heart stirring with turmoil. She remembered that not long ago, when Zhang's family came to propose marriage for Jiang Yuan, her sect had politely refused. At that time, she thought Zhang's family was foolish, wanting a useless imperial son to take over their precious Yaoqi. But now, she turned her head and looked at the huge golden lotus throne behind her, where a stunning figure sat quietly, seemingly unaffected by anything. Mingyao, what do you think? The sacred landlord asked softly. Qin Mingyao slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes, which seemed to contain the essence of the 3,000 paths, were now very bright. She did not answer the Holy Master's question, but softly asked, Master, do you think there is a possibility that the wedding gifts sent by the Jiang family are never the main point? The Holy Master of the Celestial Pool was surprised. What do you mean? From the White Tiger Goddess to now Qin Yubai and her daughter, what is the only thing they have in common? Qin Mingyao's voice was very soft, but it made all the elders present fall silent. The only thing in common? They all married Jiang Yuan. Everyone's mind flashed with the image of the supposedly useless waste emperor's son. A terrifying, but seemingly the only reasonable guess arose in everyone's hearts. Are you saying, Jiang Yuan, the Holy Master of the Celestial Pool's voice trembled? Qin Mingyao did not speak again. She simply closed her eyes again, but her slightly trembling eyelashes showed her inner unrest. So, is that it? The emperor's son, who had been an ordinary person for over 20 years, is finally no longer hiding his true strength? Northland, Wang family. At the top of the towering snow mountain, Wang Tingxue still stood quietly. In front of her, in the void, a water mirror floated, clearly reflecting everything happening inside the Jiang family emperor's palace. Her expression remained cold as ever, as if nothing in the world could move her. But if you looked carefully, you would notice that her hand, gripping the sword hilt, was slightly tense, with her knuckles turning white. Jiang Yuan. She softly whispered this name, her eyes shining with unprecedented fighting spirit and a faint light of interest, one she herself had not even noticed. Her lifelong goal was to become an emperor and rule the world. For this goal, she was willing to give up everything, including her feelings. She once believed that no one in this era could be her match, and her path to the throne would be smooth. But now, a huge change has appeared. Jiang Yuan, this man, in a way she could not understand or imagine, forcefully entered her sight. Suddenly, Wang Tingxue smiled. Her smile was like a snow mountain frozen for thousands of years, suddenly blooming like a snow lotus, beautiful and breathtaking. It seems my path to dominance won't be so boring. She turned around, took a step forward, and her figure instantly disappeared into the snow and wind. Send my orders. Prepare generous gifts. I will personally visit the Jiang family and meet that Jiang family's royal heir. The entire great world of Emperor Immortals went completely crazy that day. Countless forces and powerful people were shocked and wild over the shocking move made by the Jiang family. They couldn't understand it, couldn't guess it, and could only do everything they could to investigate and analyze. At the center of this storm sweeping the world, inside the Jiang family's royal heir's palace, Jiang Yuan was lying leisurely in a rocking chair, holding a cup of spiritual tea, admiring the two perfect bodies on the altar that were undergoing a shocking transformation, with a playful smile on his face. This is just the beginning of Jiang family's dominance over the heavens. On the altar, two blue divine lights shone brighter and brighter. Qin Yuebai and Qin Aibai's transformations were in the final stage. Jiang Yuan put down his tea, slowly walked to the edge of the altar, gently looked at the two bodies undergoing a shocking transformation. Husband, Qin Yuebai opened her eyes, which now shimmered with a faint blue divine glow. Her entire aura had changed dramatically. If she was a lotus growing in a pond before, now she was a divine lotus rooted in chaos, noble and pure. How do you feel? Jiang Yuan asked with a smile. Very good, better than ever. Qin Yuebai stood up, feeling the powerful energy inside her, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Have I already broken through to the 8th realm? Not just that. Jiang Yuan pointed to Qin Aibai beside her. She is now at the peak of the 5th realm, and will break through soon. Qin Aibai also opened her eyes, her face full of excitement, and instinctively threw herself into Jiang Yuan's arms. Dad, I've become so powerful. Jiang Yuan was deeply shaken when called Dad. Looking at the young girl in his arms, who was already an adult but still kept the girl's innocence, he felt a strange sensation. Yes, very impressive. He gently patted her head. Qin Yuebai came over, her face slightly shy. She had now fully accepted her identity, Jiang Yuan's woman. Husband, our daughter and I owe today's happiness entirely to you. She bowed gracefully. I have nothing to repay you with, except to dedicate myself to you. Jiang Yuan interrupted with a mischievous smile. Haven't you already dedicated yourselves to me? Qin Yuebai blushed and softly scolded. Husband loves to tease me. Ha! Just joking. Jiang Yuan reached out and embraced both women. From now on, you are part of the Jiang family. No more calling yourselves me and you. This isn't proper. Qin Yuebai hesitated. What's proper or not? I say what goes, Jiang Yuan declared confidently. At that warm moment, Jiang Zhan entered with a group of elders. Yuan, the transformation of the two princesses is complete. Now it's time for the second step of the plan. Jiang Yuan nodded, releasing the two women from his embrace. He took out a spirit-enhancing pill from his storage ring. Fubo, send someone immediately to deliver this spirit-enhancing pill to the Taiga Divine Mountain and give it to the White Tiger Royal Clan. Yes, Your Majesty. Fubo respectfully took the pill and disappeared in a flash. Oldest uncle, have the remaining 3 spirit-enhancing pills and the Holy Spirit pill been assigned to suitable people? Jiang Zhan nodded. 2 from the main family and 2 from the collateral family, all with divine physiques. Their loyalty has been tested. From the main family, one is Zhang Hao, who has the purple sky thunder body, naturally attuned to the thunder path, with fierce combat strength. The other is Jiang Heori, who possesses the sun god body, with abundant yang energy and a powerful, pure yang cultivation method, and excellent combat talent. From the collateral family, one is Jiang Shan, whose immovable bright king body is a rare top-tier defensive physique in the family. The last candidate is for the Holy Spirit pill, from the collateral family's talented youth, Jiang Chun, who has a unique physique called the Silent Destruction Blade Soul. Though not a traditional physical body, his soul power and sword intent naturally align. He has the potential to transform into a chaos blade body, just like Jiang Yi. Easily, for divine bodies could be gathered together, which shows how terrifying their family background truly is. However, Jiang Yuan also knows that if the side branches can produce divine bodies, the main family probably doesn't have many left. Even in the Jiang family, divine bodies are rare treasures. Having slightly weaker talent doesn't matter. What's important is loyalty to the family. Don't worry about that, Yuaner. We also don't want to raise a traitor. They exchange smiles. Zhang Yuan nods and says, let's follow our plan. When Qing Shue gives birth to the child, we will promote them together. This is the second step of Zhang Yuan's secret plan, to have several people promoted to saintly bodies at the same time, which would be incredibly shocking. It could cause the entire great world of Emperor Immortals to shake with excitement. Just as he was about to speak, the entire Emperor's palace suddenly began to shake violently. No, it's not just the palace. It seems the whole Jiang family territory, even the entire great world of Emperor Immortals and the 36 lesser worlds, along with countless other worlds, are sensing this change. This is a change from the heavenly way. What's happening? Zhang Shoshua's face changes. A brilliant golden beam of light descends from the sky, piercing through the entire Jiang family and directly striking the square of the Emperor's palace. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy sweeps outward. Could this be? Zhang Zhan's face is serious, and a bad feeling rises in his heart. Zhang Yuan steps out of the main hall, looking up at the sky. The once clear sky is now covered with endless golden light. A huge golden list is slowly appearing from the void. On the list, golden light flows, and divine patterns shimmer, radiating a vast and sacred aura that makes everyone want to bow in worship. Zhang Zhan's pupils shrink as he speaks in a deep voice. Indeed, this is the heavenly list. No way? Zhang Shoshua exclaims. The heavenly list isn't supposed to appear until 53 years later. How could it show up early? Zhang Yuan stares at the golden list, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He remembers the old ancestor saying that the heavenly list is a manifestation of the heavenly way's will, listing all the top talents, physiques, and potential of the current era. Although the old ancestor had calculated that there were still 53 years remaining, could he have been mistaken? At that moment, the large golden list finally fully unfurled, with rows of golden characters appearing on it. Above the Emperor's palace square, the huge golden list stretched across the sky like a divine scroll, spanning the entire celestial world. The golden words on the list contained the breath of the way of heaven, clearly visible to all living beings. Heavenly Talents Body List. These 5 simple words seemed to carry supreme authority, making everyone who saw them feel their souls tremble. Is this really the heavenly list of talents? Zhang Zhan's face turned extremely grim. Why is it coming so early? Zhang Yuan's heart sank as well. Could the old ancestors' calculations be wrong? Is the way of heaven being disrespectful? I just got the situation heated up, planning to lure the fish step by step, and now they've suddenly revealed my secret card? How am I supposed to play now? While Zhang Yuan was angrily complaining in his mind, an old yet helpless voice suddenly echoed in his and all Zhang family elders' minds. This matter is not the 5th young master's fault. It was the voice of the first ancestor. Immediately after, another slightly younger voice with a hint of a bitter smile also transmitted, that of the 5th ancestor. My calculations are correct. Under normal circumstances, the list would appear in 53 years. But there is a legend we have overlooked. What legend? Zhang Zhan hurriedly asked. The Golden Era. The first ancestor's voice became very serious. Legend says that when more than 50 saint body-level talents emerge in one era, it will trigger the way of heaven to open the Golden Era early. At that time, the heavenly list of talents will appear immediately, announcing to the world that all paths compete, and the Emperor's road reopens. 50 saint body-level talents? Zhang Zhan and all the elders gasped, then all turned their eyes to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was also stunned, feeling a jolt in his heart. Is there such a hidden setting? I just managed to settle a few wives, and with the system rewards of Holy Spirit pills and Spirit Elevation pills combined, I only created a few saint bodies, counting Qin Yuebai and her daughter, at most 5. Adding the few members from the Jiang family already present, it still isn't enough to reach 50. Yuan, don't be nervous. It seemed he noticed Zhang Yuan's confusion, and the ancestor's voice sounded again. The heavenly list doesn't only include the new generation's top talents. It covers everyone alive in this world, including those who are already famous or have sealed themselves away. As long as their life marks still exist here, they will be counted. In other words, Zhang Zhan's face grew even stranger. The list might even include quasi-emperors, or even Great emperors. Yes. The ancestor's voice carried a hint of emotion. This is an unprecedented great era. All the hidden monsters behind the scenes will be revealed on this list. Our Jiang family can no longer hide. In just this short moment of their conversation, the heavenly list finally began to show the first name. Top of the heavenly talents list, heavenly body constitution, divine body, Qin Mingyao, saintess of the Jade Pool Holy Land. Wow, the Jade Pool saintess is only ranked 100th? How is that possible? The heavenly body constitution is a top-tier divine body, with a high chance of becoming a quasi-emperor in the future. How can she be so low? How terrifying is this list? Everyone in the great world of Emperor Immortals was stunned when they saw this ranking. Inside the Jade Pool Holy Land, Qin Mingyao looked at her name on the list. Her usually calm face showed a rare flicker of emotion. She actually was only 100th? Then, the names on the list started to change rapidly. Rank 99, Yuan Spirit Body, Dao Body, Jiyu, Princess of the Great Diana Divine Dynasty. Familiar or unfamiliar names kept flashing on the list. Each name represented a talent capable of dominating an era. What shocked everyone was that these top-tier talents, in their eyes, couldn't even make it into the top 50. Finally, when the list refreshed to the 50th place, everyone's breath caught. 50 on the Heavenly Talents main list. Guanghan Luminous Body, Jiang Yu. Affiliation, Jiang Family. Divine Body. Finally, a divine body appears. Jiang Yu? Who is this? I haven't heard of anyone like this in the Jiang family. I know her. She's a disciple from a distant branch of the Jiang family. She used to have the tiny divine body. So how did she suddenly become a saintly body? While everyone was talking excitedly and still recovering from the shock, the list was refreshed again. Top Talent Body List, 49th place. Everlasting Yellow Body, Li Xian. Affiliated Force, Tianxian Sword Sect. Top Talent Body List, 48th place. Pure Yang Dao Body He. Affiliated Force, none. Top Talent Body List, 39th place. Nine Sun Burning Heaven Sacred Body, Jiang Yan. Affiliated Force, Jiang Family. Jiang Family actually produced a second saintly body? This really is the eternal empire Jiang Family. The current imperial clan is terrifying. This Jiang Yan. Why does his name match the one with the burning heaven divine body? Could it be a coincidence? I know that Jiang Yan too. Wait a minute. Unless he's dead, how could he not be ranked high with such divine body talent? Could it be? Zhang Yuan looked at the list with a hopeless expression. His original plan was to slowly build up, first using the example of Qin Yuebai and her daughter to tease everyone, then wait for Bai Qingxue to have a child, gain new rewards, and gradually reveal more saintly bodies, slowly dragging the entire great world of Emperor Immortals into chaos. But now, with the Heavenly Gold list, all his cards have been exposed. How can he continue? Is this rushing straight to the ending? No. Since he can't hide anymore, he might as well not hide at all. If he's going to play, he'll play big. A hint of madness flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He looked up at the ever-refreshing list, then at the elder family members beside him, equally shocked. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Uncle, I have a crazy idea." Zhang Zhan seemed to guess what his nephew was thinking. But that idea was too bold, too crazy, making him momentarily unsure if he could believe it. Exactly. Zhang Yuan nodded firmly, his voice decisive. Since all our cards are already exposed, hiding them is pointless. Instead of waiting for others to react and secretly make small moves, why not take the initiative to strike? He looked around at all the elders present and said clearly, "I want everyone in the world to understand that today's event is just the beginning. The glory of the Jiang family has only just started." Zhang Yuan's words sounded like thunder, ringing loudly in the ears of each elder. They looked at the young man before them, only 18 years old, with a face slightly flushed from excitement, but full of confidence and dominance. Their hearts were ignited with passion at that moment. That's right. What is there to fear? We are the Jiang family, the top imperial clan of this era. Behind us, the great emperor is overseeing everything, and several ancient emperor ancestors are still sleeping in our ancestral land. In terms of background and strength, who can compete with us? Since the secret can no longer be hidden, we might as well show our power. Let everyone see how strong the Jiang family truly is. Yuan is right. Jiang Shouzhua. The most fiery-tempered elder suddenly slapped his thigh and roared excitedly, "Hide? No way. We're at this point, so we might as well go all out. Let them see what a real surprise looks like." Jiang Zhan looked at everyone's reactions, suddenly slammed his hand on the throne's armrest, and stood up. A terrifying pressure belonging to a quasi-emperor swept through the entire hall. "Good. Let's go all out this time." His voice was loud and full of undeniable dominance. "Send the order from the head of the family. Immediately bring Jiang Hao, Jiang Heori, Jiang Shan, and Jiang Chun to the altar of the Imperial Sun Palace. Today, our Jiang family will add 4 more sacred bodies." Outside the hall, 4 figures almost stepped out of the void immediately after Jiang Zhan's command. They had been waiting for a long time. "Greetings, family head. Greetings, Imperial Son." The 4 knelt on one knee, their voices perfectly synchronized. Jiang Yuan observed these 4 and nodded. No wonder they are chosen as the top talents of the family. Their aura far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. "Get up." Jiang Zhan waved his hand. "I called you here, and I believe you've guessed the reason." Jiang Hao looked up, excitement flickering in his eyes. "The family head wants us to." "Yes, that's right." Jiang Yuan stepped forward and took out 3 spirit enhancement pills and 1 Holy Spirit pill from his storage ring. "Today, the 4 of you will be washed by the whole world as you step into the sky and achieve the holy body." Boom. The minds of the 4 were struck like a thunderclap. The holy body, the realm they had always dreamed of reaching, was suddenly right in front of their eyes. Is this real?" Jiang Shan's voice trembled. This talented young man, known for his calmness, was now so excited he looked like a child. "Of course, it's real." Jiang Yuan handed the 3 spirit enhancement pills to Jiang Hao, Jiang Heori, and Jiang Shan. Then he gave the more mysterious and powerful Holy Spirit pill to Jiang Chun. "Your body is special and needs the Holy Spirit pill to complete the transformation." Jiang Chun tremblingly took the Holy Spirit pill with both hands, his eyes slightly red. He came from a side branch. Although he had good talent, he was always on the edge of the family. He had dreamed many times of one day standing at the top of the Jiang family and earning everyone's respect. But he never thought this day would come so quickly, so suddenly. "Thank you, Crown Prince." "Thank you, Patriarch." The 4 knelt down sincerely, filled with gratitude. "Enough, stop hesitating." Jiang Shozhua casually walked over, patting Jiang Hao's shoulder. "Hurry up to the altar. The people outside are waiting to see the show. We can't let them down." "Yes." The 4 stood up and followed Jiang Yuan and the others toward the altar in the Emperor's palace. At this moment, all eyes in the entire divine immortal world were focused on the Jiang family. In front of the sky-connecting mirror, countless pairs of eyes stared fixedly at the direction of the Emperor's palace, afraid of missing any detail. The Heavenly Talents list was still updating, and each new name caused new shocks. 38th on the Heavenly Talents body list. Beiming Ice Soul Sacred Body, Moon Goddess Empress. Affiliated Force, Moonlight Sacred Land. 37th on the Heavenly Talents body list. Crimson Flame Battle Immortal Body, Crimson Flame Quasi-Emperor. Affiliated Force, Flame God Sect. 29th on the Heavenly Talents body list. Puryang Heavenly Sword Body, Mo Wudao. Affiliated Force, Heavenly Sword Mountain. We're almost in the top 20. The next ones are probably all top-tier sacred bodies. While everyone held their breath, waiting for the ranking list to update again, suddenly 4 beams of divine light burst out from the altar of the Jiang family's Imperial Sun's Palace. Gold, 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 black. The 4 beams of light shot up into the sky at almost the same time, piercing through the clouds and stirring the wind and clouds. What? Someone is breaking through again? An extraordinary phenomenon in heaven and earth? No, wait. Why is it coming from the Jiang family's direction? In front of the sky-penetrating mirror, everyone went crazy. On the altar, Jiang Hao, Jiang Heori, Jiang Shan, and Jiang Chun had already swallowed their pills. Terrible energy erupted inside them, causing their bodies to undergo earth-shaking changes. Jiang Hao's surrounding lightning changed from purple to chaotic colors, and a destructive aura radiated from him. His original purple sky thunder body was transforming into a higher-level chaos thunder tribulation saint body. Jiang Heori's yang energy grew even more intense. He looked like a real sun shining brightly in the sky and earth. The sun god body was evolving into the great sun golden crow saint body. Jiangshan's body became more solid, and a huge golden Buddha shadow appeared behind him, dignified and unmoving like a mountain. This was the ancient sacred Buddha body. As for Jiang Chun, the long sword behind him started humming loudly, and a sword intent powerful enough to cut through everything soared into the sky. Boom! All four holy body phenomena appeared at the same time, causing the entire Jiang family territory to shake violently. The heavenly and earthly rankings seemed to sense this change. The update suddenly paused, then. Second place on the Genius Body list, Burning Heaven and Boiling Sea Body, Burning Heaven Emperor. Affiliated Force, 10,000 Clans, Life Forbidden Zone, Extinction Sea. Sixth place, Great Sun Golden Crow Saint Body, Jiang Haori. Affiliated Force, Jiang Family. Seventh place, Chaos Thunder Tribulation Body, Jiang Hao. Affiliated Force, Jiang Family. 15th place, Ancient Sacred Buddha Body, Jiang Shan. Affiliated Force, Jiang Family. 3 names appeared on the list almost simultaneously, and all of them were from the Jiang family. A deathly silence fell. The entire imperial immortal world plunged into a strange silence at this moment. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. 3 sacred bodies are born. All at once, 3 sacred bodies are created. And it happens openly, under everyone's watch, as they clearly transform. Is this even possible? Is this really a person? Such an incredible event surpasses even the top-ranked powerful beings on the list. Crazy. The Jiang family has truly gone mad. What secret technique do they have? How can they produce so many sacred bodies at once? No, wait. Look at the list. It's not finished yet. There's still Jiang Chun not announced. Someone exclaims in surprise. Everyone quickly turns their attention back to the heavenly gold list. The golden list is rapidly updating at a frightening speed. Top 14 talented body list. 9 heavens and 10 earths mysterious woman body. Yaoqi Empress. Faction. Yaoqi Sacred Land. Top 13 talented body list. Ancient Moon Sacred Body. Mu Fan. Faction. Qingyun Sacred Land. Top 15 talented body list. Chaos Origin Spirit Sacred Body, Dao Wuya. Faction, Dao 1 Sacred Land. Top 13 talented body list. 10,000 Paths Desire Emperor Sacred Body, Hung Yu Emperor. Faction, Jiang Family. Top 10 talented body list. Chaos Blade Body, Jiang Chun. Faction, Jiang Family. Top 9 talented body list. Chaos Sword Body, Jiang Yi. Faction, Jiang Family. Again, the Jiang family appears. This time, they have entered the top 10, and there are 2 of them. Jiang Yi? That name. I think I've heard it somewhere. I remember. There's a talented person named Jiang Yi in the Jiang family's extended branch. He used to have a special sword bone, I think. Could it be him too? Before everyone can react, the list updates again. Top 8 talented body list. Primordial Ancestor Dragon Body, Wan Long Ancient Emperor. Faction. All Clans, Life Forbidden Zone, Wan Long Nest, Top 7 Talented Body List. Chaos 10,000 Paths Body, Void Dao Emperor. Faction, All Clans, Life Forbidden Zone, Chaos Ancient Clan. Top 6 Talented Body List. Burial Heaven Sacred Body, Burial Heaven Emperor. Faction, All Clans, Life Forbidden Zone, Burial Heaven Tomb. Top 5 Talented Body List. Devouring Heaven Demon Body, Ancient Demon Emperor. Faction, All Clans, Life Forbidden Zone, Ancient Demon Cave. Top 4 Talented Body List. Creation Green Lotus Sacred Body, Qinyuebai. Faction, Jiang Family. Top 3 Talented Body List. Nun, Mysterious Emperor of Secrets. Affiliated Factions, 10,000 Clans, Life Forbidden Zone, Mysterious Plateau. When the rankings were updated here, the entire great world of Emperor Immortals was completely shocked. Not only were the top few spots almost all occupied by royal-level beings from the major Life Forbidden Zones. What does that mean? They were once emperors in life, self-declared as the origin, transforming into a Life Forbidden Zone. Once they reach the peak of their evolution, they are like living emperors. There are 9 such Life Forbidden Zones, and each has 1. In this situation, the ranking list for physical strength only has Emperor Hung Yu in 13th place. Yet he can surpass many royal-level emperors in combat power, dominating an era, showing how terrifying his strength is. Even more frightening, among the top 10, the Jiang family holds 3 spots. Qin Yuebai, Jiang Chun, Jiang Yi. As the entire great world of Emperor Immortals was shocked by the Jiang family's strength, the Heavenly Talents list finally updated to the last 2 names. Second place on the Heavenly Talents Body Constitution list, Pure Body, Wang Tingxue. Affiliated faction, Wang family. First place on the Heavenly Talents Body Constitution list, Innate Birth Sacred Body, Jiang Yuan. Affiliated faction, Jiang family. Boom. When Jiang Yuan's name appeared at the top of the list, the entire world trembled. Countless gazes pierced through the void, focusing on the imperial son of the Jiang family, who was leisurely drinking tea with a playful smile on his face. First place. That legendary useless imperial son actually topped the Heavenly Talents Body Constitution list. And his body constitution's name? Innate Birth Sacred Body? What kind of body is that? The Heavenly Path Golden list made a mistake. How could a physique that no one has ever heard of be ranked first and surpass the imperial daughter of the Wang family, who has the aura of a great emperor? Yes, reproduction? What use does this physique have? Can it be relied on to win fights by giving birth? Do you think there's a chance that Jiang Yuan is actually a woman? That's an interesting idea. But she is the Jiang family's imperial son, and he is a man. For a moment, the entire world of Emperor Immortals was discussing this unbelievable innate reproductive holy body. Everyone thought it was too absurd. A physique that sounds completely useless in battle, yet it can top the Heavenly Pride list first. This is a direct insult to the authority of the ranking. However, those truly at the top of the world smelled something unusual from this seemingly ridiculous name. Inside the divine palace of the great Yao divine dynasty, the divine lord of Yao stared tightly at the words innate reproductive holy body in the water mirror, his brow furrowed, eyes full of suspicion and doubt. Reproduction. Holy body. He kept repeating these words, while his mind wildly flashed with Jiang family's recent strange actions. From marrying the white tiger goddess, to accepting a mother and daughter from the lower realm as concubines, and then publicly elevating their divine bodies to the 4th-ranked creation Green Lotus holy body. All of this felt incredibly strange. And now, the heavenly list gave an answer that seemed absurd, but somehow connected all the clues. Reproduction. Physique evolution. Could it be that? A terrifying thought, enough to make his scalp tingle, was growing wildly in his mind. Could it be that the Jiang family's continuous creation of holy bodies is fundamentally linked to Jiang Yuan's union with Jiang Yuan, giving birth to offspring? This guess was too bold, too revolutionary. But besides this explanation, he couldn't think of any other reasonable reason. If it really is like that, the divine lord of Yao felt a cold chill rush from his feet straight to his head. He suddenly turned his head and looked at a trembling maidservant beside him, shouting sternly, "Where's the princess? Immediately summon Princess Ji Yu to see me." The sacred land of Yaoqi. The Holy Lord and the elders were also deeply shocked and lost in thought. Innate birth sacred body. I see now. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi sat down on the lotus platform, lost in her thoughts, muttering to herself with a face full of regret. She understood everything now. The Jiang family was not foolish. They knew the value of Jiang Yuan from the very beginning. That so-called mortal imperial son was not useless at all. He was the most important strategic weapon for the Jiang family and even for the entire era. But their Yaoqi sacred land, because of arrogance and prejudice, had personally missed this great opportunity. Holy Lord, a trembling elder said, did we do something wrong? More than just wrong. Actually, a few years ago, the Jiang family secretly sent people to suggest a marriage alliance. At that time, I thought they were proposing marriage for that mortal imperial son, so I refused. Now I realize, Jiang Yuan might be the key to everything. Thinking about it, if they had agreed to the Jiang family's marriage proposal back then, the one with the creation Green Lotus sacred body now, would probably be their Yaoqi saintess, Qin Mingyao. Her heart was bleeding. That was the 4th-ranked highest sacred body on the list. And they just missed it? Master. At this moment, Qin Mingyao, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. She slowly stood up. Her stunning face showed no signs of emotion, but her clear eyes sparkled with an unprecedented firm light. Talking about this now is too late. Her voice was calm. We should not regret now, but think about how to secure a place for Yaoqi in the upcoming Feast of Chaos. North Plain, Wang family. At the top of the snow-capped mountain, Wang Tengxue looked at the list, and the name pressing down on her head. Her face showed no frustration or anger, but instead a curious smile. Innate birth sacred body. So this is your path. She had never heard of such a sacred body, because she had never heard of it. So she was curious. The person who can create such a sacred body is not wrong to lose to someone like this. In fact, she even felt a bit excited. A person's strength is not just about their fighting ability, but also about what they can bring to their entire race and the world. Zhang Yuan's way is creation and reproduction. This is a higher level of the way that surpasses personal power. Zhang Yuan, you are making me more and more interested. While the entire great world of Emperor Immortals was in a frenzy over Zhang Yuan's physique, deep inside the ancestral land of the Jiang family, an ancient, vast, and terrifying will, as if from ancient times, slowly awakened. That will was immense, and instantly covered the entire great world of Emperor Immortals. A majestic yet indifferent voice echoed through the endless void. The golden era has arrived. All paths compete. The imperial road will open. Our clan's Qilin child, Zhang Yuan, bears the heavenly destiny and shall be the ruler of this great era. From today, the Jiang family will share this eternal opportunity with the world. Boom. This voice, like the decree of heaven, carried undeniable imperial power in every word. Next, within the Jiang family's territory, 1, 2, 3, 6 terrifying imperial auras soared into the sky, transforming into 6 beams of light supporting the heavens and earth, standing tall between heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire great world of Emperor Immortals fell silent, including the current Emperor Hengyu. 7 emperors? The Jiang family actually has 7 emperors alive. At this moment, everyone who doubted or coveted Zhang Yuan and the Jiang family was filled with endless coldness and fear. 7 emperors. When those 7 beams of imperial power, piercing through heaven and earth, were fully displayed before the world, the entire great world of Emperor Immortals went mad. Countless beings, no matter where they were or how high their cultivation, at this moment, felt a trembling and awe deep in their souls. They all knelt down at the same time, bowing respectfully toward the Jiang family. This was not out of respect, but a natural instinct when one's life level is absolutely suppressed and cannot resist. What did I see? 6 great emperors? The Jiang family. They actually hide such a terrifying background. How can we fight this? No wonder Emperor Hengyu can dominate an era. Just a few of their ancestors are enough to make the old monsters in the Forbidden Zones tremble. It's too frightening. Is this the true strength of the top imperial clan? What we saw before is probably just the tip of the iceberg. In front of the heaven-seeking mirror, all the rulers of the various powers froze in place. Their faces were filled with shock and fear that words couldn't describe. Just as the entire Emperor and Immortal world was shaken and panicked by the terrifying strength revealed by the Jiang family, that ancient will spoke again. This time, his voice was no longer cold but carried a hint of a smile, like a gentle spring breeze, echoing through the heavens. The Golden Age is full of opportunities. Our Jiang family does not wish to keep everything to ourselves. Today, our Jiang family, following the example of ancient sages, issues a grand invitation to the heroes of all worlds and realms. Come and meet for a grand discussion. Any talented and noble maiden from the Emperor and Immortal world, or from subordinate worlds, regardless of background or race, is welcome to come to our Jiang family. If you can form a partnership with our family's Qilin son, Zhang Yuan, we will offer a spiritual enhancement pill as a dowry. This pill can help those below the divine body stage to transform their physique and reach new heights in one step. Boom. If the appearance of the 7 great emperors before brought endless fear and awe, now, the words of the ancestor caused complete madness among everyone. A spiritual enhancement pill. It can help those below the divine body stage to leap in their physique. What does this mean? It means that as long as you have a Tao body, Eating this pill can instantly become a divine body. And if you have a divine body, you can become a saintly body, a divine body, a saintly body. Even quasi-emperors can qualify. That is the dream countless cultivators spend their lives trying to achieve. But now, the Jiang family treats such a heaven-defying treasure as a marriage gift. Marry Jiang Yuan, and you can get it? This is madness. The whole world has gone crazy. Countless rulers of sacred lands, divine dynasties, and immortal clans all turned red with emotion upon hearing these words. They no longer cared about fear or respect. Only two words filled their minds: marriage alliance. It must be a marriage alliance. At any cost, they would send their most talented daughter to Jiang Yuan's bed. Quick, go call the holy maiden. No, gather all the beautiful female disciples. I want to choose personally. All princesses of the divine dynasty, stop practicing immediately. Assemble at the temple. Whoever catches the eye of Jiang's prince will be the future empress of our great divine empire. Send my magic order. Command the holy demoness to go to Jiang's house. Tell her that no matter what, even if she has to use charm magic, she must capture Jiang Yuan. If she succeeds, she will become the next leader of our holy demon sect. Suddenly, in the entire immortal world, all the hidden old monsters and powerful leaders went crazy. They frantically searched their lists of talented people, screening and instructing one after another. Pride and face meant nothing before the huge temptation of ascending to greatness and creating a holy body. A wave of matchmaking frenzy swept across all worlds. And the mastermind behind it all was Jiang Yuan, with the founding ancestor standing beside him. How's it going, Yuan? Pretty good, right? These old folks are all fired up now. They probably can't wait to send their top daughters over to discuss marriage. Hee, without Grandpa's effect, it wouldn't be this good. The founding ancestor waved his hand. You're just clever. I'm only doing what you told me. You've got so many twists and turns in your head. He chuckled. Jiang Yuan shyly scratched his head. This was actually the final step of his clever plan. To make the entire immortal world boil over. To make them take the initiative, even willing to send dowries, just to marry their daughters into the Jiang family. Oh, by the way, Grandpa, I have a good thing here. Help me take a look. He thought of something and took out a small green seedling from his storage ring. The seedling was only palm-sized, crystal clear all over, full of vibrant life. Every leaf contains mysterious patterns of the way, and faintly, countless stars seemed to drift within them. The first ancestor initially appeared calm and relaxed, like a gentle breeze. But when he saw the sapling in Jiang Yuan's hand, he froze completely. His eyes, which had witnessed countless years, widened in disbelief at that moment. This is. His voice trembled as he reached out his hand, but he dared not touch the sapling, afraid of accidentally harming it. The world tree, a sapling of the world tree, the first ancestor's voice suddenly rose sharply, causing the entire Jiang family to shake. Immediately, a powerful emperor's aura spread out, disturbing the natural order here. Then, 5 equally ancient and terrifying auras appeared suddenly. What's going on? Brother, are you losing your mind? Is something wrong? Could it be that those old folks in the Forbidden Zone can't sit still? Hey, Yuaner is here too. The 5 old ancestors appeared almost at the same time beside Jiang Yuan. When they saw the sapling in Jiang Yuan's hand, they all froze in surprise. Wow, the world tree? Is this real? Wasn't this thing supposed to be extinct long ago? Yuaner, where did you get this? Could it also be given by the system? Jiang Yuan was surrounded by the 5 elders and nodded. Wow, if I had this back then, I could have become a great emperor in less than 10,000 years. The second ancestor's voice was a bit regretful. Forget it, I won't talk about that now. Yuaner, do you know what the world tree means? Jiang Yuan shook his head. He had looked through the record of treasures from the heavens, but didn't remember seeing this. He originally wanted to ask the elders, but since he was with Mother Qin Yu Bai and helping her achieve a holy body, and then suddenly the heavenly Tao golden list appeared, several things connected in his mind, and he almost forgot. This thing. The first ancestor's eyes flashed with a trace of nostalgia. It is one of the oldest divine trees in all the worlds. Legend says that when chaos first opened, the first world tree was born from nothing. Its roots spread into all worlds, and its crown supported the heavens. Wherever the world tree exists, the laws of heaven and earth become extraordinarily clear, and cultivation speed increases by more than 100 times. And most importantly, the ancestor paused, his voice becoming very serious. After the world tree matures, it will produce a fruit that contains the complete origin of the world. What is the origin of the world? It is the core of the heavenly heart seal. What is an emperor? It is when a person merges their imperial seal into the heavenly heart. Usually, cultivators want to become emperors by defeating all their rivals and gaining recognition from the heavenly heart seal. But if they have the fruit of the world tree, it's like getting a heavenly heart seal directly. As long as their cultivation level is high enough, they can become an emperor straight away. Wow, that's so powerful. Jiang Yuan gasped in surprise. Doesn't that mean it can help someone become a great emperor? However, the growth cycle of the world tree is very long. Even with many resources, it takes at least 10,000 years to bear fruit. 10,000 years. Actually, it's not necessary. The ancestor looked at the young seedling of the world tree. It can be directly merged into the body, and then grow stronger together with the owner. Really? There's such a method? Jiang Yuan was also surprised by the seedling of the world tree. Thinking for a moment, he decided to give the world tree to the ancestor. Since that's the case, I'll donate it to the family. Grandpa, you can find a suitable emperor in the Jiang family for him to use. When Jiang Yuan said this, the elders were all stunned. Yuan, are you sure? The ancestor's voice trembled a little. This is a seedling of the world tree. In a sense, it's like a great emperor. Yes, I'm sure. Jiang Yuan nodded seriously. There's no point in keeping it now. Wouldn't it be better for the family? Although the seedling of the world tree is extremely powerful, it's completely useless to him now. Until now, his cultivation had only advanced through system guidance. He has the reputation of being born with a holy body, but in reality, he can't use it to cultivate. So, the seedling of the world tree is only good for viewing. It's better to give it to the family, so they can have one more emperor. The stronger the family, the safer he is. He didn't even need to think about it. He knew for sure that outside, many people were definitely watching him. The founding ancestor looked deeply at Jiang Yuan, full of admiration. This child truly has a big vision. If any ordinary person received such a divine treasure, they would probably hide it and want to keep it all to themselves. But Jiang Yuan was willing to openly give it to the family. His generous heart and concern for the family truly make him a prodigy of the Jiang family. Good, 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 the founding ancestor said 3 times, trembling with excitement. Yuan, your kindness is noted by all the elders. Rest assured, the family will not treat you unfairly. Grandpa, who do you think should use this young world tree seedling? Jiang Yuan asked. This was what he cared about most. He took out the seedling of the world tree, not just to give to anyone. The founding ancestor hesitated, and the other elders also shared their opinions. I think it should go to Jiang Zhan. That kid has been stuck at the peak of the quasi-emperor level for tens of thousands of years. He's also a top alchemist. If he can break through to become an emperor, he might be able to craft emperor-grade pills. Our Jiang family could become even stronger, the third ancestor suggested. Call Jiang Zhan over to take a look. As he spoke, the emperor's seal in the void trembled. Jiang Zhan, who had been waiting anxiously outside, immediately responded, rising into the air and appearing inside. Little Zhan, greetings, elders. Jiang Zhan bowed to the elders, then looked at Jiang Yuan with a pleased expression. It's good that he's safe. Although he knew this was the core of the Jiang family, the sudden pressure of the emperor still made him a little nervous. I'll say it, the third ancestor said slowly. Yuan has a seedling of the world tree. Do you want to use it and take this chance to break through to become an emperor? Jiang Zhan was stunned. What's going on? I just came in for a minute. Let me think this through. After a moment, Jiang Zhan understood the situation and looked at Jiang Yuan with a deep, moving gaze. It was worth all the effort to care for him. He was the first to think of himself when such a good opportunity appeared. However, Jiang Zhan thought for a moment and finally resisted the temptation to become the great emperor. He shook his head and said, Yuan, the seedling of the world tree is too precious, and I am not suitable to become the great emperor right now. Why? As the head of the Jiang family, I carry a heavy responsibility. I cannot easily retreat and close myself off. If I choose to refine the world tree seedling, I will have to disappear for a while losing the ability to hide in the shadows. Jiang Yuan and the elders fell silent. Indeed, Jiang Zhan is the head of the Jiang family and draws a lot of attention, which is not good for being a secret trump card of the family. Since the eldest uncle can't use it, then give it to the third uncle. Jiang Yuan also thought Jiang Zhan's words made sense, so he turned his gaze to the third elder, Jiang Shouzhua. Shouzhua, that kid's Qinkuan battle body is very suitable for fighting. Oh, and Yuan, if you have a chance, give Shouzhua a spirit-enhancing pill so he can evolve into a saintly body. That way, even if he uses the seedling to become an emperor, it can make up for some of his combat weakness. All right. The ancestor Su raised his hand and quickly caught Jiang Shouzhua. Then Jiang Yuan explained the reason swiftly. Jiang Shouzhua was stunned and pointed at himself. Me? Yuan, are you joking? Third uncle, you are loyal to the Jiang family and have always been good to me. If you can break through to become an emperor, it would be perfect to serve as a hidden emperor for our Jiang family, to deter the small-minded, Jiang Yuan said with a smile. Yuan, you. Jiang Shouzhua was so excited he couldn't speak. He never dreamed that such a great blessing would fall on him. Who doesn't want to become an emperor? But can it be done? There are only 72 legendary emperor positions. The emperor immortal world has existed for so long, and no one knows how many are left. Even if using the world tree seedling is a shortcut to becoming an emperor, at least it is an emperor, which is far beyond a quasi-emperor. Ancestors, you, the seedling of the world tree was obtained by Yuan. Who he wants to give it to, we old folks certainly have no objection. Jiang Shouzhua trembled with excitement and suddenly bowed deeply. Thank you, first ancestor. Thank you, elders. Thank you, Yuan. Initially, he supported Jiang Yuan because Heng Yu had saved him more than once in earlier years. Out of gratitude, even though Jiang Yuan was born immortal, he was willing to help him become the emperor's son. However, he did not expect this kindness to be repaid so quickly. Get up, third brother. The founding ancestor gently helped him. Remember, this matter is a top secret of the family. Until you fully break through to become a great emperor, you must not reveal anything outside. Yes, elder. Rest assured. I, Jiang Shouzhua, swear by my heart of Tao that I will not reveal anything, Jiang Shouzhua said seriously. He knew that taking the seedling of the world tree meant he would have to hide in the shadows, becoming a secret trump card for the Jiang family, a hidden killer move. This period might be long or short, but Jiang Shouzhua had a feeling that as long as Yuan was around, the Jiang family might soon unify the great world of immortal deities. While Jiang Shouzhua was heading to the ancestral land with the world tree seedling, preparing to close off and break through under the protection of 6 elder ancestors, the outside world was already stirred by the appearance of the 6 great ancestral emperors of the Jiang family. Their words, Ascension Pill as a marriage gift, and Body Transformation, One Step to Heaven, ignited ambitions and desires. Suddenly, the scene was bustling with activity. Countless streams of light flew out from major sacred lands, divine kingdoms, and immortal family ancestral grounds, transforming into magnificent divine ships and ancient chariots. They carried the most outstanding and beautiful talented women of their clans toward Jiang's family, rushing in like a tide. The scene was even more spectacular than the tribal gathering 100 years ago. Some clever factions even brought precious treasures along with their women, hoping to buy an ascension pill if Jiang's family didn't favor their daughters. The tribes, the forbidden zone of life, the 10,000 dragon nest. A massive dragon skeleton lay on the ground, each bone towering 10,000 zhang long, emanating a terrifying pressure. It was the remains of a true dragon that once roamed the heavens and earth, fallen after the quasi-emperor dragon was defeated. Now, it had become the most sinister decoration of this forbidden land. At the deepest part of the abyss, a blurry shadow awakens from chaos. The ancient emperor of 10,000 dragons. Once the supreme being dominating an era, now he has cut himself off and fallen into sleep here, waiting for the path to become a fairy to open. At this moment, this ancient emperor, who has slept for countless years, opens his eyes. Golden list of the heavenly way, Jiang family. A deep, hoarse voice echoes in the abyss, carrying an indescribable coldness. A mere newcomer dares to be so arrogant? Ridiculous. What is this innate sacred body? Just a trick. If we really fight, I could crush him with one hand. The ancient emperor of 10,000 dragons sneers, full of disdain. Although he says this, he knows well that the rise of the Jiang family in this era is no accident. 7 great emperors. This number makes him feel some pressure. Remember, the 9 major forbidden zones together only have about 9 ancient emperors publicly. Including those secretly hidden, there are probably 20 or 30 more. It seems like a lot, but the Jiang family alone holds 7 of them. Even if 6 of these are self-proclaimed parts of their origin, they haven't cut themselves off completely. Plus there's that Emperor Hongyu. Back then, the emperor. A flicker of fear flashes in his eyes. It's no exaggeration to say that a peak emperor of the current age, after reaching the highest level of cultivation, could easily take away several ancient emperors. Counting only the Jiang family, they have the strength comparable to half of the 9 forbidden zones. Send the order. The ancient emperor of 10,000 dragons slowly speaks, his voice cold and piercing. Gather all the quasi-emperors and above from the 10,000 dragons nest. I will personally discuss strategies. Also, contact other forbidden zones and tell them that Jiang family's actions have already touched our bottom line. If they continue to develop, I'm afraid it won't be long before this Emperor Fairy world will change its surname to Jiang. As his words fall, shadows emerge from every corner of the abyss, respectfully receiving the orders and departing. The ancient emperor of 10,000 dragons closes his eyes again, but deep within his crimson gaze, a murderous intent flickers fiercely. Jiang family, since you dare to be so high-profile, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Tomb of the Heaven, at the end of the Yellow Spring Road. This is a forbidden place for the living, the final resting place for the dead. Endless graves stretch out in waves, each one holding a powerful person who once amazed an era. Deep in all the graves, there is a huge black stone coffin, quietly floating in the void. The coffin is covered with strange symbols, giving off a suffocating sense of death. Right now, the lid of the coffin is slowly moving. Click! With a harsh scraping sound, the lid is pushed open. A thin, bony hand reaches out from the gap. That hand has no flesh, only dry, shriveled skin tightly clinging to the bones, looking like a skeleton crawling out of a grave. Jiang family. Interesting. A hoarse voice comes from inside the coffin, carrying a rotten smell. The king of the dead has awakened. I have slept for so many years, and I never thought that after waking up, the world would have so many interesting things. The king of the dead slowly sits up, revealing a face full of wrinkles. That face shows no life, only endless death and coldness. He raises his hand, and a water mirror appears in the air, clearly reflecting everything happening in the Jiang family. Innate sacred body. Mass-produced sacred bodies. Haha, quite a clever young one. The king of the dead looks at Jiang Yuan's figure in the mirror, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. But being too clever isn't always a good thing. He extends his dry finger and gently draws in the air. A black space appears, and a figure steps out from it. It is an old man in a black robe, pale-faced, with hollow eyes, looking like a walking corpse. Greetings, king of the dead. The old man kneels on one knee, his voice flat and emotionless. Go, deliver my message to the ancient emperor of Wanlong. The king of the dead speaks calmly. Just say that I agree with his proposal. The Jiang family's recent actions are too bold. If they continue to develop, it will not be good for our forbidden zone of life. Tell him that I am willing to join forces with Wanlong Nest to teach the Jiang family a lesson. As for the specific actions to take, we must wait for news from the 10,000 Dragon Ancient Emperor. The elder respectfully nodded, then vanished into a space. The Heavenly Emperor lay back in the stone coffin and slowly closed his eyes. Jiang family. Oh Jiang family, do you think having 7 great emperors means you can rest easy? You're too naive. This world is much more complicated than you imagine. There are those who oppose, and those who support. In the Eastern Wilderness, the forbidden zone of life, the Heavenly Demon Palace. As one of the 9 great forbidden zones of life, the Heavenly Demon Palace is actually weaker than other powers, so they desperately need fresh blood. At this moment, inside a palace built from giant dragon bones, the atmosphere is extremely lively. The palace master of the Heavenly Demon Palace, a terrifying 9-headed lion, is angrily lecturing a group of beautiful and charming demon princesses below. Listen up, everyone. This trip to the Jiang family is a rare opportunity. Whoever catches the eye of the emperor's son will be immediately promoted to the 16th palace master. Show your best skills. Whether it's the enchanting fox charm or the secret love techniques, as long as you can win Jiang Yuan, do whatever it takes. And if anyone dares to slack off, they can forget about coming back. Just prepare to be thrown into the demon refining pool. Below, the demon women's eyes gleamed with excitement, and they clenched their fists eagerly. Especially the princesses of the nine-tailed fox tribe, who looked charming and confident. When it comes to seducing men, their nine-tailed fox tribe has never been afraid of anyone. In the human realm, the Western Desert, the 10,000 Buddha Temple. This ancient temple standing in the Golden Desert should be a peaceful and solemn place, but now it's in chaos. A group of plump, dignified old monks are surrounding a young nun dressed in white, with an ethereal aura and stunning beauty, trying to persuade her earnestly. Wonderful sound. Our Buddha is compassionate, saving all beings. Now that the Jiang family's imperial son is destined by heaven, if you can form a Buddhist connection with him, it's not only your good fortune, but also a great opportunity for our Buddhist school to flourish. Yes, the Buddha said, if I don't descend into, who will? For the everlasting foundation of the Buddhist order. What does it matter if you give up a little of your beauty? Miaoyin, just go. Think of it as a mission to defeat evil. The young nun called Miaoyin listened to the elder's words, her pretty face turning red with anger and embarrassment. Give up a little of her beauty? Defeat evil? These old monks, had they no shame, just for a single sacred opportunity? But when she saw the invitation letter from the Jiang family in the abbot's hand, and his firm, unquestionable gaze, she could only sigh helplessly and press her palms together. Amitabha, this disciple will obey. Central Continent, Pill Alliance. As one of the wealthiest powers in the great immortal world, the Pill Alliance reacted swiftly. The leader ordered that from all the young female alchemists in the alliance, 100 of the most talented and graceful would be chosen to form a special envoy group, personally led by the deputy leader, to visit the Jiang family. Their slogan was, whether we succeed or not doesn't matter. Let's at least make ourselves known. Once we connect with the Jiang family, we'll never worry about selling our pills again. For a time, the entire great immortal world, from the 36 main worlds to the middle realms below, was in motion. Saintesses, divine maidens, imperial daughters, demonesses, spirit maidens, and Buddhist nuns, those who were usually hidden away and treated as treasures by their sects, were now gathering in groups, heading toward the Jiang family like a grand festival. As for the lesser worlds, they were too small to even be considered. To join this great event, one needed at least the strength of a middle world. Outside the Jiang family's domain, the once quiet and lofty endless void had become livelier than the busiest city market. Magnificent divine ships and ancient war chariots of all shapes and sizes filled the sky, each radiating a powerful aura. They crowded the space so tightly that not even a breeze could pass through. Every ship bore a grand banner. Look, that's the nine-dragon fragrant chariot of the great Yin divine dynasty. I heard that's the divine Lord Dian's personal chariot. I can't believe it's here today to pick up the princess. Over there, that's the seven-colored lotus platform from the Jade Pool Holy Land. My goodness, they've really gone all out this time, even bringing their most powerful sacred weapon. And look, that's the Northern King family's ice ark. It's said to be forged from ancient ice 1,000,000 years old, carrying its own small world within. The people from the demonic path are here too. That's the 10,000 demon banner from the Holy Demon Sect. I heard their saintess is born with a natural charm and extraordinary talent. Looks like the young master of the Jiang family is in for quite an encounter. Look, the monks from the Western Desert's 10,000 Buddha temple have arrived too. Could it be that they brought the legendary Buddhist maiden Miaoyin, the one with the glass body of Buddha's heart? Ranked 51st among the prodigies, the strongest below the holy body. She's a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Buddhist world. Would they really let her leave the temple? Amitabha, can one truly call it leaving the temple? It's more like forming a blessed connection and guiding those with fate. In the sky, countless wandering cultivators and scouts from lesser sects hid in the distance, watching this once-in-an-era spectacle with wide eyes and endless chatter. Holy lands, divine dynasties, immortal clans, ancient royal families, demonic sects, and Buddhist masters. Almost every top power in the entire great immortal world had gathered here. Saintesses, divine maidens, imperial daughters, demonesses, spirit maidens, and Buddhist girls. Some were as pure as fairies, some graceful and charming, some heroic and proud, others gentle and sweet, each radiating their own beauty, dazzling to behold. At this moment, all these gifted women had gathered here for one purpose: the Jiang family. More precisely, for the Jiang family's young master, who had just claimed the top spot on the heavenly gold ranking, possessing the mysterious, innate sacred body of creation, Jiang Yuan. Outside the Jiang family's grand gates, crowds stretched as far as the eye could see. The family head, Jiang Zhan, personally stood at the entrance with the core elders to welcome the guests. A dignified yet warm smile rested on his face as he looked at the magnificent chariots and the powerful figures stepping down from them, his heart filled with emotion. He knew that Yuaner's plan had succeeded. No, it had far exceeded everyone's expectations. They originally thought that announcing the offering of the Spirit Elevation Pill as a marriage gift would attract many powerful forces to covet and test it, possibly leading to a fierce battle. However, no one expected that the early appearance of the Heavenly Gold List and the shocking arrival of the first ancestor with the 7 emperors would turn this contest from a deadly fight into a simple beginner's tutorial. Now, it was no longer Jiang family's desperate plea for others to marry into them. Instead, all forces in the entire great world of Emperor Immortals were crying and begging to send their daughters over. Ha ha, Lord Jiang, long time no see. A hearty laugh sounded out. The uncle of the Dian Divine Dynasty, a well-known quasi-emperor powerhouse, came down from the 9 Dragons' fragrant carriage, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful girl dressed in luxurious palace attire, with noble bearing. So it's Uncle Yan. Sorry for not welcoming you properly. Jiang Zhan smiled and bowed slightly. This must be the famous Princess Ji, right? Truly a beauty of heavenly fragrance, a rare dragon among women. Princess Ji slightly bowed and greeted politely, her voice clear and melodious like a songbird. I am Ji. Greetings to Lord Jiang and all the elders. Her gaze, however, subtly swept over Jiang's main gate, as if searching for something. Ha ha ha, no need for formalities, princess. Come inside. Second elder Jiang Shouqing warmly welcomed her, his eyes flickering as he looked at Ji, nodding to himself. Not bad, not bad. This princess of the Dian Divine Dynasty, though only rated 92, has noble blood and looks delicate and petite. Just the type that my family's Yuaner would like. At this moment, on the other side, the colorful lotus platform of the Yaoqi sacred land slowly descended. The sacred land master of Yaoqi, along with the holy maiden Qin Mengyao and a group of elders, came down. Welcome, sacred land master of Yaoqi. I am sorry for not greeting you properly. Jiang Zhan's smile remained, but his tone was a bit colder than when he greeted the Dian Divine Dynasty earlier. The sacred land master of Yaoqi felt a tightness in her heart, but dared not show it. Instead, she forced out an awkward smile that was even more painful than crying. Lord Jiang, please don't mind. We came uninvited and disturbed you. Now she was regretting her decision deeply. If only she could turn back time. If only the Jiang family had come to propose marriage earlier and she had not refused, she wouldn't be in such a difficult position now. She glanced at Qin Mengyao beside her, who still looked cold and distant, and sighed inwardly. Dream Yao, haven't you met the head of the Jiang family and the elders? Qin Mengyao stepped forward slightly and bowed slightly. I am Qin Mengyao. I have met the head of the Jiang family and the elders. Her voice remained calm and cool, but her clear eyes showed a faint hint of complex feelings. She was also watching, searching for that man, who in a way she couldn't even imagine, could manipulate the entire great world of Emperor Immortal at will. Jiang Yuan, what kind of person are you really? Jiang Zhan looked at the people from the Yaoqi Holy Land, sneering inwardly, feeling annoyed. Now you regret it? Why didn't you do it earlier? Did you really think our Jiang family's heir was a prize that anyone could pick and refuse at will? If it weren't for the high score of 96 from the Holy Maiden, I wouldn't even bother to let you in. But, even if I complain inwardly, I still have to keep up appearances. Hee hee, The Holy Lord and Holy Maiden of Yaoqi have traveled a long way. Thank you for your effort. Please, come inside. We have prepared the finest immortal tea for you. After dismissing the people from Yaoqi Holy Land, representatives from top forces like Baiyuan King's family, Tengu Palace, 10,000 Buddha Temple, and Holy Demon Sect appeared one after another, each bringing their most dazzling heavenly daughters to showcase. Outside the Jiang family's gate, it turned into an unprecedented beauty contest. Holy Maiden, Goddess, Imperial Daughter, Demoness, Fairy, all kinds of beauties, each with their own charm, making the onlookers from afar dazzled and drooling. Oh my, to see so many heavenly daughters in one lifetime. It's worth dying for. Who do you think the Jiang family's heir will choose? Kids only make choices. If I were the Jiang family heir, I'd want them all. You better forget it. With your kidneys, that's impossible. Amid the chatter, a huge golden divine ship arrived from the void and stopped outside the Jiang family's gate. On the divine ship, banners fluttered, and an ancient character Feng, Phoenix, was waving in the wind. From the ancient divine mountain, the Phoenix clan also arrived. When the golden divine ship engraved with the character for Phoenix appeared, the previously lively void suddenly grew quiet. Countless gazes turned toward it, their eyes filled with amusement and schadenfreude. The Phoenix clan? Do they still have the nerve to show up? Everyone knows. Not long ago, Jiang Zhan, the head of the Jiang family, and the third elder personally went to the ancient divine mountain to propose marriage, only to be publicly humiliated by Feng Linger, the divine maiden of the Phoenix clan, who called Jiang's imperial son a waste and unworthy of her. And what happened then? The Jiang family never intended to pursue her. Instead, they used a shocking marriage gift to marry the White Tiger King's divine maiden. Their faces were slapped hard. Later, when the heavenly golden list appeared, Jiang Yuan's innate reproductive sacred body topped the list, and the Jiang family demonstrated their incredible ability to produce sacred bodies in large numbers. Now, the Phoenix clan's faces are probably swollen from the beating, and yet, they still have the nerve to attend Jiang's discussion conference? What are they trying to do? Apologize and seek forgiveness? Or perhaps, try to share some of the benefits? Under the gaze of countless mocking eyes, the hatch of the golden divine ship slowly opened. The ancestor of the Phoenix clan, that ancient monster who had lived for countless tens of thousands of years, personally led a group of elders down from the divine ship. His face was grim, as if water could drip from it. Behind him, a figure dressed in a rainbow-feathered robe, stunningly beautiful, but with a gloomy expression, like a defeated rooster. It was Feng Linger, the divine maiden of the Phoenix. At this moment, she no longer had her former pride and coldness. Her beautiful Phoenix eyes were filled with humiliation, unwillingness, and endless regret. She never imagined that a careless word from her would cause such huge trouble for the Phoenix clan. What she found even harder to accept was that the man she once saw as useless was actually such a terrifying presence. Innate reproductive sacred body. Number 1 on the talented youth list. Thinking of how she had rejected such a man's proposal in front of everyone, her face burned with shame, and she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Senior Feng, I hope you are well. Jiang Zhan wore a warm smile and approached proactively, as if the unpleasant incident at Taigu Divine Mountain never happened. But the more he acted this way, the more the old Phoenix ancestor felt frustrated. He would rather Jiang Zhan mock him coldly than hide a hidden dagger behind his smile. Master Jiang, you're too polite. Old Phoenix ancestor forced out a smile that was worse than crying. I'm an old man who came uninvited. I hope Jiang Master won't mind. Not at all, Senior Phoenix. Jiang Zhan laughed happily. Our Jiang family is holding a discussion gathering and inviting heroes from all over. Your presence is our honor. Please, come inside. He stepped aside to make way. Old Phoenix ancestor, along with a group of elders and the soul-dazed Feng Linger, walked into Jiang's house under the watchful, teasing eyes, forcing themselves to enter. Now you regret it? Too late. Someone said this, a person with high cultivation, at least at the peak of sage, but it was obvious it was from Jiang's side. The footsteps of the Phoenix clan members froze noticeably. Feng Linger's body trembled violently, her nails digging deep into her flesh. But she dared not turn her head, only biting her teeth and swallowing the endless humiliation. On a special immortal island used to host distinguished guests, pavilions and towers surrounded by misty aura, the scenery was breathtaking. Daughters of the top forces, the pride of heaven, were all placed here, waiting for the official start of the discussion gathering. For a moment, the island was filled with beautiful women, like a paradise of love. Saintesses, goddesses, empresses, witches, all stunning beauties who, on ordinary days, could cause countless cultivators to chase after them, were now gathered here, seemingly waiting for someone to choose them. Did you hear? The Phoenix clan also came, and Feng Linger supposedly lost face. Inside a pavilion, several divine daughters from different forces whispered gossiping. Serves her right. Who told her to be blind and look down on Zhang's imperial son? Now, do you regret it? I heard that the old Phoenix ancestor came with a big gift, just to ask the Jiang family for another chance. Huh, a chance? It's not that easy. Didn't you see? The Jiang family's attitude toward them has become much colder. I think this time, the Phoenix clan lost more than they gained. But still, who is that Jiang family's imperial son? Born with a sacred body. His physique is so strange, who knows? But since the Jiang family is making such a big fuss, he must be no ordinary person. I'm becoming more and more curious about him. Princess Jiyu of the Dian Divine Dynasty sat nearby, quietly listening to everyone's talk. A playful smile appeared on her face. She was playing with a jade pendant in her hand, thinking, a bunch of silly women, still only talking about surface things. Jiang Yuan. This man is much more interesting than you think. Meanwhile, inside the fairy pavilion of the Yaoqi Holy Land, Qin Mingyao sat cross-legged, surrounded by flowing Dao energy, as if she had merged with the world. A maid hurried in and respectfully reported, Your Holy Maiden, just received news that the Jiang family's imperial son has left seclusion. Qin Mingyao slowly opened her eyes. A faint ripple of emotion flashed in her clear eyes. Is he finally going to appear? At the same time, as the center of everyone's discussion, Jiang Yuan was lying leisurely on the emperor's throne, enjoying by Qing Xue massaging his shoulders and Xiao Chui massaging his legs. He was also watching Qin Yuebai and Qin Awan's awkward dance, while munching on a fruit that seemed to have come from a hidden corner, sent by the queen of the spirit race. Not bad. The dance is a bit stiff, but she's beautiful and has a good figure. He looked at the two perfect figures under the light veil below, nodding with satisfaction. Hubby. Qin Yuebai's face flushed from his gaze, and her movements became a little awkward. Dad. I can't dance. Qin Awan was even more shy, almost crying. She didn't know how to dance. It's okay. Practice more, and you'll get better, Jiang Yuan said casually. Just treat it as pre-meal exercise. Xiao Chui gently offered him a piece of the fruit of life and tenderly fed it into Jiang Yuan's mouth. Young master, everyone outside is talking about you. They say you are the destined one, the hero of this golden era. Oh, the hero? Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Why do I feel more like a young master? You're joking again. Xiao Chui's pretty face flushed. You sacrificed yourself for the great revival of the family. You're a hero. Ha! You girl. You do know how to talk. Jiang Yuan was amused by her and teased. So, Xiao Chui, do you also want to join my family revival plan? Hearing this, Xiao Chui's face turned red again, and her small hands instantly became limp. She spoke softly. I have no such intention. So Xiao Chui looks down on me. Not at all. Xiao Chui's voice rose a little, then she quickly lowered her head shyly. Your Highness, what have you been saying to her? Ha. All right, are all the women outside here? Yes, young master. Everyone is here. They are all waiting at the welcome Immortal Island. The family head asked you to prepare. The discussion and contest will start soon. Xiao Chui's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but she quickly cheered up and answered. She knew that, given her status, it was impossible for her to bear the young master's children and continue the family line. But as long as she could stay by his side and serve him, she was satisfied. Got it. Jiang Yuan stretched lazily and stood up from the rocking chair. He glanced at the lively scene outside the window, a wicked smile curling on his lips. The show is finally about to start. He tidied his robes and strode confidently toward Welcome Immortal Island. Welcome Immortal Island. This island is specially used by the Jiang family to host their most distinguished guests. The entire island is a huge space treasure, a massive magical device. Inside, It forms a world of its own, filled with divine energy and radiant light. At this moment, in the center of the island, on a large platform made of 9 heavens white jade, the discussion arena, it was already crowded with people. No, it should be said that it was filled with immortals. Looking around, on the lotus thrones surrounding the discussion platform, every woman sitting there is stunningly beautiful, capable of captivating any man. Each one has a face that makes many cultivators go crazy and talent strong enough to dominate a region. These women are the holy daughters, divine daughters, and imperial daughters from the top forces of the great world of Emperor Immortals. They have been carefully instructed by their elders, carrying the hopes of their clans and sects, gathered here, waiting for the appearance of that man. The atmosphere is a bit tense. Usually proud and aloof, these talented women now seem like items on display. Although they try to stay calm and proud, their glances at the entrance reveal their nervousness and anticipation. Making such a big show. That emperor's son of the Jiang family is quite arrogant, making us wait just for him. A woman in a fiery red dress, with a hot temperament and a stunning figure, snorts coldly. She holds a red whip at her waist and speaks with some dissatisfaction. She is a divine daughter of the Fire God sect, daughter of the Red Flame Emperor, born with a fiery body, ranked 87th on the talent list, and her personality is as fiery as her appearance. Has she ever been so looked down upon? Next to her, a woman in black silk, with a charming figure and captivating eyes, chuckles softly. Sister Yinling, why get so angry? He's the top of the genius list. Waiting a bit longer won't hurt. Maybe he's currently lost in some sister's gentle embrace and can't come out. When she said this, many divine daughters around blushed and secretly cursed. The speaker is the current holy daughter of the sacred demon sect, naturally charming, with a look that can enchant and captivate with every smile and frown. Yinling's face turned red with embarrassment from her words, but she didn't know how to reply. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Someone is coming. The speaker was Qin Mingyao, the holy daughter of Yaoqi. She still wore white clothes, sitting quietly on the lotus platform, with an ethereal aura, as if not belonging to this mortal world. However, her gaze was fixed firmly on the entrance of the discussion platform. Swish! In an instant, all the talented women present turned their eyes sharply toward the entrance. At the entrance, a tall figure dressed in white was walking slowly and calmly toward the scene. He was handsome and charming, with a gentle smile. His deep eyes seemed to hold stars in the vast ocean. Although he was only at the 6th realm of divine power, he gave off a calm and commanding presence, as if he controlled everything. Behind him, there was a stern-looking young man in black, carrying a long sword on his back, along with several beautiful women. They were by Qing Xue and her daughter Qin Yuedai. When Jiang Yuan appeared, the entire discussion platform instantly fell silent. Many eyes focused on him. Curious, probing, scrutinizing, jealous, and excited, all on him alone. Is he, Jiang Yuan, the emperor's son of the Jiang family? Looks like. He doesn't seem to have any special powers, and his cultivation isn't top tier. Why is he ranked first on the genius list? 6th realm. When I visited the Jiang family with my grandfather for the emperor's son's wedding, Jiang Yuan's aura was still that of an ordinary person. Wait, has it only been a little over a month? From an ordinary person to the 6th realm in just over a month? Even if it's a sudden enlightenment, that's too fast. Look carefully. The black-clad swordsman behind Jiang Yuan, Chaos, sword body Jiang Yi. And those two women, they have the creation green lotus saint body. All are new holy bodies of the Jiang family. Oh my. He even brought that mother-daughter pair? What does that mean? A show of power, the talented women below whispered among themselves, each with different thoughts. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan paid no attention to the gazes around him. He walked straight to the center of the discussion platform, where a throne made of divine materials, crafted by the family head Jiang Zhan from the eternal imperial essence, was prepared for him. He sat down casually. Then, he turned to the group of stunning women below, full of grace and beauty, and showed a bright smile. Dear ladies, sorry to keep you waiting. This greeting, calling them ladies, stunned all the talented women present. When had anyone ever called them that before? But for some reason, when Jiang Yuan said it, they didn't feel it was flirtatious. Instead, they felt a strange sense of closeness. Name, GU/score, 92/height, 153 centimeters /85/53/88/E collapsed. Name, Qin Mingyao/score, 96/height, 173 centimeters /99/55/103/D collapsed. Name, Wang Tengxue, score, 95, identity. Imperial daughter of the Bei Yuan Wang family, physique, pure body, sacred body. Data, 176 centimeters, 83/58/98, Thunderchild. B, number of interfaces, 0. Name, Hu Mei, score, 91, identity. Saint Demon Sect Saintess, physique, naturally charming mutant, Dao body. Data, 175 centimeters /130 centimeters, 115/68/110, 60/55/81, Thunderchild, G/A. Name, Miao Yin, score, 94, identity, Buddhist nun of Wanfo Temple, physique, Buddha heart glass body, divine body. Name, Feng Linger, score, 90, identity, Phoenix goddess of the ancient sacred mountain. Jiang Yuan was surprised. The quality really isn't low. Although he had already seen many details with the system, but seeing them in person, standing in a row, the impact was truly strong. However, when he saw Hu Mei from the Saint Demon Sect, Jiang Yuan paused slightly. Data, 175 centimeters and 130 centimeters? How does she have two sets of data? Replied a host. Hu Mei's innate charming mutant is a transformed Dao body, which causes her to have a dual soul state inside her body. Currently, she is in her normal state. A dual soul? Interesting. He couldn't help but be curious. He planned to accept her later and study exactly how this dual soul works. As for Feng Linger, Jiang Yuan's gaze lingered on her for a second before shifting away. Although her score was barely 90, just thinking about her previous proud attitude, Jiang Yuan lost all interest. Wants to marry me? Go away. Cough, cough. Jiang Yuan cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention. I know why everyone is here today. It's called a discussion, but everyone knows the real reason. I don't like beating around the bush. He stood up and looked around the crowd. His voice was quiet but clear enough for everyone to hear. Yes, I, Jiang Yuan, am born with a holy body for reproduction. My way is to reproduce, to create new life. By joining with me and giving birth to offspring, not only can I become stronger, but you and your backing forces will also gain incredible benefits. For example, he pointed at Qin Yuebai and Qin Yinyin behind him, who had transformed and looked extraordinary. One step to the sky, becoming a holy body. Although everyone already knew this was the case, when Jiang Yuan openly admitted it, the shock was still quite strong. More precisely, his hidden meaning was very clear now. He, Jiang Yuan, not only wanted to discuss the way and find a partner, but also to discuss more paths. What does this mean? Isn't this clearly opening a harem to choose consorts? And he said it so confidently, so openly. Jiang Yuan slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over the beautiful faces below, some expectant, some nervous, some curious, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Of course, I, the prince, do not accept everyone. Only those who pass my test are qualified to discuss the way with me. His voice was quiet but clear to everyone. I have no other hobby but liking beautiful women. So, my first test is, he paused, scanning the group of talented women below. Finally, he casually pointed in one direction. You, and you. A few of you are too ugly. You're eliminated. How dare you? A sharp rebuke, like a thunderclap on a quiet discussion platform. Suddenly, Yin Xinjiao's goddess, Yin Linger, stood up abruptly, her beautiful face full of anger, pointing at Jiang Yuan, trembling with rage. Jiang Yuan, you are too shameless. We are all proud daughters of the great powers, future saints and divine rulers. How could you look down on us so casually? You are insulting us. You are insulting all the forces behind us. Yin Linger's words immediately resonated with many proud daughters of heaven. especially those who were pointed out by Jiang Yuan. Some of them, like Yin Linger's own Yin Divine Sect, possess quasi-emperor strength. They came with the purpose of forming alliances through marriage, but deep inside, they still hold onto their pride. Jiang Yuan's previous words clearly showed disdain for them. Exactly. That's too much. Our cultivation is for pursuing the supreme way. We cannot become others' followers. What about Jiang family's prince? That doesn't give him the right to humiliate us. For a moment, many proud daughters of heaven were furious and stepped forward to criticize Jiang Yuan. However, Jiang Yuan faced this almost riotous criticism with no sign of panic. Instead, he showed a faint, amused smile. He was waiting for this effect. If he didn't break their pride, how could they be willing to lie down and accept insult? Jiang Yuan chuckled softly, his voice quiet but louder than all the noise. He slowly stepped down from the throne, approaching the edge of the arena, looking down at the group of passionate, beautiful women below. Everyone, I think you've misunderstood something. I, Jiang Yuan, never force anyone. My way is creation, reproduction, allowing life to continue in a more perfect form, making the world more wonderful because of my existence. This is the supreme way. You cultivate the fire path, the space-time way, but to say that sharing the creation way with me is an insult? He paused, his gaze sweeping over each person, his eyes carrying a cold, condescending look. This is not an insult. This is the supreme honor I bestow upon you. This is Jiang Yuan giving you and your backing forces a chance to rise quickly and pursue higher realms. I have given you this chance. You can accept it or refuse it. I don't care. But he suddenly changed his tone, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Missed your chance, don't regret it. Although Jiang Yuan's words were harsh, they also gave some of the proud daughters a way out. Practicing the ancient Tao of cultivation is one path. Practicing the flame Tao is another. Why can't they also cultivate the creation Tao with the Emperor's son? Even if the Emperor's son only leaves a small hint for them to take, or for their families to take, it could be a great opportunity. Just like the mother and daughter behind him, and the forest realm they come from. Thanks to Jiang Yuan's support, they, who originally only had a Tao body, became the creation Green Lotus Saint body in front of many people, ranking fourth among the talented. The forest realm, which was considered the weakest in the small world, suddenly became a middle thousand world. With Jiang family's help, the forest realm could become a top-tier middle thousand world within 100 years. Compared to the great thousand world, they are not at all inferior. Even if they push themselves to the limit, can they really reach this level? Obviously, it's impossible. At this moment, many of the proud daughters felt their hearts stir. Yin Linger's face alternated between pale and flushed. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Hu Mei from the Sacred Demon Sect, with her enchanting eyes, sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. This man is too domineering, but also incredibly charming. Princess Ji Yu of the Dian Divine Dynasty lowered her head, lost in thought, but her slightly trembling shoulders revealed her inner unrest. And Yaoqi's sacred maiden Qin Mengyao looked deeply at Jiang Yuan, her clear eyes shining with a decision. She knew it was time to choose. Just then, an untimely voice filled with humiliation and unwillingness sounded from the corner. Is what you said all true? As long as I can become your Tao partner, can I really attain the saint body? Everyone looked toward the voice and saw Feng Linger, the phoenix goddess, biting her lip tightly, her face pale as she stared at Jiang Yuan. Her voice trembled. She didn't want to speak, but the ancestral master of the Feng clan kept sending her messages, giving her orders again and again. Even if it meant losing face, she had to seek Jiang Yuan's, Jiang Emperor's forgiveness. At this moment, Feng Linger finally realized that her ancestor, Feng Laozu, intended to use her dignity, to beg for a spot in the sacred body competition. For the sake of the Feng clan, Feng Linger decided to lower her proud head and beg for something she originally looked down upon, a mortal prince. Jiang Yuan turned his head and looked at her, a bright smile on his face. Of course it's real. In Feng Linger's eyes, a flame of hope suddenly ignited. But, you can't. Why? Feng Linger screamed in shock, her voice trembling. Jiang Yuan's smile gradually faded, replaced by a deep coldness. Because the prince, don't look down on you. Didn't you say before that I wasn't good enough for you? Now, I return that sentence to you exactly as it was. You don't even have the right to kneel before my family's Qing Shui. Get lost. The Jiang family's door does not welcome blind fools. Zhang Yuan's voice was as cold as ancient ice, instantly freezing Feng Linger's newly ignited hope. Oh, and by the way, if I find out that your Feng clan has bullied Qing Shui's family, I wouldn't mind sending my ancestors to take a walk around your Feng clan. Remember, these are the words of the Jiang prince who looks down on you. Puff. Feng Linger could no longer bear the immense shame, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body went limp, and she fainted. The entire Shixian Island was deathly silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure lying on the ground, unconscious and colorful. That was Feng Linger, the Phoenix Goddess, one of the 3 royal clans of the ancient Divine Mountain, a shining pearl, the pride of the heavens. Yet she was made to blood and faint by just a few words from Zhang's prince. Was she too weak, or was Zhang's prince too eloquent? The ancestors and elders of the Phoenix clan all looked grim, their faces pale. They hurried over to help Feng Linger, checking her pulse and feeding her pills, looking extremely flustered. Old Ancestor Feng's face alternated between red and white. He looked up at the young man on the throne, who appeared calm and relaxed. His lips trembled for a long time, but he didn't dare say a word. What could he say? They had brought this on themselves by seeking shame. Originally, they came to propose marriage to the goddess of the White Tiger clan. They thought they were here to marry their goddess, but secretly, they insulted the emperor's son, calling him useless. Now, the other side didn't want to play anymore. They had no right to even sit at the table. Send the Feng clan people away, Zhang Zhan's authoritative voice rang out. It was calm, but carried a firm command. Immediately, Zhang's guard stepped forward and gestured politely to the old ancestor Feng and others. Senior Feng, please go. Our Zhang family's place is small, and we can't host you properly. We won't keep you any longer. This was a harsh way of telling them to leave. Old Ancestor Feng's face turned pale like pig liver. He held the unconscious Feng Linger and, under many looks of sympathy, mockery, and schadenfreude, was hurriedly asked to leave the immortal Welcome Island. Watching their retreating figures, all the proud daughters of heaven present felt a pang in their hearts. They finally realized how domineering and difficult to deal with the Jiang family's emperor's son really was. When he says, "Go, you must go," regardless of whether you're a goddess or a royal from 10,000 clans. For a moment, those proud daughters, who had thought they could at least maintain some dignity even if they married into the Jiang family, all quieted down. Compared to background and status, how many of them could truly surpass Feng Linger? Those who didn't have better backgrounds should just keep quiet. The goddess Yin Linger from the Flame God sect, who had previously criticized Zhang Yuan, looked pale and shrank back, afraid Zhang Yuan might call her out next. All right, the troublemakers are gone. Let's continue. Zhang Yuan sat back on his throne as if nothing had happened. He picked up the spiritual tea handed to him by Xiao Chui and took a sip. Where did I leave off? Oh, right, the test. He looked over the crowd, especially at the trembling beauties below, and felt a bit amused. Hey, little one, you can't beat us yet? I'm actually a pretty easygoing person. I was just joking with you earlier. Zhang Yuan's tone shifted, and he put on that harmless smile again. Everyone below rolled their eyes in their hearts. Joking? Do you call making the Phoenix Goddess so angry she fainted a joke? My second test is even simpler. Zhang Yuan put down his teacup and clapped his hands. Since this is a debate gathering, of course, we should discuss the Tao, but talking without action is just pretending. I prefer to see some real skills. Here's the plan. Each of you come up and show me your best talent. It can be playing musical instruments, painting, calligraphy, singing, dancing, swordsmanship, or your understanding of the Tao. Anything. As long as I find it interesting, you pass the test. Those who pass, come to stand in front of me. He pointed to the open space behind his throne. As for those who don't pass, he chuckled. I'm sorry, the Jiang family's door is over there. No need to see you off. His words caused a stir in the crowd. So, this Tao discussion is actually a talent show? Making the holy daughters and goddess like women perform like ordinary singers and dancers to entertain a man? Many of these proud daughters of heaven looked humiliated and angry. But thinking about Feng Linger's fate earlier and the temptation of reaching the heavens and becoming a saint, their pride was instantly suppressed. Especially the top-tier holy daughters and goddess-like women. They didn't have enough quasi-emperors or supreme imperial weapons to guard them, and unlike those not at the top who are busy surviving every day, they felt uncomfortable and restless. So, many of these top-tier daughters had already received strict orders before coming. No matter what, they had to get Jiang Yuan, the emperor's son, even if it meant sacrificing their dignity. So, fine, they would perform talents. Better than being kicked out publicly. Moreover, as cultivators, every skill they practice, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, dance, swordsmanship, contains profound truths of the Tao. This itself is also a way of discussing principles. Thinking this way, everyone suddenly felt more at ease. All right, who goes first? Jiang Yuan lazily asked. The whole room fell silent. Although everyone accepted this in their hearts, no one wanted to be the first to step forward. Just as the atmosphere became a bit awkward, a cool, fairy-like figure slowly stood up from the lotus throne. It was Yaoqi's saintess, Qin Mingyao. She wore a white dress, untouched by worldly dust, and her stunning face showed no emotion. She stood quietly, like a snow lotus blooming in the sky, pure and sacred. Young Lady Qin Mingyao wishes to perform for the crown prince. Her voice, like heavenly music, clear and sweet, immediately drew everyone's attention. Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up. Oh, the Yaoqi saintess, with a score of 96, is the first to step forward? She has courage. I like that. All right. Jiang Yuan watched her with interest. Then please, saintess, begin your performance. He wanted to see what surprises this saintess, born with a natural spiritual talent, could bring him. Qin Mingyao slightly bowed to Jiang Yuan, then walked to the center of the discussion platform. She didn't take a musical instrument or any other tool, just sat cross-legged quietly, closing her eyes. While everyone wondered what she was about to perform, she gently parted her lips, and a pure, distant sound, like a song from ancient times, slowly came from her mouth. The song had no lyrics, only mysterious syllables. But as the song began, the entire immortal Welcome Island, and even the Jiang family territory, suddenly became silent. The wind stopped, the clouds paused, and even time seemed to freeze at that moment. Then, an incredible scene happened. With Qin Mingyao singing, above the discussion platform, mysterious golden symbols, formed by the laws of the great Tao, began to appear. These symbols circled around Qin Mingyao, slowly spinning, radiating vast and sacred energy. Heavenly flowers fell, and golden lotuses emerged from the ground. A stream of immortal light descended from the sky, and golden lotuses sprouted from the earth. The favored daughter of the heavens present, and the powerful forces watching from afar through the sky mirror, all felt their spirits being cleansed and purified at this moment. It was as if they saw the universe opening, all things being born, and the evolution of the great way and changing laws. Is this the sound of the Tao? Resonating with heaven and earth. In the Jiang family's main hall, an elder who had lived for over 100,000 years exclaimed in shock, standing up suddenly with a face full of awe. A natural Tao embryo. This is the true natural Tao embryo. It is born in harmony with the great way, and every word and action can influence the laws of heaven and earth. Jiang Zhan was also very pleased. Yuan really found a treasure this time. The sound of the Tao. It is said that only saints who deeply understand the great way can, during their teachings, resonate with heaven and earth and produce the sound of the Tao, containing the deepest truths. Every time the sound of the Tao appears, it signifies a great opportunity. Any creature hearing it can improve their cultivation or suddenly understand the great way and advance instantly. Yet, Qin Mingyao, at only level 10, was able to produce such a terrifying sound of the Tao with her singing. This was no longer just a talent show. It was a demonstration of her understanding of the great way to all beings. Oh my bottleneck has actually loosened. Level 8. I've actually broken through to level 8. Is this the horror of the natural Tao embryo? It's unbelievable. On the Tao discussion platform, The daughters of the heavens who had some competitive feelings towards Qin Mingyao now only showed shock and a hint of bitterness. There's no comparison. It's simply not comparable. What she did wasn't just a talent performance. It was a crushing from a higher dimension. They were still thinking about how to entertain Jiang Yuan with music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but she directly opened a teaching session and resonated with heaven and earth. How could they compete? Yan Linger's pretty face turned red with embarrassment, feeling helpless. The holy maiden of the sacred demon sect, Huomei, with her enchanting eyes, also put away her usual charm and looked serious. Even the princess of the North Realm royal family, Wang Tingxue, who had been quietly resting with her eyes closed and seemed indifferent to everything, slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze fell on Qin Mingyao, and a hint of approval flashed through her eyes. Truly a disciple of the Yaoqi Queen, just one step away from becoming an ancient innate body of the Tao. From afar, the powerful leaders watching through the heaven-connecting mirror were also slightly surprised. The Yaoqi Holy Land has produced such a terrifying talent. With a natural Tao embryo, no wonder she is so remarkable. If this girl doesn't fall, she is almost certain to become a future Tao emperor. But I can't understand why the Yaoqi Holy Land would be willing to marry her to the Jiang family. Inside the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Holy Lady and several elders looked at Qin Mingyao in the water mirror, who appeared like a divine maiden descending to the mortal world. They were all moved to tears. They didn't expect that, unknowingly, Qin Mingyao's innate Tao embryo had already reached such a level. Excellent. Truly excellent. Mingyao is a rare genius in my Yaoqi for thousands of years. With such a holy maiden, how can my Yaoqi not prosper? But after their excitement, deeper regret followed. They looked at the water mirror, where the Jiang family's prince sat calmly on a throne, sipping tea as if he was completely unaffected by the astonishing scene before him. It felt like a knife stabbing their hearts. Such a wonderful holy maiden, with such incredible talent, was about to be handed over to that young man from the Jiang family. Thinking about Qin Mingyao later helping that man expand his lineage, they felt their hearts ache. But what could they do? The situation was stronger than they were. For the chance to ascend to the top and achieve a holy body, they were willing to do anything, even personally step into the fray. However, they all knew that this was also Qin Mingyao's own decision. She wanted to see her opponent with her own eyes before making a choice. The song was melodious, and the tune lingered. When the song ended, the lingering sound filled the air. All the strange phenomena on the Tao discussion platform gradually disappeared. Qin Mingyao opened her eyes, stood up, and slightly bowed to Jiang Yuan. Sorry for my poor performance. The entire scene fell into silence. Everyone's eyes focused on Jiang Yuan, waiting for his judgment. Although everyone knew that Qin Mingyao's performance was already flawless and that passing the test was certain, they still wanted to see what kind of evaluation the young master of the Jiang family would give. Jiang Yuan set down his teacup and looked at the graceful, almost otherworldly young woman before him. He nodded in satisfaction. As expected of someone with a score of 96, truly outstanding. More importantly, he could feel his own innate spiritual power resonating faintly with her voice, as if cheering in excitement. Ding! Detected resonance between the host and the natural Tao body. The chance of improving future generations' potential has increased by 5%. What a surprise. Just by listening to her sing, his own energy had improved? If he could hear her sing every day, wouldn't that be incredible? Jiang Yuan's heart burned with excitement, and his gaze toward Qin Mingyao grew even more intense. Excellent. Very good. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Yuan slowly gave his evaluation. His tone was calm, without excessive praise, but his deep eyes carried undeniable appreciation. You are worthy to walk the path of enlightenment with me and help create a new future. Boom. That statement made all the talented young women present blush and their hearts race. That was quite direct. Wasn't he basically saying she was qualified to stand by his side? Although that was the purpose of this gathering, he didn't have to say it so bluntly. However, when Qin Mingyao heard his words, her cool expression did not show any embarrassment. Instead, a faint, almost invisible blush appeared on her face. She bowed gracefully to Jiang Yuan. Thank you, Your Highness. Then, under countless envious and admiring gazes, she stepped lightly to the open space behind him and stood quietly. The first one passed. All right, next. Jiang Yuan leaned back lazily on his throne and gestured toward the stage. With Qin Mingyao's brilliance before them, the remaining young women suddenly felt a heavy pressure. No one can guarantee that their performance will match the inspiring harmony of the previous act. While everyone hesitated, a fiery red figure suddenly stood up from her seat. It was Yinling, the goddess from the Fire God sect. Her long red hair looked like burning flames, and her beautiful face was full of fighting spirit. Jiang family's prince. I will go. Her voice was as fiery and direct as her personality. Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Oh, this little spicy girl is quite brave. She almost got eliminated earlier because of him, and now she dares to be the first to stand up? Interesting. He glanced at the system panel. Name, Yinling, score, 87, physique, Crimson Flame Battle Body, Divine Body. 87 points. Jiang Yuan shook his head inwardly. What a pity, just 3 points short. But since she's already stepped forward, it's only fair to let her perform. All right, go ahead. Jiang Yuan beckoned with his finger. Let me see what skills you have. Yinling snorted coldly and walked to the center of the arena. She wanted to prove with her strength that she was no worse than anyone else. She wanted to make the proud Jiang family's prince pay for his arrogance. She took a deep breath, spread her arms, and her fiery red dress fluttered without wind. A hot, fierce aura suddenly burst out from her. With the explosion of her fiery energy, the temperature on Yingzhan Island suddenly rose. It was as if invisible flames were burning in the air, making everyone's skin feel a burning sensation. The talented women around the arena activated their magic powers, trying to resist the overwhelming heat. Their eyes on Yinling grew more serious. No wonder she is the daughter of the Crimson Flame Emperor. The power of the Crimson Flame Battle Body truly lives up to its reputation. Yinling felt the surprised looks from everyone around her. She snorted softly in her heart and showed a proud smile on her face. This was exactly the effect she wanted. Her strength was definitely not inferior to that of the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool, who only liked to show off tricks. Next moment, she moved. There was no music or accompaniment. She stood in the center of the platform and began to dance gracefully. Yinling's dance was very different from the gentle style of ordinary women. It was full of power and wildness. Every move seemed to contain the rhythm of flames. Sometimes, it was like a raging fire spreading wildly. Other times, like flickering flames, lively and energetic. As she danced, a lotus flower made of pure flames bloomed under her feet and then quickly withered. Fire dragons circled around her, making silent roars. At this moment, the entire platform seemed to turn into a sea of flames. The scene was beautiful and also had a destructive kind of beauty. Such a fiery dance. This is no longer just a dance. It's a performance of the way of fire. Look, every step she takes follows the principles of fire, and each turn stirs the spiritual power of fire in the world. Her control is simply astonishing. From a distance, the top experts of the Fire God sect and their allies began to praise her. Although the Red Flame Battle Body was strong, it was just average. In terms of combat power, there might be wins or losses, but in understanding the way, she was far superior to those with innate Dao bodies that could resonate with the Dao's sound. The sect leader of the Fire God sect, who was also a quasi-emperor of the Red Flame, stroked his beard and listened to the praise, a proud smile on his face. Ha ha ha, no wonder she's my daughter. Her talent and strength, who among the young generation can compare? He seemed to have already imagined the scene where the emperor's son of the Jiang family would be captivated by her unmatched dance and declare her successful in the test. Then, she would pass through all obstacles and receive a precious spiritual enhancement pill. This would promote one of their divine body holders to a saintly body. Thinking of this, the quasi-emperor of the Red Flame felt a fiery excitement in his heart. On the platform, Jiang Yuan watched Yinling's performance with interest. He had to admit, this young girl really had some skill. This dance was truly passionate and lively, making everyone's blood race. Especially her long legs wrapped in a fiery red dress, moving gracefully and almost revealing too much, which was very captivating. TSK. If this were in the past, she would definitely be a top dancer, even with special effects, Jiang Yuan thought to himself. His impression of Yin Linger had improved a lot. Although she has a fiery temper, she is indeed talented. If she had danced with him, TSK. But unfortunately, girl, it's not that you're not good enough. It's that other talented girls are even more outstanding. You, with only a C-level talent, should let others take the spotlight. After all, no one should suffer, especially children. While Jiang Yuan was lost in thought, Yin Linger's dance reached its. Suddenly, she spun rapidly and soared into the air. Behind her, a huge fiery phoenix illusion roared loudly. The phoenix was burning with bright gold flames, spreading its wings wide, covering the sky and blocking the sun. A terrifying pressure, enough to burn the heavens, swept across the scene. Yin Linger floated in midair, looking down at Jiang Yuan, her beautiful face full of pride and confidence. She believed that after showing such powerful strength, this Jiang family prince would no longer dare to underestimate her. She, Yin Linger, proved herself with her strength. The dance ended. The flames disappeared, and the strange phenomenon faded. Yin Linger slowly landed on the ground, her chest rising and falling slightly, sweat beading on her forehead. Her fiery eyes fixed on Jiang Yuan, waiting for his judgment. All eyes focused back on Jiang Yuan. Everyone thought Yin Linger was definitely going to win this time. Such an amazing performance and such strong strength. If he didn't accept her, it would be unjust. Jiang Yuan looked at her eager expression, feeling a bit amused. He slowly stood up and clapped for her. Good. Very impressive. Hearing Jiang Yuan's praise, Yin Linger's face lit up with a victorious smile, and her chin slightly lifted. See, I knew that no man could resist my charm. However, she hadn't been happy for long when Jiang Yuan's next words instantly chilled her from head to toe. But Jiang Yuan's tone shifted, and he showed a regretful expression. You have been eliminated. What? Eliminated? Yin Linger's smile froze instantly. She doubted whether she had heard him correctly. What did you say? I said, you are eliminated. Jiang Yuan repeated calmly, but with no room for argument. Boom. The entire debate platform suddenly erupted in chaos. What's going on? Why was she eliminated? Yin Shunenvi performed so amazingly, with such strong skills, yet she was still eliminated. What are the standards of the Jiang family's prince? Everyone was stunned, unable to understand Jiang Yuan's actions. Yin Linger was hit like a thunderbolt, standing there in shock. She didn't understand. She couldn't figure it out. Why? Even after performing perfectly, was she still eliminated? Could it be because she had argued with him a few times before? Was he so petty? A wave of humiliation and anger surged in her heart. Why? She yelled hysterically at Jiang Yuan. Give me a reason. What am I lacking compared to that Yaoqi saintess? Her voice was full of unwillingness and resentment. Jiang Yuan looked at her almost crazed state and just shook his head lightly. You're good, even better than I expected. Then why did you eliminate me? Yin Linger asked again. Jiang Yuan sighed and spoke in a tone only he could understand, softly. Because our paths don't match. Paths don't match? Yin Linger was stunned, her face full of confusion. What does it mean, paths don't match? Is that a valid reason? Not only her, but all the talented women present and the powerful beings watching through the sky-connecting mirror were all confused. They tried their best to understand, but they couldn't figure out what Jiang Yuan meant by, the way is not compatible. Jiang Yuan, explain clearly. What do you mean by the way is not compatible? Yin Linger asked insistently. Today, she needed a clear answer. Otherwise, her and the Yin divine sect behind her would become the laughingstock of the entire great world of Emperor Immortals. Literally, Jiang Yuan spread his hands, looking helpless. My way is creation, reproduction, seeking harmony between yin and yang, and the growth of all things. And your way is destruction, burning, full of violence and chaos. He spoke seriously, but it was nonsense. Our paths are fundamentally in conflict. Forcing them together would not benefit either of us, and might even cause a backlash from the great Tao itself. So, for your sake and mine, I have to eliminate you. Jiang Yuan's words sounded righteous and noble. Everyone present was stunned. It seemed somewhat reasonable. Different paths, no cooperation. People who cultivate the way value harmony and complementarity between yin and yang. If their fundamental paths conflict, They are indeed not suitable to be together. But this reason sounded too far-fetched. You, with your innate divine body, have no real conflict with her fiery combat body. You handle childbirth, she handles fighting. Perfectly complementary. Maybe even produce a child who can fight and grow stronger at the same time. You're talking nonsense. Linger blushed with anger but couldn't find a reason to argue. Because what Jiang Yuan said, from a theoretical point of view, was actually true. Am I talking nonsense? Jiang Yuan shook his head helplessly. Fine, I'll be honest. The truth is, you're too weak. I don't like this version of you. Are you satisfied now? Linger was choked speechless, her eyes starting to glisten with tears. She had never felt such unfairness in her life. But her eyes glanced behind her, always showing a calm expression like Qin Mingyao, who looked like a fairy descending to the mortal world, with her beautiful face and perfect figure. I have to admit, when it comes to beauty, I am indeed a bit inferior to Qin Mingyao. Perhaps this is the real reason I was eliminated. She is truly more attractive than I am. All right, stop standing here. Jiang Yuan waved impatiently. Hurry up and go down. Don't delay others' performances. Linger clenched her lips tightly, finally walking down the stage with a face full of unwillingness amid sympathetic looks from others. I will get back at this humiliation someday. Seeing Linger's dejected back, Jiang Yuan also felt a bit emotional. Why did he have to tell the truth? Accepting a reason of having different paths, giving her a way out, wasn't that good enough? With Feng Linger and Yin Linger as lessons learned, the remaining talented young women became much more obedient. They finally understood that this Jiang family's prince acts completely differently from others, always decisive and domineering. Trying to fool him or play tricks, there's no way. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the stage grew tense. No one dared to step up easily anymore. How? Is no one left? Jiang Yuan looked around the crowd, raising an eyebrow. If no one, then today's debate meeting is over. When he said this, many of the talented young women became anxious. Are you kidding? They came with the hope and pressure of their entire sect. If they don't even get a chance to perform and have to leave disappointed, their elders will surely be angry. Just as everyone hesitated, a charming, almost intoxicating laugh suddenly sounded from the crowd. Haha, Your Highness, why are you in such a hurry? The sisters are just thinking about how to make you satisfied, aren't they? Everyone looked toward the voice and saw Sheng Mo Zong's saintly maiden, Hu Mei, twisting her waist like a snake, stepping gracefully onto the stage. She wore a thin black veil as light as cicada wings today, perfectly outlining her fiery, seductive figure. Her naturally charming face was now adorned with a captivating, enchanting smile. Her peach blossom eyes, bright and expressive, seemed to speak as she stared intently at Jiang Yuan. Wow, many male cultivators present, who came with their elders to see the scene, couldn't help but gasp. It felt as if their souls were being drawn away by her charm. Even some older men watched with wide eyes and dry mouths. Such a beauty, truly a beauty. This holy demon sect woman is born to be stunning. Cough. Everyone, behave properly. Mind your status. An elder from a powerful faction cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back. Still, his gaze lingered on the enchanting woman for a few more seconds. Her innate charm was truly formidable. Even beings at the saint level found themselves distracted by this cultivator, who was not yet at the 9th realm. Jiang Yuan looked at this stunning woman and was impressed. No wonder she scored 91 points. Her figure and aura alone were worth the price of admission. Not to mention, she was a rare dual-soul being. Oh, does the holy maiden want to please me? Jiang Yuan leaned on his throne, asking with interest. Pleasure isn't quite the right word. Hu Mei stepped forward, bowing gracefully to him. Her movements and curves were full of charm, sparking the imagination. I simply wish to offer His Majesty a dance, a humble gesture of respect. I hope you will like it, she said softly, giving Jiang Yuan a flirtatious glance. All right, Jiang Yuan nodded. Begin. He was eager to see what tricks this dual-soul enchantress would play. Hu Mei chuckled softly, then slowly straightened up. She didn't start dancing immediately, but took measured steps toward Jiang Yuan's throne. With each step, her black veil fluttered slightly, revealing glimpses of her white skin and stunning curves, more and more. Throughout Yingzhan Island, Even the ancient monsters who have lived for countless years from various powerful factions watched with wide eyes and swallowed nervously. Gulp. Someone couldn't hold back and swallowed hard. This sound was especially clear in the quiet discussion platform. Many people's faces turned red as they quickly sat up straight, but they couldn't help but mutter. Such a beauty. Truly a natural wonder. How did the sacred demon sect raise such a stunning girl? I've practiced for 10,000 years and thought I had a calm mind. But today, I almost lost my composure. Cough, cough. Everyone, mind your image. Can't you see the Jiang family members are watching? An elder from a powerful faction cleared his throat to try to restore order, but his eyes were still glued to Hume, unable to look away. Jiang Yuan leaned on his throne, watching this woman approach him with interest. Honestly, this woman was truly breathtaking. Her face was so delicate, like a painting, with charming eyes that seemed to shimmer with water. Her figure was perfect, exaggerated in some places, slender in others. She looked like a character straight out of a fantasy world. Prince of the Emperor. Hume finally reached Jiang Yuan's throne, stopping and slightly tilting her head. Her big, watery eyes looked directly at Jiang Yuan, her voice soft and sweet, like melting water. This dance is only for you. After saying that, she bowed gracefully to Jiang Yuan. The moment she bent down, the scene beneath her black silk was even more captivating. Jiang Yuan smiled and made a welcoming gesture. Finally, the music started. No, that wasn't music. It was a mesmerizing, enchanting sound that seemed to resonate deep within the soul, stirring the most primitive and profound desires in people's hearts. As this magical sound played, Hume moved. Her dance was completely different from Qin Mingyao's ethereal style or Yin Linger's fiery passion. It was an intense temptation, full of charm and allure. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Once Mir becomes his partner, aligns with the Jiang family, and obtains the spirit elevation pill, our sacred demon sect will also produce a holy body. At that time, those so-called noble sects won't dare look down on us anymore. They seem to already see the bright future of the sacred demon sect soaring high, standing equal with the great sacred lands and divine dynasties. Just as everyone thought Jiang Yuan was about to fall under Humei's endless charm, Jiang Yuan, sitting on the throne, suddenly regained clarity in his previously dazed eyes. A cold, slightly mocking smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Playing with fire? Now it's playing with me, he sneered inwardly. Trying to control me with desire? You don't know, my father once proved his way to become an emperor with the 10,000 paths desire emperor body. In my body flows the blood of the ancestor who loved to toy with desire. In a way, he's also Humei's father. Yes, that makes sense. Jiang Yuan admits that Humei's charm magic is indeed powerful. That force is everywhere, as if it can all defenses, reaching the core of the soul, amplifying the deepest desires within. But unfortunately, it has no effect on him at all. Not to mention that the nine-orifice exquisite heart can make the holder's mind clear. Even without it, he cultivates the Hongming creation technique, a divine method not even present in the Jiang family. Dispelling enchantments is an easy task. If this technique hadn't been bestowed directly through a divine blessing, he would have already handed out copies to the Jiang family's future emperors and great emperors. Interesting, but not enough, Jiang Yuan thought to himself. Since you want to play, then I'll play along. He didn't immediately expose Humei's tricks. For a woman like Humei, who is very scheming, it takes some effort to make her completely submit. But a body with dual souls is still worth it. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan pretended to be deeply enchanted, his eyes dazed, breathing heavy. Seeing this, Humei, below the arena, felt pleased, and her smile grew more confident. Yes, this Jiang family prince is just a mortal driven by desire. I thought he was something special. She thought with disdain, but her dance became more charming and daring. The black silk on her body slipped off piece by piece with her movements, revealing large areas of smooth, white skin. The entire platform was filled with a warm, pinkish atmosphere. From a distance, the onlookers from various powerful groups looked at this scene with mixed feelings. It's hard for heroes to resist beautiful women. This Jiang family prince is still young and not steady in his mind. This demon girl from the sacred demon sect is really skilled. It looks like she will win this time. Humph. Evil tricks can't be accepted publicly. Even if she succeeds, our noble sects won't associate with her. Some people felt regret, some envied, and others looked down on Humei's methods. The sect leader and elders of the Sacred Demon sect were almost ready to celebrate with champagne. Ha ha ha, well done. Mayor, you are truly my most proud disciple. The sect leader is wise. This time, our Sacred Demon sect will rise to new heights. Meanwhile, the other talented women watching from the platform had different thoughts about Jiang Yuan's behavior. Just a flirt. Being fooled by such cheap tricks, and still claiming to be the top of the youth list? Yin Linger curled her lips, full of disdain and jealousy. She looked down on Jiang Yuan's self-control, but envied that Humei might really succeed. Princess Jiyu of the Great Dian Divine Dynasty frowned slightly and whispered to her uncle nearby, "Uncle, Jiang Yuan. He really seems to be enchanted. Is he going to fall like this? Hard to say." Uncle Yin shook his head, looking serious. The innate charm of the Sacred Demon sect is overwhelming, directly targeting people's desires. Jiang Yuan's physique is special, but he's still young, with only 6 levels of cultivation. It's normal for him to be affected when his mind isn't steady. So what should we do? Should we wait and see? Uncle Yin interrupted her. Don't forget, this is the Jiang family. I don't believe they will just watch their prince be publicly enchanted by a demon girl. Elsewhere, inside the fairy pavilion of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Holy Lord, what's going on with this Jiang family prince? It seems he's really been controlled by that demon girl. A senior elder from the Yaoqi sect urgently spoke. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi also frowned deeply. She couldn't understand what was happening. Normally, since the Jiang family dared to make such a big show, they wouldn't allow Jiang Yuan to be humiliated like this. But now, the situation. Could it be that Jiang Yuan is just a pretty face, good to look at but useless? Master, Qin Mingyao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Don't you think the Crown Prince's reaction is a bit too much? Too much? The Holy Lord of Yaoqi was surprised. Yes, Qin Mingyao nodded. Her clear eyes sparkled with wisdom. With the Crown Prince's personality, even if he was affected by charm magic, he wouldn't act so badly. It seems more like he's deliberately tempting that witch to let her relax her guard. Are you saying? He's acting. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi was moved. I'm just guessing. Qin Mingyao didn't say it outright, but her intuition told her that things were not as simple as they seemed, including her decision to go first on stage, which was because she sensed a mysterious path from Jiang Yuan that made her feel excited. Just when everyone thought the situation was under control, seeing that coral charm was becoming more exaggerated and almost out of bounds, Jiang Yuan, sitting on the throne, had a pair of enchanting eyes that flashed with a cold glint. He was almost done acting. He thought to himself. Buzz, an ancient aura, impossible to describe with words, suddenly erupted from within him. The moment it appeared, the entire Yingzhan Island, the Jiang family territory, all sounds, lights, and laws seemed to be paused. Then, a misty, chaotic purple energy, like the primordial chaos at the beginning of creation, spread out from Jiang Yuan. The pink, ambiguous fog vanished instantly upon contact with the purple chaos energy, leaving no trace behind. The seductive, enchanting music also abruptly stopped. Instead, a grand heavenly sound, as if coming from the source of the great path, echoed deep within everyone's soul. It made their restless, desire-driven hearts become clear and peaceful. While confidently twisting her waist, preparing to deliver a final to Jiang Yuan, Humei was suddenly struck by lightning. Her charm technique was forcibly broken, and she knelt on the ground, looking exhausted. She looked up and fixed her gaze on the figure slowly rising from the throne. What? What kind of power is this? Jiang Yuan still appeared calm and composed, but at this moment, he seemed to be enveloped in a divine glow. Behind him, it was as if countless stars were floating and sinking, and the 3,000 worlds were born and destroyed. He stood there as if distant from the world, high above, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him. An overwhelming sense of authority, surpassing all beings and even the heavenly way, filled everyone present, whether they were proud daughters of heaven or nearly divine experts. They all felt a deep sense of smallness and awe from their souls. The leader of the sacred demon sect suddenly stood up from his seat, his previously proud face now filled with undeniable fear and shock. No way. This can't be. Isn't he only at the sixth realm? Why? Why does he have such terrifying power? In the Jiang family's main hall, even the old ancestor couldn't help but exclaim, immortal. Immortal magic. This is immortal magic. And it's complete immortal magic. Which of the 16 immortal techniques did Yuan get? Not only that, Yuan's immortal magic seems to be complete immortal magic, perhaps with the potential to become an immortal. Jiang Zhan also trembled with excitement, staring at his nephew in the water mirror, as if a great wave was rising in his heart. Innate holy body, system, ascending spirit pills, holy spirit pills, complete immortal magic. Is the Jiang family really about to produce an immortal? On the discussion platform, Hu Mei, closest to Jiang Yuan, felt an unimaginable shock. She lay on the ground, staring in disbelief as Jiang Yuan approached step by step. Unable to help herself, she swallowed nervously. Jiang Yuan looked down at her from above. Any other tricks? Bring them out. No, even if you eliminate me. From afar, the Holy Demon Sect's sect leader and elders, who were watching through the sky-connecting mirror, were completely stunned. Their pride and joy had vanished without a trace. Impossible. How can this be, Mayor? How did she become like this? It's backlash. It's the backlash from her charm technique. That Jiang Yuan, the prince. He actually managed to counter her charm. The sect leader of the Holy Demon Sect was trembling with anger, nearly spitting out old blood. It's over. It's all over. Her once genius talent of the Holy Demon Sect, the hope of the future, was now ruined. Even if she managed to return alive today, this incident would surely break her spirit completely, and she would never make progress again in her life. Unless Jiang Yuan chose her. But Mayor's current state, could she still do that? Yes. Everyone, don't forget, Mayor still has a trump card, her twin souls in one body. Mayor raised her head to look at the man in front of her. She knew she had lost. If Jiang Yuan hadn't held back earlier, after her charm was broken, she might have done something very shameful in front of everyone. If that had happened, she would truly be finished. And this prince, who held back at the last moment, preserved her remaining dignity. In her heart, Mayor felt a bit grateful to this decisive yet gentle prince. But she knew her purpose here was to capture Jiang Yuan and ensure the Holy Demon Sect's future for thousands of years. And she was not without a backup plan. This was a decision she had made before stepping onto the stage. If possible, it would be best to win Jiang Yuan with her true self, then surprise him with another soul and further occupy his heart. But plans never go as expected. Holding on to such thoughts, she feared she might not even pass the second test. She looked at Jiang Yuan, then lowered her head after a moment, respectfully and obediently saying, "Young lady, I still have something to show. Please, Your Highness, give me another chance." Jiang Yuan looked down from above, watching the girl who finally bowed her head, and a smile appeared on his face. Although it was just the beginning, it was a good start. Approved. He leapt up and returned to his throne. Hume took a deep breath, climbed up from the ground, and brushed off the non-existent dust. This time, she didn't start dancing immediately. Instead, she extended her delicate finger and gently touched her forehead. Buzz, a strange energy wave radiated from her body. In the next second, an incredible scene happened. Her originally mature and charming body began shrinking at a visible speed. Her fiery figure and alluring curves disappeared completely. Instead, there was a small, cute girl with a pure face, wearing twin ponytails. She was dressed in a pink princess dress, with big, curious eyes looking around, showing a shy expression. Big brother. Hello. The little girl looked at Jiang Yuan, her voice soft and sweet, with a hint of childish innocence. I am called Hume. I want to dance for everyone. Okay, name, Hume/Hubao score, 91 identity. Saint Demon Sect Saintess Constitution, naturally charming mutation, Dao body, dual souls, data, 175 centimeters / 130 centimeters, 115/68 / 110, 60/55/81 measurements, G/ a number of interfaces. Zero, he carefully looked again at the G/A panel, then raised his head to observe Humei. No, Hu Bao, at a glance. He recalled Humei's proportions. Understood. Lowly is just lowly, and lowly only has a cup size. This should normally be a minus point, since he suspected the system was overly controlling. But combined with the unique dual soul mutation of her innate charming body, it was like getting a bonus, double the happiness. It allowed seamless switching during dual path experiments, perfectly synchronized. While Jiang Yuan's mind was shaken, others on the debate platform were also stunned by this sudden change. What? What kind of magic is this? How can a living person change just like that? I know. It's shape-shifting. No, wait, it's not shape-shifting. Her aura, her life essence, everything has completely changed. It's like there are two different people. Dual souls. The legendary dual souls. The Saint Demon sect has found a successor with this special body. Dual souls. This kind of body isn't as rare as a holy body, but it's definitely a 1 in a million rare existence. People with this body have two different personalities and talents at the same time. Their cultivation speed is twice that of normal people, and their mental resilience is very strong, making it hard for evil spirits to invade their minds. The sect leader of the Saint Demon sect, a mysterious woman shrouded in black mist, looked at the delicate figure reflected in the water mirror, a satisfied smile on her lips. Humei/Hu Bao is her greatest trump card. She believed no man could resist this double temptation. Zhang's imperial son, #1 on the talent list? Today, she would make him bow before the sect's pomegranate skirt. Transforming into a cute young girl, Hu Bao seemed a little shy. She blushed and bowed politely to Jiang Yuan, then started to dance. Her dance was very different from Humei's previous and charming style. It was full of innocence and energy, like a butterfly playing among flowers, light and joyful. Every move showed pure and adorable innocence, unaware of the world. With her innocent face and soft, gentle voice, she looked irresistibly cute. Many of the talented women present couldn't help but feel maternal love, wanting to rush up and hold her gently. She's so adorable. My heart is melting. Why am I not a man? If I were, I would marry her right away. Jiang Yuan looked at the lively little girl and felt a bit moved. But setting aside her cute girl form, the real Humei in her mature, charming, and confident state was truly impressive. While everyone was still enjoying the adorable bunny dance, Hu Bao's body suddenly changed again. She spun playfully, and her body visibly grew larger at a quick pace. In the blink of an eye, the small, cute girl transformed back into the mature, charming, confident woman with a big presence. Her dance instantly became more energetic and powerful. Everyone was worried she might damage her clothes. Ha ha ha. Your Highness, do you like this dance? Humei winked at Jiang Yuan again, her voice and gaze full of temptation. This seamless switch between cute girl and confident woman stunned everyone present. How could she do this? Jiang Yuan was also amazed, thinking to himself how impressive it was. This was no longer just a simple talent show. It was a display of skill. Good job, Jiang Yuan said openly, standing up from his seat and clapping for her. You've passed. Thank you, Your Highness, Humei replied with a charming smile, twisting her waist as she prepared to walk toward the open space behind Jiang Yuan. Wait, Jiang Yuan called out to stop her. Humei was momentarily stunned, then turned to look at him with charming, silky eyes. Your Highness, is there anything else you wish to command? Jiang Yuan looked at her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I just said that you have passed. But, he paused, speaking in a meaningful tone, she hasn't passed yet. Humei's pupils suddenly shrank. In an instant, she understood Jiang Yuan's meaning. This man. Haha. After a brief shock, Humei suddenly laughed, her laughter lively and bright, her large chest heaving with excitement. Your Highness, you are really quite greedy. She looked at Jiang Yuan, her enchanting eyes shining with an unprecedented light. But I like it. She bowed gracefully again to Jiang Yuan. Since you want to see, I will perform another dance for you. After speaking, she raised her delicate finger to her forehead. A flash of light appeared. The seductive lady transformed once more into a pure, innocent girl. But this time, Humei's face was no longer shy. Instead, it carried a hint of cleverness and playfulness. Big brother, Do you still want to see Humei dance? She tilted her head, looking at Jiang Yuan with a sweet, almost cloying voice. Then, Humei will dance seriously. If you don't like it, Humei might just cry. Saying that, she gracefully danced again in the center of the platform. This dance was even cuter, more playful, full of youthful energy. Everyone present watched, captivated and enchanted. When the dance ended, Humei stopped, blushing as she looked at Jiang Yuan, her big eyes full of hope. Big brother, was my dance good? Very good, Jiang Yuan praised generously. Then, did I pass too? You passed. Jiang Yuan waved his hand broadly. You both passed. Hooray! Humei cheered happily, bouncing like a little rabbit, and ran behind Jiang Yuan. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, she suddenly sat down on Jiang Yuan's lap, with a small hand reaching out, hugging his neck, and giving him a quick kiss on the face. Thank you, big brother. This scene instantly froze everyone in place. It was too bold. On Xiandao Island, inside and outside the discussion platform, whether it was the proud daughters of heaven or the powerful beings watching through the sky-penetrating mirror, everyone's minds were buzzing. The holy maiden of the sacred demon sect, who had just been a charming and alluring demon girl, after transforming into a pure and cute little girl, actually sat on Jiang family's emperor's lap in front of everyone, and did something so daring. They thought she was crazy. This woman is definitely crazy. So bold, so free, so enviable. Many of the proud daughters of heaven envied her, wishing they were the ones sitting on Jiang Yuan's lap. But, even if you're a demon girl, no matter how carefree you are, you can't just do this, right? Rebel. Shameless rebel. Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. This sacred demon sect is truly a place hiding filth. Its disciples are all so wild and unruly. After a brief silence, many elders and senior figures from noble sects were so angry they puffed their cheeks and scowled, cursing loudly. They felt their values had been shattered. Meanwhile, the sect leader and elders of the sacred demon sect were initially stunned, then erupted into thunderous joy. Well done, Meili. No, Bayer. Well done. Ha ha. I knew it. This move of draining the pond to catch the fish will definitely win over that Jiang family's emperor. Who cares about modesty or face? In the face of opportunity, all that is nonsense. As long as she can cling to the Jiang family, not only a kiss, even a wedding on the spot, I, the sect master, can stand at the door handing out blessings. The sect leader of the sacred demon sect laughed, so hard her body shook. She looked at the water mirror showing her maiden hugging Jiang Yuan's neck, full of praise. Good disciple, truly worthy of my choice. Promising. On the Dao platform, the reactions of the proud young women varied greatly. Yin Linger, who had just been eliminated, was already upset. Seeing this scene made her even angrier, and she muttered under her breath, "Humph, that sly woman only knows how to use cheap tricks to attract men. Shameless." The goddesses beside her looked equally displeased, feeling that Humei's behavior had completely embarrassed them. Princess Jiyu of the Great Yin Divine Dynasty frowned slightly. A trace of seriousness flashed in her bright eyes. Her royal uncle, Emperor Yin, twitched his eyelids as he sent her a voice message. Yuer, look at that. The Saint Demon Sex woman truly has endless tricks. You must be careful when dealing with her in the future. Princess Jiyu didn't reply, only nodded gently. Her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yuan and Hu Bao, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the saintess of the Jade Pool, Qin Mingyao, still looked calm and distant, as if nothing around her mattered. But if one looked closely, they would notice her hands resting on her knees had quietly clenched into fists. Behind her, Qin Yuebai and her daughter Qin Wanwan were both stunned. Especially Qin Wanwan. As she looked at the little girl acting cute, while sitting on her father's lap, a strange feeling rose in her heart. It was clearly me who came first. Why is father like this? Qin Yuebai, as a mother, could sense her daughter's emotions. She gently hugged her to comfort her, though another thought flashed through her mind. So, this is the kind of thing my husband likes? It seemed she had just learned something unexpected. As for Jiang Yuan, the center of everyone's attention, he was also quite surprised. He hadn't expected the little girl to be so bold. Feeling the small, warm figure in his arms and the tiny hands around his neck, Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. He had to admit, as expected of the saintess of the Saint Demon sect, she was confident and proactive. Outrageous. This is unacceptable. Enchantress, quickly get down from the prince's side. After a brief moment of silence, the main hall of the Jiang family erupted with dissatisfaction. The elders of the Jiang family looked into the sky mirror at the woman from the demon sect, who was sitting on the Qilin's lap and daring to touch and move around. They all looked furious, frowning and glaring, eager to rush over and pull her down. How could this be? How noble is Jiang Yuan? He is the only hope of their Jiang family for eternity. Could such a woman, who only passed 2 tests and whose origins are unknown, be allowed to insult him? Cough. Everyone calm down. Jiang Zhan remained more composed. He coughed to suppress their anger. Yuan has his own sense of measure. We should just watch. Although he said this, he also thought that the Holy Demon sect's saintly maiden was a bit too open-minded. But considering she passed the tests and was rated accordingly, and her special body with dual souls, they had to sacrifice a little of the prince's appearance for the family's future. On the immortal Welcome Island, at the discussion platform, Jiang Yuan pinched the chubby little face of Coral Treasure and smiled. You're quite bold, girl. Hee hee, big brother, didn't you say you liked me? Coral Treasure hugged his neck, nuzzling into his embrace and acting cute. If you like me, then hug and kiss me. Her innocent words and pure, adorable look made it impossible for anyone to resist. Many of the proud daughters of heaven present looked at this scene with a mix of anger and jealousy. All right, come down now. Stand at the back and don't disturb others. Jiang Yuan patted her and said, although he enjoyed the warm, soft feeling of her in his arms, this was a formal event, the discussion and selection meeting, so he had to be mindful of his image. Oh, Coral Treasure reluctantly slid down from his lap, but obediently moved to stand beside Qin Mingyao. She even made a playful ghost face at Qin Mingyao. Qin Mingyao only glanced at her indifferently, then looked away as if she didn't care about all this. With Coral Charm and Coral Treasure as successful examples, the other proud daughters of heaven became more daring. No longer do I think he is as difficult to approach as he seems on the surface. As long as you have real skill and can make him interested, he doesn't mind giving you a chance. Even better, if you are a bit more proactive and bold, you might even catch his attention. Jiang Yuan cleared his throat and drew everyone's focus back. He looked around the crowd and slowly said, all right, the Holy Maiden of the Sacred Demon sect has also passed the test. Next, is there anyone else who wants to try? Just as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out, like a songbird singing out of the valley. Young Lady Ji Yu is willing to offer a painting for the Crown Prince. Everyone looked toward the voice and saw Princess Ji Yu of the Great Yin Divine Dynasty, standing up from her seat. She wore a luxurious golden palace dress, small and delicate, looking like a fine porcelain doll. In her bright, lively eyes, sparkled with wisdom and confidence that didn't match her delicate appearance. Jiang Yuan's gaze fell on her, and he felt a slight stir in his heart. A contestant with a score of 92. The princess of the Great Yin Divine Dynasty, with a spiritual body. Her physique was slightly weaker, but under her petite, doll-like body, she possessed a quality comparable to big GS like Qin Yuebai and Hu Mei. All right, Your Highness the Princess, please. Jiang Yuan gestured politely. He was very curious about what this top princess from a divine dynasty wanted to paint. Princess Ji Yu bowed gracefully to Jiang Yuan, then took elegant steps, walking to the center of the discussion platform. She didn't sing out loud like Qin Mingyao, nor did she pose flirtatiously like Hu Mei. Instead, she flipped her delicate hand, and a simple, ancient scroll along with a brush made from unknown beast hair appeared in her hand. What is that? Is she going to paint on the spot? What's so interesting about painting? Why are we all waiting here for her to finish? What is Princess Ji Yu up to? The talented women below looked at her actions with confusion. In their view, painting is too quiet and time-consuming, and not suitable for such occasions. Even the powerful beings watching through the sky mirror frowned, thinking Princess Ji Yu was being a bit arrogant. She had just experienced the divine resonance with the Queen of the Jade Pool and seamlessly switched from the elegant, mature woman to the cute, youthful girl of the demon sect. With such impressive displays in front of her, why did she suddenly take out a scroll? On the platform of the Tao, Princess Ji ignored the surrounding whispers. She looked focused as she slowly unfolded an old, simple scroll in the void. Suddenly, a hum filled the air. When the scroll fully opened, a vast, boundless aura of imperial power, as if containing endless luck, spread out from it. The entire Welcome Immortal Island trembled violently. People exclaimed, "Is this the Supreme Emperor weapon? The map of mountains and rivers?" No, it wasn't a real Supreme Emperor weapon, but a replica. Still, its quality was top tier, almost like a quasi-emperor weapon. The original map of mountains and rivers was a divine weapon from the Great Diana Divine Dynasty, crafted by their founding emperor, containing a real world within, with limitless power. Although this was just a copy, its power was comparable to the emperor-slaying sword in Jiang Yuan's hand, though it was a replica of a replica. No one expected that the Great Diana Divine Dynasty would be willing to give such a treasure's replica to Princess Ji, an almost emperor weapon. She's actually using an almost emperor weapon to paint. Someone realized her plan. She was making do with what she had. Princess Ji seemed unaware of everyone's shock. Holding a brush, she dipped it into a colorful ink made from the gathering of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, which appeared out of nowhere. Then, she made the first on the blank scroll. Boom. As she painted, the world changed color. The sky above Welcome Immortal Island roared with wind, clouds, lightning, and thunder. It looked as if chaos was being separated on the scroll, with pure energy rising and impure energy falling, like the scene of the world's beginning, vividly depicted on paper. This was using oneself as the brush, the Tao as the ink, painting the world, and creating life. Everyone was utterly stunned by what they saw. Princess Ji's expression remained calm as she continuously moved her brush. With each, mountains, rivers, and landscapes appeared out of nowhere on the scroll. Next, the sun, moon, and stars floated above. Then, all living creatures began to grow and multiply. Every seemed to resonate with the harmony of the universe, as if the laws of nature were evolving. That small scroll suddenly felt like a real world, changing rapidly at an incredible speed. Some weaker cultivators felt as if their spirits were being pulled into the scroll, experiencing the birth, growth, prosperity, and peak of a world firsthand. They saw the rise of humanity, the competition of many schools of thought, and the change of dynasties. Finally, all scenes froze on a magnificent, indescribably grand city. Within the city, people worshipped, and a golden dragon of luck circled in the sky. At the highest point of the city, inside a splendid palace, a faint but powerful figure of an emperor slowly turned around. Though his face was unclear, everyone nearby saw another stunning figure, an empress who ruled with grace and dignity. That figure was clearly Princess Ji. Suddenly, everyone understood what was happening. The Great Yao Divine Dynasty had big ambitions. They were telling Jiang Yuan and the Jiang family that they not only wanted to marry into the Jiang family, but also hoped to use Jiang Yuan's innate holy body to boost their own luck and power. They aimed for more than just a holy body. They wanted the future Jiang family emperor's son to help Princess Ji become the future empress of the Divine Dynasty. Such a grand Divine Dynasty, such a remarkable Princess Ji. This isn't just painting. It's a clear display of ambition. Leaders of various factions were deeply shaken. Their eyes on the Great Yao Divine Dynasty changed. But this time, they weren't afraid of inviting trouble. Would the entire Great Yao Divine Dynasty be swallowed by the Jiang family? Meanwhile, the uncle of the Yao Emperor, standing with a beard, smiled proudly. This is their grand plan of the Great Yinshin Dynasty. By this method, they are showing the Jiang family the value of their dynasty. Not only do they have the most talented princess, but they also have the ambition and strength to conquer the world. Marrying with us is a strong alliance for the Jiang family. He believes that as long as the Jiang family is not foolish, they will understand how to choose. On the Tao platform, Jiang Yuan looks at the scene on the scroll. He sees Princess Ji standing beside the emperor, but his face shows no change. Only the corner of his mouth lifts into a faint smile. Interesting. They want to use this way to make big promises? To make Jiang Yuan and the Jiang family tools for their Great Yinshin Dynasty? Helping Ji become the empress? That's a clever idea, but unfortunately, He can help her become the empress, or he can prevent her from doing so. Who becomes the empress is all up to Jiang Yuan. At this moment, everything on the scroll slowly disappears. Princess Ji Yu puts away her brush. Her delicate face has a perfect blush and a look of hope. She bows gracefully to Jiang Yuan. I humbly present myself. I don't know if Your Highness the Emperor is satisfied with the future of our great Yinshan dynasty. Of course I am satisfied. Jiang Yuan stands up from the throne. His smile is bright like the sunshine. He claps his hands and walks slowly to Princess Ji Yu, praising her generously. Your skill in painting and understanding the way is truly impressive to me. Using oneself as a brush, the way as ink, creating heaven and earth in the painting, shaping the nation, such boldness and skill. Among the young generation today, I doubt anyone can match you. Hearing Jiang Yuan's praise, Princess Ji Yu feels happy inside, and a hint of pride flashes in her lively eyes. She knew no man could resist the temptation of ruling the world, controlling the land, and sitting as the empress. Even Jiang Yuan's son is no exception. Your Highness the Emperor, you flatter me. She slightly lowered her head and humbly said, My little skills are just a small trick, not worth showing off in front of the experts. Oh, Your Highness, you are mistaken. Jiang Yuan waved his hand and said seriously, Your painting is very good indeed. He paused for a moment, then changed his tone with a tempting voice, so good that even I can't help but wonder. If only I could turn the world and that painting into real life, what a magnificent scene it would be. Princess Ji Yu heard this and felt a surge of joy in her heart. She had succeeded. He was hooked. She forced herself to stay calm, lifted her head, and looked at Jiang Yuan with hopeful eyes. Does Your Highness mean? My meaning is. Jiang Yuan's smile suddenly turned playful. You have passed. Really? Princess Ji Yu was overjoyed. Of course, it's true. Jiang Yuan nodded. You are qualified to stand behind me. Thank you, Your Highness. Princess Ji Yu quickly bowed and, filled with excitement, turned to walk toward the open space behind Jiang Yuan. But just as she took a few steps, Jiang Yuan's voice drifted softly from behind. However, Princess Ji Yu's steps suddenly halted, a sense of unease rising in her heart. She turned around, looking at Jiang Yuan with some apprehension. Your Highness, do you have any other instructions? Jiang Yuan looked at her, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a deep, inscrutable expression. Princess, your painting is very good, and your ambitions are great, but there is one thing you seem to have painted incorrectly. Painted incorrectly? Princess Ji Yu was stunned. Where did I go wrong? The world you painted, that divine kingdom, is indeed grand and powerful, Jiang Yuan said slowly. But in that highest palace, on that supreme throne, he stepped closer to Princess Ji Yu, reached out, gently lifted her smooth chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. His voice carried a strong sense of authority and dominance, unmistakable and commanding. It echoed clearly in her ears, word by word. The one sitting should be me, and you can only kneel at my feet. Boom. Jiang Yuan's words hit like a thunderclap, instantly shattering Princess Ji Yu's fantasy and bringing her back to reality. She widened her eyes, staring at the man before her with disbelief. His delicate face had lost all color, turning pale. How dare he say such rebellious words? In the distance, Uncle Yin of the great Yin divine dynasty suddenly stood up from his seat. A terrifying aura of a near emperor burst out uncontrollably, glaring angrily at Jiang Yuan. How dare you insult our divine? Before he finished, an even more terrifying and vast imperial pressure suddenly emanated from deep within the Jiang family, crushing his near-emperor aura into dust. Ugh! Uncle Yin was struck hard, coughing up blood, his face turning deathly pale. An old, cold voice echoed in everyone's mind. On Jiang family's territory, disrespecting our divine prince. Are you seeking death? It was the voice of the founding ancestor. Uncle Yin trembled violently, his eyes filled with endless fear. He had acted impulsively. This is Jiang family, a terrifying existence with 7 great emperors. Here, not to mention a near emperor, even the divine lord of Great Yin would have to behave obediently. Ancestor, please be angry no more. Junior knows he was wrong. Uncle Yin quickly knelt on the ground, frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy. At this moment, he was filled with regret and fear. The Divine Master sent him here to test Jiang family's bottom line during this forum, to boost Princess Ji Yu's reputation, and to see if the great Yin Divine Dynasty could gain a better position in the upcoming Grand Feast. But he never expected Jiang family's reaction to be so fierce and domineering. A living great emperor, just like that, directly took action. He only made a casual remark, never intending to fight Jiang Yuan, nor daring to do so. Princess Ji Yu on the platform looked even paler, her body trembling and about to collapse. She stared blankly at the man in front of her, who had a faint smile on his lips, her mind completely empty. This plan doesn't seem right. She thought her scheme was perfect, using the empire and the world as bait, with the ruler of the world as the prize. No man could resist such temptation. When Jiang Yuan was tempted, she would naturally become Jiang's imperial consort, then use Jiang's power to become the empress of the Divine Dynasty, ruling the world together with Jiang Yuan and Jiang's family, uniting the great divine world. As for what happens after that, who would really be in charge? But no matter how much she calculated, she missed one thing. She saw Jiang Yuan as she could use, a stepping stone. She forgot that this man was Jiang's prince. He was the top of the talent list. He was the legendary Qilin protected by 7 great emperors. How could he willingly become someone else's tool? Ji Yu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found her throat dry and couldn't speak at all. What could she say? Admit she was wrong? Say she shouldn't have such big ambitions? But she was a princess of the Divine Dynasty. From the moment she was born, she was told to live for the glory of the Divine Dynasty. As long as the dynasty prospered, anything could be used, and anything could also be abandoned. Jiang Yuan looked at her dazed and tearful expression, his cold smile deepening. How? Not convinced. He released his hand that was holding her chin, took a step back, and looked down at her coldly. Do you think I, your prince, have humiliated you? Do you think my Jiang family is bullying others? Today, I will say this clearly. Your Divine Dynasty, Dian, can aim for the world, yes, and even unify all realms, but only if you have the strength to do so. Not like now, relying on a woman and some petty tricks to make big promises and test the limits of my Jiang family. Do you think your little schemes can fool anyone? Jiang Yuan's voice was not loud but sharp and piercing, hitting Ji Yu's heart hard. Her face turned pale, and her body trembled even more. I didn't. No, Jiang Yuan smiled, full of mockery. Then tell me, who does this map of the country and state depict? Whose land and government are these? Can you honestly say that the emperor you think of, standing shoulder to shoulder with you, is not me, Jiang Yuan? Ji Yu was speechless from his question, only biting her lip tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Jiang Yuan looked at her like this, feeling a bit satisfied. If you have ideas, just say them directly. Planning and scheming all the time, isn't that tiring? But, after all, Princess Ji Yu is a top student with a score of 92, and her physique is rare. It would be a shame to just let her go back like this. Jiang Yuan's current approach is to make this proud future empress settle down and stop thinking about unnecessary things. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan's tone softened a little. But, I am not unreasonable. He looked at Ji Yu and said slowly, I'm glad you have such ambitions. You want the Dian Divine Dynasty to rise even higher, and I am very pleased. But your attitude, I am not satisfied. However, I can give you a chance, and also a chance for the Dian Divine Dynasty. Ji Yu suddenly looked up, her big, watery eyes shining with a glimmer of hope again. Your Highness, is this true? Of course, Jiang Yuan nodded. As long as you are willing to become my person, I, Jiang Yuan, can promise that in the future, the Dian Divine Dynasty will become the #1 divine dynasty under my Jiang family. How about that? Jiang Yuan looked at her, a playful smile on his lips. He didn't say what would happen to Ji Yu. He knew that for someone like her, who had been brainwashed and enchanted, using the glory of the Divine Dynasty as bait would be more effective. The #1 divine dynasty under the Jiang family. This was different from Ji Yu's original plan, but in a way, it also fulfilled her wish to see a great divine dynasty. For an ambitious woman, this was equally a deadly temptation. Ji Yu's heart was struggling fiercely. Either accept his conditions and fight for a future for the divine kingdom, or carry this endless humiliation and quietly return to the great Yao divine kingdom, hoping that the Jiang family will be destroyed. She was a smart person and knew what to choose. She took a deep breath, about to speak. Your Highness, there's no need to rush your answer. Jiang Yuan interrupted her. I'll give you time to think. In the distance, the uncle of the Yao Emperor of the great Yao divine kingdom, supported by guards from the Jiang family, finally managed to get up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the scene on the Dao platform, his face was full of fear and relief. Fortunately, the ancestor of the Jiang family didn't really intend to kill, otherwise, he might have been finished here today. Now he deeply understood why the Divine Master told him, be careful in everything, do not act rashly. These top divine kingdoms were used to being powerful outside, but they forgot how terrifying the background of the Longevity clan really was. Even after experiencing life and death danger, he didn't forget the big picture. He quickly transmitted a message to Ji Yu. Yuer, don't hesitate anymore. Quickly agree to him. Our great Yao divine kingdom must seize this opportunity. This was almost the consensus among all top forces. The reason was simple. If their favored daughter wasn't chosen by the Jiang family, at best, they would lose a powerful helper capable of shocking the heavens. At worst, they might lose a divine body or even a saint body. A year or two might not show much difference, but over time, whether she was chosen by Jiang Yuan would determine whether their backing could continue to shine for the next thousands of years. Hearing the transmission from her uncle, Ji Yu's body trembled again. She looked at Jiang Yuan on the throne, then at the pale, weak uncle of the Yao Emperor in the distance. Finally, she sighed as if resigned. What other choice did she have? Raised with the idea that everything is for the divine empire, she was prepared long ago to give her life for the divine cause. Now, she simply shares the same duty as others. What is there to worry about? As long as the Jiang family truly provides the divine empire with the sacred elixir that can produce holy bodies, she will be satisfied. She walks slowly and heavily, step by step, to stand silently behind Jiang Yuan, beside Qin Mingyao and Hu Baobao. She doesn't speak, but her action shows her choice clearly. The divine empire of Dashuan, the 16th Princess Ji Yu, has surrendered. Seeing this, everyone present feels a mix of emotions. Even the mighty Dashuan divine empire must bow before the Jiang family. This Jiang family prince is truly extremely powerful. As Princess Ji Yu steps back, the atmosphere on the discussion platform becomes a little tense again. With successful examples like Qin Mingyao, Hu Baobao, and Ji Yu, the remaining talented women are starting to feel confused. It seems the prince's taste is quite diverse. A cold fairy, a charming enchantress, even an ambitious princess of the divine empire. At this moment, a figure slowly stands up. She wears a blue dress and white silk, with a traditional elegant style that exudes mature charm. What surprises everyone even more is that this woman isn't one of the top talented women from the usual list. She comes from a powerful faction of her own. This means she isn't one of the young talented women everyone expected. She looks about 30, still charming and graceful, with a fairy-like aura. Her captivating eyes seem to hold the wisdom of ages and endless knowledge, making anyone who looks at her feel awe. What's even more shocking is the aura she radiates. Vast like an ocean, deep and unfathomable. It's the aura of a near emperor. Wow, a near emperor. She's a powerful near emperor. Who is she? I've never seen her before. I recognize her. She's the sect leader of Tianyin sect, Lu Shinin. She's been famous for tens of thousands of years. She's known for her divine skill in the zither, reaching the level of a near emperor. Master of the Heavenly Sound sect? Why is she standing up now? Could she also be here to participate in the discussion on the Dao? This thought surprised everyone. What kind of joke is this? A well-known quasi-emperor powerhouse, actually coming to compete with young juniors for a man? This is too unbelievable. Jiang Yuan looked at the stunning woman in front of him. He was also a bit surprised. Lu Shinin, master of the Heavenly Sound sect? He instinctively used his system to scan her. Name, Lu Shinin. Rating, 95. Identity, master of the Heavenly Sound sect. Physique, innate Qin heart body, divine body. Data, 174 centimeters, 113/55/110. F. Interface, 0 wow. 95 points. Another top-tier high scorer. Jiang Yuan saw this elegant woman in light gauze leap onto the discussion platform, and his heart unexpectedly skipped a beat. Her ancient-style clothing made her seem as if she was being swallowed by an abyss. But snap! Just a charming, graceful quasi-emperor woman. This is truly a delightful surprise. It made Jiang Yuan suddenly think of something. He and the Jiang family only paid attention to those ordinary talented young women and completely overlooked the long-famous holy daughters, female saints, and sect leaders, who are also valuable treasures. But her quasi-emperor status made things a bit complicated. While Jiang Yuan was thinking about how to also win over this beautiful sect leader, Lu Shinin spoke. Her voice, like her music, clear and pleasant, with a calming power that soothes the mind. I, Lu Shinin, greet the Jiang family's imperial son. She slightly bowed to Jiang Yuan, showing respect but not arrogance. Master Lu, you are too polite. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, May I ask, what brings Master Lu here today? Could it be you also wish to discuss the Tao with me? However, Lu Shinin shook her head calmly and said, Your Highness the Emperor's son, you are joking. I am already old and past the age of love and romance. Today, I am here for one thing. She paused, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Jiang Yuan, speaking carefully. I am willing to exchange my family's most treasured weapon, the ancient sound instrument, Taiguyin Qin, for a spirit elevation pill in your hands, Your Highness. What? Did I hear that right? She wants to trade a future emperor's weapon for a spirit elevation pill. Is Lu Shinin crazy? That spirit elevation pill can help produce a holy body. A holy body is at least a future emperor. Why would she worry about not having a suitable weapon? Hearing some confused voices around, Lu Shinin remained calm, bowed slightly to Jiang Yuan. A gentle breeze lifted her light veil, accidentally revealing her mature charm. Your Highness the Emperor's son, some of my friends may have missed some details. Please allow me to clarify. Master Lu, please go ahead. Jiang Yuan was still very polite to this renowned expert, not because he was tempted by her future emperor's cultivation, but because of her impressive presence. Ordinary future emperor's weapons are naturally not enough to compare with the spirit elevation pill you offer. However, my Taiguyin Qin is a treasure of our Tianyin sect. It was a famous emperor's weapon before the Tianyin Empress achieved her enlightenment over 1,000,000 years ago. After her enlightenment, she fused countless divine metals into it, including a small piece of eternal blue gold. I believe its power is not inferior to some ordinary top-tier emperor weapons. Wow. The crowd was stunned. If the value of a future emperor's weapon is not comparable to a spirit elevation pill, then a future emperor's weapon that can match the power of top-tier emperor weapons would be worth more than a spirit elevation pill. After all, even emperors do not possess many top-tier emperor weapons. Below the arena, many people were completely shocked by Lu Shinin's boldness. That was a future emperor's weapon, enough to greatly increase the strength of an immortal sacred ground, enough to boost any future emperor's combat power. Even for a great emperor, it would make a significant difference. And now, Lu Shinin wanted to exchange it for a pill? The daughters of the heavens all looked at Jiang Yuan at the same time, their eyes filled with shock and excitement that words couldn't describe. At that moment, they realized how incredible the gift from the Jiang family was, almost like giving away a top-tier divine weapon. It was a huge offer. Inside the main hall of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhan and the elders were also surprised. Wow, a nearly divine weapon in exchange for a spirit-boosting pill? This deal seems pretty good for us. It really is. As long as Yuan is involved with a talented girl, he can get more than 3 spirit-boosting pills, even a holy spirit pill that can help create a supreme holy body. That's almost like getting it for free. Patriarch, how many divine weapons does our Jiang family have? Not many. Jiang Zhan thought about the storage and replied, We only have about 13 divine weapons, and fewer, only 7, are half-step divine weapons. Divine weapons are only for emperors, and they need to use some effort to unleash their full power. They are the last trump card for powerful groups. Half-step and quasi-divine weapons, on the other hand, can greatly boost a nearly emperor-level fighter's strength. Everyone wants to equip themselves with one, but they are not enough. Most of the Jiang family's quasi-emperors only use quasi-divine weapons. Interesting, said the ancestor suddenly, his voice breaking into the conversation. Should we change our weapons? Jiang Zhan asked cautiously, feeling a bit tempted. A quasi-divine weapon is also a valuable asset for the Jiang family. But that's not the main point. The bigger concern is, if they start this trend, will other groups also trade their treasures for spirit-boosting pills? If this could create a whole industry chain. The thought was too wonderful to imagine. However, the ancestor shook his head calmly. No rush. Let's see what Yuan says first. This matter has been led by Yuan from the start. As elders, our only job is to protect Yuan's safety. Everything else is up to him. Understood, Junior will remember that. On the discussion platform, Zhang Yuan also received a message from his family, informing him about the value of the ancient-sounding instrument. After hearing his uncle's message, Zhang Yuan glanced at the calm-looking woman in front of him, who seemed to be speaking about a trivial matter. He couldn't help but admire her. Wow, she's really willing to spend a lot. If it were someone else, they would probably be eager to agree right away. But Zhang Yuan didn't care about that. A top-tier divine weapon? Does he need it? Just joking. His father is a great emperor of the current era, and his family has 6 ancient emperor ancestors. They own more than one divine weapon. Would they care about a mere one? Especially since it's a top-tier divine weapon. Even if his family didn't have one, he still has the reward from the system, the reincarnation disc, which is a genuine top-tier divine weapon. Isn't that enough? So, the ancient-sounding instrument doesn't really attract him. What interests him more is the elegant woman in front of him, who scores 95 points in charm. Master Lu, are you sure? Zhang Yuan asked her with interest. You want to exchange a top-tier divine weapon for a spirit-enhancing pill? He deliberately emphasized the words top-tier divine weapon. I am sure. Lu Shining nodded without hesitation. As long as His Majesty the Emperor is willing to trade, the ancient-sounding instrument will be yours immediately. She said this, then with a flick of her jade hand, a simple 7-string instrument appeared in her palm. The instrument was made from an unknown divine wood, with mysterious Tao patterns carved all over it. The 7 strings emitted a faint glow like stars, as if formed from the Milky Way. A vast, ancient, terrifying aura spread from the instrument, making everyone present feel their souls tremble. This is truly the ancient-sounding instrument. This aura is almost as powerful as our sect's broken divine weapon. Everyone was captivated by the presence of this nearly divine imperial weapon, their eyes filled with greed and longing. However, Zhang Yuan only glanced briefly before withdrawing his gaze. Master Lu, I see your sincerity. He looked at Lu Shining and said slowly. However, before deciding whether to exchange with you, I want to see if your Tianyin sect's music path is truly as legendary as they say. Divine and extraordinary. After all, I, the Imperial Son, don't want to trade a heaven-defying divine pill for someone who only knows how to play with cotton. Zhang Yuan's words carried a hint of playfulness and challenge. His subtle implication made Lu Shining slightly frown. Was he implying she only knew how to play the instrument? Or was he suggesting that the ancient-sounding instrument was useless? But Lu Shining understood that Zhang Yuan was giving her a chance to show the true value of the ancient-sounding instrument. She slightly bowed again toward Zhang Yuan. Your Highness, I will obey your wish. This song is my sincere offering, in hopes of obtaining the pill. After speaking, she gently held the ancient-sounding instrument and sat cross-legged. Her delicate hand touched the strings. A grand quasi-emperor, because of Zhang Yuan's words, was about to play the instrument for him. When Lu Shinyin's slender fingers gently touched the ancient-sounding instrument, the entire world seemed to fall silent. The wind stopped. The clouds dispersed. Everyone's breathing slowed involuntarily, their eyes fixed on the elegant figure sitting cross-legged in white. She sat quietly, holding the ancient instrument, her aura ethereal, her beauty unmatched, like a celestial maiden from the heavens, untouched by mortal dust. At this moment, no one saw her as a quasi-emperor seeking medicine, but as a master of the music path about to perform the supreme Tao. Ding! A clear, crisp sound of the instrument, like a mountain stream, fell into everyone's hearts. There was no overwhelming power or destructive might, only pure, gentle music that touched the soul. It was such a simple note, yet it seemed to have a magical power to cleanse the soul. Everyone who heard this music felt their minds become incredibly peaceful and calm at that moment. All worries, distracting thoughts, and desires, every negative emotion, were gently swept away by this melody. Wow, this feels so good. My heart has never been so peaceful before. Many cultivators couldn't help but close their eyes, showing expressions of bliss. Even Zhang Yuan felt greatly relaxed after hearing this music. There's something special about it. He leaned on his throne, watching Lu Xinyin with interest, secretly nodding in approval. No wonder she was a top-tier, nearly perfect empress and leader. Just that opening note was enough to outshine everyone else. Ding dong, ding dong. The music began to flow smoothly. Sometimes it sounded like a mountain stream, clear and melodious. Other times, like beads falling on a jade plate, crisp and pleasant. As the music changed, vivid pictures unfolded in everyone's minds. They seemed to see the chaos at the beginning of the universe, when the world was still unformed. Then came the rise of gods and demons, fierce battles across the ancient battlefield. Later, they witnessed the glorious era of ancient sages founding schools and spreading teachings across the world. Everyone was immersed in this grand world created by the music, unable to pull away. It felt as if they personally experienced each heroic and moving era. Their understanding of the Tao and their insights into life rapidly improved at that moment. I think I understand. So this is the true meaning of the water Tao. My swordsmanship bottleneck has actually broken through. I've realized it. I've finally understood. Occasionally, talented women would let out joyful screams. Bright divine light burst from their bodies, clearly indicating they gained great benefits from this music. Using music to express the Tao, integrating one's understanding of the Tao into the melody. This level of musical mastery might even rival the Empress of Heavenly Sound before she achieved enlightenment. This willow spirit sound is probably just one step away from becoming an emperor. If lucky enough to seize a piece of the heavenly heart, it might not be long before she claims the throne. The Heavenly Sound sect is hidden very deep. Inside the main hall of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhan watched the focused expression in the water mirror, the beautiful figure constantly moving her fingers on the strings of the zither. A strong idea rose in his mind. This woman, if she could become Yuan's woman, it would greatly benefit Yuan. On the Tao platform, Yuan also showed surprise. Not everyone is qualified to accept a quasi-emperor's teachings. Others are just residual effects. But Yuan is truly facing the willow spirit sounds zither art directly. What surprised him even more was the innate sacred body within his body also resonated more and more strongly with this music. Mystical insights into the Tao, like waves, flooded into his mind. His understanding of the Hongming creation technique was rapidly deepening at an incredible speed. Ping. Detected host listening to supreme Tao music. Innate zither heart Tao body resonating deeply with the host. The analysis progress of Hongming creation technique has advanced to 1%. Wow. Is there such a good thing? Just listening to her play the zither can help me understand immortal methods. Since obtaining the Hongming creation technique, although he hadn't practiced it seriously, his talent with the 9 orifices exquisite heart still helped him comprehend day and night. Yuan didn't need to do anything. His insights into the Hongming creation technique surged like a tide. But until now, his analysis progress was less than 1%. Yet just listening to a single piece of music, he broke through immediately. This willow spirit sound is basically a mobile zither experience pack. If only she played the zither for me every day with that hand. This would be so amazing. He was talking about the speed of analyzing the Hongming creation technique. While Yuan's thoughts were swirling, Willow Spirit Sound's performance also reached its. She saw her 10 fingers flying, and the music suddenly became high-pitched and passionate, as if thousands of gods and demons were howling and billions of stars were falling. In the next moment, an even more incredible scene happened. As the soaring sound of the zither filled the air, a small, golden fairy spirit, formed from pure musical notes, suddenly flew out from the ancient relic zither. These fairy spirits, some transformed into true dragons, swirling and flying in the sky. Some became phoenixes, singing loudly. Others turned into Qilin, stepping on auspicious clouds. They looked vivid and lively, radiating the purest spiritual energy and Tao charm. Fairy spirits transforming. The music actually turned into solid fairy spirits. My goodness. This is the legendary realm. The way of the Zither reaches divine mastery. This is true mastery of the Zither Tao. Most people hadn't reacted yet, but all the cultivators practicing the Zither Tao went crazy. They were so excited their faces turned red, eager to rush forward, to catch those flying fairy spirits and swallow them. Because among those spirits contained the lifelong insights of Lord Lu about the Tao. Getting even one would save them thousands or even tens of thousands of years of effort. Jiang Yuan watched the flying fairy spirits with increasingly bright eyes. A fairy spirit of the Zither flew toward him. He could feel that his holy body seemed to be boiling at that moment. It wanted to taste her essence. But Jiang Yuan forcefully suppressed this urge with great willpower. Food must be eaten bite by bite. But this fairy spirit of the Zither, he could eat it first. At this moment, the Zither music suddenly stopped. The fairy spirits in the sky slowly dispersed into the air. All the cultivators still obsessed with the fairy spirits looked deeply disappointed. Don't they want it? Yes, they do, but this is Jiang's territory. If they dared to make a move they would die. Even the forces backing them couldn't save them. At this time, Lord Lu opened her eyes. Her stunning face carried a faint weariness, but more than that, a sense of calm beyond the world. She looked at Jiang Yuan and said coldly, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I have finished my song. Perhaps to exchange for a spirit elevation pill in your hand." Everyone's eyes focused on Jiang Yuan, waiting for his response. Without a doubt, Lu Shanin's performance had far exceeded their expectations. It was no longer just a simple talent show, but a true discussion of the way, an extraordinary opportunity where a near emperor shared his deep experience, benefiting many. If even this kind of performance couldn't pass the test, then the other talented women present probably had no hope. So, in their view, Jiang Yuan's agreement to exchange with her was already certain. Many even wondered whether Jiang Yuan might give her extra benefits because of Lu Shanin's astonishing strength. After all, attracting a cultivator as powerful as a near emperor of the Zither path would be a great advantage for the Jiang family, with no downside. But everyone was wrong. Jiang Yuan slowly stood up from his throne, not immediately answering Lu Shanin's question, but first bowing deeply to her. "Thank you, Lord Lu, for granting this supreme Zither sound." His voice was full of sincere gratitude. Jiang has gained much from this. This was not just politeness. The performance just now truly deepened his understanding of the Hongming creation technique. The last divine Zither spirit she sent out pushed his progress in understanding the Hongming creation technique to 5%. Seeing this, Lu Shanin was slightly stunned, then bowed in return. "Your Highness, you are too kind. You're welcome." Jiang Yuan waved his hand, a gentle, harmless smile returning to his face. "Lord Lu's Zither path is truly divine, skillful beyond compare, opening my eyes wide. Therefore." He paused, and under everyone's watchful eyes, slowly uttered 3 words that surprised everyone. "I won't exchange." What? Not exchange? These 2 words, like 2 thunderclaps from the heavens, caused the entire Yingzhan island to fall into complete silence. Everyone stared with wide eyes, doubting their ears, unsure if they were hearing correctly. He actually refused? Is a nearly supreme weapon exchange for just 1 spirit elevation pill not enough? Master Lu is willing to spend his cultivation to send out the Tao sound. They, including the powerful experts, were completely confused by Jiang Yuan's unpredictable actions. What's this Jiang family kid really up to? The uncle emperor of the great Yao divine dynasty opened his mouth wide, feeling his mind was overwhelmed. "I can't understand it. I just can't understand." The holy master of Yaoqi also shook her head in confusion. On the Tao platform, Master Lu Shanin was also shocked by Jiang Yuan's response. Her usually calm face showed her first clear sign of surprise. Before stepping onto the stage, she had imagined many possibilities, even thought Jiang Yuan might raise the price or make harsher demands. But she never expected Jiang Yuan to refuse so decisively and completely. Why? Lu Shanin looked at Jiang Yuan, feeling either anger or exhaustion from the Tao's exertion. Her full chest rose and fell, eager and tense, making people worry she couldn't bear the weight of her emotions. In her cold eyes, there was confusion. Does His Majesty the Emperor think that the ancient-sounding instrument of the Tianyin sect isn't enough to exchange for a spirit elevation pill? Her voice carried a faint trembling. All along, Lu Shinin was not acting for herself. She had a Dao wound, and feared her life was near its end. This year, the Tianyin sect was declining, with only her as the remaining talented disciple. Though talented, she only had the Dao body qualification. In this world, the strength of one's physique almost determines the limit of cultivation. Her disciple, with some luck, could only reach the Saint Realm at best, probably not even at the peak of the Saint Realm. But if she could exchange for a spirit elevation pill, allowing her disciple Luer to become a divine body, and she sacrificed her life to pass on the Dao, using the Tianyin sect's resources, she might help Luer break into the quasi-emperor stage before her death. For this exchange, she was risking the entire sect's fate, even willing to trade the inheritance of the Empress of Tianyin. If he fails, she cannot imagine how she will face the elders and disciples within the sect. No, Zhang Yuan shook his head, still smiling brightly. Master Lu's zither is very good. The ancient sound zither is also very good. But he looked at Lu Shinin's confused and uneasy eyes, and the playful curve of his lips grew wider. I, Zhang Yuan, do not care for a top-tier divine weapon. These simple words seemed to carry endless power, making everyone's heart in the room tighten sharply. This is arrogance. Too much arrogance. It's no longer just confidence. It's contempt for the world. You don't care for a top-tier divine weapon? Who do you think you are? A great emperor? Even those seasoned, calm old monsters who consider themselves wise and unshakable, their eyelids twitched when they heard this. This kid's attitude is way too bold. And Lu Shinin was completely stunned by Zhang Yuan's words. She stared blankly at Zhang Yuan, her mind empty. He doesn't care for a top-tier divine weapon? Then what does he want? While everyone was shocked by Zhang Yuan's bold words, his next words made the entire world fall silent. He slowly walked to Lu Shinin's side, reaching out his hand into the void toward her. His gaze was intense and full of aggression. Under everyone's watchful eyes, and amidst countless looks of shock, awe, or jealousy, he spoke each word clearly, making a declaration that could be recorded in history. I don't care for a top-tier divine weapon, but you, I like. This Zhang family's imperial son is definitely crazy. After a brief silence, the scene erupted like a huge wave. Wow, did I hear that right? He's actually trying to court a near emperor, and in front of everyone in the world. My goodness. This isn't just wild, it's defying the heavens. It's so exciting, more thrilling than all his previous performances combined. They had expected Zhang Yuan to be very dominant, but they never imagined he could be this bold. He is a near emperor who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, with power that is unfathomable. Even in those ancient sacred lands and divine dynasties, he would be considered a top ancestor. How dare he do that? Princess Jiyu of the Dian divine dynasty clutched her hands tightly over her mouth, her bright eyes full of disbelief. She thought that using the map of the country to test Zhang Yuan was already very daring. But compared to his current actions, her little plan seemed like child's play. This man is a complete lunatic. Uncle Yan, standing beside her, also muttered in shock. Elsewhere, inside the fairy pavilion of the Yaoqi sacred land, a Yaoqi elder pointed at Zhang Yuan reflected in the water mirror, unable to speak clearly after a long pause. The Yaoqi sacred mistress looked pale, surprised that the Zhang family's imperial son was so daring. Master, I kind of understand him now. Qin Mingyao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke softly. Understand what? The Yaoqi sacred mistress asked instinctively. His way is creation, it is reproduction. Qin Mingyao's eyes sparkled with a strange light. In his view, perhaps, whether it's an 18-year-old girl born of heaven or a near emperor who has lived for 100,000 years, as long as they align with his way, they are the same. Hearing Qin Mingyao's analysis, the sacred mistress and the elders all fell silent. They weren't sure if today's actions were right or wrong. In the main hall of the Zhang family, the atmosphere was also a bit strange. Did I just hear that right? Yuaner, does he like the god of Willow Sound? It seems so. Another elder from the clan also looked confused. Jiang Zhan couldn't help but rub his temples. This young man really has big ambitions. He thought Jiang Yuan refused the exchange to raise the price, or had some other plan. But no matter how many calculations he made, he never expected that this young man's goal was actually the god of Willow Sound herself. This truly confirms what Jiang Yuan said earlier. I want everything. I like having big ambitions. At this moment, the faint figure of the ancestor appeared at the gathering, letting out a mysterious, light laugh. Hee. Interesting. This young man, his father only dared to marry his mother, but he himself has set his sights on becoming a famous emperor. Quite interesting. After saying this, he stopped speaking. Jiang Zhan. All right, as long as you're happy. Anyway, if the sky falls, we have the strong to support it. Jiang Yuan only needs to focus on liking. Meanwhile, the focus of the scene, the god of Willow Sound, was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the handsome young face so close to her, feeling a bit dizzy. He likes me, wants me, to be his woman? The leader of the Tianyin sect, who is entirely devoted to the sect and the Great Path, was momentarily stunned. She had faced many storms, witnessed countless life and death moments, but she had never encountered such absurdity. A young junior, not even as old as she was, standing in front of everyone, saying he liked her? Is this shameful, or, you are too bold. The god of Willow Sound suddenly took a step back, her beautiful face covered with frost. A terrifying pressure belonging to a near emperor burst uncontrollably from her, sweeping across the entire discussion platform. Jiang Yuan, don't be reckless. I am the leader of the Tianyin sect, a well-known near emperor. How dare you be so disrespectful? Her voice was cold and piercing, filled with endless anger. However, faced with the pressure of a nearly emperor-level power that could make even saints tremble, Jiang Yuan seemed completely unfazed, still wearing his carefree, mocking smile. Master Lu, why such anger? He spread his hands and said innocently, I'm just expressing my admiration. Admiration? Lu Shunyin trembled with anger. Is that what you call admiration? Of course. Jiang Yuan nodded confidently and said, everyone has a love for beauty. Master Lu, you are stunning and graceful, like a fairy. I, the young master, admire you. What's wrong with that? Moreover, I only said I like you. I didn't say I want anything from you. If you're willing, my Jiang family will hold a grand wedding, officially marry you, and never let you suffer any injustice. If you're not willing, then forget it. I, the young master, am not forcing you. Business can be based on kindness, no need for violence or fighting. Jiang Yuan's words were flawless, like a slick, shameless rogue. He made Lu Shunyin so angry she couldn't speak. She looked at this smooth-talking young man who, despite her helplessness, made her feel suffocated and almost breathless. Should she fight? Could she dare? This is Jiang's family. Behind him stand 7 great emperors. If she dared to make a move, she believed that in the next second, the elders of Jiang's family could erase her Tianyin sect from the map. Insult? She couldn't even argue back. This guy's tongue was so sharp, he could turn black into white. For a moment, this high and mighty quasi-emperor was caught in an unprecedented dilemma. She looked at Jiang Yuan, biting her lip tightly, a trace of shame flickering in her cold eyes, wishing she could immediately suppress and punish him. Jiang Yuan watched Lu Shunyin's angry and anxious expression, yet also saw her helplessness, and felt very pleased inside. He liked how you all look at me with dislike, but can't kill me. However, Jiang Yuan also knew that simply doing this was not enough, unless he used the destruction of the sect as a threat to make the other side submit. But if he did that, it would go against the purpose of his plan to hold the Meet and Discuss conference. It could also cause the Jiang family to become enemies of the entire great immortal world. Even a strong family like Jiang's needed allies. So, after giving a slap, he had to give a sweet treat. Master Lu, Jiang Yuan put away his playful expression and became serious. I know why you came today. The Tianyin sect has a history of hundreds of thousands of years. Although it has never produced a great emperor, each generation has at least one quasi-emperor in charge. Unfortunately, in recent ancient times, their luck has waned. They also suffered the destruction of several middle-sized worlds within their domain. As a result, the sect has few talented or outstanding figures, and it is gradually weakening. Master Lu, you have been unable to take the final step for a long time. Seeing your sect about to fall apart completely in your hands, you thought of using the sect's treasure to exchange for a spiritual enhancement pill, hoping for a better future. Am I right? Jiang Yuan's voice was calm, but it made Lu Shanin's heart tremble. She widened her eyes, her beautiful face showing clear shock. How do you know? She exclaimed. These were the core secrets of the Tianyin sect. Only she and a few top elders knew about them. No outsiders could possibly find out. How did Jiang Yuan know? It doesn't matter how I know. Jiang Yuan smiled mysteriously and didn't explain. Of course, it was because Uncle Jiang Zhan had just transmitted the message to him. When they discovered that their nephew had feelings for this quasi-empress, they immediately started investigating. The Tianyin sect's domain bordered the Jiang family's territory, making it somewhat a vassal of the Jiang family. They already had quite a bit of intelligence about the Tianyin sect. Plus, Jiang Yuan deliberately used vague language, such as losing their luck, the last step, and hoping for a future, to hide the truth. He didn't know whether Lu Shanin was planning to use the spirit enhancement pill for herself or to help the sect cultivate another divine body genius. But it didn't matter. Anyway, he was just pretending to deceive her. Now it seemed that the effect was quite good. The smarter people tend to think more. Dealing with such a woman with obvious weaknesses was simply too easy. Quickly thinking of words in his mind, Jiang Yuan looked at Lu Shanin's eyes filled with shock and unease, and slowly spoke. The important thing is, I can help you. Help me? Lu Shanin was stunned. Yes, Jiang Yuan nodded. Help you solve all the problems you're facing now. First, the spirit enhancement pill. He raised one finger. Like others, as long as you agree, you can get a spirit enhancement pill, and your current predicament will be broken. Lu Shanin's breathing also became hurried at this moment. Second, your lifespan. Our Jiang family has countless divine medicines that can extend life. Not to mention making you live for 10,000 years. Even 100,000 years is not a problem. Third, Jiang Yuan raised a third finger. Our Jiang family's protection. This imperial son can let a quasi-emperor sit in the Tianyin sect until your sect produces another quasi-emperor. Finally, and most importantly, Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered, his gaze becoming incredibly intense, as if he could pierce Lu Shanin's soul. Leader Lu, the divine weapon of the Tianyin Queen, your sect's ultimate emperor weapon, has long been missing, hasn't it? So, besides what I just said, I also offer a supreme emperor weapon as a gift. How do you feel about this, Leader Lu? Boom. If his previous words only shocked Lu Shanin, then at this moment, Jiang Yuan's final words caused her entire spirit to tremble violently. A supreme emperor weapon? Such a big gesture? Is he serious? A supreme emperor weapon requires a grand emperor to forge. And even grand emperors do not all possess such weapons. Because divine gold is hard to find, without great luck, even an emperor might not have one. The Supreme Emperor weapon is the biggest gap between top-tier forces and super-powerful groups. One Supreme Emperor weapon, burning everything, can unleash a strike comparable to that of a great emperor. Even quasi-emperors must avoid its sharp edge. Are you serious? Lu Shanin asked nervously, staring at Jiang Yuan as if trying to see through him. I, the emperor's son, never make empty promises, Jiang Yuan replied simply and confidently. He didn't explain much. Instead of talking a lot, he chose to let his actions speak. After speaking, he slowly raised his hand and focused his mind. Buzz, an ancient, vast aura, far more majestic than the ancient relic of the ancient music instrument, suddenly burst out from him. Behind him, a blurry image appeared, an ancient stone disc slowly turning. On the stone disc, there were inscriptions of the highest principles of life and death, and the cycle of reincarnation. Its aura seemed to transcend time and space, just a glimpse revealing a power that made the entire Xianfeng Island's laws cry out in pain, as if about to be shattered. This is a real Supreme Emperor weapon, not a quasi-emperor weapon, a seasoned old expert exclaimed in shock, his voice full of amazement. My goodness, offering a Supreme Emperor weapon as a gift. Jiang family, what a bold move. Taking out a Supreme Emperor weapon at will, backed by ancient, eternal power. Truly terrifying. Everyone present, whether they were talented young women or ancient powerful beings, looked at Lu Shanin with only 2 words in their eyes: envy. Using a Supreme Emperor weapon as a gift, with spirit-enhancing pills that can cultivate divine or saintly bodies. This is incredibly impressive. At this moment, many famous female saints, female sect leaders, and female holy masters couldn't help but feel their hearts race. Imagine this: sacrificing one person to exchange for a Supreme Emperor weapon and spirit-enhancing pills. Such a deal doesn't seem to be a loss, right? Inside the Jiang family's main hall, the atmosphere was equally strange. "Patriarch, do we have this Supreme Emperor weapon in our treasure house?" asked a clan elder with a puzzled look. Jiang Zhan was also confused. He carefully recalled every emperor weapon in the family's treasure house and shook his head firmly. No, the elder of the clan instantly understood. He realized that this was Yuan's own opportunity. Yuan used his chance as a gift for marriage. What could they possibly say in opposition? Wouldn't that be a bit unfair? After all, it's a top-tier imperial weapon. One elder looked at the scene with some concern. However, Jiang Zhan had a different opinion. His eyes flickered with confidence. As the head of the family, he saw further ahead. No, Yuan's action is actually a perfect plan. Sixth elder, you only see Yuan giving away a top-tier imperial weapon, but you overlook what our Jiang family can gain from this. First, our Jiang family will gain a new peak quasi-emperor and the support of the Tianyin sect, at least a few thousand years of loyalty and allegiance. At least it's a powerful force, and our family's territory can expand a bit. Second, even if Lu Shanin later dies, ask yourself, where will this top-tier imperial weapon go? Naturally, it will become part of the Tianyin sect's assets. But don't forget, our Jiang family plans to send a quasi-emperor to oversee the situation. In the end, this imperial weapon will return to our hands. Over time, our Jiang family will only have gained a spiritual enhancement pill and temporary use of the imperial weapon, but what we gain in return is a peak quasi-emperor, a powerful force. In Yuan's path of cultivation, this deal is not just a loss. It's a huge profit. After Jiang Zhan's analysis, the elders looked at Jiang Yuan with admiration. Our Jiang family's genius is truly unfathomable. On the Dao platform, Lu Shanin also understood this clearly. There was risk, but the temptation was irresistible. If she could wait for tens of thousands of years, perhaps she could also become an emperor. Lu Shanin took a deep breath. Her cold eye showed a flicker of desire. Jiang Yuan also knew that it was difficult for a female quasi-emperor and sect leader to openly declare submission. So he spoke gently, smiling. No need to rush, sect leader Lu. Like Princess Jiyu, take your time to think. I, the emperor's son, have plenty of time. His implied meaning was clear. He and the Jiang family had time. You, Tianyin sect, do you still have time? They say it's a choice, but in fact, Lu Shanin had no choice. Lu Shanin stood still, her delicate body trembling slightly. Her stunning face was filled with struggle. She is the proud leader of the Tianyin sect, a nearly emperor-level powerhouse standing at the top of the great world of emperor immortals, having lived for tens of thousands of years. How could she have ever been treated with such disrespect? But strangely, the conditions offered by Jiang Yuan seemed like the whisper of a devil, each word hitting her most vulnerable and longing spot. Spirit enhancement pills, sect survival, lifespan, supreme emperor weapons. All of these made it impossible for her to refuse. She knew that if she agreed today, the fate of the Tianyin sect would change forever, and she would be reborn anew. But the price was to become the woman of a man younger than her own grandson's grandson. This made her ancient heart, which had been calm for tens of thousands of years, feel a bit unstable. Below the Dao platform, everyone held their breath, quietly watching this scene unfold. They wanted to know, what choice would this high and mighty quasi-emperor beauty make? Would she rather break like jade than be broken like tile, turn away in anger? Or would she lower her noble head for the sake of the sect and the great path? Jiang Yuan was also unhurried, watching her leisurely with a hint of a playful smile on his face. He knew Lu Shanin had no real choice. The temptation he offered was too great, enough to drive any quasi-emperor mad. Just as Lu Shanin was torn between her heart and mind, about to make a decision, a cold, aloof voice, as if not belonging to this mortal world, suddenly sounded in the scene. Your way is very interesting. The voice was not loud, but seemed to contain a strange magic, instantly suppressing all the noise, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice and saw, in a corner of the Tao platform, a woman dressed in a pure white long dress, her aura as cold and clear as ancient ice, slowly standing up from her seat. She stood quietly, her long black hair casually flowing behind her. Her face, stunningly beautiful, showed no emotion, as if nothing in the world could move her. Yet, in that moment she stood up, she drew everyone's attention. It was as if she was the only center of this world. That's her, Wang Tingxue, the princess of the Bei Yuan royal family, second on the talent list, the pure body. Is she about to make a move? What is she trying to do? Is she going to perform some talent show? No way. How proud is Wang Tingxue? She's praised for having the aura of a great emperor. She's one of the most likely to achieve enlightenment in this era. How could she act like those ordinary women to please a man? So you're saying the holy maiden from Yaoqi, the holy maiden of the sacred demon sect, and Master Lu are just ordinary women? Everyone was talking, unable to understand what Wang Tingxue was planning. Zhang Yuan also looked at Wang Tingxue, a strong interest flashing in his eyes. Finally, she appeared, a top-tier contestant with a score of 95, the pure body, the sacred body. Zhang Yuan even suspected that her low sacred body score might be because she had been hurt by Lei Zi, since it was only a B grade. She was the first person he had met with a natural sacred body. Wang Tingxue ignored the chatter around her. Her cold eyes, like ice, directly locked onto Zhang Yuan. She slowly spoke, her voice still cold and unchanging. Your way is interesting, but I want to know, can your way surpass mine? As she finished speaking, a pure, flawless white divine light burst from her body. This divine light seemed to cleanse all filth and purify all evil in the world. An unmatched aura of, all laws are invincible, all evil retreats, spread out from her, sweeping across Yingzhan Island. In the face of this aura, whether it was the charm arts of the sacred demon sect or the imperial aura of the great Yao divine dynasty, they all appeared insignificant and unworthy of mention. Even the faint aura of creation belonging to Zhang Yuan and the Hongming creation technique, the great path of creation, seems to be suppressed in the face of this pure, untainted Tao energy. Huh. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp in awe. What a terrifying Tao aura. Is this really the true strength of the second-ranked genius on the Heavenly Talents list? Just this aura alone is enough to make 90% of the talented women here too afraid to even look directly at her. Zhang Yuan's eyes also brightened completely. This is the first time he has met someone on his level, capable of competing with him in the realm of Tao. How do you want to compare? Zhang Yuan looked at her, his playful expression gradually fading, replaced by a rare seriousness and excitement. Wang Tingxue looked at him and said slowly, "It's simple. Neither of us uses magic powers or cultivation. Only Tao to decide the winner. If you win, I, Wang Tingxue, will obey your command. And if I win..." She paused, a proud glint flashing in her cold eyes. "I don't want your spirit-enhancing pill. I only want you to take back those arrogant words you spoke earlier and admit to the world that your Tao is not invincible." She came here not for marriage alliances, nor for spirit-enhancing pills. She just wanted to prove one thing to the world, that she can attain the Tao and become an emperor without anyone's help. That her Tao, Wang Tingxue's Tao, is the strongest of this era. She is the true main character of this golden age. Wang Tingxue's words were soft, but to everyone else, it sounded like thunderclaps of the nine heavens. An imperial princess of the Wang family wants to duel the imperial son of the Jiang family with Tao. And the stakes are so high. If she loses, she will be at Jiang's mercy. This Wang princess is too confident in herself. Confidence? She has the right to be. Her body is pure and untainted, second on the Heavenly Talents list. Legend says she is immune to all magic and naturally restrains all fancy Taos. Not to mention, she has nearly saintly cultivation, while Zhang's imperial son also has a saintly body, and his great path of creation is extremely mysterious. Against the pure body of Wang Tingxue, the outcome is truly uncertain. Princess Ji Yu looked at Wang Tingxue on the stage, who had a calm and cold demeanor but was also very powerful. Her bright eyes were full of mixed feelings, jealousy, admiration, and most of all, genuine respect. This was truly a talented person, someone who dared to face any challenge and used her own way to confront the strongest paths in the world. Unfortunately, her spiritual body was only a Tao body. If it weren't for its special nature, she probably wouldn't even make it onto the heavenly and earth golden list. Uncle Emperor, I think I finally understand what it means to be truly strong, she whispered softly to Emperor Yin beside her. He nodded seriously, looking at Wang Tingxue with a hint of fear. This girl is terrifying. Yue, if you meet her on the road to the throne in the future, remember not to compete directly. Avoid her if you can. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyao, the holy maiden of Yaoqi, kept her clear eyes fixed on Wang Tingxue, shining with an unprecedented fighting spirit. As a top talent herself, she could see how powerful Wang Tingxue was. They were both top geniuses. Wang Tingxue chose to fight without using magic or cultivation, only relying on her Tao. This seemed fair, but was actually very unfavorable for Jiang Yuan. Even if many people didn't know the details, they could guess that Jiang Yuan's cultivation relied on a very special innate holy body, which allowed him to jump from an ordinary person to the sixth realm in just a month. His foundation was unstable, and his understanding of the Tao couldn't possibly match that of Wang Tingxue, who had been steadily cultivating from a young age. Wang Tingxue was using her strength to attack Jiang Yuan's weaknesses. In the main hall of the Jiang family, some people were nervous about Wang Tingxue's sudden challenge, but most didn't care. As the ancestor said, everything would be decided by Jiang Yuan himself. If he lost, the elders would support him. If he won, he would be the undisputed top young talent. Either way, he wouldn't lose out. If Jiang Yuan didn't want to accept, they wouldn't mind either. On the Tao discussion platform, Jiang Yuan looked at the lively and determined Wang Tingxue, feeling a warm surge in his heart. He knew that everyone thought he would lose. After all, his quick cultivation to the sixth level, in terms of understanding of the way, couldn't compare to Wang Tingxue. But just 15 minutes ago, if he hadn't received Lu Shinin's Qin spirit of immortality, his progress in analyzing the Hongming creation technique had skyrocketed, and he might not have accepted this challenge. Now, with the spirit of the Qin and the nine-orifice exquisite heart behind him, plus the Hongming creation technique and his innate holy body, he was confident that his understanding of the great Tao was not inferior to anyone else's. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Yuan slowly spoke, his voice quiet, but full of confidence and dominance. According to reason, you, as a princess of the Wang family, are not qualified to challenge me, but to make you see the reality clearly, I am willing to accept your challenge. His words were full of arrogance. Even a princess with the aura of an emperor wouldn't be qualified, so who else would be? In his words, it seemed as if no one in the world had the right. Even Wang Tingxue, with her calm mind, felt a flicker of anger in her cold eyes when she heard such arrogance. Wang Tingxue, born a favored child of heaven, was the hope of the northern plain Wang family for eternity, known as possessing the aura of an emperor. She had swept through her peers without defeat, but after a brief anger, she quickly calmed down, her cold eyes returning to calm as a still lake. She looked at Jiang Yuan. Then let's begin. All right. On the Tao platform, with the challenge agreed upon, the atmosphere instantly became tense and fierce. An invisible force collided wildly between the two, stirring the air. Please, Wang Tingxue made a gesture inviting him. Ladies first. Jiang Yuan smiled and signaled her to go ahead. Wang Tingxue didn't hold back, taking a deep breath. Her cold eyes slowly closed. Buzz! In the next moment, a purer, more flawless white divine light erupted from her body. This divine light seemed to be formed from the purest principles of the world, free of any impurities. Under the cover of this divine light, Wang Tingxue appeared almost unreal, as if she was about to merge completely with this world. A supreme aura of all laws cannot invade, all evil spirits retreat, centered on her, sweeping in all directions. Although the powerful figures of the Jiang family tried to block the space, some of the closest talented young women felt instantly their own paths being uncontrollably rejected and purified by this aura. Their own ways seemed to become the dirtiest, most corrupt existence in this world, eager to stay far away from this pure realm. Everyone was stunned by Wang Tengxue's display of power. They realized there was a huge gap between top-tier geniuses from the best forces and their own high-level talents from lesser groups. As for Jiang Yuan, who was the main focus of this pure aura, the pressure he felt was even harder to imagine. He felt like he was in a completely pure vacuum zone. Here, there were no rules, no principles. Not even the basic spiritual energy of heaven and earth was allowed in. The Tao of creation within him, the life-giving, reproductive energy, seemed so out of place in this pure space, like a tiny candle in darkness, threatened to be swallowed by the endless white light at any moment. Is this what they call the immaculate body? Jiang Yuan's eyes became more serious than ever. He truly felt the pressure. It's not about realm, but about the Tao. This woman is indeed very strong. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath, his deep eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. Although it's great to be part of his family, sometimes he also wants to fight with real strength. Now that he has reached his current level, he still hasn't fully let loose and fought with all his might. Buzz, a vast, life-filled, creative aura of the primordial purple energy suddenly erupts from his body. If Wang Tengxue's way is pure and flawless, then Jiang Yuan's way is all about creation, bringing things into existence. From nothing, he creates everything. The dull, purple primordial energy spreads quickly outward from Jiang Yuan, surrounding him. It clashes boldly with the pure, flawless white divine light at the center of the debate platform. There's no loud explosion or destructive energy collision. Instead, it's a silent but more dangerous confrontation of the great Tao. Sizzle, sizzle, where the white divine light meets the purple energy, strange sounds like melting ice or snow emerge. Two completely different but equally powerful paths collide in this moment, in their most primitive and direct form. Centered on these two figures, the entire debate platform is clearly divided into two distinct worlds. On Wang Tengxue's side, it's a pure white world. All laws are inviolable, evil spirits retreat, everything returns to the primal void. On Jiang Yuan's side, it's a lively, vibrant world. As the purple primordial energy spreads, golden lotus flowers full of life force stubbornly grow from the ground, paved with white jade from the 9 heavens. The lotuses sway in the wind, spreading a refreshing fragrance. A magnificent scene of golden lotuses emerging from the earth appears out of nowhere. Is this transforming Tao Rhyme into form? His Tao Rhyme has actually condensed into a tangible form. My goodness, a divine power at the 6th realm, able to comprehend the great Tao to such an extent? Everyone thought Jiang Yuan would definitely lose in the Tao contest. But who would have expected that he is not weaker than Wang Tengxue at all? In fact, he even seems to be gaining the upper hand. Because Wang Tengxue's pure Tao Rhyme, while able to reject all laws, Jiang Yuan's creation path can bring forth something from nothing. Wang Tengxue's usually calm face now shows a hint of emotion. She could feel that her pure domain was being slowly eroded by the other person's lively, vibrant path. This man was stronger than she had imagined. On the debate platform, the world was turned upside down. One side was the pure white realm created by Wang Tengxue, where all laws and paths did not exist, so pure it was almost suffocating. The other side was the primordial world opened by Jiang Yuan, filled with purple mist and raw, wildlife force. These two completely different powers, both at the top of the great Tao, were silently but fiercely eroding and countering each other. Strange sounds kept coming. It was Wang Tengxue's pure Tao charm, purifying Jiang Yuan's creative Tao charm. At the same time, it was Jiang Yuan's creative Tao charm, infecting Wang Tengxue's pure white domain. At first, they could stand against each other clearly, forming a distinct boundary in the center of the debate platform. But over time, everyone was shocked to see that the lively primordial world was expanding rapidly, visible to the eye. 1, 10, hundreds, thousands of golden lotus flowers burst from the purple mist, taking root in nothingness, forcing their way into Wang Tengxue's lawless domain, creating their own fertile ground. You purify me? I will create more while you purify. You reject all laws? I will create from nothing, turning my law into part of your world. Such dominance, such unreasonable Tao. How is this possible? Wang Tingxue could clearly feel her pure domain being polluted and eroded. The endless creative power from the other side seemed inexhaustible. No matter how she purified, she couldn't eliminate it completely. Instead, under her purification, the golden lotuses grew stronger, and the purple mist became thicker. Her Tao, in a way, had become the nourishment for the other side. No, this can't be. Wang Tengshue's mind was shaken for the first time. Since birth, she has been born with a pure body and is regarded as a rare genius in all ages. She is the imperial daughter cultivated with all the resources of the royal family, the hope of the future. She firmly believes that she is the only main character in this golden era, the only candidate to achieve the Tao and become an emperor. But now, a young emperor from the Jiang family, who has practiced for less than a month, has a much lower cultivation level than her. Yet, she is being suppressed in the battle of the Tao. My Tao is the strongest, she shouts sharply, filled with uncontrollable madness and frustration, coming from Wang Tengshue's mouth. Her cold eyes ignite with a nearly crazy flame. Boom, boom, boom. Creatures evolved from Jiang Yuan's Tao are charging fiercely toward Wang Tengshue's pure domain. They rush forward bravely, risking everything. When they touch the white divine chains, they are purified and dissolved. But there are too many of them, endless and seemingly impossible to kill all. Wang Tengshue's pure domain stops expanding. Moreover, as the countless creatures keep attacking, tiny cracks begin to appear on her flawless, white domain. No, this can't be. Her icy face finally shows panic. She cannot accept that her pure Tao could be defeated by Jiang Yuan's strange and evil method, which she has never seen before. Break from me. In desperation, she instinctively activates her sacred realm power. Buzz. A terrifying pressure from the saintly realm erupts from her body. The white divine chains seem to turn solid, shining with blinding holy light, and lash fiercely toward Jiang Yuan. However, just as the holy light is about to touch Jiang Yuan, his figure suddenly vanishes. It's as if reversing the cycle of reincarnation. When he reappears, he is already standing in front of Wang Tengxue, like a stone mill pressing against her throat. That is, the ultimate emperor's weapon, the reincarnation disc. The entire discussion platform returned to silence at this moment. Wang Tengxue stood there blankly, feeling the silent pressure of the supreme emperor weapon before her throat, her mind completely empty. Don't say I used the supreme emperor weapon. It was you who used forbidden power first. Jiang Yuan's voice was soft, but like a heavy hammer, striking her heart. You have lost. These three simple words seemed to hold endless power, plunging everyone into complete silence. Lost. The second on the genius list, with the aura of a great emperor, praised as one of the most likely to attain enlightenment in this era, the emperor daughter of the Wang family, Wang Tengxue, who nearly reached saintly cultivation, had actually lost. Wang Tengxue stood there dazed, her cold, noble eyes now filled with confusion, bewilderment, and a hint of grievance she hadn't even noticed herself. How could she lose? Her pure Tao, invulnerable to all laws, was one of the most pure and fundamental paths in the world. But today, she had lost to a man with only 6th-level cultivation, and he had achieved this quickly. I. Wang Tengxue opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but she found her throat dry and unable to utter a word. A wave of deep frustration and shame overwhelmed her like a tide. Ugh! She could no longer suppress her surging blood, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. The bright red bloodstains stained her white dress, looking especially striking. Her delicate body also swayed as if about to collapse at any moment. Tengxue, from afar, on the seat of the Beiyuan Wang family, an elder with a terrifying aura, almost an emperor, suddenly stood up, his face full of anxiety and worry. He wanted to rush onto the discussion platform, but was firmly blocked by Jiang family's guards. Senior of the Wang family, please stay calm, a Jiang family guard said expressionlessly. The prince has his own way. On the discussion platform, Jiang Yuan looked at the pale, trembling beauty in front of him and sighed softly. Honestly, he didn't expect that Wang Tengshue's mind was so fragile. It was just a simple competition loss. Why get so worked up and cough blood? But then he thought about how she had acted before, so proud and arrogant, acting like she was the boss of the world, acting like she was the second in command. Just pretend. Learn from Qin Yuebai, Qin Wanwan, and Hume, who all accept defeat obediently and stand behind themselves. Wouldn't that be better? Do you want to continue? Zhang Yuan put away the reincarnation disc. Using immortal magic to activate the Supreme Emperor weapon felt better than he expected. Wang Tingxue trembled slightly. She looked up, her cold eyes now bloodshot. After a long moment, she finally managed to squeeze out these words through her teeth. I lost. Good, Zhang Yuan smiled. He knew the other person was probably still unhappy. But that was okay. After the reincarnation meeting of Dao ended, he would have plenty of time to make her accept it. Besides, if everyone just obeyed and followed the plan, it would be a little boring. Cough, cough. Zhang Yuan cleared his throat. He looked around at everyone below and said calmly, Is there anyone else who wants to? Buzz, an indescribable, terrifying pressure of death, decay, and silence suddenly descended from the 9 heavens. This pressure surpassed that of saints and quasi-emperors. It was the supreme might belonging to a great emperor. And not just one. There were 3. 3 emperor-level auras filled with endless killing intent instantly covered Yingzhan Island. Not good. Deep inside the Jiang family ancestral land, the calm voice of the first ancestor, usually gentle and composed, sounded angry for the first time. Enemies attack. Boom. The entire Yingzhan Island, and even the Jiang family's territory, trembled violently under these 3 terrifying emperor auras. At the same time, a dense imperial aura covered Yingzhan Island. Is this a great emperor-level formation? The sky instantly turned pitch black. It wasn't just dark clouds covering the sun, but space itself was being forcibly twisted and torn apart by the laws of the universe. 3 blurry figures shrouded in thick death aura and ominous black mist slowly step out from a torn space. They float quietly above Xiandao Island, and the terrifying pressure they emit feels like 3 ancient divine mountains pressing down on everyone's hearts. They are the great emperors. No, to be precise, they are ancient emperors from the forbidden zone of life. The presence of these 3 ancient emperors is undeniable. They come with ill intentions. Who are you? Zhang Zhan shouts angrily and steps forward. His aura at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm erupts fiercely, trying to resist the 3 terrifying imperial pressures. But in front of true emperors, a quasi-emperor is just an ant. Suddenly, Zhang Zhan is unable to hold his ground and is shaken back by the 3 imperial pressures, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face turns pale instantly. Big uncle, Zhang Yuan's expression changes. He flashes forward, trying to help Zhang Zhan. Yuan, don't come any closer. Zhang Zhan forces himself to steady his body and sternly shouts at Zhang Yuan, his eyes full of worry and seriousness. He knows that the targets of these 3 emperors are definitely Yuan. Haha, Jiang family, such great power. In the sky, a dark shadow emits a hoarse, piercing sneer. The voice sounds like metal scraping, making one's scalp tingle. Unfortunately, after today, there will be no more Jiang family imperial children in this world. As he finishes speaking, the dark shadow suddenly raises his hand. A giant claw formed purely from the laws of death, capable of tearing apart the heavens and earth, fiercely reaches toward the Dao discussion platform below. This strike is not just to kill Zhang Yuan. He aims to destroy the entire Dao discussion platform, along with all the talented women on it. This is a do-or-die situation. They want to use the most ruthless and direct method to cut off the future hope of the human race. This is a rare opportunity. As long as they kill this group of talented women, the golden age of humanity will collapse instantly. They are able to borrow their innate physical strength to live another 100,000 years. Young brat, how dare you? At this critical moment, deep within the ancestral land of the Jiang family, the ancient ancestors' furious roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Boom, boom, boom. 5 terrifying beams of imperial power shot up into the sky from the Jiang family's ancestral land, transforming into 5 divine shadows standing tall and firm, looming between heaven and earth. Rats in the Forbidden Zone. How dare you cause trouble on my Jiang family's territory? Are you tired of living? The fourth ancestor's fiery voice, like rolling thunder, resounded in the void. The five terrifying pressures of the great emperor boldly confronted the three imperial mites from the Forbidden Zone filled with deathly aura. Above the sky, the aura of 8 great emperors clashed wildly, stirring intensely. The entire world of imperial and immortal beings was thrown into unprecedented chaos at this moment. Countless stars turned to dust in the face of this terrifying collision of energies. Space cracked like shattered glass, fracturing inch by inch. Fourth of the Jiang family, you're the best at pretending. Your Jiang family is strong, with many emperors, but you probably haven't fully awakened yet. Before you fully revive, I will slaughter all the talented beings across the heavens and worlds. Before dealing with us, you must first endure the fury of the entire universe. As he spoke, 2 ancient emperors, fully ascended and shrouded in shadows, soared into the air, their vast imperial might blocking the 5 elders of the Jiang family. Hurry up, boom. Above the island of Xian, the last ancient emperor finally made his move. He was surrounded by dense, deathly aura, like ancient skeletons crawling out of the 9 nether, with hollow, emotionless eyes, showing only extreme indifference to life. His goal was clear: Jiang Yuan on the Dao platform and everyone else. This emperor will cut off the human race's luck and destroy the Jiang family today. A hoarse, ancient voice echoed. He slowly raised a withered hand, gently pressing downward. There was no earth-shaking power, no manifestation of a law's claw. However, with just a simple press, the entire discussion platform and the surrounding space instantly fell into a strange silence. Time seemed to freeze, and space became a prison. All the talented women on the platform, including Wang Tingxue, who had just coughed up blood, and the complex-minded Qin Mingyao and Ji Yu, at this moment, felt as if their spirits were being grasped by an invisible hand. Their vital energy was rapidly draining away at an unstoppable speed. Their protectors, one after another, with bloodshot eyes, desperately activated their magical tools to defend their talents. But in front of a true emperor, all resistance below the emperor level appeared weak and powerless. As soon as their spiritual power emerged, it was eroded and dissolved by the omnipresent death aura, unable to cause even a ripple. It's over. It's the path of death. This ancient emperor practices the path of death. An old monster, who had lived for many years, let out a desperate cry. The path of death is one of the most domineering and strange laws among all paths, targeting vitality and being hard to defend against. This ancient emperor didn't need fancy moves. He simply expanded his domain. After some time, he could turn the area into a death zone, causing all living beings to wither. This is true ultimate destruction, more sinister and hopeless than the giant claw just now. However, Jiang Yuan, the focus of the path of death, was supposed to be the one whose vitality was draining fastest. Yet, he showed no signs of decline. Instead, he calmly dusted off his sleeves. He even had the leisure to gently pull back the frightened Qin Yuebai and her mother, as well as Wang Tingxue, who was trembling due to the trauma to her mind and the pressure of imperial might. His movements were slow but smooth, as if he didn't feel the deathly aura that could turn saints into bones. Wang Tingxue was pulled behind him, staring blankly at his back. She could feel that the despairing death pressure on her was melting away like snow the moment she approached this man. He seemed to have an invisible barrier around him, blocking all signs of death from reaching him. At this moment, Wang Tingxue was completely stunned. Her proud, pure body felt strained in the face of the path of death, but this man, why could he do it? Not only her, but everyone noticed Jiang Yuan's strange behavior. In the sky, the ancient emperor also showed a hint of surprise in his withered eyes. Oh, interesting. The innate sacred body is indeed mysterious, able to resist my deathly decay. He was a bit surprised but didn't take it seriously, just thinking it was a special trait of the sacred body. Are you sure you want to kill my emperor's son, this unfamiliar ancient emperor? Die. The ancient emperor didn't bother with words. He casually reached out and decided to kill him first, to avoid future trouble. The domain of death, an ancient emperor-level formation, was just a way to stop others from rescuing him. He and a few other ancient emperors aimed to kill this Jiang family prince today. It can be said that the golden age of humanity was started by this person. If they let this group of human geniuses rise, and even one more emperor was born among them, it would mean more danger for them. Kill him. Your Honor, Jiang Zhan shouted angrily. He wanted to go rescue him, but Jiang's elder floated into the air. However, the gap between a regular quasi-emperor and a great emperor was too big. Moreover, the three sovereigns of the Life Forbidden Zone had already prepared a powerful ancient emperor formation that could block many quasi-emperors and protectors for a moment before coming. One moment was enough for him to kill these young seedlings 100 times. At this moment, one of the two ancient emperors who had stopped the 5 great emperors of the Jiang family suddenly sensed something and shouted, "Stop!" He realized a problem he had been ignoring. Apart from Emperor Hongyu, who had not yet returned, where was the 6th emperor of the Jiang family? Where was he? Die! Run! This ancient emperor was terrified, his soul almost leaving his body. It was too strange. The mighty son of the Jiang family was about to be killed, but the 5 great emperors who tried to stop him surprisingly did not burn their lives or show signs of rebirth and revival. This is too unreasonable. Unless they had prepared long ago. The Jiang family had anticipated something. Sure enough, the calm voice of the ancestors sounded as if it contained the truth of heaven and earth, resonating slowly. 6th brother, have you watched enough of the show? If you've watched enough, it's time to get to work. Kill an ancient emperor to liven up Yuan's debate conference. While the deathly ancient emperor was stunned, inside Jiang Yuan's body, a figure resembling a rural young man suddenly flew out. Then, a long sword slowly floated past in front of him. The supreme emperor weapon, the sword of slaying the emperor. But this time, it was not a fake, but a genuine one. The person wielding it was, from the forest realm, and the great emperor who had been sleeping inside him for a long time, the 6th ancestor of the Jiang family. Not good. The deathly ancient emperor's pupils shrank sharply, and he hurriedly retreated. At this moment, he was filled with fear, even forgetting to care that Jiang family was so extravagant as to use a living, even fully revived, great emperor as a personal bodyguard for a junior. What kind of treatment is this? Now you want to run? Too late. The 6th ancestor didn't bother with unnecessary words. Simply raising his slaying the emperor's sword, he slashed at the deathly ancient emperor with one strike. This strike was very slow. No dazzling light, no law's roar, just a straightforward slash. However, where the sword tipped past, the space was easily torn like a scroll. Even the omnipresent path of death, under this sword, seemed so fragile and easily shattered. The deathly ancient emperor instinctively wanted to counterattack, but faced with a peer of the same level, or even a more powerful emperor's shameless sneak attack, at this moment, the deathly ancient emperor truly sensed the signs of death. Puff! A flash of black sword light streaked past. A single arm, carrying a large amount of dark imperial blood, shot up into the sky. That proud ancient emperor of death was cut off by a single sword from the 6th ancestor. His originally solid imperial body now appeared vague and unstable, and the death aura on him was shattered into pieces by the supreme sword intent contained in that sword. Everyone froze in place, just one sword. Only one sword. A living great emperor, an ancient emperor from some forbidden zone of life, was so heavily wounded. Uncle Emperor Yan, the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, and Spirit God Lu, these well-known quasi-emperor powerhouses, looked at the 6th ancestor with awe and fear. This is the power of a living great emperor. It's completely different from a quasi-emperor. At close range, especially Uncle Emperor Yan, the quasi-emperor, felt this most deeply. Fortunately, the emperor of the Jiang family had no intention of killing him. Otherwise, with this single sword, he wouldn't have been able to survive 10 lives. Ordinary holy bodies, even when they reach the quasi-emperor level, still have a huge gap compared to a great emperor. Moreover, between great emperors and quasi-emperors, there is a chasm-like difference. Wang Tingxue stared blankly at this scene. The Wang family has quasi-emperors, and more than one, but this was her first time seeing a great emperor take action. She always thought that once her pure body and Tao reached the quasi-emperor realm, even if a great emperor made a move, she could resist. But now, she realizes how narrow her view is. Even the peak of the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor's pure Tao, can it really compete with the 6th ancestor of the Jiang family's sword? And such a terrifying existence, actually willing to lower himself to protect Jiang Yuan. This truly is shocking. Cough, cough. In the void, that ancient emperor of death struggled to stand up. He looked at the distant 6th ancestor holding the supreme imperial weapon, his withered eyes filled with endless fear and horror. You actually didn't declare yourself. You have revived. Now you finally realize? It's too late. The 6th ancestor sneered. Long ago, when Jiang Yuan's secret plan was put into action, he and the other 5 ancestors knew this would happen. To catch the hidden traitor plotting against Jiang Yuan, they secretly revived one of their own to protect him. Among the 6, they chose him to come back to life at full strength and guard Jiang Yuan. Look at this, they caught a big fish. And it's a legendary ancient emperor-level fish from the Forbidden Zone. It's a pity they don't know which ancient emperor he is. But that's okay, they will find out soon enough. The 6th ancestor stepped forward, instantly appearing before the ancient emperor of death. Tell me, which old ghost crawled out of which grave? Name yourself. I, your 6th grandfather, do not spare unknown ghosts under my sword. The ancient emperor of death was shocked and angry. He stared fiercely at the 6th ancestor, then looked at the 5 other emperors from the Jiang family nearby, all beginning to revive. A wave of despair rose in his heart. It's a trap. This was a complete trap. The Jiang family had already expected their arrival. Boom. The 6th ancestor's eyes sparkled with endless stars. The ancient emperor of death instinctively tried to hide the truth, but it was too late. The 6th ancestor's divine body was special. It could break through any concealment of the heavens. That's why he was chosen to protect Jiang Yuan. Ancient Emperor of Chaos Sky. The 6th ancestor raised an eyebrow, then suddenly looked enlightened, with a look of disdain and contempt. So it's you, the little brat from the Sea of the Undead. You dare to attack my Jiang family's heir. I think today the Sea of the Undead will be destroyed. His tone, full of contempt, stunned everyone on Xiandao Island. All the saints and semi-emperors present. Ancient Emperor of Chaos Sky. Isn't he one of the 9 Forbidden Zone's ancient emperors from the Sea of the Undead? It's really him. This is madness, trying to assassinate our genius of the human race. Everyone was excited and angry, but they hesitated to act. Although the Sea of the Undead is among the last of the 9 Forbidden Zones, it's still an ancient emperor. Once a great emperor who achieved enlightenment. A supreme being standing at the top of all creatures. Today, 3 ancient emperors surprisingly joined forces to attack the emperor's son of the Jiang family. Moreover, one of them was secretly attacked by the Jiang family's 6th ancestor, who cut off his arm with a single sword. How do you know my identity? In the void, the ancient emperor of death, also known as the Chaos Heavenly Ancient Emperor, who had just lost his arm, looked at the 6th ancestor with a shocked expression. His identity is the biggest secret of this trip. Not only him, but the other 2 ancient emperors as well. No one in any Forbidden Zone wants to kill Jiang Yuan and, at the same time, kill a group of talented humans, risking angering Emperor Hengyu. Since they don't want to take that risk, the 9 Forbidden Zones will have to share the blame together. This is the plan of the 3 sovereigns. But unexpectedly, the Chaos Heavenly Ancient Emperor's true identity was discovered. The Sea of Immortality is in danger. He must escape. He plans to run away with the Sea of Immortality after returning. Haha, with your little tricks of hiding your true strength, you think you can fool my grandfather, the 6th ancestor, carrying the still dripping black imperial blood sword, looked disdainful. Don't say you're just hiding your secrets. Even if you turn to ashes, I can still recognize you from your ashes. Back when you hadn't achieved the Tao, you were just a little follower behind that old guy, the Burial Heaven Emperor. What? After hundreds of thousands of years, you've become a cowardly turtle, and even I, the 6th ancestor, don't recognize you anymore? The 6th ancestor's words were arrogant and domineering. Forget it. If I don't recognize you, then so be it. Today is your old thing's death day. As he finished speaking, the 6th ancestor no longer hesitated and raised his sword again, charging fiercely at the Chaos Heavenly Ancient Emperor. The Chaos Heavenly Ancient Emperor was terrified and panicked. He wanted to run, but the sixth ancestor's sword intent had already sealed all his escape routes. Moreover, his strength had fully recovered and was at its peak. How could he fight this? "Don't think I'm afraid of you," the Chaos Heavenly Ancient Emperor roared angrily, his body radiating deathly energy. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted. Nine Tribulations, Hidden Staff. Save me. That's right. The ancient emperor of the mixed sky knows clearly that relying only on himself, he definitely cannot leave here alive today. His only hope is the other two ancient emperors who came together. The Nine Tribulations, Ancient Emperor. The Hidden Staff, Ancient Emperor. When they hear these two names, the two black shadows, who are confronting the five elders of the Jiang family from afar, visibly stiffen. They say nothing, as if they disdain to respond. In the forbidden zone of life, the 10,000 dragons nest. The 10,000 dragons, Ancient Emperor, watching through a secret method, his crimson dragon eyes flicker with a hint of cruelty and coldness. Good for nothing. Truly good for nothing. Actually exposed the identity of the Nine Tribulations, such a fool. Must be killed. In the Tomb of the Dead, the recently awakened Dead Emperor also snorts disdainfully. Their original plan was for the Tomb of the Dead and the Dragon's Nest to each let an ancient emperor revive, prepare a great formation, and contain the emperor of the Jiang family. The task of ambushing Jiang Yuan and the talented young humans and stealing their origins was assigned to the Immortal Seas Mixed Sky Ancient Emperor. Let this nearly lifespan ending, most eager for the source of life, Mixed Sky Ancient Emperor be the sacrificial lamb to test the Jiang family's bottom line. If successful, they would all come together to share the victory. If they failed, the only ones to die would be the Mixed Sky Ancient Emperor, nothing to do with them. Mixed Sky, you better pray for good luck. The cold, emotionless mind of the Nine Tribulations Ancient Emperor echoes in the Mixed Sky Ancient Emperor's mind. Then, the two black shadows, who had been confronting the five elders of the Jiang family, without hesitation, turn around, transforming into two streaks of light, tearing through the void, ready to escape. Run. You must run immediately. If you don't run now, when those old monsters of the Jiang family fully revive, none of them will be able to leave today. Seeing this scene, the Mixed Sky Ancient Emperor is utterly hopeless. His withered eyes show endless resentment and madness. Good. You two old fools, daring to scheme against this emperor. Jiang family. Humans, listen well. Those two escapees are one, a Nine Tribulations old dog from the Dragon's Nest. The other is an old ghost from the Tomb of the Dead, who came out with me. We came this time to borrow the Jiang family's debate gathering, to kill all the talented young warriors in one go, and to break the luck of your human race's golden age. Even if I die, you won't have a good time. The ancient Emperor of Chaos looked like he had gone mad. In his final moments of life, he unhesitatingly betrayed his two allies, completely selling them out. Oh, so it's these two old guys. The sixth ancestor heard this, raised his eyebrows, and showed a hint of realization on his face. Then, his gaze on the ancient Emperor of Chaos was like looking at a corpse. Thanks for the information. As a reward, I'll give you a quick end. As he finished speaking, he raised his sword of slaying the Emperor again. This time, the sword's blade was no longer a restrained black glow, but burst out with countless dazzling chaotic sword energies. Each sword energy seemed able to cut through time and space, erasing the Great Way. An unmatched sword intent. Like, one sword breaks all laws, one sword cuts all paths, soared into the sky, causing the entire great world of Emperor Immortals to lose its luster under this sword. No, the ancient Emperor of Chaos let out a desperate, piercing scream. He wanted to self-destruct, to take everyone down with him. But before this supreme sword, his imperial body, his divine soul, and everything else were gradually destroyed and turned into the most primitive emptiness under this sword. Boom! The sky collapsed. At this moment, the sky of the entire great world of Emperor Immortals rained down a torrential blood rain. Every drop of rain carried the sorrow of a fallen emperor. Thick black lightning, as tall as mountains, tore across the sky, seeming to mourn the passing of an ancient emperor. The emperor's fall. A rare scene of divine emperor's demise appeared suddenly and without warning before everyone. The whole world, at this moment, sank into an unprecedented silence. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, gazing at the blood rain, feeling like they were dreaming. An emperor, just like that, died. Was it really the sixth ancestor of the Jiang family, who cut him down with a single sword? This is too fantastical. I don't know who it was, but they struggled to swallow hard, breaking the dead silence. Then, a roar like a mountain and sea wave of shouts and discussions exploded across the entire divine, immortal world. Oh my, what did I just see? I witnessed the fall of a great emperor with my own eyes. Too powerful. The sixth ancestor of the Jiang family is too strong. He defeated the emperor with a single sword. What kind of incredible strength is this? I feel he's even stronger than the current emperor Hongyu. The Jiang family. What other secrets are they hiding from us? Countless cultivators, at this moment, felt deep awe and fear from the bottom of their hearts for the immortal Jiang family. Meanwhile, on the Dao platform, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but secretly praise the sixth ancestor. Grandpa Lu is mighty. With such a powerful ancestor watching over him, wouldn't he be able to walk freely in this divine, immortal world? Oh, before Grandpa Lu showed his strength, Zhang Yuan already felt confident. Just as Zhang Yuan was feeling happy inside, the loud voice of the sixth ancestor echoed again from the sky. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother. Those two old dogs ran away. What are you all standing around for? Chase after them. Today, no one from my Jiang family is leaving alive. The sixth ancestor's words sounded like thunder, exploding in the sky. His domineering attitude, fearless and proud, made everyone who heard it feel a shiver down their spine. From his words, could it be that he plans to leave the other two ancient emperors here too? My goodness, the Jiang family plans to wipe out 3 emperors in one day? Huh. Sixth uncle is right. Those 2 old dogs from the Forbidden Zone dare to cause trouble in my Jiang family? They really think we're easy to bully. Today, let them come and not go back. Deep inside the Jiang family ancestral land, the other 5 elders' equally powerful voices rang out. Boom, 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 boom. 5 beams of divine authority, shining across the heavens and earth, blazed brightly at this moment. The 5 majestic divine shadows suddenly became solid, as if they were about to descend from their distant ancestral land across time and space. Chase, don't let any of them escape. With a loud shout, the 5 emperor illusions tore through the void without hesitation, rushing madly toward the 2 streaks of light that were almost disappearing on the horizon. An ancient and unprecedented battle among emperors had begun unexpectedly. The entire great world of emperor immortals trembled violently at this moment. Countless star regions were turned to dust under the clash of terrifying imperial might. The river of time and space was forcibly cut off, stirring up huge waves. The laws of the great Tao were crying out as if they might collapse at any moment. Hurry! Activate the protective formation of the sect. The highest level, all disciples, return to the sect immediately. No going outside. Oh my God! Is this the end of the world? Countless holy lands, divine dynasties, and immortal families were thrown into chaos. They frantically activated their protective mountain formations, calling all disciples back to the sect, fearing the shockwaves from this sudden imperial battle. Outside the Jiang family territory, the wandering cultivators and scouts who had been watching the scene were even more terrified, fleeing far away in panic. What a joke! When emperors fight, ordinary people suffer. If they didn't run now, the residual shockwaves alone could destroy them completely, leaving nothing behind. This is too terrifying. The Jiang family is too terrifying. I feel that from today on, the structure of this great world of emperor immortals will change forever. Not just change. It's a complete reshuffle. Many people shared the same thought in their hearts. This era belongs to the Jiang family. Deep in the void, 2 streaks of light were moving at an extraordinary speed, crazily darting through space. It was the 2 ancient emperors who escaped from the Jiang family, the 9 Tribulations ancient emperor of the 10,000 Dragons Nest and the Hidden Staff ancient emperor of the Burial Heaven Tomb. At this moment, their faces no longer showed calmness or composure, replaced instead by endless fear and shock. Crazy. The Jiang family group are all complete lunatics. The Nine Tribulations' ancient emperor was running desperately while shouting angrily, his voice trembling. They thought that if they just ran away, the Jiang family emperor wouldn't chase them anymore. After all, after a full revival, it would take a huge cost to fall asleep again. But now, it seems they are in a fight to the death. Gantian, that useless person, just die quietly. Don't drag us into this. The Hidden Staff ancient emperor was also shocked and angry, full of regret. If he had known the Jiang family was so tough, he wouldn't have come into this mess. Now, not only did he gain nothing, but he also got himself involved. Stop talking and run now. The Nine Tribulations' ancient emperor shouted angrily. The Jiang family old folks are catching up. If we don't split up now, we'll both be finished here today. All right. The Hidden Staff ancient emperor knew this wasn't the time to complain. He changed direction without hesitation, tearing through the void and disappearing into it. As long as we can escape back to the Forbidden Zone, with its power, even a peak emperor can't do anything to us. Then, we can join other Forbidden Zones and pressure the Jiang family together. I don't believe they dare to oppose the entire world. The two ancient emperors quickly reached an agreement, transforming into two different streams of light and vanishing into the vast void. However, they underestimated Jiang family's determination. Trying to run? Did you ask me first? The voice of the sixth ancestor, full of killing intent, sounded behind them like a persistent parasite. He was a fully revived emperor, stronger in combat than the other 5 ancestors of the Jiang family. Today, only Emperor Hengyu could fight him. The sword that had just slain an ancient emperor shone with brilliant chaotic sword light, tearing through space, and fiercely slashed toward the Hidden Staff ancient emperor who had entered the void. Not good. The Hidden Staff ancient emperor's hair stood on end. He could feel that he was already locked onto by that terrifying imperial weapon. He wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to hide. Help me in the 9 calamities. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively called for help from his allies. But when he sent his spiritual sense to check, he found that the old guy, the 9 calamities ancient emperor, didn't even turn his head and ran faster than a rabbit. At the same time, a dull sound came from the void. Jiang family, you are doing very well. Once I recover my peak strength, the ancient demon cave will never let you go. You will bear the wrath of our Forbidden Zone. You. The old emperor with the staff was so angry, he almost spat out old blood. But he also understood that the 9 calamities didn't want to save him, and he was afraid that he might reveal his own information. Same trick again, you old dogs of the Forbidden Zone. You really have no new ideas. The mocking laughter of the 6th ancestor echoed in the void. Since your good brother doesn't care about you, then let me, your grandpa, send you off. As he finished speaking, a chaotic sword light, crossing space and time, appeared above the old emperor with the staff. You crazy, burning your emperor's body. Aren't you afraid the path of the emperor will be destroyed? The old emperor with the staff roared. I kill beasts. I've never been afraid. He slashed his sword through the void. The old emperor with the staff sensed the power of this sword. It was even stronger than when he was in the chaos heaven. Crazy, crazy. He knew he had no way out. Since he couldn't escape, then, let's die together. A terrifying, more violent aura than the previous emperor's fall burst out from his body in an instant. His originally illusory emperor's body, at this moment, like a balloon being blown to its limit, was expanding wildly. He was going to self-destruct. The power of a great emperor's self-destruction could destroy dozens of middle and small worlds. Even fellow emperors of the same level, if caught in the blast, would definitely suffer. Self-destruct? Too late. However, just as he was about to ignite his emperor's body, an old yet commanding voice suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. Time and space, freeze. It was the voice of the first ancestor. Buzz. A powerful force beyond words suddenly covered the entire space and time. At this moment, space and time froze completely. The ancient emperor of the Hidden Staff, whose body was about to explode, remained strangely still in midair. His consciousness was still active, but his body was no longer under his control. He could only watch helplessly as the chaotic sword light, capable of destroying everything, drew closer and closer. Suddenly, the sword light flashed past. There was no suspense. The ancient emperor's body, along with his soul, was completely destroyed by this sword, turning into nothingness. Another ancient emperor had fallen. However, this time, there was no sign of the blood rain or other strange phenomena. Because, at the moment the ancient emperor fell, the ancestor used immense power to forcibly seal off that part of space and time, erasing all secrets of the heavens. He didn't want the outside world to know about the emperor's fall for now. This way, they could catch the Forbidden Zone off guard. Of course, the speed had to be very fast. Oomph. You got away quickly. The sixth ancestor retracted his Emperor Slayer sword, glanced in the direction where the ninth tribulation ancient emperor disappeared, and snorted coldly, not pursuing further. He understood the principle of not chasing a retreating enemy. Moreover, the opponent deliberately claimed to be from the ancient demon cave to stir up trouble, making it hard to tell which forbidden zone the ancient emperor belonged to. That way, the Jiang family wouldn't want to kill them all easily. They wanted to, but their strength was insufficient, at least until Hung Yu returned. But today, their goal had been achieved. To serve as a warning, 2 ancient emperors were killed. He believed that after this battle, the entire Emperor Immortal Great World would carefully consider whether they had the strength to withstand the Jiang family's wrath. At that moment, the entire Emperor Immortal Great World suddenly trembled violently. All quasi-emperor experts looked on with focused eyes, staring directly toward the western infinite extremity, where the territory of the Immortal Sea's Forbidden Zone was located. At this moment, the entire Immortal Sea burst out with dazzling, brilliant light. The entire world surprisingly began to shrink at an incredible speed, then turned into a streak of light rushing into the endless void, fleeing wildly. Not good. The Immortal Sea is escaping. 6 ancestors' voice was filled with anger. According to Jiang family's records, the Immortal Sea only has 2 ancient emperors. After killing one, it naturally becomes the weakest within the life Forbidden Zone. Since it has fully revived, he thought he might as well go all out, destroy one life Forbidden Zone to boost his Jiang family's young genius. But it seems this wish will be hard to realize. He knew that the life Forbidden Zone itself was a treasure refined by ancient emperors over countless years, containing a powerful imperial weapon from a vast world. Once it chooses to hide in the void, even top-tier emperors would find it very difficult to track. Too bad, there's no time. They're about to escape. Just as 6 Ancestor felt regretful and thought he could only watch a treasure-filled life Forbidden Zone slip away right before his eyes, First Ancestor suddenly spoke calmly. Don't worry, they can't run far. His eyes seemed to see through the future, knowing all that would happen today. Everything he did was just a show, to lure out and kill the Emperor of the Forbidden Zone. Suddenly, a more majestic and overwhelming aura than all previous Imperial might combined descended from the 9 heavens. It was as if the Supreme Will, ruling over all things, had come to dominate the world. All beings in the Imperial Immortal World felt an irresistible sense of submission deep in their bloodlines. A golden decree, like a blazing sun, slowly descended from the sky. On the decree, only one ancient, domineering character was written. Eternal, Jiang Yuan's father, the current great emperor, Emperor Hung Yu, made his move. How dare the Death Sea threaten my son? Today, I will wipe out your entire clan. To honor my son Jiang Yuan, at this moment, the great imperial world, which had just been trembling violently because of the imperial battle, suddenly fell into a strange silence. They all simultaneously bowed and worshipped that golden character, Emperor. It's Emperor Hung Yu. The current great emperor has taken action. My goodness. Is this the power of the current emperor? Just one word, and it suppresses the entire world. This is too terrifying, too overbearing. On Xiandao Island, countless powerful visitors stared blankly at the sky where the golden imperial character shone like a bright sun. Their minds went completely blank. That sea of immortality, which had already turned into a streak of light and was about to vanish into the endless void, shook suddenly when it touched the divine power of the Hung character, as if an invisible hand had forcibly pulled it out of the void. The entire sea of immortality, that supreme treasure comparable to a top-tier imperial weapon, now froze eerily in midair like an insect trapped in amber, unable to move. Deep inside the forbidden zone of the Sea of Immortality, the last ancient emperor, the ancient emperor of the Dark Sea, also woke up completely because of the imperial might. After a brief daze, he quickly calculated and understood the whole situation. He cursed silently in his heart the chaos heaven. If it weren't for him revealing his identity, how could the Jiang family's emperor have attacked the Sea of Immortality? But now was not the time to argue with the dead. If the anger of Emperor Hengyu wasn't soothed, today, the Sea of Immortality might truly be destroyed. Hengyu, listen to this emperor's explanation. However, that majestic voice of the great Tao echoed throughout the entire great imperial world. Just a mere Sea of Immortality, and you dare to move my son. On the Tao platform, Zhang Yuan heard this familiar yet strange voice, and his heart skipped a beat. Father? He actually returned? No, this voice came from the Edge Wilderness, across billions of miles of space and time. The person hadn't returned, but his will had arrived. At this moment, Zhang Zhan also appeared beside Zhang Yuan. Great uncle, this is my father. Are you all right? Zhang Zhan patted his shoulder, looking completely different from the battered state after being heavily injured by the ancient Emperor Chaos Heaven. Thank you for your hard work, Yuan. I'm sorry you've been wronged. Don't worry, this was all planned by our ancestors. Now, it's up to us old folks. As he finished speaking, Emperor Hengyu's voice, cold and filled with undeniable killing intent. Today, let's celebrate my son Zhang Yuan, boom. As his words fell, the golden character, Heng, on the decree shone brightly. A terrifying imperial power, enough to crush eternity and destroy the heavens, exploded fiercely from the decree and forcefully pressed down on the immortal sea, which was sealed in the void. Deep inside the immortal sea, ancient Emperor Minghai saw that Emperor Hengyu was serious, and at this moment, he no longer cared about his lifespan. He burned his imperial blood wildly, trying to reach the highest level of transformation. Unlike the extreme transformation of the Chaos Heaven, he was in a hurry this time, and the cost was, even if he survived today, his lifespan might be less than 100 years, unable to maintain his role as the ruler of the Forbidden Zone. In other words, if he could survive this, he would join other Forbidden Zone supreme beings to start a dark chaos that would cleanse the great world of Emperor and Immortal. Today, the actions of Chaos Heaven, Songzhong, and the Nine Tribulations' three sovereigns are essentially a small-scale dark chaos. The human race's special physique and origin are a great boost for them, the Forbidden Zone rulers. But the hope is beautiful, as long as he can survive. An ancient emperor who has not fully revived and transformed faces the current great emperor before Emperor Hengyu. All ancient emperors submit. This is the strength of the current great emperor. At this moment, ancient Emperor Minghai realized his resistance looked so laughable. Hengyu, are you about to take that step? Minghai's shocked voice echoed through the heavens. Even if he fully revived, he would definitely not be a match for Hengyu, who might already be halfway into the 16th realm of the Heavenly Emperor. He is stronger than anyone could imagine. Under the watchful eyes of many shocked onlookers, the life Forbidden Zone, the Dead Sea, which is as vast as a world, began to inch by inch. Huge cracks spread quickly like spider webs. Hengyu, you are going too far. Do you really want to fight us in the Forbidden Zone and never stop? The ancient emperor's voice was full of endless resentment and madness. Never stop, Hengyu the great emperor sneered again. With you old mice hiding and barely surviving, do you think you can talk about never stopping with me? Today, I will show you what happens when you touch my son. As he finished speaking, Hengyu's voice echoed through the heavens again. Zhang family, listen up. Within Zhang's territory, Zhang Zhan and all the elders immediately looked serious. They knelt on one knee, their voices loud like thunder. Yes, sir. Destroy the Dead Sea. Leave no one alive. Hengyu the great emperor's order was simple and direct. He not only wanted to personally suppress the Dead Sea, but also wanted the Jiang family to publicly carry out a massacre to wipe out the entire Forbidden Zone. He would use the most brutal and direct way to tell the entire great world of the Emperor Immortal who truly rules this era. Touch his son, and there will be consequences. Follow the Emperor's decree. Zhang Zhan's voice was loud and full of deadly intent. He suddenly stood up, his gaze sweeping across Xiangshan Island, over the representatives of various forces who were trembling in fear. His voice thundered like rolling thunder in everyone's ears. Jiang family, obey my command. Gather all warships. Activate all killing formations. Target the Dead Sea. Today, our Jiang family will wipe out the Forbidden Zone and celebrate the Emperor's son. The Dead Sea. This ancient Forbidden Zone, once feared by countless cultivators and known as the Land of the Living, was now pinned down by a golden decree, stuck in the endless void and unable to move. Inside the zone, it was a scene of apocalypse. The sky was torn apart, and the earth was collapsing. Countless living beings within this place, under the destructive power of the Emperor's might, turned to ashes. Deep inside the Forbidden Zone, in an ancient temple made of countless divine gold and immortal materials, the ancient Emperor of the Underworld sat slumped on a throne forged from 10,000 years of cold iron. His face, covered with scars of death, was filled with endless fear and despair. He, like the ancient Emperor of Chaos, is one of the founders of the Undead Sea. Hongyu. That man, how dare he? How dare he risk making enemies of all life zones in the world and attack the Undead Sea? Madman. He's a complete lunatic. The ancient Emperor of the Underworld roared inwardly in madness. He couldn't understand. But now, there is no time for him to think. The words of the great Emperor are not to be taken lightly. They have little time left in the Undead Sea. Only they are absolutely unable to oppose the huge power of the Jiang family. We must unite to resist the Jiang family. This is our only hope. His only hope is the other life zones. Ancient Emperor of 10,000 Dragons. Burial Heaven. Ancient Demon Emperor. Save me. Save the Undead Sea. The ancient Emperor of the Underworld spared no effort, using his limited divine source, transforming his spiritual thoughts into blood-red signals of help, desperately sending them toward the other major life zones. Mutual destruction is a threat. Fellow friends, today, if the Jiang family dares to destroy me, tomorrow they will dare to destroy you. Hong Yu has gone mad. He's trying to ignite a war of emperors, to wipe out us old remnants of the era. We can't just sit and wait. We must unite and fight against the Jiang family. Otherwise, we will all become stepping stones on their path to dominance. His voice, full of urgency and panic, echoed across the skies of the major life zones. Wandron Nest. Deep in the abyss, inside the dragon palace built from countless dragon bones, the ancient Emperor of 10,000 dragons, as large as a mountain, lay coiled on his throne, his crimson dragon eyes flickering with cold and cruel light. He listened quietly to the desperate cries of the Emperor of the Underworld, a faint sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Save you? That's really funny. If it weren't for that useless Chaos Heaven, acting so smart, it would have been better if he had blown himself up earlier, instead of waiting for us to go down. Serves him right. Below the Dragon Palace, a group of powerful beings from the 10,000 dragon nests stood with cold expressions and calm eyes. Ancient Emperor, are we really not going to intervene? A golden giant dragon, close to the peak of the quasi-emperor level, asked carefully. If we let the Jiang family truly destroy the Dead Sea, their arrogance might become even worse. Intervene, the ancient Emperor of the 10,000 dragons sneered, his voice trembling the entire Dragon Palace. How to intervene? Send you? Or send me? Although the 9 calamities didn't die, he was heavily injured and won't recover his strength soon. That means we, the 10,000 dragon nest, have lost an ancient emperor for no reason. Do you know how huge that loss is? I, the emperor, have already shown mercy by not personally destroying the Dead Sea. Not only that, but we can't help the Dead Sea. Instead, we have to help the Jiang family eliminate them. The golden giant dragon was confused instantly. Ancient Emperor, why is that? Do you think our 10,000 dragon nest alone can stop the 7 great emperors of the Jiang family? Or the completely mad Hong Yu, the golden giant dragon, was suddenly speechless. Yes, 7 great emperors. One of them is the fully revived 6th ancestor of the Jiang family. And there's also a current great emperor who can command the Forbidden Zone with a single word. With such a lineup, not to mention our 10,000 dragon nest, even if all 9 life Forbidden Zones were combined, they would have to think carefully. But the lips are cold when the teeth are gone. The lips are cold, The ancient emperor of the 10,000 dragons interrupted him, a cunning glint flashing in his scarlet dragon eyes. The Dead Sea's lips have long rotted away. Keeping them only causes our teeth to rot too. If that's the case, we should take some things from inside before they completely decay. I see great potential in the purple gold divine coral in the Dead Sea. As for the sixth ancestor of the Jiang family, he is originally a human, and I don't believe he can survive much longer after fully reviving. Let's wait and see. The revival of the sixth ancestor marks the beginning of their complete decline. Once he falls into decline, I will personally take action to seize his great emperor's origin, send my orders to block the 10,000 dragon nest, and activate the highest level of protective formation. Order the awakening of the 10,000 demons emperor and have the 5 quasi-emperors support the Jiang family to help them destroy the Sea of Death. I want to see the true strength of the Jiang family. Yes. Burial Heaven Tomb. Inside the huge black stone coffin, the hoarse voice of the Heaven Burial Emperor sounded again. Netherworld Emperor is truly a pitiful fellow. His voice showed no sympathy, only a teasing tone of someone enjoying the show. However, he did us a favor before he died. Just right. I want to see how far the Jiang family's old folks have revived. And that Hung Yu. How strong is his power, Emperor of Heaven? Haha. The great world of Emperor Immortals doesn't allow such a powerful existence. Jiang family wants to kill the chicken to warn the monkey? Haha. Then let them do it. I want to see if, after killing this chicken, they still have the strength left. Ancient Demon Cave, Mysterious Plateau, Chaos Ancient Clan. One by one, the Forbidden Zones that once allied with the Undead Sea and fought together all chose to remain silent at this moment. They looked like cold-blooded spectators, quietly watching the Undead Sea, step by step heading toward destruction. Not a single Forbidden Zone was willing to bear the wrath of the Jiang family and Emperor Hung Yu for a doomed Undead Sea. Some, like the 10,000 Dragon Nest, sent quasi-emperors to share the spoils. A sea that had fallen after countless years of suppression was enough for the Forbidden Zones, including the Jiang family, who were ready to share the gains. To feast happily. One sea falls, all races are satisfied. On Yingzhan Island, with Jiang Zhan's command, the entire Dao discussion conference instantly turned into a pre-battle mobilization. All the guests still immersed in the aftershocks of the previous imperial battle were completely awakened by the Jiang family's swift and decisive actions. All guests, please immediately move to Yingzhan Hall to rest. The Dao discussion conference is temporarily suspended. I, the Jiang family, have some matters to attend to. A group of guards wearing divine armor, with deep and powerful aura, appeared around the discussion platform. Their voices were cold and filled with unquestionable authority. The talented women present and their protectors dared not speak a word. They all stood quietly, escorted by the Jiang guards, and headed towards the grander Xian Welcome Hall in the distance. Even the strongest quasi-emperors behaved like children at this moment. After all, just recently, a powerful emperor-level expert had died here. What are these quasi-emperors compared to that? However, as the women left, all their gazes simultaneously fell on the figure sitting calmly on the throne, wearing white clothes, with a playful smile on his face. Zhang Yuan. This man has caused chaos in the entire great world of Emperor Immortals in ways they can't even imagine. First, he held a debate conference, which was called a discussion but was really something else. Everyone knew what it was about. Then, he attracted 3 ancient emperors to attack him, sparking a legendary war. Now, his father, the current great Emperor Hung Yu, personally stepped into the fight, commanding to destroy the entire Undead Sea to celebrate him. This is even more unbelievable than stories and novels. At the seat of the Heavenly Demon Palace, the leader of the 9-headed lion, who was at the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm, was now at the back of the crowd, bowing his head and acting very low-key. People who knew might think he was from one of the 9 forbidden zones, the Heavenly Demon Palace. Those who didn't know might think he was a beast raised by the Jiang family. He walked while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling very lucky. I'm glad I was quick-witted. I saw that the Jiang family's power was strong, so I immediately brought people to surrender. If we had fought against the Undead Sea like those fools, we might be the ones trapped in the void, waiting to die. Then, The Heavenly Demon Palace would be the only one left. As for whether the Jiang family could destroy the Dead Sea, he didn't even need to think about it. As long as no other forbidden zones interfered, even the strongest and most mysterious highlands wouldn't be a match for the Jiang family. He looked back at his fellow demon women, who were also terrified and pale. He lowered his voice and warned fiercely, "Listen up, everyone. When we get to the welcome Immortal Palace, behave yourselves. Anyone who causes trouble, don't blame me for not showing mercy. I'll throw you out to feed the dogs, especially you, Little Nine." He stared tightly at the princess of the nine-tailed Heavenly Fox clan. "Although the Tao conference is over for now, it might be held again later. When it starts, you must be the first to go. I don't care what method you use, begging, crawling, whatever. Just make sure you please the Emperor of Rivers. Make him comfortable, unless you want our Heavenly Demon Hall to end up like that fool Death Sea." Destroyed, the nine-tailed Heavenly Fox princess's face turned pale from his words. She quickly lowered her head, afraid to show any arrogance. Meanwhile, above the sea of death, cold, ruthless, and indifferent spiritual thoughts from the major forbidden zones returned to the immortal sea. "Friend Ming Huang, it's not that we don't want to help. It's just that the Jiang family is too powerful. We are helpless. Please understand, Ming Huang, we've known each other for hundreds of thousands of years. We should help, but for the sake of our clan's survival, I'm sorry. The immortal sea's luck is running out. Ming Huang, rest in peace." Hearing these heartless words, Ming Huang's already cold heart sank completely. He understood. He had been abandoned. Those allies who once called him brother, who swore loyalty and fought together in dark times, had all turned their backs on him because of a single word from the Jiang family, treating him as a discarded. Fine, you bunch of old, ungrateful dogs," Ming Huang howled to the sky, his voice filled with endless hatred and madness. "Do you think sacrificing me alone will make the Jiang family stop? You're wrong. Completely wrong. The Jiang family's ambition is far greater. Their goal is the entire great world of the immortal realm. All the forbidden zones of life. Today it's me. Tomorrow, it will be you all. I, the Emperor of the Underworld, am waiting beneath the Nine Nether for you." The Underworld Emperor looked like he was going mad. He knew he had no way out. Since that was the case, he decided to shine his brightest light in his final moments. He suddenly turned around, his cloudy eyes fixed tightly on the void. It seemed he could already feel the terrifying Jiang family fleet emerging from their ancestral land, filled with murderous intent. "Jiang family, come on. Let me see how strong you really are." Above the Jiang family, thud, thud, thud. The dull, heavy sound of war drums echoed from floating immortal islands, like death's call, pounding in everyone's hearts. 1, 10, 100. Thousands of mighty ships made of divine gold and immortal iron, carved with killing runes, rose into the sky from every corner of the Jiang family, blocking out the sun and sky. Each ship was filled with heavily armored warriors wielding divine weapons, their presence deep and vast like the ocean. They included Supreme Realm 11 experts, Quasi-Saint Realm 12, Great Saint Realm 13, Quasi-Emperor Realm 14. Many terrifying figures rarely seen in daily life, powerful enough to dominate a region, now appeared in groups on the ships like abundant vegetables. At the front of all the ships, for towering imperial shadows radiated divine might capable of crushing eternity, like four creators of the universe, standing silently in the void, coldly watching the direction of the undying sea. The entire Jiang family, an immortal royal clan that had slept for countless tens of thousands of years, finally revealed its terrifying fangs that could make all heavens tremble. Charge! With Jiang Zhan's furious roar full of deadly intent, the fleet transformed into a steel torrent capable of tearing the sky and earth, instantly ripping through the void, charging fiercely toward the undying sea, which was nailed in the void by golden decrees. That day, the heavens trembled in fear. The void wailed, and the great path trembled. The Jiang family fleet, made up of over 10,000 divine gold warships, moved forward with unstoppable power, smashing through layers of space toward the deadless sea. At the front of the fleet was a huge black divine ship, shaped like a giant sword reaching into the sky, larger than all the other ships combined. This was the vehicle of the sixth ancestor, the Breakthrough Divine Ship. Right now, Jiang Zhan, the head of the Jiang family, stood proudly on the bow of the Breakthrough Divine Ship. He wore golden armor and held a dragon-patterned spear. His face, calm and commanding, showed no anger but a cold, killing intent. His sharp eyes fixed on the dark world far away, which was sealed off by golden laws. Behind him were Jiang Yi, Jiang Chun, Jiang Hao, and other young talented warriors, along with dozens of powerful elders whose strength was hard to measure. Above them, mighty imperial shadows shone like blazing suns, radiating terrifying imperial power that made nearby stars seem dull and dim. This was the strength of the Jiang family's army. It was also the foundation of the strongest imperial clan of the current age. Such terrifying power was enough not only to destroy a forbidden zone with only one ancient emperor left, but also to crush top forbidden zones like the 10,000 Dragon Nest or the Burial Sky Tomb. Report. A scout from the Jiang family appeared suddenly from the void, kneeling with one knee on the ground and speaking loudly. Master, we are 30 million miles ahead. The Deadless Sea is sealed by the Emperor's law. Jiang Zhan's eyes flashed with cold light. He waved his hand and roared like thunder, his voice echoing across the entire fleet. All troops, listen up. The Deadless Sea is a rebellious place, offending the imperial heir. Such a crime cannot be forgiven. Today, our Jiang family will act on behalf of heaven to punish them. We will use their imperial blood to wash away this shame. We will use their forbidden zones to celebrate our Qilin children. There will be no surrender in this battle. No survivors will be left. Kill without mercy. Kill, kill, kill. Jiang Zhan's words, full of endless killing intent, instantly ignited the hearts of all Jiang family warriors. Loud roars of anger echoed from over 10,000 warships, forming a terrifying wave of sound powerful enough to shake the heavens. Every warrior of the Jiang family burns with fierce fighting spirit and a proud flame in their eyes. Congratulations on becoming an imperial prince. What an incredible honor. Suddenly, the entire fleet's speed surged again. The distance of 30 million miles for the Jiang family's breaking through divine ship is just a blink away. In the dark world where the golden eternal decree is firmly nailed in the void, within the sea of death, everything is silent and lifeless. Huge black mountains made of giant bones rise and fall. Rivers formed from black corpse water flow slowly across the dried land. The whole world emits a disgusting smell of decay and death. At the center of this dark world, an ancient temple made of unknown divine gold glows faintly, like the only light in this land of death. Is this the forbidden zone of life, the Sea of the Undead? Jiang Yi, ranked 9th on the list of top talents, stands behind Jiang Zhan. Looking at this strange world with a cold face, a hint of disgust flashes in his eyes. He can feel that this world is full of death and decay, completely opposite to his own path. Just a den of rats clinging to life by devouring others' lifespan. Beside him, Jiang Hao, ranked 25th, also snorts coldly, full of disdain. He bears the chaos thunder tribulation sacred body, born to wield divine punishment, and instinctively dislikes places filled with evil and death. At this moment, the ancient temple in the Sea of the Undead suddenly shines brightly. A roar full of madness and hatred erupts from the temple, soaring into the sky. Jiang family, you finally arrived. Come, let this emperor see what skills your so-called noble imperial clans have. With this roar, a shadow of an emperor, also shrouded in dense death aura, slowly rises from the temple. It is the last remaining ancient emperor of the Sea of the Undead, the Dark Sea Emperor. Now, he no longer shows fear or despair. His cloudy eyes are filled only with madness and destruction. Jiang Zhan looked at the towering imperial shadow rising into the sky, a cold sneer flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he issued an attack order. Behind him, a drop of imperial blood revealed itself. At the same time, a vast, sky-shielding spear appeared, an ultimate imperial weapon, the dragon-patterned devouring sky spear. Attack! With a loud command, over 100 warships at the front of the Jiang fleet instantly shone brightly. A series of deadly formations engraved on the ships were activated simultaneously. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire void twisted violently under this energy. Next second, boom, boom, boom. Massive, mountain-like beams of energy, capable of piercing stars and destroying worlds, tore through the void with destructive power, crashing fiercely toward the sea of the undead. This was Jiang's first wave of attack, a one-sided slaughter with no suspense. Faced with this terrifying that could despair even a quasi-emperor, the ancient emperor of the Dark Sea, whose face was covered in scars, revealed a fierce smile. He suddenly spread his arms wide and howled to the sky. Undead domain, open, boom. The entire sea of the undead trembled violently at that moment. A pure aura of death surged from every corner, crazily forming a thick black canopy overhead. It stubbornly resisted Jiang's attack. However, sharp-eyed observers quickly noticed that this attack only consumed 1/10 of the death energy in the sea of the undead. It probably wouldn't last much longer. Interesting. Turning the entire forbidden zone into your own domain. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Such a pity, Jiang Zhan sneered coldly, slowly raising his dragon-pattern devouring sky spear, pointing it toward the sea of the undead from afar. In the face of absolute power, any struggle is futile. For old ancestors, he suddenly turned back and respectfully bowed to the 4 majestic imperial shadows. Please, old ancestors, make your move and break their domain. In the next moment, the 4 imperial shadows, standing silently in the void, slowly raised their hands. As Jiang Zhan finished speaking, the 4 towering imperial shadows standing in the void finally moved. They didn't perform earth-shaking divine powers, nor did they unleash world-destroying laws. They simply raised their hands slowly, almost casually, and gently pressed toward the dark world shrouded in deathly aura. With a single palm strike, the heavens and earth fell silent. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The 4 enormous hands, covering the sky and blocking the sun, representing 4 completely different supreme imperial paths, intersected, merged, and transformed into a chaotic millstone, crushing down in an ordinary, unremarkable manner. Even though only the 6th ancestor had fully revived among them, the power of these 4 emperors could not be matched by a small death sea. The ancient emperor of the underworld sea, proud of his invincible domain that devours all laws, seemed as fragile as paper beneath the chaotic millstone. A crisp cracking sound echoed through the void. The black sky curtain, forged from the entire forbidden zone, instantly filled with spiderweb-like cracks, and then, in the desperate eyes of the underworld sea emperor, shattered with a loud explosion. The domain was broken, and the underworld sea emperor was struck like lightning, flying backward instantly. His dark imperial blood splattered across the sky, and his aura rapidly weakened to the eye. The ancestral elder of the Jiang family's imperial realm was simply too powerful enough to leave him with no thought of resistance at all. This is the foundation of our Jiang family. On the divine vessel breaking through the boundary, Jiang Hao looked at the devastating scene, clenched his fists excitedly, feeling a surge of blood rushing to his head. Beside him, Jiang Yi, Jiang Chun, and others also looked on with expressions full of passion and pride. This is their family. With a single word, they can easily crush the forbidden zone of life. All troops, Jiang Zhan's eyes flashed with killing intent, ready to give the order for a full attack, to wipe out this death sea from the world entirely. But just then, a ripple suddenly appeared in the distant void. Next, the space tore apart, revealing powerful figures covered in golden dragon scales, with an imposing presence. They were accompanied by several strange figures wrapped in endless death aura and graveyard energy, all arriving together. These were the strongest from the ancient demon cave, the burial heaven tomb, and the 10,000 dragon nest. Behind them, a group of experts from forbidden zones followed, all with strange smiles, watching the impending destruction of the undead sea. Brother Jiang, why get so angry? For such a small matter, you personally want to destroy a forbidden zone. Such rough work. Let us handle it, said the false smile of the 10,000 dragon nest king of demons. His voice was loud and commanding, spreading everywhere. He was the strongest among the Forbidden Zone representatives today and naturally had the right to speak. At this moment, as he fully revealed his aura, the top talents body constitution list flickered again. 27th place. King of Demons, Wan Yao Jun Lin Ti, Wan Yao Huang. Affiliated Power, Wan Tribe, Life Forbidden Zone, 10,000 Dragon Nest. This pushed aside the original 27th ranked Burning Heaven Emperor of the Extinction Sea in the Life Forbidden Zone. Yes, we are neighbors of the Undead Sea. We often suffer from their disturbances. Since the Jiang family wants to punish the sky today, how can we stand by and watch? Let us do it instead. Clear this place for the Jiang family, and offer a small gift for the Jiang family's Emperor's Debate Tournament. The Burial Heaven Tomb's Lord of the Dead, Zundi, spoke coldly and hoarsely. As he spoke, his murky eyes hidden in death energy fixed greedily on the Forbidden Zone's core exposed after the Undead Sea's domain was shattered. If he could get it, he might become a great emperor. Of course, there was danger involved. Who knew if the Jiang family might suddenly go mad and attack them? But Zundi was confident. The three great Forbidden Zones came here, and they weren't trash like the Death Sea. They were among the top in the Life Forbidden Zone. He didn't believe the Jiang family dared to break the law and attack them. The experts from the Forbidden Zones behind them also clenched their fists, eyes like hungry wolves staring at the Undead Sea's broken domain, eager for opportunity. On the divine ship of Breaking Realms, the Jiang family elders' faces darkened instantly. Shameless, Elder Jiang Shouqing, known for his quick temper, was about to make a move. Jiang Zhan raised his hand to stop him, his face cold as he looked at the group, his eyes full of indifference. He showed no fear. So what if it was the ancient emperor? Today, the Jiang family had killed before. At this moment, among the four towering imperial shadows of the Jiang family, the head ancestor slowly turned to the Wan Yao emperor and others. A pressure, more terrifying than when crushing the invincible domain before, instantly enveloped this starry region. The faces of the Wan Yao emperor and others froze in surprise. When is it anyone else's turn to interfere in Jiang family's private matters? The head ancestor's voice was calm, without any sign of anger or joy, but carried an undeniable dominance. The Wan Yao emperor explained, Brother Qi Dao misunderstood us. We only wanted to. In the Sea of the Undead, offending our imperial son must be destroyed. The head ancestor cut him off directly, still speaking calmly, but everyone present felt a deep chill from their souls. This battle is a gift from our Jiang family for the imperial son Jiang Yuan's debate conference. This gift is ours to take. No need for outsiders to bother. As he finished speaking, the terrifying pressure suddenly intensified. The Wan Yao emperor's face changed slightly, his gaze shifting to the other three emperors, finally settling on the sixth ancestor of the Jiang family. This emperor, who had killed a previous emperor, made it clear what he meant. Get lost. Don't get in the way here. The entire Sea of the Undead is a gift from my Jiang family to my grandson. Do you even deserve to touch it? The Wan Yao emperor, the master of the Forbidden Zone, and the representative of the Burial Heaven Mound, the quasi-emperor, their faces alternated between pale and red, feeling their cheeks burning with shame. When had they ever been humiliated like this? But looking at the four deep, prison-like Jiang family emperors, and that golden decree still nailed to the Sea of the Undead, radiating supreme, divine might. All their anger could only be swallowed back into their stomachs. The Wan Yao emperor nodded, his face as if nothing had happened, and instead, he bowed slightly toward the Jiang family's head ancestor. That we were rude. Soon, the Wan Long Nest will send a gift for Jiang Emperor's wedding. We take our leave. As he spoke, the Demon King of 10,000 demons led the quasi-emperor of the 10,000 dragons nest to tear through the void and leave the Sea of Death. The ancient demon cave followed closely behind. They didn't say a word upon arrival, as if they were just here for sightseeing. In the end, only the quasi-emperor of the underworld remained. He watched as the two Forbidden Zones, after a single remark from the Jiang family, quickly retreated in embarrassment, cursing silently. Useless things. Does the Jiang family dare to attack us? It's just bluffing to scare you away. You're all good for nothing. He looked at the promising heavenly heart seal, feeling his heart bleed. But he knew the situation was hopeless. And you, the one buried in the tearing heaven tomb. What are you doing here? Are you hoping the Jiang family will send you off? The quasi-emperor of the underworld felt humiliated and looked at Jiang family with resentment. He was a proud quasi-emperor who had led several dark chaos before the Jiang family rose. He had killed many talented warriors like slaughtering dogs. He never thought today he would be threatened by a human, losing a great chance to become an emperor. He glared fiercely at the Jiang family and turned to leave. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed his face. Before he could react, he felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him. In the next second, his quasi-emperor body was forced to kneel on the ground, almost cracking apart. I don't like your look. If you're unhappy, just say so. The Jiang family isn't unreasonable. The speaker was the three emperors of the Jiang family. Yes, I dare not. At this moment, the quasi-emperor of the underworld truly felt the fear of death. If he had spoken out, the Jiang family might really have killed him. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. The three ancestors of the Jiang family sighed. I really don't understand. You can't defeat others, but you hold on to your resentment. Isn't that forcing us to kill you? The quasi-emperor of the underworld was stunned. His mind began to fade as his consciousness dispersed. What was happening? Ah, I see. I am dead. Bang. A quasi-emperor from the tearing heaven tomb quietly died at the entrance of the Sea of Death. Rumble. In the southernmost region, the tearing heaven tomb showed signs of revival. However, above the countless worlds, a pair of golden eyes looked over. The tearing heaven tomb immediately fell silent, as if saying, I'm just stretching my body. Please don't mind me. Powerful as the burial heaven tomb, it was only because of a bad look from the Jiang family that a nearly emperor was killed publicly. In the end, he dared not say a word, acting as if nothing had happened. Seeing this scene, all the soldiers in the Jiang fleet held their chests higher. This is the Jiang family. This is the dominant family of the current era. What does the life restriction zone matter? What about the ancient emperor? Before the Jiang family, a dragon must bow, a tiger must lie down. Fool, idiot, the former demon king, who had just left, and the quasi-emperor of the ancient demon cave, thought this in their hearts. They didn't think the Jiang family had done anything wrong. Weak challengers provoke the strong, and they don't hide their true thoughts. If you don't die, who will? I really don't understand how that underworld quasi-emperor has survived so long. Humph, a bunch of reckless fools. Jiang Zhan snorted coldly with disdain, raising his dragon-patterned war spear and pointing forward. All troops, attack. Show no mercy. Congratulations to the imperial son. Kill, kill, kill. Amid the deafening shouts of battle, over 10,000 divine gold warships surged like locusts across the shattered dark world in an instant. A slaughter with no suspense began. Meanwhile, the four great ancestral emperors of the Jiang family floated quietly in the void, watching everything with cold eyes. Their presence alone was the greatest warning to other petty villains. In the sea of the undead, the remaining creatures wailed in despair. But before the Jiang soldiers, all resistance was futile. The newly risen holy body geniuses, in this one-sided slaughter, freely unleashed their rapidly growing power, refining their paths. Soon, the entire sea of the undead was completely wiped out. Report to the family head. The forbidden zone has been cleared. All creatures killed. Very good. Jiang Zhan nodded with satisfaction, his gaze fixed on the deepest part of the sea of the undead, the ancient temple forged from divine gold. That was the lair of the underworld Sea King and the core of all resources in the entire forbidden zone. Seventh Elder, Jiang Zhan called out. A thin, gaunt elder with deep, starry eyes stepped forward and respectfully bowed, saying, Family head, it's your turn to act, the elder replied. Yes, the seventh elder answered. He took a step forward and floated above the center of the immortal sea. He formed hand seals and muttered words, releasing a vast force of space from within him. Within the universe's sleeve, an endless tiny world. Suddenly, he opened his sleeve, which looked ordinary at first glance, but at this moment, it seemed to turn into a black hole that devours everything. Boom! The ground of the immortal sea began to shake violently and collapse. Mountains, rivers, temples, everything was pulled by an irresistible force, shrinking and forming a rushing current that was continuously drawn into the elder's sleeve. Watching this battle with different methods, the powerful beings present nearly popped their eyes out. This was like scraping away the very ground. The Jiang family was truly ruthless. After a moment, the vast immortal sea completely disappeared from the void, leaving only a huge space hole. The seventh elder retracted his sleeve and took out a small, smooth jade box, presenting it with both hands to Jiang Zhan. Family head, the origin and treasures accumulated over billions of years in the immortal sea are all here. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Zhan took the jade box, feeling the powerful energy inside, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This gift was more than enough. All troops returned victorious. News of the Jiang family's victorious return spread like a storm across the entire divine, immortal world. Countless forces were shocked. That was the forbidden zone of life. Since ancient times, the forbidden zone has been a symbol of taboo and bad luck. Even the immortal emperor clans dared not provoke it easily. But the Jiang family, just because the imperial son was frightened, boldly moved out. In just one day, they completely erased the immortal sea, which had been passed down for countless ages, from the world. This strength and dominance made everyone see Jiang family in a new light. They truly deserved their reputation as the #1 imperial clan of the era. On the return journey aboard the breaking through divine ship, the atmosphere was filled with joy. Jiang Zhan and several clan elders stood at the bow of the ship, looking back at the energetic young juniors with smiles of satisfaction. After this battle, the unity and prestige of the Jiang family reached an unprecedented peak. At this moment, Jiang Zhan and the ancestors, including the great emperors, all paused slightly, as if they had received some message. They exchanged glances, filled with questions. Then, their consciousness crossed countless worlds and returned to the Jiang family. Noticing that the family's prince was not on the discussion platform, but relaxing on a soft couch in the prince's palace, Bai Qingxue and Qin Yuebai sat on either side, one peeling grapes, the other gently massaging his shoulders. Meanwhile, Qin Wanwan sat obediently by his leg, massaging it. It looked very comfortable. From his perspective through a water mirror, he could see outside figures like Qin Mingyao, Ji Yu, Lu Shinin, and Hu Mei, who looked anxious. As for Wang Tingxue, if she still held on to her pride, Jiang Yuan could only say goodbye without chasing after her. He had no interest in pursuing her. Yuaner, Jiang Zhan's figure appeared at the palace door, looking somewhat complicated. Big uncle, is everything finished? It's done, Jiang Zhan nodded, walking up to him and lowering his voice, with a hint of excitement and nervousness that even he didn't realize. Yuaner, about the message you sent us earlier. Is it really necessary to do that next step? Jiang Yuan smiled at him. This shows that our Jiang family is sincere. Joining my Jiang family won't be a loss. Even Jiang Zhan, knowing his thoughts, couldn't help but be amazed. Yuaner's plan was truly impressive. He wanted to share part of the wealth accumulated over billions of years in the Sea of Immortality with the mothers of women who passed the assessment and were willing to stay. Even if the most precious Heavenly Heart Seal couldn't be handed over, other resources definitely could be. They would spare no effort to cultivate a batch of emperors. Absolutely no problem. Yes, a batch. That wealth was accumulated over billions of years in the Sea of Immortality. Even the Jiang family couldn't ignore it. Big uncle, you need to think bigger. Jiang Yuan stretched lazily and sat upright on the soft couch. Bai Qingxue carefully tidied his slightly wrinkled robes. Most of the things from the Dead Sea are just extra benefits for our Jiang family. But for smaller forces like the Tianyin sect and the Holy Demon sect, they are life-saving help, an unmatched chance for their clans to grow stronger. He walked to the fairy table, picked up a cup of fairy brew, and gently swayed it. With just a little leftover broth from our Jiang family, I can feed them well. In the future, they will be loyal to me. This deal is definitely worth it. Jiang Zhan looked at his nephew. As the head of the family, he naturally knew Jiang Yuan's vision was very long-term. He only offered some resources that didn't matter much to the Jiang family, which was harmless. Right now, the Jiang family needed a chance to produce a great emperor. As long as they held such an opportunity, losing some resources didn't matter. Moreover, nourishing small forces connected by marriage to the Jiang family could strengthen unity and show the family's sincerity, making it easier for the Jiang family to spread influence and kindness across the world, ultimately ruling as emperor and immortal. While strength was important, the Jiang family couldn't kill everyone. They should make more friends and eliminate enemies. All right, I understand, Jiang Zhan nodded. I'll make arrangements right away. Not yet, Jiang Yuan waved his hand. Let everyone come back first. When they return to Yingzhan Island and announce it in front of everyone, the effect will be better. They need to see how wise their choices are, and those who are eliminated or still wavering in the myriad world should see what they missed. There are still many people on the list of talented youths who haven't arrived yet. And, Uncle, don't you think that powerful figures like Master Lu and others are quite impressive? Jiang Yuan's smile, in Jiang Zhan's eyes, carried a hint of dark humor. The Jiang army returned victorious. When the sky-shattering fleet of warships reappeared over Yingzhan Island, carrying fierce killing intent and bloodstains, the entire island was deathly silent. Everyone was overwhelmed by the powerful, world-destroying aura, making it hard to breathe. Especially when they looked through the sky-reaching realm displayed by the Jiang family and saw the originally grand and world-like immortal sea, now completely empty, with the void repairing the gaps. A terrifying thought that they had known for a long time still haunted their minds. Is the immortal sea truly gone? A sacred zone that had been a forbidden place for life for many years, was it really erased? The Holy Lord of Yaoqi, Uncle Yin of the Emperor, and the leader of the sacred demon sect, these normally high and mighty figures, were now sweating coldly on their foreheads. They looked at the Jiang family fleet with awe. Before, they only knew that the Jiang family was strong. But how strong? They had no clear idea. Today, they saw it with their own eyes. In an instant, the Forbidden Zone was destroyed completely. This was the fangs of the top empire of their time. On the Xiandao Island, the proud daughters of heaven looked pale. Qin Mingyao from the Yaoqi Holy Land gazed at the leading divine ship of the boundary-breaking fleet, her beautiful eyes shining with wonder. Humei from the sacred demon sect licked her red lips, her eyes full of excitement and obsession. Such a man was worthy of her. Princess Jiyu's face was pale. She clenched her fists tightly, struggling internally. Meanwhile, Lu Shanin, a stunning woman close to becoming an emperor, sighed softly. No one knew what she was thinking. On the battleship, Jiang Zhan was the first to appear on the discussion platform. He looked around and spoke loudly like a bell. By the order of the emperor's son's father, Emperor Hengyu, the immortal sea has been destroyed. Its core origin and accumulated power over millions of years have all been taken by the Jiang family. Congratulations to the emperor's son. Boom. His words caused the entire scene to erupt in excitement. Although they had guessed it already, hearing it confirmed by the head of the Jiang family was still shocking beyond words. Congratulations to the emperor's son. The first to react was the leader of the sacred demon sect. She immediately stood up, smiling flatteringly as she shouted loudly. The others quickly regained their senses and followed with loud cheers. Congratulations to the emperor's son. Congratulations to the emperor's son. Their voices rose wave after wave. Jiang Zhan nodded with satisfaction, raising his hand to quiet the crowd. Once the scene was calm, he continued speaking, but his next words made everyone doubt their ears. The emperor's order. At this debate, everyone who passes the test will have their family receive a gift. This gift will be taken from 10% of the spoils from the destruction of the undead sea and divided among them. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths open, staring blankly at Jiang Zhan on the stage. 10%. From the core source and treasures of a life-restricted zone? What does that mean? That could make any immortal power's foundation grow by 30% overnight. It could produce several quasi-emperor-level experts. Is this really a gift? It's like a blessing from the heavens. Jiang, Lord Jiang, are you serious? Yaoqi Saint Lord asked tremblingly, feeling like she might faint from happiness. Jiang Zhan smiled lightly. The emperor's word is final. How could I lie? Boom. The whole scene exploded. My goodness. Yaoqi Sacred Land is really about to soar. Yaoqi Sacred Land is lucky, and the Magic Saint sect also gained great fortune. With these resources, their strength could double in the next 100 years, and the Tianyin sect. Wow, that's terrifying. Countless envious and jealous eyes turned to Qin Mingyao, Humei, Lu Shanin, and others. Qin Mingyao came from Yaoqi's sacred land and didn't crave these resources as much. But Hu Mei, Lu Shanin, and Ji Yu were different. One was from the Magic Saint sect, another from the Tianyin sect, and the last was a princess of the great Yao divine dynasty. Neither the Magic Saint sect nor the Tianyin sect had produced a quasi-emperor even after exhausting their resources. The great Yao divine dynasty had some quasi-emperors and even some great emperors, but the nature of the dynasty meant that while it had great potential, it also consumed resources at a very high rate. So even though the great Yao divine dynasty was powerful, it had never been very wealthy. Now, Jiang Yuan's words, combined with his powerful abilities, caused the crisis faced by the three major forces to collapse instantly. At this moment, those who had not been chosen before, or were still hesitating, the proud daughters of heaven and their backing forces, were filled with regret. The Red Flame Emperor's face turned a dark purple, and he stared fiercely at his daughter, Yanlinger, wishing he could slap her right then and there. How dare you be proud? How dare you be arrogant? Now everything is lost. What a shame. Not far away, in the Demon Palace, a beautiful woman with a strange aura was pounding her chest and stomping her feet, her eyes filled with envy. In the Dead Sea, a place full of decay and death, there are many rare treasures related to the path of life. For their demon race, it is an unmatched treasure trove. If only they could get a share. She glanced at her own holy maiden, who was still lost in thought, and sighed deeply. It's too late. Everything is already lost. While everyone was envious, some happy, some sad, Jiang Yuan's figure finally appeared slowly on the discussion platform. As soon as he appeared, all the noise immediately quieted down. Countless eyes focused on him, filled with excitement, awe, admiration, and greed. It seems everyone is quite satisfied with my decision. Jiang Yuan chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over Qin Mingyao, Hu Mei, Ji Yu, and Lu Shanin, several women who had already been chosen or were pending. I, the Emperor, always speak decisively. The Sea of Death is destroyed, and I believe everyone is busy with that. Since that's the case, today's discussion ends here. He changed the subject and announced directly. Everyone was stunned. Is it really over? Jiang Yuan ignored their surprise. Now, I will give you one more chance to choose. If anyone who has passed the test wants to withdraw now, I will not stop them, and I will also give a small gift as a farewell. His gaze swept across everyone's faces. Withdraw? What a joke. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi and the leader of the Holy Demon sect shook their heads vigorously, like rattle drums. How could they let go of the fairy fate they had obtained? Princess Ji Yu trembled slightly and looked at her uncle, Emperor Yan, whose expression was uncertain. Moon, I have always asked you to step back, but this time, you can't hold back. This might be your chance to achieve greatness. Ji Yu bit her lip, finally lowering her proud head without speaking. Lu Shanin also chose to stay silent. Because the Jiang family had already given her the answers she needed, there was nothing more to be dissatisfied with. Now that things have come to this point, retreating would be the most foolish choice. Very well. Jiang Yuan's smile grew even brighter. He slowly spread his arms, looking relaxed yet commanding, like a king inspecting his territory and treasures. Since no one is stepping down, then I, the Emperor's son, shall enjoy the prize. Jiang Yuan didn't say these words aloud, but he still wanted to give them some face. However, his confident and arrogant gesture of looking down on everyone still showed his self-assurance and pride. It felt as if he was holding the entire world in his arms. Everyone present, especially the talented young women who had just passed the test or were still waiting on the sidelines, looked at Jiang Yuan with extremely complicated feelings. This man, in terms of way or path, surpassed the second-ranked Tianjiao, Wang Tingxue. His background was even more impressive. His father was a great emperor, and behind him stood several powerful emperors supporting him. One revived emperor personally protected him, and there were even exaggerated stories of him celebrating the destruction of a forbidden zone. His style of doing things was so bold. It made people's hearts race. When someone succeeds, no matter what they do, it naturally makes the onlookers' hearts beat faster. Yaoqi's saintess Qin Mingyao's cold eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. She thought she was pursuing the path of indifference, but for some reason, when she saw Jiang Yuan's domineering look, Her heart was stirred. It was as if he was the very essence of the way, and she should surrender to him. Huma of the Sacred Demon Sect also showed her infatuation and passion openly. She licked her luscious red lips, thinking to herself, I must have this man. Princess Gu of the Great Yinshan Dynasty clenched her small fist tightly. Her delicate face showed some unwillingness, but deep inside, she also felt a sense of submission. As a daughter of the Divine Dynasty, she knew they valued the strong and the weak. Since he was stronger than her, she thought she should submit to him. But even with this thought, her pride and composure as the 16th princess still remained. Regarding the current leader of the Tianyin sect, Lu Shinin, a woman close to an emperor, and Wang Tingxue, the imperial daughter of the Beiyuan royal family, both had complicated feelings. One was thinking about the future of her sect and the rich resources of the Jiang family, and had to consider Jiang Yuan, a young man many generations younger than herself, which was a matter of her dignity as a semi-emperor. The other, Wang Tingxue, felt a bit confused because Jiang Yuan seemed not to look at her or call her at all, as if he didn't care whether she accepted defeat or not. Jiang Yuan observed everyone's expressions clearly. He wanted this effect. He didn't want these proud, different-spirited young women to settle down easily. If they did, he would be exhausted later. All right, since the Dao discussion conference has ended, everyone must be tired. Jiang Zhan's authoritative voice suddenly broke the silence. He walked to Jiang Yuan's side, looked over the few young women who had passed the test, and announced loudly, "Bring them here." Yes. Immediately, dozens of maids dressed uniformly, calm and steady, flew over from afar and respectfully stood below the discussion platform. Take Princess Jiyu, Princess Hu, Princess Jiyu, and sect leader Lu to the palace of the emperor's children for rest. Jiang Zhan paused deliberately, glanced at Lu Shinin, but for some reason, did not call Wang Tingxue's name. This made Wang Tingxue's eyes dim slightly. Does the Jiang family really look down on her? She was still the second-ranked talented person. A feeling of humiliation rose from her heart. She suddenly wanted to prove herself, to show she was no worse than the others. But just as she was about to speak, she hesitated. She didn't know how to change her words. Should she beg a man to accept her? While Wang Tingxue hesitated, the maids had already approached Qin Mingyao and the others, making a, "Please," gesture. "Everyone, please follow us." Qin Mingyao and the others exchanged glances. Finally, they silently stood up, followed the maids, flying toward the emperor's palace. Watching their departing figures, the eliminated talented women looked at each other with endless envy and jealousy. Wang Tingxue also felt as if a piece was missing from her heart. A feeling of regret spread from deep inside. Meanwhile, in the direction of the Flame God sect, Yanlinger stared tightly at those beautiful figures, her nails almost digging into her skin. "Daughter, let's go." The Red Flame Prime Emperor approached her, sighed, and his voice was full of exhaustion and disappointment. "Father, I won't give up." Yanlinger clenched her teeth, her eyes red. "What's wrong with me compared to them? Why does he treat me like this? Lacking skill, there's nothing to say." The Red Flame Prime Emperor shook his head. Maybe Emperor Jiang has some selection standards we don't know. He didn't say it out loud, because he felt it was because his daughter had previously challenged the others. If not for that, the Red Flame Prime Emperor didn't think his daughter was worse than others, certainly not worse than Hu Mei from the Sacred Demon Sect. So he thought, it must be because Yanlinger couldn't hold back and challenge the others. That's why she was eliminated. After all, given their status, even if they eliminated his daughter, there would still be daughters of the Red Water Emperor, the Red Earth Emperor. Countless people stepped forward as substitutes. They didn't need to care about Yanlinger at all. If they liked her, they kept her. If not, they eliminated her. It's that simple and brutal. At such times, holding on to so-called pride, that was truly foolish. He looked at a certain position on the stage, shaking his head helplessly. If you had pride, you shouldn't have gone on stage in the first place. If you made a bet and lost, yet pretended not to know, holding on to so-called pride, even a prime emperor would find it hard. Only the elder brother is not smiling at the second brother. I fear that the days ahead for the Flame God sect will not be easy. The Phoenix clan is also filled with regret, their insides turning green with remorse. After being invited out of the welcome Immortal Island, they did not leave. They stayed on their golden divine ship, not daring to breathe loudly. Feng Linger has already watched the entire process, including the people chosen by Jiang Yuan, and the events where Jiang's family sent people to destroy the forbidden zone of the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea was once ranked 8th among the 9 great life forbidden zones. The 7th was their Taigu Divine Mountain. Jiang's family easily destroyed the Dead Sea, which means they could also destroy their Taigu Divine Mountain. Such a great opportunity. Not only did they fail to seize it, but they also offended their divine maiden with careless words. If Jiang's family decides to act against the Forbidden Zone, their Taigu Divine Mountain will be the next to fall. Ancient ancestor, what should we do now? A Phoenix clan elder, who was almost a sovereign, asked tremblingly. The Phoenix ancestor's face was grim. He looked at his distraught divine maiden, then at the distant Jiang family territory, which looked like a divine kingdom or fairyland, and finally closed his eyes in helplessness. What else can we do? Go back. Are we just going to give up like this? What else do you want to do? The Phoenix ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at the elder. Do you want to rush in and argue with Jiang's family about why they didn't choose our divine maiden? Go ahead. If you come out alive, I'll give you the position of clan leader. Don't, clan leader. I was just talking casually, and I've only reborn a few times. It's okay. I've prepared the blood of the ancient ancestor for you. As long as you take it, you can be resurrected 9 more times. I believe you can punch the 6 ancestors of Jiang's family and kick Emperor Hung Yu. Go. The elder was so frightened by his roar that he trembled and pretended to be dead. The 3 ultimate skills of the Phoenix Divine Clan are Rebirth Technique, Playing Dead Technique, and Phoenix Soaring Technique. Sigh. The Phoenix ancestor sighed deeply, his whole body suddenly seeming to age by 100,000 years. It was my fault. I was too arrogant, which caused our Phoenix clan to miss this rare immortal opportunity. After returning, please have the ancient ancestor come out of seclusion and make the decision. While the outside world is buzzing about the results of the debate conference, with some happy and others worried, inside the emperor's palace of the Jiang family, everything is peaceful. Qin Mingyao, Hu Mei, Ji Yu, and Lu Xinyin are in the neighboring gathering of Flowers Hall. At this moment, the 4 are awkwardly staring at each other under the guidance of their maidservants. Strictly speaking, these 4 used to be like parallel lines that never crossed. Now, because of the Jiang family's prince, they are gathered together, and they don't know what to say. As the main culprit, Jiang Yuan, after bringing them here with the maidservants, only showed his face briefly before disappearing, leaving them feeling quite embarrassed. In the end, Hu Mei from the Sacred Demon Sect couldn't hold back any longer. With charming eyes and a gentle smile, she broke the silence, her gaze flickering meaningfully among them. Hee, the prince is really ruthless, leaving us beauties here, not worried we'll get bored. Princess Ji Yu's face was cold and pretty, showing her dislike for Hu Mei's flirtatious manner and her overly intimate way of speaking. Humph, the prince's actions have their own deep meaning. How can you comment? Hu Mei covered her lips with a smile, leaning slightly toward Ji Yu, her breath fragrant. Oh, your highness still has a haughty attitude? From now on, we are like family. You should learn to relax more. Ji Yu stiffened and frowned, not saying another word, just turning her head away. This brief exchange reflected the long-standing conflict between the Divine Dynasty and the Sacred Demon Sect. Qin Mingyao and Lu Xinyin exchanged glances, feeling quite awkward, and could only drift into deep thought, hoping Jiang Yuan would return soon. Meanwhile, inside the emperor's palace of the prince, Jiang Yuan was soaking in a huge bath made from 10,000-year-old warm jade. Next to him were the 3 who had just emerged from seclusion. He wasn't in a hurry to find the 4 women, preferring they get along first. Maybe it would be good for him to make a move later. Hubby, is the water temperature comfortable? Bai Qingxue knelt behind him, her voice cold as she asked. Well, not bad. Jiang Yuan nodded and leaned his head back. Would you like Wanwan to give you a back massage? Qin Wanwan held a towel made of silkworm silk, blinking her big, watery eyes with a hopeful look. Yes, please, Jiang Yuan smiled. But from the front, the young girl immediately cheered and grabbed the towel. By the way, husband, Qin Yuebai, holding Jiang Yuan's arm, asked curiously, where do you plan to go tonight to see your sister? Upon hearing this, Bai Qingxue and Qin Wanwan paused slightly, their ears instinctively pricking up. They felt a little disappointed, but were also curious about whom Jiang Yuan would choose tonight. Jiang Yuan opened his eyes, a mischievous smile appearing on his lips. Guess? He looked at the three stunning women in yukatas in front of him and chuckled. He didn't even listen to their answers because he himself wasn't sure who would be the best choice. After all, it was indeed a question worth thinking about. Night fell like ink, stars twinkling. Inside the emperor's palace, lights shone brightly, and a mystical aura filled the air. Jiang Yuan enjoyed a relaxing bath, then changed into a comfortable silk robe and lazily lay on a soft bed. The other three had already gone back to their rooms to rest. Although they didn't say anything, Jiang Yuan could feel that they were still a bit nervous and disappointed. After all, tonight, several new women would become part of the family. But Jiang Yuan had promised that once everything was settled, he would spend quality time with them. "Young master, what are you thinking about?" A maid named Xiaocui brought a plate of freshly cut fairy fruits and approached Jiang Yuan softly. She looked at his handsome side profile and felt her heart flutter. Ever since the young master awakened that special, innate divine body, everything about him had changed. He could now cultivate, and his strength improved daily. And the confidence and commanding aura he carried made her, as his close maid, feel a little overwhelmed. "I wonder what I should do tonight," I thought. Jiang Yuan took the fairy fruit handed to him by Xiaocui, took a bite, and then pulled Xiaocui to sit beside him. "Maybe you, Xiaocui." Hearing this, Xiaocui blushed and whispered softly, "Young master is joking with me again." "I'm not joking," Jiang Yuan said. He pinched her chubby face and unceremoniously rested his head on her lap. He looked up and realized he couldn't see the sky anymore. He thought to himself, time has passed, and Xiaocui has grown up again. He looked out the window at the brightly lit hall of flowers. His gaze seemed to space. The holy demon sects who may/who bow? One body, two souls, able to change freely, but their minds are too heavy. Princess Gu of the Great Dian Divine Dynasty? Ambitious, eager to become empress. Lu Xinyin of the Tianyin sect? A stunning woman with a noble aura, mature and full-figured. Just thinking about her makes one excited. But after all, she is a future empress. Her status is clear. Giving her time is also giving himself time. After ruling out these options, only the holy land of Yaoqi, Qin Mingyao. Number 1 on the talented youth list, born with a Dao embryo, rated 96. And she was the first to step forward and perform at the Dao Discussion Conference. Logically and emotionally, she should be the first. She's the one. Jiang Yuan made up his mind, stood up from the soft couch. "Xiaocui, prepare my clothes." "Yes, young master." Xiaocui quickly put down the fruit tray, her expression momentarily disappointed. But she quickly regained her composure, swiftly and skillfully helping Jiang Yuan change into a moon-white brocade robe. After dressing neatly, Jiang Yuan, with his hands behind his back, strode confidently toward the Hall of Flowers. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi, Qin Mingyao, has her Dao Sound little pavilion, filled with various divine herbs and flowers that carry the breath of the great Dao. It is a pavilion made from enlightenment stones, located in the center of the courtyard, perfect for quiet meditation and understanding the Dao. The Holy Maiden of the Sacred Demon Sect, Humei, has her joyful water pavilion, a water building built over hot springs. Inside, silk curtains sway gently, and the air is filled with a pleasant fragrance, creating a romantic and charming atmosphere. Princess Gu of the Dian Divine Dynasty has the Ziwei Imperial Pavilion, built to resemble the imperial palace of the Divine Dynasty. It is grand and magnificent, shining with gold and jade, showing the supreme imperial power. The last is Lu Xinyin, the sect leader of the Tianyin sect, with her ancient Qin terrace. It is an old stone platform built on a cliff, surrounded by clouds and mist, with cranes flying around. Most importantly, the music score on the platform was written by Emperor Qinyin from 1,000,000 years ago. The Jiang family specially placed it here for meditation, which might help in breaking through to the great emperor realm. This thoughtful arrangement by the Jiang family made these young women, who had just experienced a divine debate, feel much more at ease. They are still not used to having to bow to women they don't know well, often seeing each other's faces. Dao Sound little pavilion in the courtyard, divine energy swirls, and exotic flowers bloom brightly. After being brought here, Qin Mingyao was immediately surrounded by the great emperor's luck from all directions. Feeling this, she sat cross-legged in the pavilion made from enlightenment stones to begin her cultivation. But if you look closely, you can see her long eyelashes trembling slightly, showing her inner unease. She knows he will come, but she doesn't know when. This waiting makes her restless. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps came from the courtyard gate. Qin Mingyao's heart suddenly jumped. She slowly opened her eyes, her clear eyes like autumn water, looking toward the door. There, a tall figure in white was walking slowly under the moonlight. It was Jiang Yuan. He wore a faint smile, and his deep eyes looked directly at her. "Your Holiness, it's so late, you're not resting yet? Are you waiting for me?" Jiang Yuan walked to the pavilion and asked with a smile. Qin Mingyao's pretty face slightly blushed. She stood up and bowed gracefully to Jiang Yuan. "Dream Yao, I have seen His Highness the Emperor." Her voice was still cold, but carried a faint hint of nervousness. "There's no need for such formalities when no one is around." Jiang Yuan waved his hand and walked straight to her, naturally reaching out to hold her soft, delicate hand. Qin Mingyao's body stiffened slightly. She could feel the warmth from Jiang Yuan's palm, making her heart skip a beat. She instinctively wanted to pull her hand back, but found that he held it tightly, leaving no chance to escape. "Saintess," Jiang Yuan pulled her closer, lowering his head to her ear, speaking in a deep, magnetic voice. "Do you regret it? If you do, I can let you go." Honestly, does she regret it? Qin Mingyao asked herself inwardly. No, she doesn't regret. Not even a little bit of disappointment. Because Jiang Yuan was the first to choose her, and because of his way. At first, Qin Mingyao thought she should live like her master, devoting her life to cultivation, staying away from worldly matters, and pursuing the highest path. But after seeing Jiang Yuan show his own way, Qin Mingyao couldn't help but feel moved. It was a path she had never imagined, full of vitality and hope for the future. She was very curious. She believed she was a seeker of the way, curious about the way that represented endless hope and creation, the Tao of creation that could help cultivators break through bottlenecks and improve their physiques. "Dream Yao, I will follow your Highness's arrangements." "That's the right attitude." Jiang Yuan smiled happily. He suddenly picked up Qin Mingyao and, with a gentle cry, strode confidently toward the palace. Inside the palace, red candles flickered, and sheer curtains hung lightly. They said nothing all night. In my hometown, there's a saying, "An inch of time is worth an inch of gold." And there's another saying, "A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold." So, the question is, if time and spring nights are worth gold, how much are they really worth? Ding. The host has successfully connected with the partner Qin Mingyao, score 96, and completed the connection. Task complete. Rating, perfect. Reward calculation in progress. Critical bonus triggered. Reward increased by 2,000%. Congratulations to the host for receiving the final rewards. 1. Cultivation level, from the 7th realm to the early stage of the initial realm. 3. 1 Spirit Elevation Pill. 2 Holy Spirit Pills. 4. Supreme Weapon, the Sky Opening Tower. 5. Direct Awakening of the Innate Divine Body for Offspring. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yuan's cultivation level rose painlessly to the early stage of the 7th realm. Although it's just the threshold of entering the middle thousand world. But how long did it take him? Just one night's sleep. Isn't that better than hard training? Besides the rapid increase in cultivation, Jiang Yuan was most surprised by the progress of the analysis of the harmony creation technique. It directly increased to 10%, with only 5% progress, plus the special nature of the innate divine body. Combining the two allows him to surpass the second-place Wugu body. It's truly heaven-defying. Wow, isn't this just a character customization feature? After all, whether it's spirit elevation pills or holy spirit pills, both can produce divine bodies, but the differences between divine bodies are still huge. So, this is basically a way to save some spirit elevation pills? Thinking this, Jiang Yuan felt a bit amused. But then he considered Qin Mingyao's innate divine body. To upgrade to an ordinary divine body, it would take at least 100 strands of harmony purple qi, and for the highest divine body, 500 or 600 strands wouldn't be enough. Just thinking about it made Jiang Yuan feel a pain in his kidneys. Forget it, I'll wait until later. When Holy Spirit pills become abundant, he'll just give them directly. As for other things, he'll deal with them later. As for the other rewards like the Spirit Ascension pill and the Supreme Emperor weapon, those were old rewards. Jiang Yuan only glanced at them and didn't pay much attention. Although the Supreme Emperor weapon was precious, he already had enough of them. However, the Haoyan Tower specialized in defense, so it would be slightly more useful than the reincarnation disc, but only a little. The most important thing is this. The final reward was that his descendant would be born with the innate Tao sacred body. That was what truly surprised him. The innate Tao sacred body, one of the rarest and most powerful physiques, even rarer than the Chaos Sword body or the Creation Green Lotus body. It was naturally in harmony with the great Tao, making cultivation as easy as drinking water. Jiang Yuan looked at Qin Mingyao, who was still sleeping beside him, and gently kissed her forehead. Sensing his movement, Qin Mingyao's long eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Her clear eyes still carried a trace of drowsy confusion. Thinking of how calm and distant she usually appeared before others, and how soft and gentle she looked now, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile warmly. Husband. When she saw Jiang Yuan so close, Qin Mingyao's face instantly turned red, and she instinctively tried to pull the blanket over herself. But Jiang Yuan held it in place. You're awake? He asked, looking at her shy expression. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? And no. Qin Mingyao whispered softly, leaning against him. That's good. Jiang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. By the way, my dear, do you know that the Jiang family, as an imperial clan, actually possesses a method of ascension? Qin Mingyao looked at him in surprise. The sun is rising, Jiang Yuan said with a faint smile as he looked outside. What do we cultivators pursue? Isn't it ascension and enlightenment? Then let me show you what it means to ascend to the heavens in broad daylight. Only then will you truly understand. After a while, Jiang Yuan walked out of the Dao Sound Pavilion feeling refreshed. Qin Mingyao finally understood just how extraordinary the innate sacred body truly was. While Qin Mingyao was lying on the bed, resting and regaining her energy with her limbs stretched out, her eyes caught sight of a large full-length mirror at the head of the bed. In front of the mirror, there was a clear, beautiful jade bottle. She was sure it wasn't there last night when she was lying here. Despite the soreness in her body, Qin Mingyao reached for the jade bottle, her beautiful eyes widening as she instinctively covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, Spirit-raising pill. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan hummed a little tune, feeling very happy. He didn't hide his aura, so along the way, the maids and guards who met him were all shocked when they sensed his cultivation level of the 7th realm. They stared in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost, frozen in place. Did I see that right? The Crown Prince. He's in the 7th realm. Wasn't he only in the 6th realm yesterday? How did he break through after just one sleep? Oh my goodness. His cultivation speed is just too shocking. No wonder he's ranked first on the genius list. The Crown Prince is mighty. The Crown Prince is mighty. The Crown Prince is mighty. For a moment, the entire imperial palace was buzzing because Jiang Yuan's breakthrough in cultivation caused a big stir. Ha ha! Reward. Jiang Yuan waved his hand, and a shower of spirit stones rained down. The palace was filled with excitement. Congratulations to the Crown Prince. Congratulations to the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in the holy land of Yaoqi, another scene was unfolding. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi and a group of elders gathered in the ancestral shrine of the Holy Land. They looked at the central statue of the Yaoqi Empress with excited expressions and passionate faces. The statue, which sometimes appeared to be sleeping and sometimes awakening, suddenly shone with brilliant 7-colored divine light without warning. A vast, ancient, and divine will, as if from the celestial realm, slowly awakened from the statue. It's the Empress. The Empress is manifesting. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi trembled with excitement. He led all the elders to kneel on the ground, their voices choked with emotion, as they bowed and said, Welcome the Empress's divine presence. Within the 7-colored divine light, a blurry yet stunningly beautiful figure emerged. She floated quietly in the air, radiating a faint aura of imperial power that made the entire holy land of the Jade Pool tremble. She is the last supreme being to attain the Emperor's path in the Jade Pool Holy Land. the Jade Pool Empress. She is also the current master of the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool. How many years has it been? A clear, pleasant voice with a hint of weariness echoed deep in everyone's soul. This emperor has finally waited for this day. The Holy Land's ruler of the Jade Pool heard this voice and knelt down in excitement. Seeing the strength of the emperor of the Jiang family, she was eager to witness the might of a great emperor. Is our Jade Pool Holy Land about to produce another innate divine body saint? What? The Holy Land's ruler and elders looked at each other in surprise. Does the Jade Pool Holy Land have an innate divine body saint? We didn't know about this. Don't you know? The Jade Pool Empress's voice carried a hint of surprise. As she calculated with her fingers, her expression slightly strange. Oh, it's Meng Yao. What? The Holy Maiden? No way. It's only been a short time. Everyone spoke excitedly, but the Jade Pool Empress didn't care. She simply used her fingers to calculate everything that had happened recently. Of course, because Jiang Yuan was the emperor's son of the Jiang family, a great fortune teller, protected by a great emperor, and wielded a supreme imperial weapon, among other things. Even the Jade Pool Empress couldn't fully calculate all this. So, the news of Jiang Yuan's sudden appearance, his early appearance on the heavenly gold list, the terrifying strength displayed by the Jiang family, and Qin Mingyao being chosen by Jiang Yuan to become his imperial consort, all came from the Holy Lord. When she heard that Qin Mingyao had become Jiang Yuan's woman, the stunning figure paused slightly. Her full chest rose and fell gently, as if even the Empress was shocked. The entire atmosphere of the ancestral shrine seemed to freeze at that moment. The Holy Land's ruler of the Jade Pool and the elders all trembled with fear, not daring to breathe loudly. They were afraid the Empress might become angry. After all, Qin Mingyao was her chosen successor, the future hope of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Now, she had become someone else's woman, and this. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, after a brief silence, the Yaoqi Empress quickly calmed her chest. Not only did she not get angry, but she let out a faint, mysterious laugh. Hee. Innate sacred body. Jiang family. Hung Yu. Interesting. Her voice was calm, without any sign of anger or joy, but it made the Holy Land's leader and others more nervous. Empress, what about Meng Yao? The Holy Land leader asked carefully. It's fine. The Yaoqi Empress's voice returned to calm. Misfortune can turn into blessing, and blessing can turn into misfortune. This matter may not be bad for Meng Yao. The Jiang family young man carries great luck, destined to be the chosen one of this golden age. For Meng Yao to become his partner is also following the will of heaven. Moreover, the Yaoqi Empress paused, her tone tinged with a playful smile. I owe my awakening from slumber largely to him. What? The Holy Land leader and the elders were all stunned. The Empress awakening has something to do with that Jiang family prince? How is that possible? Meng Yao's spiritual embryo shares the same origin as mine. Perhaps our final paths will differ, the Yaoqi Empress explained, her union with that Jiang family young man, balancing yin and yang, resonating with the great Tao, not only nourishes and evolves her own spiritual embryo like never before, but also, through this connection, feeds back some of the breath of the creative Tao into me. It is this breath of the creative Tao that awakened my long-sleeping residual soul, which has been dormant for hundreds of thousands of years. Hearing this explanation, everyone was stunned. They never imagined there was such a complex and strange cause and effect behind it. Transmit the imperial decree. The Yaoqi Empress's voice grew more commanding. From today, the Yaoqi Holy Land and the Jiang family shall form a formal alliance. Additionally, all the resources we took from the Sea of the Undead shall be sent to the Jiang family prince's palace as a dowry gifted by me to Meng Yao. After a moment of shock, everyone else was still stunned, but the Holy Lady of the Jade Pool was the first to react. She bowed respectfully. Yes, I obey the Empress's orders. Under the decree of the Jade Pool Empress, the entire sacred land of Jade Pool became lively. A magnificent divine ship, loaded with rare resources from the immortal sea, was escorted personally by the future emperor of Jade Pool and headed toward the Jiang family. This shipment was officially considered a dowry gifted by the Jade Pool Empress to the Holy Maiden Qin Mingyao. When the news spread, The entire world of Emperor Immortals was set ablaze. What? The Jade Pool Empress has awakened? And she's allied with the Jiang family, not just an alliance. Did you hear? The Jade Pool's sacred land didn't even touch the gift from the Immortal Sea. They sent it all as a dowry to the Emperor's palace in Jiang's family. Oh my. What kind of person is this Jiang family's heir? First, he destroys the Forbidden Zone as a celebration. And now even the sleeping Empress for hundreds of thousands of years awakens for him. And he gets a dowry too? Of course. It must be the holy body of that Emperor's heir. The Jade Pool Holy Maiden became his partner, and even their ancestors are benefiting. Do you think the Jade Pool Empress might also? Don't be reckless. That's the Empress. How could you insult her? Many cultivators discussed excitedly, their words filled with envy and admiration for Jiang Yuan. When Jiang Yuan returned to the main hall of the Emperor's palace, his eldest uncle Jiang Zhan had been waiting for a long time. As soon as he saw Jiang Yuan, he couldn't help but be surprised, despite having seen many things before. One day, you've advanced a whole realm. That's exaggerated. Jiang Zhan circled around Jiang Yuan twice, marveling with a look of shock and joy on his face. Big uncle, stay calm. Jiang Yuan lazily leaned back on the main seat, casually picked up a divine fruit offered by a maid, and took a bite. Standard procedure. No need to make a fuss. Jiang Zhan's mouth twitched again. Standard procedure? You call this standard? From an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate to now reaching the 7th realm of unity. How long do you think that took? Less than 2 months. Who would believe such a rapid cultivation speed? Even the records of those reincarnated immortals in ancient texts probably aren't this unbelievable. You little brat, you really got a good deal and are pretending to be modest. Jiang Zhan shook his head helplessly, but he came to see Jiang Yuan for an important matter. Spirit enhancement pill? I already gave it to Meng Yao. Whether she wants to return it to the Yaoqi Holy Land or take it herself, it's up to her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhan nodded without objection. This is an internal matter of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and generally, our Jiang family doesn't interfere. The resources seized from the Dead Sea have been distributed according to your wishes, you honor. The shares for the Holy Land, the Demon Sect, and the Tianyin Sect are still on the way. Over at the Great Dian Divine Dynasty, Emperor Yin is still considering that proposal, but they haven't forgotten to collect the resources. As for the Wang family, they also took some, but returned a similar amount. It seems they didn't refuse or oppose. Then there's no need to worry about it. Jiang Yuan waved his hand. In this golden age, if you're a step slow, you're a step behind. I gave her a chance, but she didn't seize it. My path won't stop for anyone who hesitates. A mere second place on the body constitution list. I don't care about that. The world is full of geniuses, but what's missing are those who understand the times. Jiang Zhan also agreed with Jiang Yuan's decision. What is the Jiang family status? An immortal emperor clan, the top 7 emperors of this era. Even Jiang Shouzhua is currently in seclusion in the ancestral land, breaking through to become an emperor, and will soon be one of the 8 great emperors. With such status and power, how could they care about a mere choice made by a Wang family? Suddenly, Jiang Zhan seemed to remember something, his expression turning strange. By the way, there's one more thing. The Yaoqi Holy Land just sent someone to deliver a heavy gift. They returned the betrothal gift you previously sent, exactly as it was, and added quite a bit more. They said it was a dowry for the holy daughter, given when the Empress woke up. Oh, the Yaoqi Empress has awakened. Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow. He was a bit surprised. Thinking of the legendary Empress, he was very curious about her appearance. And to become an Empress, her talent must be extraordinary, right? At least 99, right? I should have my uncle take me to visit that Empress someday, Jiang Yuan thought to himself. As a junior, it's quite reasonable to visit a senior Empress. Oh, by the way, uncle, is the ancestor still in the ancestral land? Yes, Jiang Zhan nodded. Except for the 6th ancestor, who disappeared after revival. The other 5 ancestors are all guarding the ancestral land for the 3rd elder. Are you here for something, old ancestors? Yes, I have a small experiment I want to try on the elders. An experiment. At the ancestral land of the Jiang family, when Jiang Yuan entered under Jiang Zhan's lead, he immediately sensed the presence of faint yet mighty figures on the immortal mountain, watching him. Yuana? What brings you here? A gentle, old voice sounded. It's the first ancestor. He didn't seem surprised by Jiang Yuan's arrival. Grandchildren pay respects to all the elders. Jiang Yuan respectfully bowed. He truly felt grateful from the bottom of his heart to these elders who loved and protected him. Without them, where would his happiness in the second half of life come from? Then, he got straight to the point. I'm here to bring a great blessing to all the elders. He opened his palm, revealing 2 shimmering Holy Spirit pills. Are these Holy Spirit pills? 2 more? Yes. Jiang Yuan nodded, then boldly said, I want to ask 2 of the elders to take these pills and see if they can evolve into the supreme sacred body. As soon as he said this, the entire ancestral land fell into complete silence. The 5 great emperor ancestors were all stunned. Their calm, unshakable minds built over countless ages were now stirred by Jiang Yuan's wild idea, causing a huge wave in their hearts. Even with their experience and wisdom, they were shocked speechless by Jiang Yuan's daring plan. Using Holy Spirit pills on the emperor. This kid really dares to think. The 5 emperor ancestors sitting quietly on the immortal mountain simply watched Jiang Yuan without speaking. But the invisible pressure made the surrounding chaos stop flowing. Jiang Yuan stood there, smiling calmly, as if he had just said, nice weather today, foolish. Finally, a thunderous voice filled with anger exploded. The one who spoke first was the 4th ancestor of the Jiang family. He was the most fiery-tempered among them. At this moment, around the blurry figure, divine power surged, and the laws seemed to wail. Yuaner, you know how precious the Holy Spirit pill is. It is a divine treasure that defies the heavens, capable of creating a supreme holy body genius. Each one is vital to the future luck of our Jiang family. The 4th ancestor's voice was full of pain and frustration. You could give such a divine item to a quasi-emperor, a saint, or the younger generation, but using it on us old folks is truly a waste of heaven's gift. Meanwhile, the 5th ancestor spoke slowly, his tone gentle but with a hint of disagreement. Yuaner, we understand your good intentions, but the body of the great emperor has long merged with the way of heaven and earth. It has its own connection to the divine will, immune to all laws. Although the power of the Holy Spirit pill is strong, for us, it might be useless. It would just be a waste of 2 Holy Spirit pills and not worth it. The 2nd and 3rd ancestors did not speak, but their silent attitude clearly showed their stance. They did not agree. The risk was too great, the benefits uncertain, just a gamble. Yuaner listened to the words of the elders, but his smile remained unchanged. He had long expected this reaction. If they had immediately agreed, that would be strange. Please, elders, stay calm. Yuaner spoke calmly, his voice clear throughout the ancestral land. I, your grandson, understand how precious the Holy Spirit pill is. But precisely because it is so valuable, it must be used where it counts. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the several immortal mountains. May I ask, elders, now that the golden era has begun, various monsters and demons are emerging, and the life-forbidden zones are stirring. This future will surely be a bloody war spanning the heavens. In this great battle, what will determine the ultimate fate of our Jiang family? Is it more holy body geniuses, quasi-emperor saints, or more emperors with holy bodies? This question was very sharp. The 4th ancestor was momentarily choked, wanting to argue but finding himself at a loss for words. Indeed, no matter how many geniuses or how strong their physiques, they are ultimately potential for the future. Without hundreds of years, it is very difficult to turn potential into real combat power. The curse of 100 years for the Supreme has yet to be broken. And the Emperor is the strongest force of the Jiang family and the entire divine immortal great world, the foundation to suppress everything. The Holy Body Emperor and the non-Holy Body Emperor, although it doesn't cause a fundamental change, it still greatly improves combat power. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan took the opportunity to speak. My grandson knows that the Emperor's body is invulnerable to all magic, and the Holy Spirit pill might be ineffective, but Jiang Yuan paused, waving his long sleeve. A surge of confidence swept over him, shocking the 5 old ancestors and the family head into silence. It's just a Holy Spirit pill, after all. Just like a candy bean, let the elders taste it. Jiang Yuan's words. Even the experienced 5 old ancestors and the family head didn't know how to respond. It can only be said that pills are unpredictable. A single spirit elevation pill, which can only produce an ordinary holy body, is enough to make top forces, divine dynasties, and holy lands risk everything, even offering their divine daughters and saints, just to get one. In especially tense situations like with the Heavenly Sound sect, they might even exchange for a half-step ultimate emperor weapon. And this is just the spirit elevation pill. The value of the Holy Spirit pill, which can steadily produce the highest holy body, is simply unimaginable. For holy lands, even starting a holy war to seize one is worth it. But for Yuan, in his mouth, it just sounds like candied beans on the street. But then he thought, isn't that just candied beans? For Yuan, it's practically a no-cost, high-profit deal, since he can get it from the proud daughter of heaven, Ahem. But, giving them a pill that can produce the highest holy body, they still can't help but feel heartache. Isn't this roughly the same as sacrificing a half-step ultimate emperor weapon? But, the fourth ancestor hesitated. Even so, the risk is too great, 2 ultimate emperor weapons. Haha. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Fourth ancestor, you're underestimating me, Jiang Yuan. My own strength is important, but the Jiang family is my true foundation. Without the roots, how can the branches grow? Only if the family's foundation is solid as a mountain can I freely indulge, develop, using 2 Holy Spirit pills to gamble on a chance to greatly increase the Jiang family's strength, and to gamble on the birth of 2 holy body emperors. To me, this deal is a huge profit, not a loss. He spoke with great confidence and strength, his words clear and powerful. Even the most fiery of the 4 ancestors was momentarily intimidated by his presence and didn't know how to respond. This young man, he spoke as if he really had some truth to his words. At this moment, the usually silent first ancestor finally spoke. Old fourth, old fifth, you don't need to persuade me anymore. His voice was calm, but carried a firm authority. Let's follow Yuan's plan. Big brother? The 4th and 5th ancestors exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Big brother, you also think this is possible? This. The first ancestor didn't explain further, simply saying, I trust Yuan. He never takes on something he's not sure about. His words were the final decision. The other elders still had doubts, but didn't say anything more. All right. Since Big Brother has spoken, the 4th ancestor clenched his teeth, seeming to make a firm decision. Then I'll be the first to try the Holy Spirit pill. I want to see if this pill can make my old bones bloom like a flower. However, Jiang Yuan shook his head. Old 4th, you can't do it. What? The 4th ancestor's eyes widened. Boy, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? It's not that I look down on you. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, I checked the information before. If I'm not mistaken, you are a holy body, right? The 4th ancestor was stunned, but then nodded in agreement. He was indeed a holy body, called Destructive War Immortal Body, a top-tier combat-type holy body. Jiang Yuan's gaze then turned to the 5th ancestor. 5th ancestor, you should be a void holy body? The 5th ancestor also nodded. Jiang Yuan understood clearly now. It seemed his guess was correct. Among the 7 great emperors of the Jiang family, including his father, the 1st ancestor, the 6th ancestor, the 4th, and the 5th, all were at least holy body level or higher. That left only the 2nd and 3rd ancestors. So, this opportunity should be reserved for the 2nd and 3rd ancestors. As soon as he said this, the 2 silent celestial mountains trembled slightly. A slightly hoarse voice came from the mountain where the 2nd ancestor was, carrying a hint of complex emotion. Yuan, are you sure? He is definitely not a holy body. Back then, his path to enlightenment relied on great perseverance, incredible luck, and some help from his older brothers, who had already become emperors, and his younger brothers. The 3 ancestors were the same. He followed an unconventional way to achieve enlightenment, mastering alchemy, formations, and weapons with many skills. But when it came to direct combat, compared to the other emperors, he was still weaker. If he could have a holy body to make up for this weakness, his overall strength would change dramatically. 2nd ancestor, 3rd ancestor, come out now. As Jiang Yuan finished speaking, bright light shone from the 2 fairy mountains. 2 figures, tall and powerful but with different auras, slowly stepped out of the chaos energy and appeared before Jiang Yuan. One wore a black robe, with a stern face and icy eyes, the second ancestor. The other wore a gray robe, with white hair and a youthful face, exuding a divine aura, the third ancestor. They looked at the two Holy Spirit pills in Jiang Yuan's palm, and for the first time, a hint of warmth appeared in their eyes. Good, good, good boy, the genius of the Jiang family, the second ancestor said. Good, 3 times, and on his usually cold face, rarely showed a faint smile, though it was still more like a grimace. Yuan, I will remember this kindness. For safety and to avoid waste, you should take it first, second. Okay, please, ancestor, take the pill. He handed the Holy Spirit pill to the second ancestor. The second ancestor took the pill, and without hesitation, swallowed it in one gulp. In the next moment, the atmosphere changed completely. Boom. Just as the second ancestor swallowed the pill, a completely different but equally terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. It was a powerful, overwhelming force, like a deadly cold that could freeze the entire universe. This aura was originally the strength of an emperor, but now, under the influence of the vast life energy and creation laws from the Holy Spirit pill, it began to undergo an incredible transformation. The second ancestor's body started to change first. His cold, icy body suddenly radiated countless streaks of dark, chilling light. Each ray contained the true meaning of death, freezing souls and destroying all things. Behind him, a towering shadow of a demon god slowly appeared. It had 3 heads, 6 arms, a blue face with fierce teeth, and wielded swords, spears, and halberds. Dark purple energy, powerful enough to make even a near emperor tremble, surrounded it. This is the Azura Annihilation Body. According to legend, it was born in the 9 netherworlds and is an ultimate demon body that proves its way through killing. The 4 ancestors exclaimed in shock, their eyes full of amazement. This body type, in terms of rank, is definitely not inferior to his Destruction War Immortal body. In fact, its power in battle surpasses even that. Seeing this scene, the third ancestor was eager. He exchanged a glance with Jiang Yuan, then quickly swallowed the energy core amid everyone's eager gazes. Suddenly, the third ancestor's body seemed to turn into a bottomless black hole, wildly devouring the surrounding chaos energy, the laws of heaven and earth, and fragments of the great Tao. Above his head, a huge virtual image of a furnace appeared, as if nurturing a vast world inside. Stars vanished, the sun and moon cycled, and the mysteries reached the extreme. The 10,000 Tao furnace body. My God, it's this legendary physique. The fifth ancestor also exclaimed in disbelief, his tone full of amazement. The 10,000 Tao furnace body is said to be able to melt all the paths of heaven and earth into oneself. It's the supreme body perfect for refining pills, weapons, and formations. When fully developed, it can deploy Emperor-level killing arrays and craft divine pills of Emperor quality, terrifying beyond measure. Under the influence of the Holy Spirit pill, the 2 emperors actually ignored the fact that their bodies had merged with the Heavenly Heart Seal. They began to evolve toward the Holy Body. Moreover, they were 2 completely different, yet equally powerful supreme holy bodies. It's done. It's really done. Even the first ancestor, at this moment, couldn't hide his excitement. His voice carried a hint of uncontrollable joy as he watched the second and third ancestors transform. He also glanced at Jiang Yuan, who was calm and seemingly in control, and felt a surge of emotion. This grandson had brought him more surprises than he could count. Boom. The entire ancestral land of the Jiang family was now completely in chaos. Endless and boundless the great path rules, gathering from all directions, transforming into 2 shining rivers of law, rushing wildly into the bodies of the second and third ancestors. Their divine bodies cycle through breaking and reassembling, each time becoming stronger and more perfect than before. This incredible transformation causes strange phenomena that seem to go beyond the scope of the ancestral land. Things are not looking good, the first ancestor said with a serious look. His gaze seemed to see across countless mountains and rivers, noticing the restless heavenly Tao ranking. After a moment of thought, he waved his sleeve, and countless mysterious symbols covered the ancestral land, also blocking the strange signs of the second and third ancestors advancing to a holy body. The heavenly Tao ranking, after its initial agitation, soon started to shake and sway, as if searching for a target, but ultimately stopped and fell silent in the void. Meanwhile, in the holy land of the Jade Pool, the Empress of the Jade Pool, just awakened and strengthening her remaining soul, suddenly looked up. She seemed to sense some disturbance. Her eyes, which could see through ages, looked toward the Jiang family. Her beautiful face tilted slightly, showing a strange expression. Is that the Jiang family's leader? She wondered. Why did he suddenly hide his aura? Did Jiang Yuan do something again? Or did the Jiang family produce another holy body? But when the first ancestor of the Jiang family made a move, it was definitely a major internal change within the family. Fortunately, the Jiang family agreed to form an alliance with my Jade Pool Holy Land. For the next million years, it might all belong to the Jiang family. By the way, should I visit that emperor's son of the Jiang family someday? I'm really curious about that extraordinary physique beyond the multiverse rankings. Yes, once Ming Yao is born, I can use that as an excuse to see her. It's quite reasonable. She shook her head and sat back on the mysterious bed. The Golden Age is truly an unreasonable time. Meanwhile, almost simultaneously, in the Forbidden Zone of Life, at the 10,000 Dragon Nest, the ancient emperor of the 10,000 dragons also noticed the sudden change, feeling both alert and confused. However, he knew that this was definitely not good news for the 10,000 dragons nest. The subordinate of the Golden Dragon Quasi-Emperor comforted him, saying, "Your Majesty, think positively. Maybe it's just the Jiang family revealing a holy body again, not wanting others to see it." The ancient emperor of the 10,000 dragons rolled his eyes irritably, though his eyes seemed naturally white all over. "And what if it's not good news?" he asked. "Maybe the Jiang family has another great emperor? Jiang Qi is afraid of attracting attention," the subordinate suggested. The ancient emperor of the 10,000 dragons was speechless. "Go back to the 10,000 dragons cave. Without my order, you are not allowed to come out," he commanded. "Your Majesty, go, go, go." Similar situations were happening in almost all forces with powerful emperors. They all turned their attention to the Jiang family, sending countless spies to uncover the truth. Amidst the shock and fear across the entire divine immortal world, the transformation within the ancestral land of the Jiang family was finally nearing completion. The figures of the second and third ancestors became clear again. Their aura was now fully stabilized at the Emperor realm, but the pressure they exerted was several times stronger than before. Although strength didn't necessarily mean they were several times more powerful, it was definitely a qualitative leap. They had achieved the Shura Annihilation Sacred Body and the 10,000 Paths Furnace Sacred Body. 2 new sacred bodies of emperors were officially born. That's exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. The second ancestor howled to the sky, his voice filled with the joy of finally releasing the long-suppressed emotions. He could feel that the power within his body was stronger than ever before, as if a single thought could cause a great world to fall into silence and destruction. The third ancestor's face was also flushed with excitement. He bowed deeply to Jiang Yuan. "Your grace in rebirth is unforgettable." Jiang Yuan accepted this humbly, smiling as he said, "Congratulations to the second and third ancestors. Congratulations to my Jiang family for adding 2 more supreme pillars." At this moment, the first ancestor, fourth ancestor, and fifth ancestor, Jiang Zhan, looked at Jiang Yuan with a gaze like that of someone seeing a rare treasure, hope shining in their eyes, the brightest they had seen in the family's history. "Yuaner," the first ancestor took a deep breath and said solemnly, "From today on, your status will be equal to ours. All resources of the Jiang family are at your command. All the strong members of the Jiang family, listen to your command. Do whatever you want. Just go ahead. Even if you want to become the family head, it's just a matter of words. Even if you want to break through the sky, we old bones will support you." When Jiang Yuan left the ancestral land, he felt refreshed and energized. The second and third ancestors successfully evolved into holy body emperors, which made him happier than his own breakthrough. The family's foundation is the key to his stability. The stronger the ancestors, the more confident he feels as the younger generation. Jiang Zhan followed him, Watching his nephew, his eyes showed pride and admiration for Jiang Yuan's wild ideas and bold decisions. Using Holy Spirit pills to strengthen the emperor's body, this kind of thing, not to mention doing it, even dreaming about it is hard. Because one side is the inevitable emergence of the highest holy body, representing a guaranteed semi-emperor capable of fighting the emperor. The other side is just a possibility, but Yuan not only dares to think about it, he dares to do it, and he really succeeded. Yuan, how are you so sure that Holy Spirit pills work for the emperor too? Jiang Yuan chuckled and revealed a big white smile. Guess. Jiang Zhan nearly lost his balance and almost fell from the clouds. Uncle, don't get so excited. Jiang Yuan helped him steady himself and said indifferently, I already said, even if it doesn't work, I only lose one Holy Spirit pill, and I can afford it. Besides, I'm betting on winning. Jiang Zhan opened his mouth, looking at Jiang Yuan's nonchalant attitude. He could only smile bitterly in the end. You little guy? All right, you're the emperor's son. From now on, the family affairs are up to you. We old folks will support you. That's what you said, uncle. I said it. Jiang Zhan glared at him irritably, then patted his shoulder with relief and went back to the main hall to handle affairs. Back in the magnificent, fairy aura-filled emperor's palace, the two Qin family members were on the white jade square in front of the hall. Qin Yuebai sat cross-legged, surrounded by chaotic energy flowing around him. A shadow of a green lotus flickered behind her, clearly familiar with the power of the Genesis green lotus holy body. Qin Yinyan looked a bit bored, squatting on the ground and poking at a passing crane with her finger. The crane was not afraid and even stretched its neck, affectionately rubbing her cheek. Cough, cough. Jiang Yuan's light cough made the two figures, one big and one small, snap back to their senses. Husband, Qin Yuebai opened her eyes, and the blue lotus shadow behind her retracted. Her beautiful eyes brightened as she stood up gracefully to greet him, full of charm. Father, Qin Yinyan cheered happily, bouncing like a little rabbit. I'm so bored. I am too. I miss you so much. And this big emperor's palace, isn't it enough for you to play? Jiang Yuan shook his head affectionately and asked. Not enough? Qin Yinyan pouted. Although this place is pretty, no one plays with me. Mother only practices cultivation, and Sister Qingxue is always in seclusion, saying she wants to surpass you, father. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan's gaze swept over the closed hall of Bai Qingxue nearby, thoughtful. This girl still loves practicing cultivation as always. But since she wants to do something, he wouldn't oppose it. He reached out and summoned, pulling Qin Yuebai into his arms happily. How is your cultivation going? He asked Qin Yuebai. Replying to husband, I've stabilized at the 8th level, and I've initially mastered the power of the holy body. Qin Yuebai answered softly. Good, not bad. Jiang Yuan nodded, then looked back at Qin Yinyan. And you? Don't just play around. Your cultivation must not fall behind. Humph. I haven't fallen behind. Qin Yinyan puffed up her cheeks, staring directly at Jiang Yuan. I'm already at the peak of the 4th level, and I'll catch up to mother soon. With the resources of the Jiang family and the support of the Supreme Holy Body, cultivating quickly is no surprise. Seeing this, Qin Yuebai also felt deeply. How long did it take her to reach the 4th level? 20 years? 50 years? 100 years? And Qin Yinyan, from level 1 to now level 4, how long did it take? This is the strength of the ancient imperial clan. Really? Then I need to check. On the other side, Jiang Yuan chuckled mischievously and reached around to press firmly on Qin Huahuan's lower abdomen, at her dantian point. He then channeled a pure stream of the primordial purple energy. This was his attempt at practicing the primordial creation technique. Surprisingly, the effect was quite good. Qin Huahuan's cheeks turned slightly red. Nearby, Qin Yuebai seemed to gasp instinctively. As a mother-daughter pair split from the twin lotus body, whenever they didn't deliberately block each other, they always felt like one body. This made their cultivation progress much faster. Hey, I broke through, Qin Huahuan exclaimed happily. She realized that the bottleneck that had troubled her for 2 days was easily broken through by his primordial purple energy. Are you not going to say anything? Jiang Yuan looked at the little girl with a mischievous smile. Qin Huahuan blushed and kissed his face. Jiang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. By the way, I've never asked you all, what is the effect of the creation green lotus sacred body? he inquired. Returning to my husband. I've been studying it these days and found roughly 3 abilities, she replied. Tell me about them, Jiang Yuan urged. The first is creation, which can create and define a new path. But I think this requires both me and Hua Huan to understand the Tao at a very high level, and our cultivation must keep pace. The second is chaos but unstained, which naturally resists negative states, curses, and loss. The last is. As she reached the last point, the mature woman suddenly looked a bit shy and lowered her head. What is it? Jiang Yuan asked, looking down at her. Qin Yuebai, blushing, said shyly, the last ability is mending the sky. It can heal Tao wounds and reshape the body. Jiang Yuan looked at Qin Yuebai with slight surprise. He already thought the first 2 abilities were incredibly powerful. The first, creating the Tao, sounded very impressive, and indeed, it was extremely strong. After the last time when the 3rd elder Jiang Shouzhua closed himself away after obtaining his world tree, Jiang Yuan also took some time to learn how to break through to become a great emperor. There are generally 2 ways. First is the heavenly heart mark of a great thousand world, like the Great Achievement World Tree, which dominates a large world. One heavenly heart mark of a great thousand world can support the birth of 2 great emperors. However, great thousand worlds are rare. In the entire imperial immortal world, there are tens of thousands of medium-sized worlds, but only 36 great thousand worlds. Even the Zhang family only controls 8 of these, each worth as much as a top-tier emperor weapon. The second way is to create your own Tao, achieve an external Tao fruit position, which is called an alternative path to enlightenment. Although this power is not as strong as a traditional great emperor, it can still be used as if it were one. This second ability sounds similar to Wang Tengxue's pure domain. The last ability, rebuild the sky, greatly interests Jiang Yuan. He looked deeply at Qin Yuebai and also at Qin Ai, who seemed a bit confused. No wonder her face was so red. He thought that maybe he should find a way to get by Qing Xue a similar power. Her white tiger bloodline might evolve into a supreme holy body someday. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but ask, can it heal any injury? Probably. Qin Yuebai's voice was soft, as light as a mosquito. Really? Then I must confirm it properly. After 3 hours, Jiang Yuan and Qin Ai arrived at the Queen's Pavilion. He didn't really want to bring her along, but he had been very busy lately. Qin Ai missed him very much, but Jiang Yuan didn't mind. After all, he wasn't showing favoritism. Prince of the Empire. Just as Jiang Yuan stepped into the grand hall, Hu Bao, who had been waiting here, bounced over happily. She wanted to throw herself into Jiang Yuan's arms, but saw someone else already there. Her face showed a hint of disappointment. Jiang Yuan looked at her curiously. Today, was this Hu Bao's attitude? On the other side, Lu Shanin and Ji Yu quickly stood up, bowing slightly to Jiang Yuan with respectful expressions, but also a hint of distance. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Imperial Son. Jiang Yuan patted the small head of Hubiobo as he passed by, then confidently walked to the main seat and sat down, patting his thigh. Hubiobo immediately understood and cuddled his neck from the other side, acting cute. Big brother, you finally came. Hubiobo has been waiting for you for a long time. All right, everyone sit down. Don't stand around. After he said this, Lu Shanin and Ji Yu dared to sit down again. Faced with their nervousness and fear, Jiang Yuan didn't mind. He knew he should take things slowly and not rush. He glanced at the sky, stretched lazily, and said casually, "Today has been a tiring day. This prince is going to rest now." When he said this, the people in the hall looked at each other in surprise. What's going on? You just arrived, and now you want to leave so soon? Ji Yu and Lu Shanin were still thinking about trying to build a closer relationship, maybe get to know him better. But seeing Jiang Yuan's attitude, it was very clear. They even suspected that Jiang Yuan brought Qin Wanwan in just to show them that if they didn't want to stay, they could leave at any time. This prince wouldn't mind. While Lu Shanin and Ji Yu hesitated, Jiang Yuan's gaze swept over Ji Yu's petite, but very attractive figure, then over Lu Shanin's curvy, mature body, and finally landed on Hubiobo, who was still acting cute. Without giving others a chance to hesitate, a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Let's start with you. After all, you're the most proactive. Huh? Me? Huobo was stunned when she heard Jiang Yuan's words. Then her pure and adorable face instantly blushed with two rosy cheeks. Although she had acted very bold and proactive before, that was all to complete her sect's mission, to stand out among many talented women and attract Jiang Yuan's attention. When that moment finally arrived, her heart still beat wildly, unsteady and nervous. After all, she had no experience. Why? Does it have to start with me? She whispered, her voice tinged with a faint shyness and panic. What's wrong? You don't want to? Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow. It's okay, I can switch. No, I want to, she quickly said, shivering in fear and shaking her head like a rattle. What a joke. Refusing would mean missing out on this great opportunity, and she had worked so hard for it, just to get close to Jiang's powerful family. The road to greatness is long. With Jiang's support, she could go much further. I want to, she insisted. Jiang Yuan nodded with satisfaction, then stood up, carrying one in each arm. Ah, she gasped in surprise and instinctively hugged him tighter. Jiang Yuan held this gentle, soft girl and looked back at the women in the main hall. Their expressions varied. A playful smile appeared on his lips. Everyone, I'll take my leave now. Get some rest early. With that, he carried her and Qin Wanyan under the watchful, envious, and jealous gazes and turned to walk into the inner chambers. Watching their departing figures, the atmosphere in the hall grew even more complicated. Oomph. Shameless demon girl, Ji Yu snorted coldly, her gaze fixed on the direction of the chambers, a trace of disdain flashing in her icy eyes. To her, the actions of Hu Bao or Hu Mei were simply self-destructive. Such a woman, how could she compare to her? But her small hands, clutching her clothes, clenched even tighter. She was unwilling. Lu Shenyin sighed, lost in thought. She didn't even know if this was her last chance. Yes, there was no more opportunity. After all, with her status, a wave of her hand could summon countless talented women. She was almost an emperor, but only almost. She hesitated and wavered, while others had already taken the lead. Perhaps I have been wrong from the very beginning. In this event called Discussion of the Way, modesty and pride are the most useless things. After leaving the Hall of Flowers, Jiang Yuan first gently laid Qin Wanyan, who had fallen asleep, on a soft bed to rest. Then he fully freed his hands, carrying Hu Mei as they headed toward the Hahuan Water Pavilion. Hahuan Water Pavilion. The courtyard is shrouded in a pink, romantic mist, and a strange, alluring fragrance fills the air, making people feel restless. As soon as Jiang Yuan sat down, Hu Bao's body began to appear larger in his eyes. Soon, a stunning figure dressed in black, with a fiery figure, leaning sideways on his chest, long, straight, beautiful legs gently swaying in the air, ripples spreading out from the mist. This is Hu Mei, the mature, elegant version of Hu Bao. Ha ha ha. Prince, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. She giggled, wrapping her arms around Jiang Yuan's neck. Her thin black silk dress fluttered softly in the air with her movements, partially see-through. This made Jiang Yuan very curious. What kind of divine fabric was her clothing made of? That it could change size with her? One day, he should make a set for Qin Yuebai and the others. Prince, I feel that when you look at me, you're thinking about other women. Is having me not enough? Hu Mei boldly blew warm air into Jiang Yuan's ear. She could actually sense the divine aura on Jiang Yuan, which perfectly blended with her natural charm, making her body involuntarily lose some energy. Jiang Yuan, feeling her movements, neither dodged nor retreated, his gaze unwavering, simply said, "Indeed, it's not enough." Hu Mei's mature, charming expression briefly cracked, but she quickly returned to normal, knowing that what the other person said was true. There was a brief moment of darkness in her eyes, but it quickly reignited her fighting spirit. Even if there are many people around, so what? She has a natural charm that no ordinary woman can compare to. At most, the prince is interested because of the novelty. In the long run, she is confident she is no worse than anyone else. Especially the 16th princess of the divine dynasty. She came here, thinking she is the 16th princess? She must be confused about who she will rely on in the future. Hu Mei giggled softly, pretending not to care, extending her delicate finger to draw circles on Jiang Yuan's chest, saying, "That was just a misunderstanding about the prince, my dear. Since I made a mistake, please, Husband, punish me properly. While speaking, she tiptoed slightly, adding, actually, I am curious about one thing. What? What? The prince already has you by Jie and Wanwan younger sisters. So, do you prefer your older sister or your younger sister? What do you think? As long as the prince likes it, I can be anything you want. After all, I am naturally charming, with a twin soul. Zhang Yuan looked at her back with slightly reddened eyes, constantly provoking Huo Mei, then angrily made a move, using one hand to suppress her. Children only make choices. I am the son of the great emperor, so I want them all. Ding. The host has successfully established a connection with the soulmate, Huo Mei/Huo Bao, score 91, and it was successful. Task complete. Evaluation, perfect. Calculating rewards. Triggered a critical bonus, increased by 4,000%. Congratulations. The host has received the final rewards. 1. Cultivation, peak of the 9th realm of the inquiry stage. 2. Yaoqi Tianyin technique, immortal law. 3. 2 spirit-enhancing pills. 1 holy spirit pill. 4. A fragment of the great emperor's Dao fruit. 5. Supreme Dao Emperor weapon, Tianyin ancient immortal Qin. Meanwhile, in the Saint Demon Sect's mountain gate within the luminous world, this place, once filled with dense demonic energy and rarely visited empty space, has now become lively and busy. The leader of the Holy Demon Sect, Demon Queen City, personally leads all elders above the sacred realm and tens of thousands of core disciples, forming a large formation outside the sect's mountain gate, respectfully waiting. Everyone's face shows excitement and anticipation. They are waiting for the Jiang family's gift delivery team. Sect leader, what kind of people do you think the Jiang family will send? Could they be top-tier cultivators? A young elder asked nervously. Hard to say. Demon Queen City shook her head, but her tone carried a hint of confidence. However, judging by the Jiang family's style, their display will definitely be grand. As she finished speaking, suddenly, a huge appeared in the distant void. Immediately after, a massive warship made of black divine metal, fierce and imposing in shape, resembling an ancient beast, slowly emerged from the space. The prow of the warship fluttered with a large banner, bearing a bold character, Jiang, in flying dragon and phoenix style, emanating a terrifying aura that seemed to suppress all ages. It's coming, someone shouted, and all the disciples and elders of the Holy Demon Sect became alert, their eyes fixed on the approaching ship. When they saw the full view of the warship, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Is this the divine gold warship that led the charge during the Jiang family's destruction of the Immortal Sea? My goodness, just this one warship could probably buy 10 Holy Demon Sects. The Jiang family actually sent a divine king-class warship to deliver a gift? This is really showing us great respect. While everyone was discussing excitedly and feeling shocked, a figure appeared on the deck of the Divine King warship. It was a middle-aged man dressed in Jiang family steward attire. His aura was restrained, making it hard to tell his cultivation level, but the eyes that occasionally swept over the crowd seemed to contain stars and oceans, causing everyone who looked at him to feel a wave of heart palpitations. Peak of the 13th realm, at least a sacred realm expert. Magic City Queen felt a shiver in her heart and quickly withdrew her consciousness, not daring to investigate further, because she sensed an even more terrifying power inside the immortal boat. It was a power comparable to a quasi-emperor. This scared her so much that she hurriedly tidied her robes, forced a humble yet warm smile onto her face, and stepped forward. Saint Demon Sect Master Magic City Queen warmly welcomes the Jiang family envoy. She bowed deeply to the middle-aged steward. Behind her, tens of thousands of sect disciples and elders also bowed in unison, their voices loud and thunderous. Welcome the Jiang family envoy. The middle-aged steward seemed very used to such scenes. He simply nodded faintly, then leapt down from the warship, landing steadily in front of Magic City Queen. There's no need for formalities, Sect Master. His voice was calm. I am Jiang Ping, steward of the Jiang family's External Affairs Hall. On orders from the Crown Prince and the head of the family, I bring a congratulatory gift for your sect. You're too kind, envoy. You've worked the journey, Magic City Queen quickly said. The wine is ready. Please, Come in and let us show our hospitality. No need. Jiang Ping waved his hand to refuse. The crown prince has other instructions. After I deliver this gift, I must return immediately to report. As he spoke, he took out a seemingly ordinary space ring from his and handed it to Magic City Queen. The resources from the 1/10 of the Dead Sea are divided into 4 parts. This is your sect share. Please, sect master, check it. Magic City Queen looked at the ring, her breathing becoming rapid. She trembled as she reached out carefully, took the ring, and probed inside with her divine sense. Boom. When she saw what was inside, even she, a peak expert of the 12th realm, couldn't help but swallow hard, her mind trembling. Mountains. All mountains. Mountains made of various top-grade spiritual stones, divine crystals, and immortal sources. Countless divine medicines and immortal herbs of thousands and 10,000-year levels. Piles of divine metals, celestial iron, and forging materials. In addition, there were countless cultivation manuals, divine techniques, and secret arts, and even a few broken imperial weapons emitting quasi-emperor aura. She only took a quick look, but the wealth inside was already more than 10 times the total of the Holy Demon sect combined. Just the most core and mysterious divine pill inside is priceless. And this is only 1/4%. Just digesting these alone would be enough to produce 2 almost emperor-level experts in the Holy Demon sect. Plus those broken quasi-emperor weapons. Even among quasi-emperors, they are not weak. This is a treatment only the top sacred places in the flowing light great world can enjoy. Senior Envoy. Mo Qingqing's voice trembled. This is too much. She felt like she was dreaming. Too much? Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow and asked back. The crown prince still thinks it's not enough, afraid of being too careless with everyone. So, before coming here, the crown prince and the sect leader also had someone bring a pill personally made by the sect leader. Fate Emperor Heart Pill. You should. What's wrong? Mo Qingqing was completely stunned. As sect leader, she had seen many storms, but this wasn't just a wave, it was a tsunami. The Fate Emperor Heart Pill can be summarized in one sentence. It increases the chance of a breakthrough from the 13th realm to the 14th realm quasi-emperor by 30%. Don't underestimate the 30%. The old ancestor of her Holy Demon sect at the 13th realm probably has less than a 10% chance of success before death. And this was made by the Jiang family's crown prince and the family head himself. What a great favor. This is truly incredible. Mo Qingqing didn't know what to say anymore. How rich is the Jiang family? A pill capable of shaping a quasi-emperor, and they just give it away? No wonder they sent a quasi-emperor to it. All right, the items are delivered, and my task is complete. Jiang Ping cupped his hands to her. Mo sect leader, I'll take my leave. After saying that, he turned around, ready to return to the warship. Senior, please stay. Mo Qingqing hurriedly called after him. Is there anything else? The great kindness of the senior. Our Holy Demon sect will never forget it. Magic Queen City bowed deeply to him again and said, Please, the envoy, on my behalf, pass on my sincere thanks to His Highness the Crown Prince and Lord Jiang. I will do so. Jiang Ping nodded, then disappeared in a flash back onto the warship. The huge divine king warship tore through the sky again and vanished from everyone's sight. Until the warship was completely gone, all the disciples and elders of the sacred demon sect seemed to wake up from a dream. They looked eagerly at the space ring in Magic Queen City's hand, their breathing becoming heavy. Sect leader, is that a gift from the Jiang family? Quick, let's see what treasures are inside. Our sacred demon sect is about to rise. Magic Queen City looked at the excited, twisted faces around her. She took a deep breath, raised the ring high, and announced loudly, All disciples, listen up. From today, the sect's resource library is fully open. All techniques are at your disposal for practice. All pills are available for you to take. I have only one request. Her gaze swept over everyone, her voice filled with unprecedented confidence and determination. Use the shortest time possible to become stronger. I want the entire light-flowing great world to know that our sacred demon sect is not a soft target anyone can bully. Absolutely do not let down the reputation of His Highness the Crown Prince. Roar, roar, roar. Tens of thousands of disciples roared together at this moment. their voices shaking the sky. In their eyes burned an unprecedented fire. They had been suppressed and held back for too long. Today, they finally saw hope to stand tall and proud. And this hope was given by the Jiang family, by that Jiang family prince.